Owen picked up the intelligence sent by Corrins, which Maya had organized. She had highlighted the key points from the scattered messages for his review, so he immediately recognized it as bad news. It stated that the number of magic practitioners in the imperial border had abnormally increased, and there were signs of them moving north, which gave Owen an even bigger headache. The only thing to be thankful for was that the weather was starting to get cold, and outsiders in the territory wouldn't stay for long because there were no tasks for them. With numerous soldiers making it impossible for them to earn extra money and facing a situation where they would deplete their savings without income, leaving was only a matter of time. As for those people at the imperial border, they were also forced to stop due to the weather. After all, in the northern land, traveling long distances in winter was simply suicidal, especially for outsiders. Once they got lost, even if they could fly, it would be difficult to escape their predicament. Although there's still a winter's worth of time, the situation is not optimistic, Owen sighed, to which Maya offered no opinion. In Maya's view, her master was good in every way, except for being a bit weak in body, a bit lacking in ability, a bit weak-willed, and a bit timid. Otherwise, he had no flaws. He wasn't greedy, lustful, cruel, or indifferent. He was a perfectly good master, though his constant worry about being persecuted was a problem. With the current strength of the territory, it might not be able to conquer the entire northern land, but becoming a regional power and securing an earldom would not be a problem. As for the threat from the empire, there was no need to worry for at least 10 years, because Maya understood these people too well. 9/10 of their efforts were spent on internal struggles, and only the empire's top individuals could pose a threat to the territory with just 1/10 of their power. However, these individuals focused their energy on controlling imperial power and would not possibly bother with a minor issue in the northern border region. Despite saying this, Maya had no way to persuade Owen about his excessive caution. After all, it concerned her master's safety, so she could only cooperate as best as she could out of helplessness. After all, it merely meant slowing down the pace of expansion, and with the issue of lifespan no longer a concern, she could afford to wait. Have Corrins return first, and next spring, let him see if he can bring back some serfs. Owen pinched his brow, considering that travel would be impossible once it snowed, so he had Maya write a letter for Corrins to return. After all, he was the territory's trade director, not its intelligence director. After the owl flew away with the letter, Owen spoke to Maya again. Assign 2 Teutonic knights and 10 ninjas to report directly to you to prepare for next year's situation. Owen once again chose to delegate authority because he clearly understood that as the territory continued to develop and grow, he couldn't oversee everything. Moreover, he still had to learn magic, create puppets, build a dungeon, excavate ruins, and so on. Without delegation, he simply wouldn't be able to manage everything. He had even planned tasks for Corrins, who hadn't even returned yet. Speaking of Corrins, he truly was a talent. When sent to gather information, not only did he complete the mission well, but he also brought back over 300 serfs and dozens of commoners who had lost their land and homes, with more than half of them being women. Recently, the imperial border had been restless, with many people dying. Some successfully rose to power, some suffered mutual losses, and others perished together. Consequently, there were many displaced people and commoners who had lost their livelihoods, and Corrins gathered them. Corrins was handsome, dressed in exquisite noble attire, riding a white horse, accompanied by knights and elite cavalry. He clearly looked like an extraordinary noble lord. Therefore, whatever he said, its credibility automatically increased by 10, and he indeed gathered many people, bringing them back with him this time. Because 200 farmers were reassigned as soldiers, plus the women added this time, the male-to-female ratio among the territory's farmers reached 6-4. Although the problem of gender imbalance wasn't completely solved, it had been greatly alleviated. More importantly, Corrins also brought back a talent, Sir Howard, who came from the Imperial Border Army. Howard, nearing 40, was at the peak of his life as a knight, both in strength and experience, but the blockage of upward mobility made him despair after 20 years of hardship at the Imperial border. Thus, he accepted Corrins's invitation during a drunken night. Upon sobering up, Howard regretted his drunken words, but the reality was that this might be his only chance. After a night of hesitation, Howard finally decided to take a risk, just as his father had paid a huge price to send him to the Imperial Border Army. He resolutely took his eldest son and headed to the northern land. In fact, if he had a choice, Howard certainly wouldn't have made such a decision. The problem was he had no choice, because his birth had already determined his ceiling. To break through, he could only step out of that rigidly hierarchical circle. Howard felt this deeply because his ancestors were all knights, but unfortunately, each generation was worse than the last. Let alone being promoted to nobility by his grandfather's generation, they had lost their fiefdoms, and his father's situation was even worse, completely marginalized, with no hope of advancement. His children would probably not even become titular knights. Ending up in such a predicament was not a matter of ability, but because there were too many living knights. As pure instruments of war, every knight required extensive upkeep, but in times of peace, knights lived too long, and their descendants multiplied exponentially. No noble could sustain this, so they could only continuously reduce the treatment and number of knights. Otherwise, where would so many wandering knights come from? It's simply because they couldn't afford to support them. It's like Tibetan mastiffs. They're powerful, but what's the use of raising them in peacetime? Even wealthy magnates might keep a few, but who would gratuitously raise a whole pack? It just so happened that the Empire was forming the Northern Land Reclamation Group at that time, and his father, with a heavy heart, spent the connections and wealth accumulated over several generations to send him to the Imperial Border Army. He also lived up to expectations, starting from the patrol team, climbing his way up, always at the forefront of battles, and never missing a single war against the northern barbarians. Yet 20 years later, Howard, riddled with injuries and ailments, remained at the knight rank. Although his chest was covered with medals of honor, what good was it? Seeing his children gradually grow up, yet only able to follow in his footsteps, Howard gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, following the well-dressed and generous Corrins to the northern land. Now, seeing the territory before him, his initial worry about being deceived during the journey turned into concern about how best to demonstrate his value. It wasn't surprising that Howard's mood changed so quickly. The main reason was that he never expected there to be such a territory so far north. Because of road construction in Demon Horn Forest, a large amount of timber was felled, so Maya arranged for people to prioritize building a wooden wall. The construction of the wooden wall was not just a temporary measure, but also an important inner lining. Building a city wall purely out of stone would be too costly, and the territory's population couldn't sustain such a massive project unless mechanical puppets became widespread, which would also require sufficient time. So in Maya's design, the town's city wall was divided into 3 layers: the outermost layer of ashlar, the middle layer of rammed earth, and the supporting wooden wall behind it. Once manpower was sufficient, the wooden wall would be dismantled and replaced with a stone wall, thus completing the city wall. Therefore, the territory presented to Howard possessed sturdy wooden walls, uniformly arranged buildings, and elite soldiers. This was a territory full of potential, and he clearly understood how rare such a territory was and how important this opportunity was for him and his son. Thus, he subtly gave his son a look. Hogg, dressed in a semi-worn, iron-plated leather armor, immediately understood his father's gaze and instantly puffed out his chest, holding a shield in one hand and a flail in the other, presenting a majestic and formidable appearance. Corrin, standing nearby, was well aware of the change in attitude from Howard and his son, and he was pleased by it. This meant that the other party was not only taking things seriously, but also lowering their own status. Initially, to recruit talent, he had spent a lot of time and effort. Not only did he have to attract them to follow, but he also had to maintain his own prestige so they wouldn't look down on him. After all, he was introducing talent to the Lord, not inviting a Grand Master. He couldn't let them feel indispensable, and striking that balance was difficult. However, Corrins knew that the significant shift in Howard and his son's attitude was primarily due to the territory. Even he hadn't expected the territory to develop so quickly. How long had it been? The territory had transformed from a village into a respectable small town. His original choice was indeed correct. When it came to pledging allegiance, his early move made him a guide for Howard and his son. Regardless of what position they might achieve in the future, this favor would always remain and could even be passed down to his descendants. We'll go to the town center first. That's where the territory's administration is handled. Although the Lord isn't often there, Ms. Maya spends most of her time there managing the territory's affairs. Corns's tone was calm, but Howard perked up his ears, committing every word to memory. And though it was just one sentence, Howard gleaned a lot of important information from it. First, the Lord usually didn't handle much, and the territory's affairs were managed by a lady. Furthermore, from Baron Corns's attitude and tone, despite being a lady, her capabilities were strong enough to command respect. Therefore, he needed to maintain a proper demeanor when they met. As for the territory being managed by a woman, and a serving maid at that, Howard was already used to it. In the Empire, far more absurd things were commonplace. Moreover, regardless of a serving maid's abilities, her loyalty was unquestionable, so her managing daily affairs wouldn't pose any issues. At the same time, Howard also felt the goodwill Corrins was extending with that sentence. Though it was just one line, it saved him and his son from many detours, and more importantly, from offending those they shouldn't. As newcomers, besides the Lord, maintaining good interpersonal relationships was also crucial, a lesson Howard had learned during his many years on the imperial border. If he hadn't been so young and impetuous and offended someone back then, he wouldn't have been suppressed for 10 years, missing the golden period of his life and countless opportunities. Therefore, he immediately responded to Corns's goodwill, and their relationship instantly elevated to a new level after entering the territory. Howard observed the town while conversing. The framework behind the sturdy wooden wall made him nod. This was for soldiers to stand on and defend against enemy attacks. The layout of the arrow towers, however, had some issues. If he were to arrange them, fewer arrow towers would be needed, covering a larger area and leaving fewer blind spots. Aside from that, he couldn't find any other faults, especially with the soldiers responsible for patrolling and manning the watchtowers. There was no sign of perfunctoriness or distraction. Every one of them was in high spirits, strictly following orders, which made him quite envious. Entering the town, the streets were straight and perpendicular, and at every intersection, there was a fountain serving as a water source for anyone to use. Clearly, the water supply here was abundant, which, from a defensive standpoint, was another rare advantage. Additionally, Howard quickly noticed that the town's residents were very disciplined. Everyone walked on the right, and pedestrians would yield the middle of the road for carriages and riders to pass quickly. Everything was orderly. Furthermore, they were very particular about hygiene. Regardless of what clothes they wore, they kept themselves very clean, with no dirt visible on their hands or faces, let alone public urination or defecation. The entire town was so clean it was hard for him to adjust to. This world, in Owen's view, was very backward, yet in some aspects it was quite advanced. For example, the Empire had long understood the importance of environmental hygiene, so spitting in public in cities was fined, and public urination or defecation would result in public flogging. There were also public toilets and bathhouses for commoners to maintain environmental sanitation and prevent deterioration. However, these were limited to towns. Most rural areas still resembled the Middle Ages, with over 90% of the population living like livestock, only knowing how to work and pay taxes. Only in this way was it more conducive for a minority to rule the majority. Howard, being from the Empire, knew this, and the Imperial Border Army's hygiene requirements were also high, because once a large-scale disease outbreak occurred, non-combat casualties would be very severe. Therefore, the Army paid great attention to environmental hygiene. The various details in the town made Howard put away the slight arrogance stemming from his imperial background, and he once again warned his eldest son, Hogg, who was still staring at the patrolling soldiers, with a look leaving Hogg somewhat bewildered. Soon the three arrived at the town center. It wasn't luxurious, but it was certainly above average. From the subtle details, it was evident that the territory was not just for show. Howard nodded inwardly, then adjusted his mindset and followed Corrins to meet Ms. Maya. Upon seeing the two Teutonic knights at the door, Howard stiffened, his hand instinctively gripping his sword hilt. However, his usually fluid motion of drawing his sword was as if it were welded in place. His instincts desperately warned him that another move would mean death. Corrins, not locked by the Teutonic knight's aura, quickly stepped forward to knock on the door, knowing that anything he said would be useless. Indeed, as Maya spoke the words, "Come in," the almost solidified atmosphere finally dispersed. Sweating profusely, Howard left the almost exhausted Hogg outside. From the moment he saw the Teutonic knights, he knew Hogg was not qualified to enter, and even he himself had to adopt a humble stance. But Howard harbored no resentment. In fact, his heart was filled with joy and eagerness. Here, he would surely fulfill his ancestors' dream and truly become a noble. What gave Howard confidence was not what he had seen and heard before, but the appearance of the Teutonic Knights. Duchy had existed for an unknown number of years, with countless variations in schools, but the universally recognized strongest version was the original Duchy, which tempered the body to its peak, giving birth to the purest Duchy from an extremely vigorous life force. However, achieving this was incredibly difficult, requiring not only top-tier superhuman talent, but also years of inhuman arduous training to refine the body to perfection. During this process, large amounts of food and precious potions were also consumed, all to create a terrifying killing machine. Because of this difficulty, usually only the empire and great nobles had the capability to cultivate them. Even then, they were considered extremely important trump cards, not to be used lightly, and yet he saw two of them here. Regardless of whether these two were cultivated by the lord of this place himself or gifted by others, it represented immense development prospects, which made Howard, who yearned for further advancement, feel a burning passion in his heart. "Sir Howard, please be seated. Now, please tell us about your background and experiences. These will be sent to the Lord and will determine whether you can stay in the territory." Maya's voice, like a judgment, woke Howard, who was surprised by her beauty and temperament. Years of military experience and life's tempering quickly allowed him to adjust his state and begin to systematically narrate his experiences, without any concealment, because there was no need to. Silently writing while nodding to herself, Maya was very satisfied with this talent Corins brought. The territory did not lack combat power. Every Teutonic Knights was a fierce warrior who could cut down ordinary knights like wooden stakes, not to mention the Lord's hidden trump cards. What the territory lacked was managerial talent, and she alone was far from enough. For someone like Howard, his strength was not important. His torturous first half of life was the wealth the territory needed. Although Howard's father had spent a considerable price to send him here, as a marginalized knight under a noble, his abilities and influence were truly limited. Therefore, the newcomer Howard could only rely on himself, so he started from the lowest level patrol. Having received a knight's education since childhood, and not having experienced the harsh realities of society, Howard still retained a young man's innocence. As a result, he offended people, which led to his career spanning all armed organizations throughout the entire imperial border, but always at the grassroots level. This was also why he was determined to come to the northern lands. The problem was that what the current territory lacked was the grassroots. A great general who could command thousands of troops would have no place to be stationed. After asking all the necessary questions, Maya had someone arrange accommodation for Howard and his son, then told Corins to go back and rest first, and finally came to the castle escorted by two Teutonic Knights. At this time, Owen was diligently studying a Hogwarts fourth-year spells textbook. Because he was no longer pretending to be a master, he had Dayer teach him spells during this period, and he made rapid progress, having already completed third-year spells and officially entering fourth year, which was commendable. However, Hogwarts textbooks were structured strangely. The first to third years were fine, but the difficulty from fourth year onwards increased by more than just a little, like jumping from multiplication tables to high school mathematics, often leaving him confused. But considering that Hogwarts had no distinction between elementary, junior high, high school, or university, and all learning throughout one's life was contained within these 7 years, it was clear why the learning difficulty span was so great. Therefore, even with Dayer's hand-in-hand guidance, Owen's learning progress remained worrying. Perhaps this was related to that white shirt and black miniskirt uniform of the home tutor, which always made him distracted and easily interrupted his learning progress. Next time she should wear a wizard's outfit, a witch series would also be good. Just as Owen was fantasizing about what new poses a witch series with a flying broom would enable, Maya entered. So he naturally crossed his legs and pressed the book in his hand down. He is indeed a talent the territory needs. Have him come for dinner tomorrow at noon. If possible, have him be responsible for the training of the territory's soldiers and later take over patrol and security duties. And Corns's contribution this time is not small. Invite him to dinner too, Owen said, nodding after reading Howard's resume. Handing over the territory's military power right away, this operation would not be done by anyone with a normal mind. But what Owen feared least was having his military power seized, because with just one command from him, no matter how high a general's prestige, he would die exactly as ordered. If told to be chopped up for dumplings, not a single cut would be spared. Maya knew her master had many mysterious methods, so she did not dissuade him, but subsequent surveillance would be indispensable. It was a good opportunity to test how effective the ninja her master gave her was. Master, the serious business is now done. Maya put away the items in her hand and smiled slightly at Owen, her full lips gently pursed, her charming big eyes gleaming with a moist luster, and her wine-red long hair fluttering, looking eager to try something. Maya's smile, life and death are unpredictable, dayers sitting, souls fly to the ninth heaven. Owen's face immediately changed, and 18 excuses simultaneously appeared in his mind. But thinking of the magic sealing wand in Dayer's hand, and to prevent its user base from expanding further, he decided to endure it. That night, Owen was not the only one enduring. Corrins, who had been away for over half a year, was also struggling to deal with his wife. Fortunately, the enthusiastic girls in Fey Lyre Town had not completely drained him, and with the accumulation on the way back, he managed to cope. So sometimes when middle-aged men stay late at work, it's not necessarily because there's actual work. Perhaps he just can't pay the rent temporarily and wants a few more days' grace. Although he had experienced a long journey and had paid his public grain, Corin still did not rest. He poured a glass of red wine and meticulously recalled the process from his departure to Fey Lyre Town to his return, as well as the changes in the territory, in his study. Only after he had a clear understanding did he drain the red wine in his hand and then return to the bedroom to embrace his wife and fall asleep. "My dear, you should get up. Madame Maya has sent an invitation. The esteemed lord invites you and the newly arrived Howard and his son to a luncheon. I have already prepared breakfast and your clothes for the luncheon, and now I'm just waiting for you," Katie said, preparing the toiletries, pulling open the curtains to let the sunlight in, and then leaning down to kiss Corrins. Katie's single sentence completely woke Corrins. He immediately realized that today's luncheon was not only a test for Howard and his son, but also a day for him to receive his reward. Corrins, freshly bathed, shaved, and dressed impeccably, with a radiant face, led Howard and his son to the castle. He didn't say much along the way, because Howard and his son, being of knightly origin, also needed to learn noble etiquette. Otherwise, if they went out with the big shot and embarrassed him, causing the big shot to lose face, they would surely be in for a rough time back home. Because the city walls had been torn down, the castle just stood there, which looked very awkward to Howard and his son, who were used to city walls and moats. But upon seeing the Teutonic knights guarding the castle and hundreds of elite soldiers, Howard and his son had no more questions. With these elite troops and strong generals, the city walls would only become an obstacle to their ability to cut people down. "Baron Corrins, Sir Howard, good afternoon. I am the castle's butler. You may call me Garin." The house elf Garin appeared before the three with a bubbling sound. If he hadn't been without a sword, the three might have been startled into drawing theirs. Although they had never seen a house elf, its demeanor and attire clearly indicated it was indeed the castle's butler. Therefore, Corrins quickly nodded in response, while Howard and his son, who had just recovered, nodded with somewhat stiff expressions. "The luncheon will be held in the Great Hall. The slime maid will take you there first." As a butler, Garin had many slime maids under him, but while these maids were good at cleaning, more detailed work still required repeated instruction, and they lacked flexibility. Therefore, the castle's operation truly could not do without it. However, the master had decided to give it 2 assistants, and until the assistants arrived, it needed to work even harder to learn how to be an all-round butler. With house elves already present, upon seeing the slime maid, the 3 managed to keep their expressions unchanged, but their movements became noticeably lighter and more reserved, which was exactly what Owen wanted. The true history of the Hydra family was only 20 years old, which was a joke. Therefore, Owen had to create a sense of mystery to maintain its prestige. Otherwise, even showcasing his strength would be far from enough. As the face of the castle, the hall, after multiple renovations by Maya, perfectly embodied the essence of understated luxury, especially the magical items and furnishings from Hogwarts, with histories ranging from several centuries to over 1,000 years, made the 3, seeing them for the first time, understand what true heritage was. They could no longer view the Hydra family as northern nobles with shallow foundations. Is this some major noble's alt account? Not only Howard, but Corrins also had this thought in his mind. At this moment, Owen was waiting in his study for time to pass. Due to the disparity in status and position, even if he had nothing to do, he couldn't appear so quickly. Otherwise, wouldn't it seem cheap, and the sense of mystery he had cultivated earlier would be greatly diminished. So he left the three of them sitting restlessly in the hall, facing their teacups to test their patience and make them fully understand who was in charge here. Because there were no women around, not even a slime maid, Owen, in his bored waiting, unexpectedly fell into thought. He didn't know why, but many inexplicable thoughts suddenly flooded his mind. Some were about Maya, some about himself, some about his territory, and some about talent. From a hapless wretch living in constant fear to a northern noble with the qualifications to dominate a region, Owen only took a few short years. Logically, he should be proud, but he knew that he had never fully utilized the power of the system. 80% of the territory's achievements over the years were due to the system, and 3% were due to Maya. As for why there was an extra percent, that was because he offset it. In reality, Owen was also very troubled by himself. Before his transmigration, he was not young, but because of his unmotivated and complacent nature, he hadn't made any progress. To put it bluntly, he had lived to this age for nothing. If you don't learn and don't work hard, even if you live to 100, you're still a failure. So-called life experience is useless. This wasn't him belittling himself. Although Owen had a lot of flaws, he had two advantages. First, he had self-awareness, and second, he entrusted things he couldn't handle to others, which was also his excuse and reason for not being ambitious. The problem was that he could muddle through life in his previous life, but now that he had transmigrated to a magical world, unless he ran to the deep mountains and forests to rely on system-exchanged materials to live a life of idleness, as his territory developed, he simply couldn't avoid trouble coming to his door, much less escape danger. Moreover, while he could maintain a low profile at the beginning, as his strength grew, being overly low-key would be detrimental to the rapid development of his territory. This conflicted with his principle of being low-key. For example, now, if the territory didn't have external population supplements, relying solely on him to exchange them from the system with progress points, when would it ever end? But breaking the border blockade and introducing a large population, how could it not attract attention? Furthermore, talent was also a problem. With the population's adherence to rules and obedience to commands after system transformation, the current management difficulty was not very great. Even so, one army, one civilian, one merchant, just these three aspects already made Owen scratch his head, not to mention that as the territory expanded, the demand for talent would become higher and higher. Although Owen could directly exchange them through the system, it was not cost-effective and carried risks. Firstly, the talents he could appreciate were not cheap, and secondly, the more talented a person was, the more distinct their personality. The problem was that these talents were not from this world. Ordinary soldiers were fine. They were pretty much the same no matter which world, especially soldiers in the cold weapon era who were mostly illiterate. No one would be interested in a bunch of rude soldiers who couldn't read, let alone try to gather intelligence from them. However, talents often meant having received an elite education, and elite education was usually only enjoyed by a select few. Simply put, the circle was only so big, even if you hadn't met them, you would have heard of them. One or two suddenly appearing could be concealed, but a whole bunch appearing couldn't be hidden. Of course, the solution was also very simple. The territory just needed to be large enough. A vast territory and a huge population could nurture enough talent and simultaneously conceal many things. Therefore, it wasn't that talents from the system couldn't be exchanged, but just not now, unless there was a way to cover these up. Otherwise, Owen wouldn't easily take the risk of blindly exchanging for talents. Moreover, Maya and Shire were excellent examples. Real-world talents could also be used and didn't require occupying a large amount of progress points. Besides talent, Owen also felt that his haphazard approach was no longer suitable for the territory's continued development, because the progress points couldn't keep up. The system was indeed powerful. The hundreds of games within it were all his golden fingers. There were ancient games from the early days like Tank Battle and Space Invaders, as well as classic games like Warhammer, Warcraft, and Diablo. No matter which game under the system's influence, the background, which was originally just a picture, was also perfected, becoming an independent world. Theoretically, as long as there were enough progress points, Owen could exchange for anything in the game. including but not limited to equipment, troop types, treasures, buildings, etc. It was no exaggeration to say that he controlled a multiverse, and his future was limitless. The problem was that his virtue didn't match his position. Owen was like an ant that had fallen into a granary, just the grains of rice before his eyes already made him dizzy, let alone effectively digesting and planning these riches. This led to Owen acting without method. Many times, he would just do whatever came to mind. Don't tell him I could do it too. Big bosses are either those who started from the bottom and worked their way up step by step, or second-generation elites who received noble education. Their vision and capabilities cannot be changed just by transmigrating. If you delve into the backgrounds of the world's billionaires, you'll know that there are capable people who truly started from scratch, but definitely not as many as imagined. Just like those who get rich overnight from winning the lottery, very few can use money to make more money and successfully enter the ranks of the wealthy. More often, they squander their wealth in a very short time and then live a worse life than before in an unacceptable reality. Owen wasn't much better. The system gave him the capital to be willful, but with no one to supervise or guide him, managing to be as he is now already counts as having self-control. At least he only has 2 women now. However, in the early days, his foundation was weak, and whatever he fiddled with was all easy pickings. Now, it's different. The Wild Bull Territory's iron ore, the Magic Horn Tree Forest's ruins, the Goblin's Town, the wooden fortress on the outskirts of the forest, and the underground city beneath the territory and castle that started but has been stalled until now, and finally, the underground tunnel that has remained only in planning. These things are too scattered, and the resources at hand are not being utilized reasonably and effectively. If all the resources previously expended had been concentrated in one place, any one of the sub-bases would have been established long ago, instead of being in disarray everywhere as it is now, Owen said with some emotion, but he knew there was no turning back. Moreover, this realization was based on his current standing. Earlier, he lacked the confidence to handle unexpected situations. Any slight setback would have forced him to flee, which is why he desperately established sub-bases, to have a place to land and a means to recover if he had to run. It could be said his initial motivation was quite humble. How did the habit of rabbits digging holes and engaging in construction everywhere in his previous life come about? Was it not because their hard power was insufficient and they didn't have enough mushrooms? Now that he possessed the strength to withstand certain risks, it was necessary to concentrate resources to achieve breakthroughs and accelerate development in specific areas. This was an inevitable shift in development trends. Furthermore, the iron ore from Wild Buffalo Territory, the timber from Wooden Fortress, the stone from the ruins, and the grain from Goblin Town were all indispensable for the territory's development. Therefore, Owen's previous scattered approach was not wasteful, but rather the necessary opening of resource points for the territory's growth. Thinking of this, Owen's mood immediately improved, and his thoughts were no longer so extreme, because, looking at it this way, he didn't seem so useless after all. Although the territory's development had been fraught with constant setbacks, it was fortunate that the progress value was continuously recovering. Owen was only limited by the progress value's recovery speed and its upper limit, so as long as he didn't die, he had countless opportunities to make mistakes. For entrepreneurs, there were no better conditions than these. After all, as long as funds were continuous, what was business failure? Failure was the mother of success. Having many stepmothers was also a kind of strength. Of course, limited by the current recovery speed and upper limit of the progress value, coupled with the continuous expansion of the territory, relying too much on the system now seemed a bit insufficient. Even if the progress value's recovery speed increased again, it would still be far from enough for the increasingly vast territory. In the future, population conversion alone would occupy a huge and long-term share of the progress value, not to mention that he had opened a bunch of sub-bases that he couldn't just ignore. Owen realized that he had to make some changes and find a way to utilize the progress value more effectively, using it as a catalyst to activate the territory's development rather than the primary force. In addition, the growth of his own strength must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. He was almost ridden to death yesterday. No matter how good the magical potion and tonics were, he couldn't torment himself like this. Moreover, drinking too much led to frequent urination and poor sleep, making him prone to daytime daze. Owen decisively ignored some of his own issues, cleared his throat, and then headed to the hall. The luncheon was not complicated because Owen disliked complexity, and facing the 3 people before him, he didn't need to adorn himself with complicated and tedious noble etiquette. Furthermore, he was the highest authority here, so of course, what he said went. Try the whitefish and snow crab. These are specialties of the northern boundary river. You can't find them anywhere else, Owen said. He wasn't gorging himself. Often, he just took a few bites. More often, he was swirling his wine glass, putting on an act. Truly delicious, Correns exclaimed, his eyebrows dancing, completely forgetting that whitefish and snow crab were regular ingredients in the territory, which his wife made every few days. If not for the various spice combinations, even the best food would become tiresome. However, Howard and his son genuinely praised it, because they had truly never tasted it before. If aquatic products from the northern boundary river were to be transported to the imperial border, even with the fastest horses, it would take at least 10 days to half a month, as there were no post stations along the way to change horses but not riders. But over such a long time, even the most delicious aquatic products would turn into rotten fish and shrimp. Therefore, the two, eating it for the first time, were thoroughly satisfied. Owen swirled his wine glass, but in reality, he was observing the attributes of the three. Name: Correns. Age: 34. Occupation: noble/swordsman. Duchy: 400/400. Leadership: 30. Military strength: 40. Intelligence: 50. Politics: 35. Charisma: 50. Specialty: quick-witted. Skill: elementary. Duchy. Name: Howard. Age: 39. Occupation: knight/swordsman. Duchy: 550/550. Leadership: 50. Military strength: 55. Intelligence: 35. Politics: 30. Charisma: 35. Specialty: valiant and skilled in battle, self-disciplined. Skill: intermediate. Duchy. Name: Hog. Age: 17. Occupation: warrior. Leadership: 20. Military strength: 25. Intelligence: 15. Politics: 5. Charisma: 15. Specialty: valiant and skilled in battle. From the attributes of the three, Correns, although his attributes did not reach the passing line, was a talent of considerable ability, especially with his prominent intelligence and charisma attributes. He was very suitable for external roles such as reception, commerce, and intelligence work. Even if the territory expanded tenfold, there would still be a place for him. The newly introduced talent, Howard, also did not have attributes that reached the passing line, but his specialties were excellent. Valiant and skilled in battle meant that he was not only brave but also adept at commanding battles. Otherwise, he would only be described as courageous. Additionally, self-disciplined was good. Only those who could guard their true selves could resist temptation, which meant he was trustworthy. Hogg was young and his potential was not yet apparent, but even if he was not as good as his father, after a few years of training, becoming a small-town sheriff would be no problem. A versatile external diplomat, a qualified military officer, and a reserve talent, Owen smiled with satisfaction. Baron Correns, you have done well during this period. Both the serfs you brought back and the intelligence you gathered have played an important role in the development of the territory. Very good, this is your reward. You can claim it from Maya later. Owen took out a prepared slip of paper and handed it to a grateful Correns. Because the territory lacked a commercial foundation, there was nowhere to spend money even if one had it. Therefore, Owen did not offer money as a reward, but rather contribution points, a reward limited to use within the territory. With this slip of paper, Correns could choose needed items from the territory's storeroom, including clothing, decorations, furniture, spices, weapons, armor, warhorses, and even soldiers and servants, but land was explicitly excluded. Correns was not surprised by this, as he had very keenly observed that the Lord was pursuing a path of absolute rule. In reality, both the emperor and the great nobles of the empire now desired absolute rule, rather than following tradition by enfiefing their land and power. The initial system of enfiefment arose because everyone was starting from scratch. The so-called emperor and great nobles were more like leading figures, seemingly majestic. They actually relied entirely on the support of their subordinate cliques. Without these cliques helping them, they would merely be larger groups. So to appease their subordinates, consolidate their territory, and defend against external enemies, they enfiefed the surrounding lands, allowing their subordinates to fund and manage the territories, only requiring timely tax payments and military service. The advantage of doing this was that all available manpower and resources could be invested in the most valuable land they held, while also gaining a protective barrier. After all, to attack their territory, one first had to conquer the lands of their subordinates. They didn't need to waste manpower and time on management, could still collect taxes, and if trouble arose, their subordinates would come to help with their own provisions. Thus, the system of enfeoffment was very prevalent back then. Those who only knew how to cling to power, because the land they could control was limited, and their subordinates received no benefits from enfeoffment, naturally became unwilling to exert themselves, leading to the temporary disappearance of absolute rule. But times change. The current emperor and great nobles now wish to consolidate land and power, but due to tradition and fear of a collective rebellion by their subordinates, they adopted more covert methods. However, in the Northern Territory, there was a foundation for absolute rule, as it was still a blank slate. Therefore, Correns was not surprised by the Lord's choice of absolute rule. After making the necessary appointments, giving out rewards, and seeing the three men off, Owen ate another steak before returning to his study. Sitting down, Owen carefully took a large piece of parchment from a drawer, spread it flat on the table, unscrewed the inkwell cap and placed it in the upper right corner, and then, holding a quill pen, began to stare blankly. He had originally intended to organize his upcoming development plans, but upon closer inspection, Owen realized he had made a complete mess of things, so chaotic that he didn't know where to start. The disorganized sub-bases, along with current and future tasks, lacked any proper sequence and were intertwined, making it impossible for him to sort out the situation for a while. In his helplessness, Owen could only start from scratch, while simultaneously complaining that the system wasn't powerful enough. If it had given him infinite progress points, he feared he would have directly raised a divine system and established a divine kingdom. However, his fantasy was quickly shattered by reality. Looking at the records on the parchment, Owen knew he had been a bit reckless, but he hadn't realized just how reckless. Am I a F***-seeking idiot? They say the sage state is conducive to thinking, but he had clearly overdone it. His brain cells were gone, and only now, upon regaining his senses, did he begin to regret it. Owen, who had already reflected on this, decided not to waste any more time. Resigned, he began to draw and write on the parchment, intending to plan out a sequence. At the same time, he swore that once he decided what to develop, he would never let his attention wander until he achieved sufficient results, vowing to prevent any unfinished projects from starting with him. After careful consideration, Owen decided to develop the overt strength of his territory and increase his own power in the coming period. The former was his umbrella corporation, the foundation of all development, and the latter was the core of everything. Only if he lived would there be a future. If he died, everything would be useless, so he decided to postpone the development of all sub-bases, including the underground city. This decision was made because the territory's current strength was sufficient to withstand many risks, allowing Owen to temporarily not have to consider fleeing and hiding. Once the territory developed to a certain extent and attracted more attention, he would then consider developing these hidden strengths to enhance his ability to resist various risks. Of course, making this decision didn't mean that he would ignore everything outside the territory. In reality, what truly stopped were only the underground city and the underground tunnels, because these two projects consumed too many progress points. The scale of iron ore mining remained unchanged, because the quality of the iron ore was very high. Even without increasing manpower, the mined ore was enough for the territory's use, with plenty left over for reserves. The wooden fortress could also remain unchanged. With no external population, there was no need to build houses, simply constructing wooden walls and arrow towers, and the timber from rote building and logging was already sufficient. The ruins could not be stopped. Sufficient stone materials must be stockpiled for building city walls after spring. As a result, the Goblin Town's tasks became somewhat heavy. Dismantling ruins, building roads, and managing farmlands all required a large amount of manpower. Given the current shortage of hands, an increase in mechanical automatization, even if not on a large scale, was inevitable. However, the progress points required for these were still within Owen's tolerance, and he wouldn't feel anxious because of them. After all, the first two didn't require progress points, and as he became more proficient in his unique application of puppetry and mechanical engineering, his reliance on progress points gradually decreased. Coupled with the super farmland's ability to cultivate special plants and the high-quality steel produced by the iron mine, the consumption of progress points was even smaller. When Owen finished these tasks and prepared to focus on developing his territory, he was bewildered to find that he had no role to play. There were no people to convert, no soldiers to train, no buildings to construct. Everything he could think of was either already done or impossible to do. This was a bit awkward. He reflected, blamed himself, worried, and then became invigorated, only for someone to tell him, "Don't bother, just rest." Owen, feeling a bit embarrassed, truly resigned himself. He might as well just rest. Of course, this was just a joke. It was a good time to recharge and see if there was a way to strengthen himself. He was tired of those two constantly waving the demon-sealing needle in front of him. It was time for a man to truly stand up. While Owen was striving for the rise of men, Mara town was in a panic. Light cavalry with scimitars patrolled the town, and any outsiders, including long-term merchant partners, were ruthlessly driven away. With Marquis Mala's shrewd business acumen, he would never normally do this, but Mara town was facing a life-or-death situation, and at such a time, business was the least of his concerns. Are all the things packed? Marquis Mala was resting with his eyes closed. Hearing the familiar footsteps of his butler, he asked without lifting his head. "My lord, the valuables have been packed and distributed among the trusted men's horses." The old butler, who had served Marquis Mala for many years, did not panic despite the tense atmosphere outside, and still properly handled the tasks his lord entrusted him with. "Tonight, let the cavalry rest early, depart quietly before dawn, heading to the northern pasture." Although Mara town was surrounded by hundreds of bandits, Marquis Mala did not lose his composure. On the contrary, he had anticipated this day 20 years ago. Few people knew that besides Mara town, Marquis Mala also had a nomadic tribe further north, managed by his daughter. At the same time, most of the wealth Marquis Mala had accumulated over the years was not in the north, but in a merchant guild at the imperial border, managed by his two sons. Therefore, he was not flustered. As long as he successfully escaped, whether to make a comeback or seize the opportunity to retire, he had sufficient confidence. Now the most crucial thing was to shake off those bandits and then rendezvous with his daughter. As for whether to leave or stay, the initiative would be in his hands. In the darkest hours before dawn, Marquis Mala, still agile, quietly led his most elite cavalry out of the town, without alerting anyone, including the town's residents. Although abandoning the town was regrettable, Marquis Mala knew it was a necessary price to pay. Only by doing so would the other party not pursue them with full force, because the bandits' goal was not to kill him, but to seize Mara town, which could continuously generate wealth. If they could get it effortlessly, who would risk their lives to chase after him? This was also why Marquis Mala did not choose to take the townspeople and livestock with him, but he was unwilling. Damn bandits! Relying on his familiarity with the terrain, Marquis Mala, having escaped the bandits' encirclement, spat fiercely and said with a grim expression. Although he had been mentally prepared, to be forced to abandon the foundation he had built over half his life was unbearable. Before he escaped the danger, it was fine, but once he was out of danger, the resentment in his heart became uncontrollable. But what could he do? Marquis Mala knew full well the origins of those bandits. They were called bandits, but they were merely disguised as such. What kind of bandits could gather hundreds of people? The daily consumption of food alone was no small amount, let alone equipping them with uniform weapons and leather armor. This clearly indicated that someone was backing them. But there was nothing he could do. Marquis Mala had no one backing him, so facing these formidable forces, he could only choose to retreat. To avoid enraging the other party, he took nothing but his accumulated wealth, not even burning down the town. However, considering the constant changes, bloodshed and massacres happening in the north recently, being able to escape by paying only this price, in some ways, he was fortunate. "Let's go." After comforting himself, Marquis Mala slapped his horse and with his loyal cavalry headed north. Those bandits had the most manpower deployed in the south, fearing he would flee in that direction. After all, seizing territory in the northern wilderness was a taboo and could easily lead to a concerted attack. But while these bandits were thorough in their actions, they didn't know that Marquis Mala was cunning and had settled a nomadic tribe in the north years ago. He rarely contacted them, and when they occasionally came to Mara town, it was for normal trade, so it was never discovered. This was Marquis Mala's proudest achievement. As long as he rendezvoused with the tribe, using the nomadic tribe as cover, combined with the strength of his cavalry, he could safely return to the imperial border. Then, by selling the tribe's livestock and herders, he could make another fortune. If he invested this money into the merchant guild for his two sons to manage well, even if he lost his title as a northern marquis and Mara town, his family would not completely decline. As for his daughter, he would find an older knight in the Imperial Border Army for her to marry. Although a knight's status wasn't high, he could at least provide some assistance to his two sons. Marrying a noble was out of the question. Although his eldest daughter was not bad-looking, she had been herding with the nomadic tribe all her life, her personality had become wild, and she was not young anymore. No noble would look at her. While Marquis Mala was calculating meticulously, Bella, who had received a letter from her father, looked grim. However, she didn't show it, acting like a daughter worried about her father's safety. It wasn't until the messenger left the tent that a strong killing intent emerged in her eyes, and one hand unconsciously tightened around a dagger at her waist. As Marquis Mala's eldest daughter, Bella was not favored. Otherwise, no competent father would send his two sons back to the safe and prosperous imperial border while leaving his only daughter to survive in the northern wilderness. One must know that Bella was only 12 years old then. This good father had driven her out with a few herders and a flock of sheep. If she hadn't used her hidden dagger to kill a herder who looked at her with ill intent that very day, she might have become the mother of a dozen children long ago. On that day, when her hands were stained with blood, Bella realized she could no longer go back. She was no longer a carefree girl, but someone who needed to rely on her own efforts to survive. Her former life was shattered. Abandoned, she was destined to wander her entire life. Bella swore to return all of this to her good father, and clearly the opportunity had arrived. Bella, who had been herding with her tribe, had seen those bandits. To call them bandits was an understatement. They were more like lackeys of some powerful nobles. Otherwise, where would a group of bandits get such equipment and provisions? Therefore, she knew very well how her father would choose. That childhood experience shattered all of Bella's illusions about her father, allowing her to understand him at a fundamental level. After all these years, no one understood her father better than Bella. She could even guess with high accuracy what he would do next. In his eyes, only his two sons were the continuation of his life and the future of his family. For this, he would show her no pity, his approach being to extract all possible value from her, so her fate was already sealed. But Bella was unwilling. From the initial few herders and a flock of sheep, she had painstakingly led everyone to avoid disasters, gathered displaced people, and worked hard at herding. Now the tribe had over 200 people, hundreds of sheep, and herds of cattle and horses. All of this was her hard work. How could she be willing to let her good father destroy it all? Despite this, Bella still found it difficult to completely control the entire tribe. Firstly, her identity as a woman was the biggest problem. At the same time, her good father had never truly trusted her. Not only did he draw away the tribe's young men to serve as his cavalry, but he also planted many people, so she needed power that could break these limitations. Bella reached into her chest and pulled out a very ugly necklace. The string was twisted from horsehair, firmly securing a twisted, egg-sized stone egg. This item was a gift from a noble lady who passed by, who said it could change her destiny. Of course, for this, Bella had to pay a sufficient price, because nothing could be gained without effort. She strongly agreed with this and gladly accepted the gift, even if the price of using this gift was her soul and body. Even though she had wandered the wilderness since childhood and had not received a proper education, Bella still knew what an evil thing this was. But that lady did not deceive her. She explicitly told her that this thing was actually a devil's egg, an evil item refined from devil's flesh and blood, capable of gaining the devil's power through sacrifice. However, the price was that the more this power was used, the stronger the devil's power would become, eventually consuming everything of the user as nourishment to resurrect. Anyone with a normal mind would likely avoid such a thing, but for some, the ability to exchange everything they had for a chance at revenge was a blessing. Because the most tragic thing in the world is when you die, but your enemy is still alive and even dances on your grave from time to time. How infuriating is that? Bella was willing to pay this heavy price, solely to repay the father who had brought her all this misfortune. Regarding Bella's actions of abandoning everything to kill her own father, don't talk to her about filial piety or anything similar. She was thrown into the northern wilderness by her own father at the age of 12. Not to mention the hardships of the northern wilderness's wind and snow for over a decade, she had encountered wolf disasters, droughts, bandits, and serious illnesses more than once. Let alone a young girl, even an adult male would probably find it hard to endure. In those 10 years, Bella wanted to end her life countless times, but she always felt unwilling. In the process of repeatedly raising and lowering her dagger, Bella would always find a reason to give up suicide, but ultimately, the obsession that kept her alive was solely to retaliate against the father who had brought her all of this. So Bella would rather abandon everything to be a filial daughter, personally burying her father, right here in the northern wilderness, and then herding horses here every spring when the flowers bloomed. Having made up her mind, Bella tightly gripped the devil's egg that could change her destiny and then walked out of the tent. As Bella walked out of the tent, she caught a glimpse of the cavalryman who had delivered the letter quietly talking to a few herders. When they saw her come out, the cavalryman didn't react much, but the herders gave an awkward smile and ducked into a nearby tent. Bella knew exactly what was going on. These were all people Marquis Mala had planted in the tribe, her overseers. Clearly, this good father also understood his daughter and had long been on guard. Not only did he transfer some of the tribe's young men to serve as cavalry for Mara town, but he also bribed some herders to limit Bella's power within the tribe. However, he never imagined that his own daughter had actually gained extraordinary power. Bella picked up a 7-day-old lamb from the sheepfold. Its wool, as dark as night, was very soft, and its tiny body was warm. Its large eyes were innocent, and after being picked up, it licked her with its tongue, seemingly remembering that she had delivered it in the sheepfold that day. However, after leaving the warm sheepfold, the lamb began to shiver, perhaps sensing something. The little lamb let out a trembling cry, making Bella feel pity. Perhaps she would have to act faster in a moment. Holding the lamb, Bella silently walked to a nearby tent, where her beloved horse, Black King, was. As the leader of the nomadic tribe, she had the right to give her mount a separate tent, especially since Black King was not just her mount, but also her companion. Black King was a pure black northern steed, a descendant of the northern wild horse king, but unfortunately, it was bitten on the leg by a poisonous snake not long after birth. Horses do not stay in one place for too long, especially a herd, so even the horse king could not wait for it with the entire herd. Therefore, Black King, still a foal, was abandoned by the herd, left alone in the wilderness to await death. After Bella found Black King, perhaps out of a sense of shared misfortune, she saved its life with precious medicinal herbs. For many years thereafter, it accompanied her, growing from a wobbly foal into a tall and strong steed. Many things Bella would only say to it, so although Black King was a horse, it was her best friend and companion, and now she was dragging her best friend into the abyss with her. Doing this might be selfish, but she had no choice. Because of everyone in the nomadic tribe, Black King was the one she cherished and loved the most. Only it met the conditions. Using the devil's egg was simple. Oneself or a beloved object as a sacrifice was all that was needed. However, if only oneself was offered as a sacrifice, the user would be unable to maintain sanity and would quickly become addicted to killing, ultimately losing their self, which Bella could not accept. If she could not remain clear-headed, what would be the point of Marquis Mala dying by her hand? Therefore, Bella needed someone to help her bear a portion of the blood sacrifice, and the only one in the entire nomadic tribe qualified was Black King, so she had no choice. Cutting the black lamb's throat with a sharp dagger, the expressionless Bella held the still-twitching lamb upside down, using the warm, bubbling blood gushing from its severed throat to draw an inverted pentagram, symbolizing evil on the open ground of the tent. This made Black King, who was nearby, somewhat uneasy, as it keenly sensed that evil was being born there. Dropping the now cold lamb's corpse, Bella, knowing she could still turn back, did not hesitate. She led Black King into the inverted pentagram, swung herself onto its back, then cut her palm with the dagger and smeared the blood onto the devil's egg. With her own fresh blood as the lead, her own soul as the price, and her beloved object as the bargaining chip, Bella swore a fallen oath. The devil's egg, which had been like a stone, began to vitalize upon sensing the evil ritual and the vengeful blood. Its stony surface transformed back into living flesh, and countless tiny tentacles sprouted, like a feeding sea anemone. Although it looked disgusting, Bella still swallowed the already twisting devil's egg without hesitation, clearly feeling the twisting mass of flesh stretch her throat, drill into her esophagus, and finally fall into her warm stomach. Here, the devil's egg's activity intensified again, constantly devouring and assimilating Bella's flesh and blood in her stomach. Even with preparation, the pain of her flesh and blood being devoured alive was still unbearable for Bella, who involuntarily let out a piercing shriek. Instinctively, her hands tightly hugged Black King's neck, and her entire upper body slumped onto the horse's back, as if she wanted to meld Black King into her own body. Black King instinctively wanted to distance itself from the evil aura emanating from Bella, but it hesitated. Although its forehooves continuously lifted, it never left the inverted pentagram that exuded the evil aura. As Bella continued to shriek, the The skin and flesh of her abdomen bulged high and undulated, as if a monster was gestating within. Finally, Bella's abdomen was torn open by the proliferating demonic flesh and blood. Her viscous intestines and stomach flowed out, transforming into a scarlet long tongue. Her broken ribs became a maw full of sharp teeth, and her chest and abdomen opened like a giant mouth, biting off Black King's panicked head in one gulp. Then the proliferating demonic flesh and blood pierced into the severed neck of Black King, brutally fusing Bella and Black King together, turning them into a half-human, half-horse monster. Outside the tent were cavalry and several herdsmen, drawn by the screams. They were responsible for monitoring Bella, so they arrived immediately, but they also became sacrifices for the newborn monster. Endless pain and sorrow made Bella instinctively choose to release it all through slaughter. She rushed out of the tent, revealing her now demonic form under the moonlight. At this moment, Bella was nearly 3 meters tall. Her upper body was still female, but her originally soft lines were replaced by bulging muscles, and her facial features gained a hint of ferocity. Her lower body was that of a majestic warhorse, yet it surprisingly appeared harmonious. However, to humans, this was an out-and-out monster. Therefore, the cavalry and herdsmen who came to investigate instinctively drew their weapons, which immediately triggered Bella's sensitive nerves and prompted her to begin her slaughter. Transformed into a demon, Bella indulged in the pleasure of killing. Her demonized, powerful physique allowed her to easily tear human bodies apart, letting scarlet blood spray all over her body and enjoying desperate screams amidst the fragrance of blood. Everything was so intoxicating to her, but when she saw the panicked herdsmen kneeling and praying on the ground, she miraculously regained her sanity because she had never forgotten the original intention of her fall. Now was not the time to lose her mind. She still needed to endure. To regain consciousness after only killing a few people and not succumb to the slaughter, that's quite impressive. But didn't she consider that it was a male horse? A female voice suddenly echoed out of nowhere, not far from the nomadic tribe. If anyone had heard it, they would likely have been scared to death, because no matter how pleasant a voice was, when no one was visible, it was only terrifying. Even more frightening was that as soon as the voice fell, a hand suddenly appeared, stirring the surrounding environment as if parting clouds, and reached down to pick up a constantly smoking potion bottle from the ground. When the potion bottle was stoppered, the colors of the surrounding environment slowly faded, eventually turning into a wisp of smoke and mist that completely dispersed, which was precisely the effect of this magic potion. The magic potion inside was very volatile. The magical thing was that the evaporated smoke would produce a special refraction, forming a camouflage like a chameleon within the range of the smoke, and it could also block scent and heat. The only drawback was its fear of wind. Even a gentle breeze would cause the scenery formed by the smoke to waver, and a strong wind would directly disperse the gathered smoke. Therefore, using this magic potion not only required specific environmental conditions, but also meant that the person inside could not make large movements, not even breathe too loudly. As the smoke gradually dispersed, the woman, who had been hiding nearby for an unknown amount of time, revealed herself. This was a mysterious woman, 2.5 meters tall, with a figure even more exaggerated than Daer's. Even though she was completely shrouded in a cloak, it was still difficult to conceal the mountainous protrusions, leaving no doubt about her gender. However, even the most confident man, when faced with a woman whose physique was comparable to an ogre, might summon the courage to climb a peak, but not the courage to jump into an abyss. I hope you can bring me more fun. The Northland is really too boring. The tall woman let out a soft yawn, her posture very elegant, but with her size, she could swallow an apple whole without it touching the sides from entrance to stomach. Putting away the medicine bottle and picking up a 3-meter-tall staff from beside her, this mysterious lady walked north, her direction clearly towards Owen's territory. At this moment, Owen didn't know that there was an additional demonized horse in the Northland, nor did he know that a mysterious 8-foot-tall woman was heading towards his territory, and he didn't even know that Mara Town had changed hands. However, Daer, who was taking care of the mooncalf, seemed to sense something and faced south, remaining motionless for a long time. Thinking of something, Daer frowned and handed the mooncalf's feed to Green Vine, returning alone to her room in the greenhouse. The cauldron on the workbench was brewing a potion, constantly emitting a strange smell, but Daer, long accustomed to it, calmly turned off the heat and carefully measured and bottled the brewed potion, then placed it on a wooden shelf nearby. The multi-layered wooden shelves were densely packed with many potions, clearly indicating that compared to the lord who slacked off all day, Daer was much more diligent and had made greater progress. Apart from a few high-level potions, She had already mastered the refining methods for various potions and could completely be called a professional potion master. Besides her talent, this also came from Dayer's own efforts. As to avoid being abandoned by her master, she needed to have enough value, in any aspect of value, so she had always worked hard to learn transcendent knowledge. Using a newly cleaned cauldron to deal with the remaining dregs, Dayer entered the inner room. This was where she usually rested, furnished with some personal items, such as the Teacher series, Sorceress series, and Nurse series gifted by Owen, in addition to a large box of essential tutoring items like a pointer and candles. At this moment, Dayer was not in the mood to organize these beloved toys. Her breathing was heavy, her body temperature began to rise, and her body size was slowly increasing, first with horns, then wings and a tail, and finally the demon armor that seemed more like an embellishment. If you are here to disturb my current life, even if you are mother, I will personally cut you down. Gripping the demon greatsword, the murderous aura revealed in Dayer's yellow vertical pupils made her appear full of deadly allure. To others, Dayer was merely Owen's plaything, but she didn't see it that way because she could clearly feel that her master regarded her as a beloved treasure, and not only did he bestow upon her extraordinary power and knowledge, but he also specially created a dreamy garden for her. Here she could live a dreamlike life, making her increasingly immersed in it, so anyone who tried to break or interfere with her life would be her enemy, even if that person was her mother. After Dayer's bloodline awakened, she vaguely sensed the existence of another blood relative, and in this world, only her long-departed mother could give her such a strong feeling. When Dayer was young, her mother left the family because she couldn't control the distortion of her own magic, and although letters were sent later, they became fewer and fewer, eventually ceasing altogether. It was false to say she didn't miss her, but in Dayer's heart, her mother's position was not first, so after sensing that the other party was heading straight for her location, she became vigilant because her mother was the teacher who taught her how to find a man. What if her master, being so excellent, caught her mother's eye? Thinking of this, the metal gloves, which even covered her fingers, and the hilt of the demon's sword emitted a harsh grinding sound, and Dayer's eyes grew colder. Fortunately, the mother and daughter had not yet met, otherwise, it would be unknown who would bear the title of the most filial daughter in the Northland. Owen, oblivious to all this, was sound asleep in his underground dungeon chamber. When no one was sleeping with him, his lack of security made him unwilling to rest in the castle, choosing instead to come to the underground chamber, because only there could he completely relax. As for why no one was sleeping with him, it was mainly because Owen wanted to recuperate his body. After all, he couldn't spend all day soaking goji berries and drinking tonics at such a young age. Furthermore, Owen had once again hit a bottleneck in spells. Dayer's teaching alone was no longer enough, as his accumulation was insufficient, and even the most in-depth and meticulous personal instruction wouldn't help. Feeling powerless, Owen simply hid in the underground dungeon chamber. Anyway, he spent most of his winters there each year, so he had made the underground dungeon chamber increasingly perfect and comfortable, even replacing the bed with a Simmons. The next morning he woke up promptly at 7, washed up, went to the toilet, then rang the bell, and psych, the newly exchanged house elf brought a delicious breakfast, which was Chinese-style fried dough sticks, tea, eggs, and porridge. Unlike Galen, who was trained towards becoming a butler, Psyche, as a female house elf, was more skilled in cooking, knew all Western cuisine, and at Owen's request, now not only made simple Chinese breakfasts quite well, but also began to deeply study the 8 major cuisines, clearly indicating that he would have a feast for his palate in the future. After breakfast, Owen began to study, mainly reading Hogwarts textbooks, books on puppetry, mechanical principles, and other subjects. Due to his poor academic aptitude and lack of interest, even with his intelligence attribute not being low, Owen's learning progress was still quite touching. This couldn't be forced. Even if he tied himself to a chair and propped his eyes open, he still couldn't focus, so the morning study quickly ended, followed by handicrafts, making various mechanical puppet models. If he didn't understand something, he would then look it up in a book, which gave him the motivation to learn. Besides these, Owen still hadn't given up on the idea of strengthening himself, but it was difficult. The progress value of 30 was still too low, and most of the games that could be opened only initially involved the transcendent realm. Divine beings, demons, or forbidden spells were out of the question. Currently, Owen was considering the T-virus, mechanical modification, Witcher enhancement, Onmyoji, and others. Owen, who still wanted divine and demonic bloodlines, dared not use the T-virus, which altered genes, even though theoretically, divine and demonic bloodlines could easily devour the T-virus. He was unwilling to take the risk. Mechanical modification involved removing arms and legs, and Owen couldn't bring himself to do that. Witcher was somewhat interesting, especially the fame of the sorceress pile driver, which he had heard of. This showed their strong physique and developed kidneys, but the side effects were no less than the T-virus, even losing the ability to procreate. Later, Owen found Onmyoji in the partially opened game, and there were various shikigami that made his heart stir. He had spent money on it back in the day. Unfortunately, his favorite shikigami couldn't be exchanged now because the activation level was too low. According to transcendent standards, the Onmyoji world barely qualified as mid-level fantasy, higher in mysticism than the Puppet Master's world. Therefore, Owen exchanged for some books. They weren't worth much anyway, so he just considered it stocking the library. After a quick look, Owen had a rough understanding of Onmyoji. In reality, the Onmyoji system was far less developed than Hogwarts, but the top-tier shikigami were powerful, such as Tamamonomi, Inari Akami, Yodoheim, Higanbana, and so on. They single-handedly elevated the upper limit and aesthetic of their world, which meant Owen could exchange for most things from Hogwarts, but only a portion from the Onmyoji world. However, Onmyoji also had its unique aspects. Compared to the idealistic magic of Hogwarts, Onmyoji's application of spiritual power was simpler and more direct, focusing on 6 aspects: attack, defense, agility, healing, sealing, and control. Because of its simplicity, it was more suitable for Owen, as even exchanging these skills wouldn't cost much in progress points. Unlike the spells of Hogwarts, where dozens of common ones existed, not to mention uncommon and ancient spells, plus subjects like transfiguration and potions. If he exchanged for everything with progress points, Owen would go mad, which is why he had patiently relied on his own efforts to learn all this time. But upon seeing the simple and direct Onmyoji skills, Owen finally couldn't hold back. Coupled with the fact that he hadn't needed progress points recently, he exchanged for a spiritual power seed. Just like when he first activated his mental power, the spiritual power seed quickly integrated into Owen's body. However, before it could fully develop, the spiritual power seed was assimilated by magic power. Clearly, in terms of quality, or at least inclusiveness, spiritual power was inferior to magic power, thus it integrated into magic power without resistance. Of course, it might also be related to the spiritual power seed originating from the system, which would not cause him negative effects. After integrating the spiritual power seed, Owen's magic power cap did not increase, but he gained the attributes of spiritual power. However, due to a lack of comparison, he didn't know what level or quality his magic power was in this world. Although Maya and Dayer both had spellcasting abilities, Maya, as the former head maid, only had some understanding of mages as a group, but was not clear about their knowledge system. And while Dayer's mother was a witch, she had not received a witch's education and was equally ignorant. This resulted in Owen learning a belly full of transcendent knowledge and gaining some power, yet not knowing his actual level. It seemed he would have to put some effort into this aspect in the future, but he didn't know who to ask. After some research, Owen discovered that Onmyoji was not without merit. Spiritual power also had its unique aspects. For example, Onmyoji believed that all things had spirits and all things could be controlled. Spiritual power excelled at nurturing spirituality, communicating, and borrowing power. Therefore, much of an Onmyoji's strength came from the shikigami they possessed. An Onmyoji without shikigami, let alone facing a samurai, could be easily subdued by 1 or 2 farmers if caught off guard, with the delicate Onmyoji adult being pinned to the ground and rubbed. But with shikigami, it was different, and Onmyoji's strength had a basis for expression. Theoretically, the stronger the shikigami an Onmyoji possessed, the stronger their own power. A powerful shikigami could allow an Onmyoji of the same level to effortlessly defeat peers, which shows the importance of shikigami. However, this was not without limits. First, as humans, there were inherent limits, though some had higher limits and some lower, the difference being as vast as between a bad student and a top student. Furthermore, the so-called shikigami were actually demons and ghosts, born from resentment and feeding on humans. Even bearing the name shikigami did not change their non-human essence. If this power was used without restraint, the user would be completely twisted, akin to demonization. Therefore, apart from exchanging for basic Onmyoji skills, Owen did not delve too deeply into exchanging for Onmyoji power because he wanted to find a way to avoid being influenced. In fact, when Owen delved into how shikigami were refined and how Onmyoji controlled them, he understood where his breakthrough lay. Compared to Onmyoji, who painstakingly sought out demons and ghosts and slowly tamed them into Shikigami, Owen had a huge advantage. He was a demon king. Theoretically, monsters and demons' ghosts have a high degree of similarity, such as undead and specters, or monsters and yokai. Therefore, Owen had the sudden idea of turning monsters into Shikigami. The advantage of monster Shikigamification was, first, he had a vast number of monsters at his command. After acquiring the monster summoning art, Owen could randomly summon one of 4 basic monsters for free each day, implicitly saving a huge amount of expenditure. Moreover, monster Shikigamification was more in line with this world, as this world had monsters but not the yokai of the East. Thus, compared to nearly cost-free monsters, what else did Shikigami have besides their appearance? The idea was good, but Owen got stuck at the first step because it was easier said than done. He didn't even know how to begin. After much deliberation, Owen finally understood that he needed to use a cheat, so he resolutely used mysticism for the second time. Mysticism was an ordinary skill from the heroes of might and magic world, but due to the extremely high mysticism of that world, even an ordinary hero skill still possessed extraordinary abilities, to the point Owen was wary of it and never dared to use it lightly. However, Owen instinctively felt that this was the key to breaking through his current bottleneck, so he gritted his teeth and activated mysticism. Indeed, with the activation of mysticism, a continuous stream of mysterious knowledge poured into his mind, causing an explosion of inspiration. Countless ideas transformed into theories, ultimately leading to accurate conclusions and sparking even more creative insights. Just as Owen was immersed in the ocean of knowledge, experiencing the joy of being a knowledge god, a crisp snap interrupted his absorption. He immediately clutched his crotch and rolled in pain, and at the same time, a broken, spiky cucumber fell to the ground. This was a small mechanism Owen had set up on his chair earlier, similar to a mousetrap, but he wasn't that cruel to give himself a fatal chicken trap. He had simply tied a cucumber to it. When the time came, the mechanism would trigger, and the cucumber would swing down with full force. Previously, Owen had considered using a mousetrap to pinch his toes or having a basin drop on his head to wake himself up, but he was deeply afraid of becoming so engrossed in mysticism that he couldn't be roused by ordinary means. So he steeled himself, knowing that only by leveraging a man's primal instinct could he break free. After all, regardless of whether they were bad students or top students, if they were male, their first reaction after being attacked would surely be the same. As Owen had expected, he successfully broke free from the inescapable learning atmosphere and gained knowledge of monster Shikigamification, though it was a bit costly in terms of cucumbers. The subsequent attempts were a natural progression. Although Owen's essence had not been elevated, his strength had increased by no small margin. Therefore, he rarely returned to the castle, intending to relax and check for any aftereffects from the cucumber assault. No computer, no internet, no phone. A helpless Owen could only play for real, so he went directly to find Dayer. Stepping into the greenhouse, Owen gasped, staring in shock as Dayer, in her transformed state, menacingly traced lines on a giantess's neck with her demon sword. Clearly, if he had arrived a moment later, Dayer would have continued her tracing for a while longer. After all, if she had truly intended to cut, the blood would have long since cooled by the time he arrived. Who is this? Owen looked down and his eyes widened. He had thought Dayer's figure was unparalleled, but it seemed there was always someone better. Even lying on the ground, this woman's prominent features were as round and towering as hills. And why did she look so familiar? She is my mother, Dayer said somewhat reluctantly, especially after seeing where Owen's gaze was directed, making her sword-wielding hand itch. Is there danger? Owen's gaze shifted upwards, glancing at the large bump on the other party's head, and he asked casually. She is a witch and she snuck in, so I was afraid she might harm you, master, Dayer said, selling out her own mother without a shred of burden. If her mother had come to visit properly, Dayer might not have been so decisive, but the fact that she secretly infiltrated the castle and quietly found her in the greenhouse touched a sensitive nerve for Dayer. So, while the other party was examining the herbs in the greenhouse, Dayer transformed without hesitation and smacked her across the forehead with a horizontal sword strike. Even without using her witch abilities, Dayer's mother, with her physique wielding a 3-meter-long staff, could easily take on 3 to 5 ordinary knights, but she never expected her daughter to not only awaken her bloodline but also be able to transform and possess the demon set. By the time she realized something was wrong, it was too late. she instantly collapsed and even bounced a bit on the spot. Owen didn't hesitate for a second, waving his hand to summon the shikigami he had personally crafted. "Come out, Slime Queen." As soon as he spoke, a large blob of light green silicone landed in front of Owen. It was the shikigami transformed from a slime. Slimes are very weak and lack even basic intelligence, but because of this, when one of them is transformed into a shikigami, it can grow rapidly by devouring its kind without any hindrance. In fact, it can't even be called devouring, but rather a spontaneous aggregation. So, although it is weak, it is the fastest growing and the one Owen worries about the least. As soon as she landed, it was as if an invisible pair of large hands were kneading her. In a moment, the large blob of silicone transformed into a light green female with tentacles all over her body. At least her appearance was female, which was very important. Even though slimes have no gender, as long as she looked good, it was fine. Owen nodded in approval. "Go, Slime Queen," performed the binding. Owen imagined himself wearing a baseball cap backward and throwing a red and white ball with force. In reality, there was nothing, but this didn't stop the Slime Queen from first shrinking, then using her body's elasticity to leap up, and in midair, her body stretched out countless tentacles, tightly wrapping around his mother-in-law. Perhaps Owen forgot that slime bodily fluids are corrosive, or perhaps he intentionally had the Slime Queen search for any hidden dangerous items on the other party. In any case, the other party's clothes disappeared, and some potions, books, strange materials, and a pestle identical to Dare's were all spat out by the Slime Queen. But some things couldn't be spat out. Owen looked up at the piercings on the other party's nose and mouth, sighed helplessly, and swallowed. After all, who doesn't have a little hobby? He had quite a few embarrassing memories from his puberty and his previous life, but in this life, during puberty, he had women, so various fantasies weren't needed, nor did he need to waste them on himself. With a clang, Dare put down her sword, ignoring the new large bump that had appeared on her dear mother's head, and simply said softly, "I saw her about to wake up, and I was afraid she would threaten Master." "Are you afraid she'll threaten me? You clearly just wanted to." Owen didn't have the heart to expose her. After all, considering the relationship between the three of them, his gaze just now was indeed a bit problematic. Arriving at the dungeon's secret room, Owen had thought of a solution along the way, but he hadn't made up his mind. After all, this was Dare's mother, and she had such prominent features, making him somewhat reluctant. After consulting the filial Dare, and fearing that the demon's sword might become a high-quality imitation of Frostmourne, Owen decided to stick to his own method. Coincidentally, he lacked test subjects. What a coincidence. The restraint rack was a special puppet Owen had created for some unknown purpose. It mimicked a skeletal structure, with countless automatically extending and retracting metal joints that could lock all the joints and force points of humanoid creatures. Because it was a full-body restraint, even someone who practiced yoga or bone-shrinking techniques couldn't break free. And the restraint range was from 3 meters tall to 1 meter, so Owen truly didn't know what his purpose was when he created this thing. But Owen also didn't expect a creature of such a physique to exist, so, although she was locked down, flesh squeezed out from the gaps, which also woke her up. "Oh ho ho, this must be my daughter's master. He truly is a handsome young man, and he looks quite delicious and appetizing." She didn't seem to care about her current state. Her calm demeanor made Owen unsure of her true intentions, so he gave Dare a look. With a clang, Owen nodded in satisfaction. This way, he wouldn't feel uncomfortable and could confidently employ his methods. When transforming monsters into shikigami, Owen discovered that the scope of this mysterious ritual was far wider than he had imagined. Theoretically, as long as it wasn't human, no, not a living human, no, as long as it wasn't a mentally sound, normal person without bad habits and who strictly adhered to moral boundaries, most could be transformed into shikigami. After all, the process of Japanese yokai and demons forming was like child's play. Often, one moment of irrationality was enough to stop being human, easier than changing nationality. No wonder ancient times, with their small population, spoke of 8 million gods and demons. After pushing the other party into the synthesis furnace, Owen found that his guess was correct. Dare's mother could no longer be considered a normal human. In reality, this was not surprising, as the witch branch, hags, are even classified as a species other than humans. As mentioned before, humans do not possess magic. Even mages rely on mental power to draw upon magic. They do not generate magic themselves. Any human who can awaken magic has non-human bloodline, meaning they have a non-human aspect. For example, warlocks, as representatives of dominant bloodlines, will exhibit some non-human characteristics as their bloodline becomes increasingly active, such as horns, scales, or claws. And while wizards have recessive bloodlines, they are not without influence. In fact, it can be worse. Once magic is awakened, because there is nowhere to vent it, coupled with strong negative emotions, it is easy to contaminate the magic, which in turn affects oneself. It is like casting a curse on oneself. The mind and body involuntarily undergo mutations, and in severe cases, many directly transform into another species. For instance, Dayer's mother, let alone an ordinary woman, even northern barbarians don't stand 2.5 meters tall, not to mention her unscientific physique. To call her human is simply to speak nonsense. After confirming this, Owen suddenly felt a little better, because what he was about to do was truly not something an ordinary person could accept. If the subject was no longer considered human, it made things much easier. At least he maintained a semblance of his bottom line. "You really are my good daughter," Emile said with a forced smile, not long after waking up. The knife she was using to cut her steak sparked against the iron plate, showing how much she detested Dayer's actions. However, touching the collar around her neck and the faint sensation in her body, any anger she had dissipated. A wise person submits to circumstances. Although this world didn't have that exact saying, a similar sentiment existed, and Emile understood its essence. Moreover, now that she was subservient, she merely made a veiled, sarcastic remark before silently eating the tender and juicy steak in front of her. Of course, Emile would never simply accept her fate. It was a joke. As a great witch, if she were so easily subdued, how could she face her peers? But first, she needed to understand the other party's methods. When she woke up earlier, she felt an unprecedented lightness, and her strength, which had been stagnant for years, had even increased a notch. But Emile's heart sank. The other party's actions did not look like those of a filial child caring for an elder, so they must have used some method on her, but the problem was she couldn't detect it. During her years of traveling, Emile had seen many methods targeting witches, and she herself was skilled at dealing with them. Yet her current physical condition left her at a loss. Not understanding meant the method was so powerful that even she couldn't counter it. Therefore, even though her own daughter had given her 3 bumps with a sword, and her son-in-law had done something to her while she was unconscious, she still showed no anger, as if everything that had happened was just a prank. Owen, sitting at the head of the table, was silent at this moment, but his mind kept replaying whether he had left any flaws. After all, he had only tried Shikigami transformation a few times, and if the method proved ineffective against a rampaging mother-in-law, it would be difficult to resolve. Earlier, in cooperation with Dayer, using the Bloodline Evolution Potion, refined from emerald fragments brought from the ruins, Owen had performed Shikigami transformation on Emile, using his own blood and spiritual power as a guide. The effect was excellent. Stimulated by the evolution potion, Emile's bloodline completely disregarded Owen's interference, instinctively drawing nutrients and growing, but unknowingly she was bent to Owen's will, becoming the shape he desired. Once Shikigami transformation began, it was difficult to reverse. Theoretically, Emile could not escape Owen's control over her. But it wasn't enough, because Shikigami transformation was something Owen had figured out himself, and he lacked confidence. Therefore, he decided to give Emile a system enhancement to strengthen his control over her. But not yet. Owen never thought of the other party as foolish. After all, being able to move freely with such a noticeable physique meant that the other party was not only skilled, but also very intelligent. Otherwise, she would have been captured long ago. So he had to wait until her Shikigami transformation was more deeply ingrained, and he had a bit more confidence before adding another layer of security for her. As for why he did this, Owen could only say it was fate's arrangement. At first, he was startled by Dayer's extremely filial actions, and then he was awestruck by Emile's physique and figure. He didn't know if it was intentional or not, but he instinctively adopted a despicable method of control. One must know that it was their first meeting, and by status, the other party was his elder. It's understandable that sometimes men don't think with their big heads, so after the dust settled, he started to get sentimental. However, letting the other party go was impossible. He could only see it through to the end. Dayer, Emile's clothes are ready. Later, take Emile to the bathroom. Also, Galen has arranged a room for her in the greenhouse. Owen felt it was not appropriate to be too close now, so after eating a little, he said to Dayer indifferently and then got up and left. Emil narrowed her eyes as she watched Owen leave the hall, then she had the mind to survey her surroundings. Having traveled the empire for many years and dealt with many nobles, Emil was no stranger to the decorations here. She could feel the aura of an old noble family, especially those magical item ornaments. If her senses were not wrong, they had at least several hundred years of history. It seemed her daughter had found an extraordinary man, and her downfall was not unjust. With a wry smile, Emil finished the steak in front of her and was about to ask for another when an extra steak suddenly appeared on the iron plate, even though she hadn't seen what happened. An extra-large steak, 1 inch thick and a foot square, was enough to fill a strong man's stomach, but for Emil, it wasn't even a third full, so she quickly finished the second piece. This time she intently stared at the iron plate, and in the blink of an eye, another steak appeared on it. At the same time, as Dare put down her knife and fork, some exquisite desserts began to appear on the table, also appearing just as suddenly. They're actually using magic to teleport food. Emil's expression was a bit strange. It wasn't that no one did this, but it was far too extravagant. However, whether achieved with magical items or by casting spells, it indicated that the family's foundation should not be underestimated, and it was also one way to display a family's heritage. It was also at this moment that Emil completely calmed her mind, no longer harboring hostility or resentment, because if the other party's foundation was as impressive as it appeared, and she still held hostility, it would be a very bad thing. Because this would force the other party to take further measures, so even though she knew the other party had used some means of control on her, Emil intended to deal with it calmly. This was the experience time had given her, and anger was a witch's great enemy. After eating several pieces of delicious steak and a basin full of desserts in one go, Emil elegantly wiped her mouth. To be honest, it had been a long time since she had enjoyed such high quality and abundant delicacies. Perhaps staying a little longer wouldn't be impossible. "Let's go," the master mercifully allows you to use the bathroom. You should be grateful. Dare was very displeased about this. Previously, only the master, Maya, and she were qualified to enjoy that luxurious bathroom in the entire territory. Now there was one more, and even if it was her mother, she was still inwardly annoyed. After all, she was all too familiar with the master's gaze. "Hee, daughter, you are still too young. Let mother teach you." Emil's lips curved up triumphantly, and she crossed her arms in front of her, making her magnificent assets appear as impactful as a nuclear bomb. Even Dare, who had never lost in this regard, felt like a defeated dog, so she gritted her teeth, turned her head, and walked towards the bathroom. The bathroom was hidden by magic, and one couldn't enter without knowing the trick. This made Emil even more curious about Owen's origins, because everything here was filled with a sense of history and profound heritage. This should never appear in the home of a northern nobles, but rather belong to the grandeur of an old noble family of the empire. "This is getting more and more interesting." Emil smiled slightly, following her daughter into the bathroom. "No wonder you didn't want me to come in. It's truly luxurious inside." Upon entering the bathroom, the spacious bathtub and the golden faucet embedded with various colored gems made Emil exclaim in admiration, eagerly looking forward to trying it out. There was no other way. Given Emil's size, she had basically bid farewell to bathtubs that could only be used for foot washing. Therefore, no matter how much she valued hygiene, she had no choice but to use outdoor ponds and rivers for bathing, which led to many incidents, and the number of perverted adventurers she had killed was not small. So on normal days, it was already good if she could occasionally get some hot water to rinse herself. She had never seen such a large pool of hot water before. Moreover, the bathtub in front of her was large enough for an ordinary person to swim in, more than enough to accommodate her for a bath. Therefore, she didn't bother to scold her daughter, and eagerly took her long legs and stepped into the tub, then lay down with a look of pure comfort. As the hot water enveloped her body, that long-lost sensation of moisture made Emil let out a satisfied moan, causing Dare to curl her lips in distaste. Sitting opposite Emil, Dare had no desire to take a bath at all. However, constrained by her master's instructions, she still suppressed her anger, watching that annoying woman float on the water, humming and grunting, occasionally rolling around, with waves splashing onto her face. Just as Dare was about to get so angry that she would transform and drag her away, her mother, whose entire body had turned pink, reluctantly climbed out of the bathtub, and with great interest, began selecting different scented olive oils from the shelf, and smiled ambiguously at the bed with a hole in the middle nearby. "That's for massages," Dare said stubbornly, but her flushed face and shifty eyes clearly indicated otherwise. Hee, I'll teach you a few tricks next time, Emil said meaningfully, with a look that seemed to say, little girl, I've seen it all, which made Dayer grit her teeth in frustration. Walking out of the bathroom, Emil, her whole body covered in scented olive oil, looked even more radiant and beautiful. She was now beginning to feel a little envious that her daughter had found such a good man. After all, not many nobles could tolerate witches, and even fewer were willing to truly accept them. Most only harbored thoughts of exploitation, and eliminating them afterwards was considered normal, leading to countless witches dying for this reason. Not to mention, her daughter's man could also provide such excellent life conditions, making her not want to leave. Thinking of this, Emil tugged at her loose robes, feeling the softness against her skin, and became even more satisfied. Due to her unique physique, Emil couldn't buy suitable clothes, forcing her to make them herself. But clearly, her talent wasn't in that area, so often she would just wrap herself in cloth. She hadn't worn such close-fitting clothes in a very long time. As she walked, Emil smiled when she realized their destination was the greenhouse, thinking to herself, he truly is a thoughtful person. Owen settled the two in the greenhouse, partly because he considered it more suitable for mother and daughter to live together, and partly to entice them to stay, with the greenhouse being the key. Dayer knew this, so even if she was displeased, she could only tolerate it. Moreover, was her inner self truly as resistant as she appeared? Not everyone could be a filial daughter. Upon entering the greenhouse, Dayer huffed and walked away, slamming the door shut with a bang, like a child throwing a tantrum at her parents. Emil didn't mind this. Instead, she recalled something and smiled very happily. It had been over 10 years since she and her daughter last met. Time truly flew by. The little girl from back then had grown into a mature woman, though she was still not steady enough, too impetuous, which wouldn't do. It seemed she still needed to be taught properly so she could walk a longer path. Emil's visit this time was not for any ulterior motive. She didn't even know her daughter had changed men. Instead, after sensing the awakening of her bloodline, she specifically came to teach Dayer how to be a qualified witch. Once a witch's bloodline awakens, because it is difficult to release magic and easy to be influenced by emotions and go to extremes, someone must guide them onto the right path. Otherwise, if magic is contaminated by negative emotions, it will in turn twist their own being. Furthermore, as her daughter, Dayer's potential was certainly not small. Ordinary methods made it difficult to release her magic, leading to physical mutations, which was why she rushed over. Who knew that her daughter, due to the unstable emotions caused by her bloodline awakening, even managed to cause trouble for her? Thinking of this, Emil also felt helpless. After all, that was her own daughter. If she didn't care, who would? After all, even though she seemed to be doing well now, once her appearance changed, a man couldn't be relied upon. Emil had experienced this deeply. Wasn't that exactly what happened to her back then? If she hadn't left in time, she might have ended up like those tragically deceased witches. But my daughter is truly pampered. It said this greenhouse was built specifically for her. Before, she hadn't had a chance to properly look around before being knocked down by her own daughter, so Emil finally had time to tour this magical greenhouse. It actually uses a large amount of spatial expansion magic, and it's constant. What an astonishing feat, and many of the herbs here are ones I've never seen before. Are they specially cultivated varieties or found in lost lands? As a witch, brewing potions was her forte, so Emil was very familiar with herbs. Many herbs, with just a look and a sniff, she could guess their effects with great accuracy. In comparison, Dayer was still a bit green. It was precisely because of her familiarity with herbs that Emil was very interested in the novel plants she had never seen before, until she disturbed the magical creatures there. Strange magical creatures and rare symbiotic species. Emil was very interested in the botricle, but soon the fluffy puffskeins and the brightly feathered auguries attracted her attention. After all, women either like cute things or pretty things, just as men always like young and beautiful ones. At this time, the moon had come out, and the mooncalf couple, hidden in their cave, opened their crystal ball-sized eyes and came out into the moonlight to dance gracefully. Although a bit peculiar, it had a unique kind of beauty, which Emil admired for a good while. Rare herbs, special magical beasts. This place truly is full of surprises. Emil saw some herbs that were almost ripe and felt a bit eager to try them, because all her belongings had been searched and taken, leaving nothing behind. So she wanted to concoct some magical potions. That way, even if things turned sour, she wouldn't be completely defenseless. Esteemed guest, these herbs are not yet ripe and are not suitable for picking. If you have any needs, you can go to Madame Dayer's studio. Green Vine walked over and said to Emil, who was about to reach out and pick them. Emile did not have the awareness of being caught red-handed. Instead, she stared at Green Vine in surprise, unable to stop looking. Puppet, elf, magical creature. Emile admitted that her horizons had been broadened. Everything she saw and heard today was shocking to her. My name is Green Vine. I am Madame Dayer's maid, assisting her in managing the greenhouse. Now, please allow me to lead you to the bedroom, Green Vine said with a smile. Compared to the perpetually cold ram, Green Vine, made with a large amount of biochemical plant materials, clearly grew faster in certain aspects. Therefore, Emile became increasingly interested in her. If the time and place hadn't been inappropriate, she probably would have made a move. At this moment, she could only helplessly follow the other party to a corner of the greenhouse. Because there was no need to teach students how to play with potted plants, most of the attached areas of the greenhouse were not open, only the main space was accessible. Even with just the main space, the area was still quite large. Under the effect of spatial expansion magic, the greenhouse was as vast as a small rainforest. After all, a suitcase could be expanded to resemble an animal sanctuary, let alone a building like a greenhouse. With such a large area, coupled with the magical plants from Super Farm, Plants vs. Zombies, and Hogwarts, even Emile was dazzled, unconsciously making her way to a corner of the greenhouse. Here grew a peculiar ancient tree, not particularly tall, but with extremely developed roots. The roots exposed above ground crisscrossed, forming a platform, and it was covered with a thick layer of moss, making it look like a supersized bed. In fact, it was a bed. Emile reached out and touched it, discovering that although it was all plant matter, it was surprisingly comfortable. The thick moss was not slippery. Instead, it was dry and warm, like a high-quality blanket. The seemingly hard tree roots were actually hollow and as resilient and elastic as an inflatable inner tube. Combined with the curtains woven from hanging vines, it was practically a natural luxury bed. Most importantly, it was spacious enough for Emile to roll around on, which was the point she was most satisfied with. Lulio brought a king-sized velvet quilt and pillows, said goodnight, and disappeared into the surrounding plants. Even Emile couldn't find her trace. However, Emile didn't mind, as she had plenty of time to explore the place. The next morning, the soft and comfortable bedding, along with the natural and peaceful atmosphere, ensured Emile had a good rest. She stretched, picked up the clothes and shoes that had been placed beside her at some point, and unfolded them. It was a set of casual clothes in her size, clearly custom-made for her. Esteemed guest, these are the toiletries Lady Dayer has prepared for you. Lulu approached, carrying a large tray on which sat a toothbrush enlarged to the size of a shoe brush, a tooth mug like a beer stein, and cans of toothpaste and facial cleanser. The latter two were concocted by Dayer based on Owen's description, and were much better than green salt soap pods. Although the Empire had similar items long ago, Emile, who often stayed in the wilderness, rarely had a chance to use them. Moreover, the size wasn't suitable. What ordinary people used was like a toothpick to her. Thus, she gladly accepted them and, guided by Lulu, went to a nearby spring to wash up. Enjoying the refreshing sensation, Emile followed Lulu back to last night's spot. At this moment, Dayer was sitting at the table, looking impatient, with a substantial breakfast laid out before her. Considering the guests' astonishing appetite, the cook Psyche brought servings in basins or buckets, which greatly pleased Emile. She had long passed the age of dieting, and with her physique, she no longer needed to worry about finding a man. Thus, eating, drinking, and enjoying became some of the few pleasures left in her life. Dayer, no matter what you're thinking, my main purpose in coming this time is to teach you how to become a qualified witch, because only then can you avoid following my old path. Emile elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin made from a tablecloth, then said very seriously. Dayer, who had been silently eating, felt a touch of emotion inside, but after more than 10 years apart, the longing from her childhood had all turned into resentment, which was not so easily dispelled. Therefore, she still chose to snort coldly, turn around, and leave, returning to her room, though this time she didn't close the door. A child's rebellious phase is something every parent experiences. Emile missed it, but it seemed she hadn't entirely, so she smiled and followed Dayer into the room. Just like the greenhouse, the room's space was unexpectedly large. It was filled with various shelves, most of which held processed materials that looked quite disgusting, but Emile's eyes lit up, and countless inspirations and ideas instantly flooded her mind. No matter how powerful a potions master, without ingredients it's all in vain. Although Emile had connections, the prices were expensive and they were easily lost. Seeing so many ingredients was a rare treat, and she felt an irresistible itch. However, she still first picked up a potion from a nearby shelf, opened it, and gently sniffed it. Ordinary people should not try this, as most potions are not prepared for them. Drinking them could lead to unpredictable life-or-death situations, and even smelling them carries considerable danger. The rarer and more powerful the potion, the more this holds true. So if you find an unknown potion in ruins or acquire one through other means, it's best to sell it to a potion's master rather than testing your luck and resilience by drinking it. However, Emile could hardly be considered a normal person now, and being a potion's master herself, she dared to do so. It's a potion for treating diseases, a very mature formula. Although the technique still has some flaws, it's already very good. As a witch, Emile was highly skilled in potions and was rated as a potion's master. Therefore, although it was just a single sentence, her evaluation was quite high, a level many witches never achieve. What surprised Emile even more was that all these potions were concocted by Dayer. Potion making is not random stewing. Simply paying attention to the heat is useless. What truly matters is magic power. Only by injecting magic power at just the right moment can the potion's components undergo miraculous changes. This is the secret to potion concoction. Moreover, the more advanced the potion, the more complex it is. Each time a new ingredient is added, it's a new fusion, and more impurities are produced. Only by finding the right knack can ingredients be transformed into beneficial medicine, and this is precisely the closely guarded secret of every potion's master, something that cannot be achieved through unconventional methods. But looking at Dayer's skilled technique and precise magic power modulation, it was clear that she was no novice. She must have undergone systematic learning and extensive practice. Emile was certain of this. However, thinking of the magical items ubiquitous in the castle, and this rare greenhouse, Emile felt she had already guessed the source of Dayer's magical knowledge. She couldn't help but feel envious. After all, although her mother, Dayer's grandmother, had taught her witch knowledge, her ability to reach her current stage primarily relied on her own efforts and luck. If even a small mistake had occurred, she wouldn't be standing here today. In contrast, her daughter didn't have to do anything. Everything she needed would be brought before her for the taking. "We're both women, so why is the difference so great?" Emile said with a hint of sourness, simultaneously looking down at her own figure. Although her figure was incredibly good, thinking about Owen's small physique, she decided against it. It would be fatal. Besides, her daughter might not even be willing, Emile thought with some helplessness. Dayer was focused on brewing spells, while Emile, with nothing to do, noticed the innermost bookshelf. Seeing no restrictions, she casually pulled out a book. Hogwarts first-year textbook. The words on the cover made Emile pause, but since there were no restrictions, it probably wasn't an important book. So she casually opened it, only to realize her grave mistake. Although the first-year textbooks were simple, they were the enlightenment and foundation of an entire system. Especially, the completeness and potential of a system could be glimpsed from them. Coincidentally, Emile had good insight and was immediately startled, quickly looking at the other books on the shelf. Spells, herbology, divination, care of magical creatures, defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, flying. This is an entire magic system. Emile's hands trembled because she was acutely aware of the value of these things. Witches belong to the wizard community. Although the overall number of wizards is negligible compared to the Empire, in reality, their numbers are not small. The Wizard Holy Land has a town entirely composed of wizards, numbering several thousand, and also a dedicated wizard academy. In addition, the number of people with wizard blood scattered throughout the Empire is not small. Even so, the Wizard Academy's textbooks might not be as comprehensive as the one in her hand. No, that kid is definitely not the illegitimate son of some great noble, unless he's the Emperor's illegitimate son, but that's absolutely impossible. Owen was still careless, or rather, he underestimated the importance of a system. No system is developed by one person alone. While the originator is important, it is the continuous stream of successors who truly perfect the system, especially in a world with backward productivity, inconvenient information exchange, and difficult knowledge dissemination. Hogwarts' educational system appears quite backward compared to modern educational systems, given the population base of wizards. However, it was perfected over thousands of years by 4 legend originators and countless successors, and its value is immeasurable. Although Owen understood some of this, he didn't take it seriously enough. After all, in his previous life, not to mention schools that practically crammed knowledge into students' heads, just the internet and libraries accumulated most of the world's knowledge. Excluding the most advanced and confidential parts, most knowledge seemed extremely cheap. In this situation, textbooks for a group of teenagers simply didn't make Owen vigilant. But he forgot that Hogwarts textbooks are the foundation of the entire wizarding world. Only a few can make breakthroughs on this foundation. In fact, most wizards don't even use what they learned in school. Next, Emil did not continue flipping through the books but fell into deep thought. Even when Dare walked past her 2 or 3 times, she didn't notice, which angered Dare so much that she didn't even call her for lunch. When Emil came to her senses, she ignored her rumbling stomach. After making her decision, she did not hesitate but chose to immediately go find Dare, wanting to see Owen. Although she was puzzled and reluctant, Dare, seeing Emil's rare serious expression, hesitated for a moment before taking her to request an audience with Owen. At this moment, Owen was in the underground secret room, tinkering with figurines. Because yesterday's events had stimulated him quite a bit, he almost picked up the craft he had long given up. Fortunately, thinking of Maya, thinking of Dare, he felt that wasting was shameful and resisted. To distract himself, Owen had a sudden idea, combining the puppets of a puppet master with the paper figures of an onmyoji, attempting to create figurines that could move on their own. The small paper figures in onmyoji are very interesting, possessing spirituality and capable of actively completing some tasks, making them indispensable helpers for an onmyoji. But in Owen's opinion, they were still a bit monotonous, and paper-thin wafis weren't as good as moving figurine wafis, so he began to create small puppets and then use them for spiritual enlightenment and animation. Compared to the process of researching shikigamification, Owen's sudden attempt this time went unbelievably smoothly. A lifelike little maid, about a foot tall, in front of him was awkwardly moving her limbs and quickly mastered the ability to move, beginning to trot around, tidying the desktop with little huff-puff sounds. The little maid in front of him had the appearance of the Night King, the female version, of course. Because some of his thoughts were infused during the spiritual enlightenment, she even picked up a screwdriver from the table and gestured with it halfway through cleaning, looking quite authentic. Although he hadn't yet discovered any practical use for these small puppets, as long as they looked good, that was enough. So Owen enthusiastically planned to refine more, as it didn't require spending progress points, and the quantity completely depended on how long his interest would last. But when he learned of Emil's request for an audience, Owen was momentarily stunned, because in his mind, it would be at least a few more days before they would meet, either by her initiative or his, to lay the groundwork for her eventual subjugation. Training a dog takes several months, let alone a mature, independent person. Shikigamification only allowed Owen to gain the upper hand. It wasn't a decisive victory. If he truly believed he could manipulate the other party at will with just that, he might not even know how he died. In this regard, Owen had a good sense of self-awareness, because in his previous life, his personality was somewhat dull and he lacked ambition. He wouldn't have put points into strategy. He spent all his time either working or reading novels, and his abilities couldn't even fool a child. Although his intelligence had improved somewhat in this life, playing mind games requires talent, which he clearly lacked. So he knew that the consequence of playing mind games and using tricks was to dig his own grave. That's why Owen didn't blindly try to shock the tiger's body and gather subordinates. This kind of thing, without a true protagonist's halo and a brain-dead halo, would simply insult everyone's intelligence. In reality, Owen's method was very simple. Use superior conditions to win them over, and use a mysterious background to constrain them. As long as the other party couldn't figure out his background, no one would dare to betray him easily. After all, if your boss rides a tricycle to and from work, you might dare to argue with him with raised eyebrows, but if he drives a tank. Only these are not enough. The deterrent is sufficient, but it may not be enough to retain people. Therefore, Owen gave higher treatment according to the talent's ability. In this way, as long as the other party's treatment was not as high as his, they couldn't be bought off. Holding money in one hand and a gun in the other, it's that simple, but only Owen, who has the golden finger, can use it, because the things he produces and the strength he possesses are completely disproportionate, and the cost is merely waiting for the progress value to recover. Like the greenhouse, even a great noble would need many years to build it, and the materials and favors consumed during that period would be a considerable amount. But for Owen, it only required waiting for a period of time. It's just that the plan had only just begun, so why did Emil come knocking so soon? Judging from Emil's maturity, a single greenhouse wouldn't be enough to easily ensnare her, so there must be something he hadn't considered. Owen immediately thought of Dayer's magic and spells, as this was the only thing that could impress a witch. In that case, I need to change the plan. Northern Witch Alliance. Owen didn't expect Emil to reveal her identity so quickly, and not only was she a member of an organization, but a heavyweight, one of the 3 leaders. It's called an alliance, but it's actually just a loose mutual aid society. Speaking of this, Emil was full of grievances, and her expression visibly darkened, showing how long she had suppressed it. Through Emil's introduction, Owen learned that the Northern Witch Alliance was a new organization, established not long ago, only about 20 years. The total number of members was small, and its binding force was even lower. Everyone was more like gathering together for warmth. Although it was just a nascent small organization, its leader was Emilia, who was listed as a rebellious witch by the wizard Holy Land. This was also the main reason why the Northern Witch Alliance could maintain itself until now. Emilia's strength was unfathomable, suspected to be a legend. The only problem was her excessive rebelliousness. Even if the wizard Holy Land valued her strength and potential, it still could not tolerate her continuing to stay in the Holy Land, so it expelled her and branded her with the name of a rebel. Branded as a rebel and expelled from the Holy Land, Emilia didn't care at all. She went to the north on her own and established the Northern Witch Alliance, clearly doing it to spite the wizard Holy Land. Besides the mysterious leader, Emilia, the Witch Alliance also had 2 vice leaders, forming the Alliance's 3-horse carriage. Among them, the second leader was Fay Lyre, the Witch of Curses. Yes, she was the only countess in the north. She was the earliest and most loyal follower of the rebellious witch, Emilia. The problem was that after arriving in the north, she became obsessed with role-playing, truly believing herself to be a countess, and was indifferent to the affairs of the Witch Alliance. The third leader was High Priestess Amir. She met the rebellious witch, Emilia, during her travels, and was attracted by the idea of forming the Northern Witch Alliance. She spent many years collecting women with magical bloodlines from all over the empire, but when she came to her senses, she found that she was the only one busy with the so-called alliance. Where was the promised 3-horse carriage? The leader, Emilia, was known as the rebellious witch, so there was no point in expecting her to be diligent and hardworking. After the initial period when she could still be seen, she started making various excuses and eventually became completely unreachable. The second leader, Fay Lyre, could be found, but she was indifferent to the alliance's affairs. And Emil, at some point, became the third leader and the only one in charge. One was unreachable, the other unreliable. Out of necessity, Emil could only find ways to settle those she had brought to the north, suffering a lot for it. Recalling it now, she was truly full of resentment. So, after seeing a glimmer of hope in Owen, Emil readily pulled him in to work together. The influence of the Shikigami transformation on Emil's current decision was negligible. Her daughter, Dayer, Owen's attitude, the difficulties she faced, and the mature magic system here were the key factors that prompted her decision. Another point was that Emil was almost at her breaking point. She neither possessed the powerful, independent strength of the rebellious witch, Emilia, nor the resources and territory controlled by the second leader, Fay Lyre. It was difficult for her to maintain the Witch Alliance alone. However, facing the Witch Alliance, which she had almost single-handedly built, Emil found it very difficult to let go completely and ignore it. The problem was, with no resources and no territory, how could she sustain it? Owen's appearance now provided Emil with a solution. As for whether he would agree, she never considered that he would refuse. No one could refuse to have a group of magic practitioners, and if they weren't witches, they were sorceresses. No man could refuse. Sure enough, after careful inquiry, Owen agreed. If it were a group of mature magic practitioners, Owen would certainly not dare to accept them, because he knew he couldn't handle them and didn't have the capital to truly subdue them. But if it was just a group of students, then there was no problem. With his cheat, it was only a matter of time before he recreated Hogwarts. After they were educated, they would at least have to give him, their principal, some face right. Plus, with guaranteed allocation, food and lodging, wouldn't they be devoted to him? Of course, these alone were not enough. After all, it was just empty talk, and the so-called Northern Witch Alliance only existed in her words. Whether it was true or false remained to be confirmed, so Emil still needed to show more sincerity. Owen did not take advantage of her. In fact, they were in a cooperative relationship. Although Emil had the intention of being acquired, it was too early to act now, giving a sense of being too hasty. Moreover, his sugar-coated bullets had not yet been fired, so he only asked her to provide some intelligence and see if some population could be migrated. Emil was not short of intelligence. After realizing that both the leader and the second leader were unreliable, she stopped placing the recruited personnel in Fey Lyre's town and instead dispersed them. Over the years, a rudimentary intelligence network had already formed. Upon hearing this, Owen was no longer in a hurry to have Emil migrate everyone over. Instead, he called Maya, who was more suitable than him in this regard and could more effectively extract the value of the Northern Witch Alliance. As expected, Emil, who was originally at ease and occasionally teased Owen, unconsciously fell into a passive state when facing Maya. In a short while, she was sweating. Emil wasn't fat, although she had a bit of flesh on her lower abdomen. Proportionally, her waist was considered thin. However, the two large masses above and below, front and back, were simply too big, and their high fat content made her sweat easily. At this moment, under Maya's continuous, interlocking questions, her clothes were almost soaked, and in a little while, even the chair might be seeping water. Seeing that it was becoming a bit unsuitable for children, Owen took Dare out and went to the adjacent bedroom. As for what they did, it was mainly to discuss more uses for the demon sealing nail found on Emil. Maya's work never disappointed Owen. While he was busy going in and out, she had already almost completely unearthed the details of the Witch Alliance from Emil's mouth, and then completed the preliminary integration and planning in less than a day. Good, proceed with this. It's fine for Emil to go back and lead the operation, but wait a moment. Traveling in winter is not a good idea, and efficiency is low. Moreover, this plan needs some additional supplements to unleash greater value, Owen said, his gaze fixed on the other two pieces of intelligence Emil had conveniently provided. A female demon centaur did not attract much of Owen's attention. Although he had some ideas, they were out of reach and irrelevant. However, the news that Mara Town was occupied by bandits made him frown. Mara Town, as the closest transit point to the territory, its importance was self-evident. Whether it was migrating people from the south, conducting commercial trade, or even launching a military attack, Mara Town was an unavoidable hub. Now that it was occupied by a group of bandits, he couldn't help but overthink. Owen was not naive enough to believe that the group occupying Mara Town were truly bandits. They were probably subordinates of some force. The current question was, how big was the opponent's appetite? Would they stop here, or use this as a springboard to expand in all directions? This would determine how the territory would respond next. Owen didn't know the opponent's objective, but he knew he couldn't be careless. From now on, the territory would start preparations. If necessary, they would eliminate the opponent. Although this would inevitably offend the people behind the opponent, the vastness of the north and the current strength of the territory gave Owen considerable confidence. Unless more than 3,000 regular troops were deployed, Owen wouldn't even bother with schemes. The matter of Mara Town can be handled after spring, but the Northern Witch Alliance cannot wait. The earlier, the better, as the allure of a group of witches and sorceresses is not small. Moreover, delays can lead to complications, and Owen doesn't want the prize he's eyeing to be snatched away by others. Too many outsiders, including practitioners, have gathered in the north, and it's inevitable that some will discover the Northern Witch Alliance. However, to deal with the Northern Witch Alliance, Emil must first be sent back, and issues of transportation and communication must also be resolved. Otherwise, it would be largely meaningless. Firstly, without Emil, it would be impossible to gain the trust of those people. Secondly, in Maya's plan, the Northern Witch Alliance needs a considerable number of people to remain there as an intelligence gathering point, and to bring back talented young people to the territory for education. All these require consideration of transportation and information issues. There are many problems, and even Maya doesn't have a good solution, as the distance between the territory and the imperial border is too great, which is both a barrier and a predicament for development. Owen had an idea about this as early as Corrins's first trip to the imperial border, but he wasn't in a hurry then, as his development focus wasn't there. But with the Northern Witch Alliance as a local force, his original idea gained value for implementation. However, it's not yet time. Owen first merged Emil's 3-meter-long staff with a Nimbus 2000 flying broom, creating a super flying broom. Although the merged super broom had reduced flexibility, Its straight-line flight and dive speeds were astonishingly fast, capable of acting as a bomber if bombs were attached. In fact, if he could subdue the Northern Witch Alliance, Owen truly intended to establish an air force. With flying brooms and spatial expansion magic, every witch is a flying arsenal. As long as logistics can keep up, they can turn the ground into a sea of fire in an instant. Not to mention the other benefits a group of witches brings, so even facing risks, Owen will not easily give up this opportunity. During this time, Emil was busy guiding Dayer. Although the latter had a complete set of magic books, self-study inevitably had omissions, and Emil had received witch education from her mother, coupled with what she gained during her travels and the guidance of the rebellious witch Emilia, making her very experienced. Although she had just begun to learn the Hogwarts knowledge system, she could always find Dayer's weak points, at least significantly improving Dayer in potion making. Owen's arrival interrupted their somewhat warm teaching, much like a mother and daughter discussing soup-making tips, putting down their work, and looking at the large broom he brought with some surprise. Seeing their relationship ease, Owen secretly nodded. This proved his guess was correct. Dayer didn't truly hate her mother, but rather, the loneliness and fear from her childhood due to Emil's early departure transformed into dissatisfaction with her mother. But after seeing her mother, Dayer understood Emil's difficulties. If she hadn't left, the entire family would likely have been implicated. "This is a flying broom prepared for Lady Emil." Owen gently pushed the huge broom floating beside him, and it landed next to Emil. Witches in this world don't typically fly on brooms. They either walk or ride mounts, so when Emil first learned about the function of this thing through Hogwarts textbooks, she was surprised for a long time, but she didn't expect him to give her one, so she curiously explored its functions. Operating a flying broom is very simple, as there are flying lessons in the first year, so Emil quickly figured it out, then straddled it, and with a slight push she flew up, but her face suddenly became very flushed and strange. It was only then that Owen belatedly realized through the indentation that after the flying broom was merged, the original cushioning charm was gone. Hogwarts has intense broom riding sports like Quidditch, and of course there are corresponding protective measures, the most important of which is the invention of the cushioning charm. After all, riding a stick and twisting violently in the air, with almost all one's weight on it, one could easily. "Later you come and learn the cushioning charm from me, and then teach it to her," Owen whispered into Dayer's ear. Dayer, who belatedly realized the impropriety, looked speechlessly at Emil, who still refused to dismount, and began to wonder if, even if she taught her the cushioning charm, whether she would use it was another matter. After a while, Emil carefully tucked away the small box Owen gave her, then cast warming charms and protective charms on herself, and rode the super broom southward like an arrow shot from a bow. "Did you teach her the cushioning charm?" After seeing her off, Owen suddenly whispered to Dayer. "I did." Dayer felt an urge to cover her face right then, because it was useless even if she taught her. "Never mind, I've also prepared a flying broom for you. Come to my room later, and I'll teach you to fly," Owen said seriously, and Dayer immediately forgot about her mother who had flown away. Compared to a man, what was her mother flying on a broom? After an unknown period, the flying broom, which had been flying in a wavy trajectory, finally stabilized. Emil, with a flushed face and hazy eyes, drank water while taking out her wand to cast a drying charm. Winter is not good flying weather, and the broom had iced over. At Owen's place, Emil also discovered the benefits of wands. Compared to traditional staffs, wands are more compact and guide magic more smoothly and precisely. Although they restrict magic output, they are precisely more suitable for beginners, avoiding problems like uncontrolled or distorted magic, and at the same time, in areas like potions and transfiguration, stable and precise magic output is clearly more appropriate. Owen prepared a wand for Emil, considering her physique and melee abilities. This wand was specially made, 1 meter long and wrist thick, with a thick layer of metal covering everything except the handle, and orderly, rivet-like circular protrusions. Originally, Owen wanted to make it a short-handled, spiked club with a spearhead attached, but considering Emil had been single for 20 years, not only was the spearhead cancelled, but the spikes also became smooth protrusions, which Emil indeed loved, saying it could smash several people's heads. He took her seriously, because the way she polished her wand looked familiar to him. Leaving aside the wand issue, when Emil saw Fay Lyre Town from afar, she couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of the flying broom, but she didn't choose to go to Fei Lyre Town. Instead, she turned towards a nearby small town. After realizing Fei Lyre was unreliable, Emile consciously kept her distance from her. Most of her people were distributed around, with only a few whose identities were known to Fei Lyre remaining there, showing that she was ready to fall out with her. The small town not far from Fei Lyre Town was not an ordinary town. It was composed of various farms, large and small, thus occupying a vast area with a relatively loose living environment, and only one street served as its symbol. However, one should not underestimate this town, as many of its farm owners came from the imperial border, and even some retired knights from the imperial border army or impoverished gentry would choose to come here. After all, land prices here were cheap, the cost of life was low, making it very suitable for retirement, and they could also leave some property for their descendants. Therefore, such towns were not uncommon in the Northland. Although most of these people were not of high status, when gathered together, they were not to be trifled with. Even if high-ranking nobles were tempted, they would not easily make a move, as this would be touching the interests of the grassroots backbone and easily provoke public anger. Anyone with a bit of sense would not do such a thing. Therefore, Emile took a liking to it. Not only did she hide her identity and buy a farm here, but she also opened 2 shops in the town, giving her a thorough understanding of the entire town. This was also the true lair of the Northern Witch Alliance, although the leader and the second in command of the Witch Alliance had no idea. This also showed that Emile had long been estranged from the 2 leaders. After all, one was unreachable, and the other didn't bother with affairs, so why should she be loyal? Emile, who had quietly returned to her farm, did not relax her vigilance, but observed her surroundings for any abnormalities. Without this caution, how could Emile have traveled the empire for so many years? She would have been captured long ago. Many times, height and size were not an issue. Emile's farm mainly raised dairy cows, milking them every morning before dawn, and then delivering the milk to Fei Lyre Town, a dozen miles away, for sale. However, the main source of income was cheese, because cheese was more durable for storage and fetched a higher price after processing. Later, as the settled population increased, Emile bought more land for cultivation, incidentally providing feed for the dairy cows. Therefore, although her farm was not the largest in the town, it was among the top 5. At this time, some young girls were feeding and milking the cows. These were the children with magical bloodlines Emile had gathered from the empire. However, she did not show herself but checked on the condition of the dairy cows. When Emile emerged from the cowshed, she was able to confirm that nothing unusual had happened during her absence, as the dairy cows were in very good condition. Animals are more sensitive than humans, especially dairy cows. Even a slight abnormality would affect their milk production and make them restless. So, by simply observing the cow's condition, Emile could determine if any changes had occurred on the farm. After her inspection, Emile returned to the main house. The main house consisted of a 2-story building with an attic flanked by longhouses on both sides at the back, forming a U-shape. The area was not small, especially the door, which was intentionally built taller to facilitate Emile's daily comings and goings. This was where cheese was made and stored, but if customers buying cheese saw the appearance of these workers, they would likely vomit directly. Because the female workers here had bizarre features and twisted bodies, with uneven shoulders, legs of different lengths, 6 fingers, hunched backs, and crossed eyes, they were like something out of a monster factory. In reality, they were not truly human, for they possessed magical bloodlines. They were witches. Unfortunately, they were wild witches. When they awakened, due to a lack of guidance, their uncontrolled magic became polluted and twisted their bodies. There was no other way compared to the passionate sorcerers who would casually throw fireballs. A witch's magic was like asphalt in a swamp, difficult to release. When first awakened, due to lack of self-control, occasionally seeping magic would cause strange effects, even producing curses that harmed those around them. Therefore, they were not tolerated by people, becoming outcasts, even to their own parents and relatives. Their own abnormalities, their families' disgust, coupled with external violence, often caused sensitive witches to generate a large amount of negative emotions. These negative emotions would then pollute the nascent magic, leading to self-curses and distortions, which is why most wild witches became very ugly. The younger ones were fine. Under Emile's guidance, they barely managed to suppress the physical mutations. As for the older ones, their conditions were irreversible. Emile could only let them hide and work on the farm, at least allowing them to be self-sufficient. Although they couldn't go out, compared to being violently treated, driven away, or even killed, the life with food and shelter on the farm already made them very satisfied. More importantly, here they were all of the same kind, so they worked very diligently, producing high-quality cheese that had a good reputation and a large number of loyal customers in the surrounding area. Of course, the prerequisite was that no one discovered these cheeses were made by witches. Otherwise, everything they currently possessed would be reduced to ashes by angry people with fire. This was also why Emile was so cautious, because she could not afford to lose. Entering the main house, two ugly old women with triangular eyes and hooked noses were sewing cloth dolls in front of a fireplace with a soup pot hanging over it, but their posture looked as if they were tearing a child's clothes, preparing to throw them into the pot to boil. There was no help for it, their looks were too low, and everything they did seemed like a bad deed, and they might not have never done such things, after all, they were hags. Although the witches outside were ugly in appearance, they still considered themselves human, merely possessing the bloodline of a witch. But hags were different, their bodies and souls had been permeated and twisted by strange magic, and fundamentally, they no longer considered themselves human. Therefore, whatever they did would not be surprising. Half of the witch's bad reputation was brought about by hags. Therefore, when Emile encountered these two hags, she used ruthless methods to subdue them, employing them as farm guards in daily life. However, she never relaxed her vigilance towards them, for these two hags probably dreamed of tearing out her internal organs. Great Witch, welcome home. The two hags who were sewing cursed dolls saw their mistress return and quickly stood up to salute. After all, they had experienced Emile's methods more than once, and they still shivered at the thought, daring not to give her an excuse. Has anything happened recently? Emile carefully placed her super flying broom by the fireplace, using the heat to dry the frost on it, and then stared at the two hags, saying, "Nothing significant has happened during this time, and business is as usual. It's just that the demon warlock came again." The two hags exchanged glances and said simultaneously. Upon hearing this, Emile snorted coldly, feeling displeased, and lost the desire to admonish the two hags. Although it was not explicitly stated, every spellcaster had their own territory, and the stronger the spellcaster, the larger the territory. This was almost a consensus. Unless it was a special area, rashly entering another spellcaster's territory would inevitably lead to a contest of strength and a battle of life and death. After all, it was very difficult to guard against a spellcaster who wanted to ambush someone, so if one did not want to die inexplicably, it was best to maintain distance. Therefore, Emile's reaction was so intense when she discovered a sorceress had arrived in the town. Moreover, that was a demon warlock, and she was afraid that the other party would do something out of line, so she had no choice but to come forward and warn him. Demon warlocks are magic practitioners explicitly hunted by the Empire because they are even more detestable, or perhaps terrifying, than witches. This is because a demon warlock's power growth is too simple. As long as he dares to kill, he can summon powerful demons through continuous blood sacrifices to enhance his strength. Therefore, most demon warlocks quickly descend into a frenzy of slaughter until they either twist into demons themselves or are killed by out-of-control demons. No ruler could tolerate such dangerous individuals, and Emile was no exception. Although this wasn't her territory, it was a place she had painstakingly built to house those witches. If something went wrong, the trouble would be immense, and she couldn't imagine how to quietly relocate so many witches. Fortunately, after contact, Emile found the other party to be relatively restrained and not weak in strength. When he also produced a devil's egg, Emile allowed him to stay for 2 days but warned him never to return. Otherwise, what else could she do? Fighting a demon warlock with a demon skin talent would make enough noise to wake the dead. But who would have thought that he would return again just a few days after she left? Did he really think her magic wand couldn't kill people? Emile angrily donned her cloak, a flying broom in one hand and her magic wand in the other, preparing to confront him. Demon warlocks are not to be trifled with, but they are not invincible, especially with the new spells she had learned. She could completely minimize the disturbance. She didn't need to worry about making a big commotion. Emile was confident in defeating her opponent. Theoretically, a warlock's combat power is stronger than a witch's. Even if both possess demon bloodlines, one is dominant and the other recessive. One excels at magic release while the other requires a medium, which clearly differentiates their combat capabilities. However, Emile was different. She had developed her bloodline to a very high degree and had also drunk the bloodline potion refined by Dayer. Now, she was even more formidable. Moreover, she wasn't a fragile, ordinary witch. If it came to a real fight, even a common demon might not be able to defeat him. As an owner of a demon bloodline, Emil, though not a warlock, found it easy to locate someone emitting a demonic scent. Unfortunately, when Emil found his hiding place, she only discovered traces he had left behind and didn't find the person himself. However, judging from the bloodstains he left, this demon warlock was seriously injured, which explained why he risked returning again. Emil couldn't predict whether this incident would attract other troubles. After all, to injure a demon warlock with a demon skin talent, it would require either powerful practitioners or a group of professional soldiers, and both presented problems. No practitioner is without trouble, and anyone capable of deploying so many professional soldiers must wield considerable power. In the vicinity, only Fey Lyre Town meets this criterion. Good thing I decided to cling to a powerful patron, otherwise I'd be losing hair from worry again. Emil suddenly remembered that she had already pledged allegiance to Owen, so this headache-inducing matter could happily be handed over to him. Thinking this, Emil touched the box in her pocket and smiled very happily. Returning to the main house, Emil didn't avoid the two witches. They had been subjected to Emil's cruel spells and had drunk a deadly potion, their lives entirely at her whim. Thus, she directly pulled out the box from her chest and tossed it into the fireplace, where the flames immediately turned a strange emerald green. Owen, far away in his territory, was not resting but had been waiting for something. Suddenly, he stood up and walked to the fireplace. Seeing the changed flames, he knew it had succeeded. Hogwarts has a very convenient mode of transportation called the Flu Network, a special spatial network that can link fireplaces everywhere, transforming them into teleportation gates. In an instant, it can transport wizards to various locations, and the only cost is Flu powder. Such a high-level ability as teleportation being an everyday mode of transportation in the Hogwarts world was simply incredible. Even more incredible was that despite possessing such magical power, wizards had dwindled to the point of almost becoming an endangered species. With such a small population base, let alone development, merely avoiding extinction was a good outcome. Interestingly, despite the Flu Network's marvel, the progress value required for its exchange was not high. However, each exchange could only connect one fireplace. Simply put, it was like a spider weaving a web or building a spatial version of a highway. To be interconnected, each route had to be built individually. Standing before the completed fireplace, Owen didn't move. 10 ninjas did. After the 10 ninjas, clutching Flu powder, vanished into the fireplace, Owen waited for a while longer. Then 4 Teutonic Knights followed, and after them Maya. After waiting for about half an hour, Owen confirmed Maya's safety through the two-way mirror before, clutching Flu powder, he arrived at Emil's farm. The two witches were dumbfounded. 10 eerie black-clad figures had just emerged from the fireplace in quick succession, disappearing into the room in the blink of an eye. Just as they were about to cast spells, Emil stopped them. Then 4 terrifying warriors appeared from the fireplace, along with a woman possessing powerful magic. However, Owen, who appeared last, made them understand who the true master was. Owen was feeling a bit uncomfortable at this moment, as he possessed neither the will of a ninja nor the physique of a Teutonic Knight, and the sensation of teleportation via the Flu Network was not exactly pleasant for him. However, more than discomfort, he felt excitement and fear, as this was Owen's first time leaving the safe and comfortable zone he had created. Therefore, he felt uneasy about everything here. Even with ninja and Teutonic Knight guards by his side, he still felt that a group of assassins could jump out from anywhere. Yet he still came because he had to. Although Owen longed to hunker down in his territory until a powerful empire was established, he knew this was impossible. No matter how isolated an empire was, it couldn't fail to notice the establishment of another empire. In fact, when the territory's population exceeded 10,000, that's when the empire would turn its gaze. Therefore, while accelerating the development of his territory, Owen also had to create more trump cards, and a group of witches was an indispensable and important piece of his puzzle. Another reason was that Owen had to take risks to compensate for his character flaws. His previous life's petty bourgeois character and habits still greatly influenced Owen, giving him above-average values and morals in this world. Yes, even though he had 2 women, enslaved his subordinates, and treated soldiers as cannon fodder, his moral standards were still far above the average in this world. It's that ridiculous. This kind of character is fine for being content with a small fortune or even a small lord, but for a great noble or a king, such a character is not only unsuitable, but will also ruin everything. One could say, the greater the power, the faster the demise. Between those in power, there is not only compromise and negotiation, blood and brutality are their hidden true faces. Otherwise, where would their power and wealth come from? Therefore, if Owen wasn't sufficiently perverse and cruel, he couldn't possibly participate. They would play him to death, unless he possessed the power to overturn the table directly. Unfortunately, he didn't. If he did, why would he take such risks? Owen, like a visiting dignitary, walked around the room, offered a few words of encouragement, and then simply left. Yes, he walked around once and left. It took less than 3 minutes in total. All the previous panic, unease, and internal struggles now seemed like a fart, completely unnecessary. However, Owen did feel much lighter, as if he had broken some kind of restriction, and his courage had grown significantly. In reality, much panic and hesitation mostly come from within, like holding it in while swimming and not wanting to go to the restroom, hesitating for a long time, then secretly opening the floodgates while fearing being discovered. As long as you don't get angry, most things will be fine, and next time you'll have experience, able to calmly feel the warm sensation of the hot current spreading between your thighs, while your arms coordinate their strokes to accelerate the fusion of the two colored liquids. However, caution was still necessary, so Owen followed Maya's advice, abandoning the plan to house the witches in the castle to build an otherworldly Hogwarts, and instead chose Green Shade Town, located deep within the forest, as the place to settle the witches. Theoretically, Green Shade Town, completely isolated in the forest, was the most suitable place to house those witches. Firstly, there were no humans there, and with the goblins' appearance, they weren't qualified to look down on the ugly witches. At the same time, it wouldn't make the witches, who had been persecuted by humans, feel nervous or uneasy. Although goblins weren't much better, with the passage of time, they would surely get used to it. After all, the goblins in the town now were all civilized and polite, at least to their own kind. However, Owen was unsure of the importance of the ruins and originally didn't intend to let outsiders approach, but after hearing Maya's advice, he became indecisive. Maya suggested housing the witches in Green Shade Town, mainly because witches were skilled in potions and curses, and were therefore often used for assassinations or unspeakable deeds, leading to witches being directly equated with schemes and conspiracies. As a noble, one could privately keep 1 or 2 witches, but never openly, and certainly not a whole group, otherwise one would easily become a target of public criticism. In reality, everyone understood that witches were also magic practitioners, representing extraordinary power, just with a bad reputation. If a group of witches were to gather, the balance of power would definitely be broken, as witches' methods were hard to guard against, especially a group of them, hence this rule. If it were before, Owen wouldn't need to consider this problem. But with the arrival of the Second Northern Territory Development Group, the waters of the Northern Land had long been muddied, and coupled with the fluctuations caused by the previous anomaly, who knew how many outsiders would be attracted next spring. These people were unruly. The more they were forbidden from going somewhere, the more they wanted to go, and they couldn't be stopped. If Owen dared to declare Demon Horn Forest a forbidden area and prohibit outsiders from entering, just wait, these outsiders would become like rats, desperately trying to burrow in. Directly killing them wasn't out of the question, but the more he did so, the more those people would suspect there were treasures or divine artifacts inside, calling friends and summoning companions, and who knew what kind of chaos would erupt. Therefore, another force was needed to block them. Green Shade Town was the white glove Owen prepared for himself. Some inconvenient tasks would be handed over to them. For example, they discovered the ruins, then traded with the territory, exchanging stone materials for life supplies and so on. As for what was in the ruins, they didn't know. If one wanted to enter, they could, by working to earn exploration time. In any case, whether working or exploring the ruins for Owen, there were only benefits and no drawbacks. As for whether anyone would suspect the relationship between the two sides, that depended on whether Maya's methods were clever, because Owen planned to entrust this matter to her. In this situation, the addition of a group of witches was undoubtedly a good thing. Goblins might kill on sight, but a group of witches could make them understand the need to remain calm and attempt peaceful solutions. Witches, despite finding it difficult to cast spells and not being able to unleash fireballs haphazardly, were truly the most terrifying when they mastered potions and curses. Various bizarre potions could silently take lives, and the myriad of curses could make life worse than death. Even an ordinary witch, unleashing a curse at the cost of extreme emotion and life, would make even a legend frown. Those below legend could not exempt themselves. So, how bold would one have to be to provoke these madwomen to death? Of course, wild witches were an exception, because they hadn't mastered their own power at all. Otherwise, how could they be easily caught by a group of villagers and burned as firewood? But even so, a wild witch's curse on the verge of death could still turn a village into a ghost village. Otherwise, why would those villagers be so afraid of witches? It's because there are too many similar folk legends. With new ideas, Owen decided to take action. Green Shade Town also had the flu network open, and Owen clutched the flu powder. Green Shade Town. Owen, who plunged into the fireplace, emerged in an instant from the newly built fireplace in the giant tree hollow where he had previously resided. The tree hollow where the fireplace was located was the center of the entire town. Because it had previously served as Owen's residence, the goblins specifically built a plaza around this giant tree. After all, this was the Lord Demon King's sleeping quarters. How could mortals approach? But after Owen decided to open the flu network, he decided to make this a public open space, and his sleeping quarters here would be built elsewhere later. Stepping out of the tree hollow, Goblin General was currently leading over 100 goblin assault troopers waiting outside. "You can be vigilant, but don't make it obvious," Owen said to Goblin General with a frown after a glance. "As you command, Lord Demon King," Goblin General immediately understood and promptly waved his hand to disperse the goblin assault troopers, leaving only a small number of guards here. Seeing this, Owen nodded, and then, accompanied by Goblin General, inspected Green Shade Town. Because the goblins had become smarter and gentler, the town was also built better. Many details made him nod in approval. Everything reflected their dedication and felt very cozy, making him even want to live here for a period, as the environment was truly excellent. Goblin General, who had been observing Owen's expressions, immediately breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Lord Demon King was very satisfied with this, but inwardly he felt somewhat ashamed. As Goblin General, leading troops to fight was no problem for him. Even the Goblin Mobile Armor Unit, which he had never seen before, he could now command smoothly in battle, but governance was beyond his capabilities. Therefore, the town was entirely left to those goblins to manage themselves, and he didn't have much credit. Owen didn't know these things, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he was thinking about how to enhance Goblin General's strength. Although those witches were not even half-skilled now, once they started learning, their strength would surely increase rapidly. If there was no one to keep order, it would inevitably lead to the other party looking down on them and developing inappropriate thoughts. Noting this down, Owen arrived at a newly constructed residential area. Because goblins grew quickly, the town's construction never stopped. This area was prepared for the young goblins, and there was even a school, but it had now been requisitioned by Owen. The logging machines had cleared all the trees here, and rows of buildings had been constructed. At this time, goblin artisans were busy making new furniture and renovating the interiors of the houses, as these houses were previously prepared for goblins, and without modification, they could only be lived in by children. Owen found that all the buildings perfectly fit the style of Green Shade Town, being small, cozy, and in harmony with nature. Even under the windows on both sides of the front doors, there were small flower beds where the owners could plant their favorite plants. These designs blended well with the surrounding forest, full of greenery. He believed the witches would be satisfied, as women typically liked this kind of aesthetic. However, while these buildings looked cozy, their internal space was not large. They were all single rooms of 20 to 30 square meters. Aside from the independent toilet, the living room, bedroom, and kitchen were all open plan. Even the original attic had been removed, exposing the roof beams, making them appear somewhat simple. There was no other way. Even mutated, goblins were still much smaller than humans, so their houses naturally had to be smaller. To expand their life space, all internal partitions had to be removed. Although a bit simple, it was sufficient to meet daily living needs, and that was enough. Next was the school, similar to a village primary school, composed of several spacious and bright longhouses. Each longhouse was a classroom, and the neatly arranged desks and chairs inside made it look somewhat like a school. In addition, there was an empty library and a cafeteria, both of which needed to be filled later. Everything before him was far from the standard of Hogwarts, but some of Maya's words made Owen realize she had a very valid point, as he also understood the principle of a little kindness is appreciated, too much breeds resentment. Currently, the witches didn't possess much value. If their treatment was improved and their appetites were spoiled, what would happen in the future? Human desires are endless. Even if Owen had been kind to them, it wouldn't prevent them from harboring resentment over small matters and eventually betraying him. Therefore, he had to start with small things, not encourage their ambitions, and make them understand gratitude, learn loyalty, and know reverence. These things could not be accomplished in a short time. Owen pondered for a long time, then ordered the goblin general beside him. These buildings must be completed as soon as possible. The daily necessities required will be placed in the underground dungeon chamber, serving as a warehouse, to be distributed according to the number of people. Additionally, change the road construction plan. Road construction will stop at the wooden fortress, and then the town will focus all its efforts on building stone walls and strengthening its defenses. After touring the town, Owen had new ideas. As for the interrupted road construction, he was already used to it, as unfinished projects were far too common for him, almost becoming a routine. In reality, Owen didn't want this. He now had the ability to continue building roads, and it wouldn't even take much time. But he suddenly realized he seemed to have done something foolish. Why did Owen initially choose to build roads? It was to transport stone materials from the dismantled ruins to his territory. The problem was, he forgot that Hogwarts didn't lack space-expanding equipment. Not to mention the magical suitcase, where fantastic beasts had appeared. Just the space pouches enchanted with space-expanding spells were enough. With space-expanding equipment, plus flying brooms, why was he building a road? A qualified witch, riding a flying broom and carrying a space pouch, could probably transport the equivalent of a month's work for a carriage in one day. Not many, 10 witches, could render this road obsolete. Even extending the journey, the iron ore from Wild Buffalo territory, and future trade with the South, the existence of witches saved the territory a significant amount of manpower and resources. Under these circumstances, spending vast amounts of manpower and resources to build a road was no longer just foolish, it was utterly idiotic and stubborn. Although he wanted to slap himself, Owen couldn't say it, nor did he dare to tell anyone about it, because it would make him seem too stupid. Fortunately, the road from Green Shade Town to the wooden fortress was not built in vain. At least it would allow outsiders to reach the town smoothly, preventing them from wandering around. Perhaps accustomed to doing foolish things, Owen quickly adjusted his mindset and meticulously planned the upcoming work. Life's problems were easy to solve. Whether it was housing or daily necessities, none were an issue for Owen. Even a small amount of progress value would be enough for those witches for a long time. But Owen wasn't raising witches just to feed them. He needed them to be useful. Even one idle person was too many, let alone a group. Therefore, he had to teach them to master a witch's abilities. Only then could they realize their full value, and this required teachers. Currently, the only ones in the territory with teaching ability were Emil and Dayer, the mother and daughter. However, their skills were somewhat redundant. Both excelled at potions and herbs, and yes, hand-to-hand combat. Even so, both were only barely adequate, because Owen decided to primarily teach the Hogwarts magic system. Regarding the Hogwarts magic system, although Emil was experienced, she had only recently encountered it, making it difficult for her to fully adapt, let alone teach it effectively. And while Dayer had started earlier, learning from scratch with a solid foundation, her teaching experience was far from sufficient. Thus, both were only barely qualified. In fact, Owen felt Maya was more suitable. She was shrewd, capable, understood management, and excelled at loyalty education, more than enough to be a dean of instruction. The problem was, although Maya also possessed spellcasting ability, she was more like a sorceress, casting spells by instinct. Although she had now begun to learn more convenient spells, being responsible for territory management on a daily basis meant she simply didn't have that much time to teach students. Owen got a headache. He unconsciously opened the system and looked at the characters available for exchange, each marked with a progress value. In the end, he decided to exchange for one from the system. This was the first time Owen decided to exchange for a character from the system. The troops exchanged before were only canon fodder and background in the game, not important, because only characters could play a decisive role, so the exchange price of each character was very expensive. And if it weren't for the fact that the wizards in Hogwarts perfectly aligned with the essence of wizards in this world, the exchange price would at least double. Even so, the high price of 20 to 30 progress points still gave Owen a persistent headache, especially the headmaster who looked like Gandalf. He couldn't even afford to exchange for his template, let alone the person. The only thing worth celebrating was that this old man wasn't needed to exert his influence yet. Ordinary professors were sufficient. The problem was Owen was currently building his territory, expanding his cavalry, and also needed to cultivate witches in exchange for professors. The progress points were simply not enough. Originally, he planned to focus on developing the territory, but now he would probably have to go back on his word again. Owen felt utterly helpless about this and could only rub his face, planning out the priorities carefully. At this time, Emil was discussing with Maya about sending some people away first, because the farm, as a place to conceal their identities, was very important. It was impossible to send everyone away. If they did, even if each farm was relatively independent, problems would easily be discovered, so there had to be an order. In reality, Emil already had her suspicions, but she was just asking as a matter of routine. The Northern Witch Alliance is composed of 3 types of personnel: young witches, adult witches, and the families of witches. The young witches are the most important asset and future of the Northern Witch Alliance. Since they lack self-preservation abilities, Emil keeps them on the farm, teaching them how to control their awakened magic. Adult witches who can control their powers and have self-preservation abilities are placed by Emil in surrounding towns to act as scouts, forming the backbone of the Witch Alliance. However, adult witches who cannot control their powers, leading to their unsightly appearance, remain working on the farm. Although they cannot leave the farm, at least they have a livelihood. As for the witch families, their numbers are not large. Some are unwilling to part with their daughters, while others are implicated and forced to leave their homes. Therefore, the former remain on the farm as a cover, while the latter are arranged in distant places, with very little contact, as there is a high possibility of betrayal. Altogether, there are about 300 people, and the town itself has nearly 200, most of whom are underage witches and their parents, who usually work as milkmaids and farmers on the farm. The master has ordered that the older witches from the farm be moved first, Maya said to Emil, putting away her 2-sided mirror. In reality, she was a little surprised, as the most valuable members of the entire Northern Witch Alliance were the young witches, not the unsightly, ordinary witches whose potential was almost exhausted. But these were the master's orders, and she only needed to follow them. Thank you for the master's benevolence. Emil was even more surprised, but did not hesitate, immediately asking the old witches to summon all the witches who were still working. There were not many adult witches on the farm, as their unsightly appearance made it difficult for them to survive once discovered, so, over the years, there were only about 20 of them. Due to their appearance, these witches were self-conscious and sensitive. Suddenly being called and seeing outsiders like Maya made them somewhat nervous. But what did it matter? They had missed the best period for learning, which not only made it difficult for them to cast spells, but also left them with distorted bodies and clumsy movements, utterly lacking the power to protect themselves. Fortunately, Emil's prestige was considerable. Seeing her present, these witches finally managed to calm down. However, to appease these witches, Emil could only personally lead them through the Flu network to Green Shade Town. What a beautiful place, but are these goblins? Emil first marveled at the environment here. Even though it was winter, she still felt the vitality of nature. Then, she looked in surprise at the goblin warriors guarding outside the tree hollow. Goblins are cunning and cruel, generally regarded as pests. However, the goblins before her were all clean and tidy, with curious and intelligent eyes, completely unlike typical goblins. Even the uneasy witches took a second look. This is Green Shade Town, belonging to the goblins, and it is one of my territories. In time, you will know that the goblins here are different. Now, follow me to the accommodation arranged for you, Owen said, walking over under the escort of the goblin general, beckoning to Emil and the somewhat flustered witches behind her. In fact, when Owen first arrived, he was startled. He knew that witches could be cursed by their uncontrolled magic, leading to hideous appearances, but he hadn't expected them to be so ugly. Even the hunchback of Notre Dame would be considered handsome by comparison. However, he still intended to subdue them, so he couldn't show it. Therefore, Owen feigned indifference, turned, and led the way, actually not daring to look again. But this also suited his status as a superior. Leader suddenly arriving in this strange place, the 20 or so witches who had worked on the farm for years appeared flustered and instinctively gathered around Emil, calling out. This is a powerful and benevolent lord who is willing to take in the witch alliance. That's why I brought you here. However, this is not without cost, so all of you should behave well and demonstrate your value, Emil said to the witches beside her as she led the way. Yes, we obey your command. These witches were still alive thanks to Emil's protection, so if she said so, they could only obey. Moreover, this place looked quite good. If it were a human town, these witches would probably have already started imagining the worst, because people would want to burn them upon sight. The problem was that this was a goblin town. At a glance, there wasn't a single human, which immediately dispelled a lot of fear and tension. It sounds ridiculous. Despite being human and even supernatural beings, they were considered the source of evil due to their ugly appearance. Humans truly let their perceptions be dictated by their looks. The experiences of their youth left deep shadows in the hearts of these witches. They would rather live with monsters than be near humans, and Green Shade Town perfectly fit this. Coupled with their trust in their leader, Emil, they were already thinking about how they could stay here. You can choose any of the houses that have been built, but once chosen, you cannot easily change it, Owen said to them, pointing at the houses in the newly built residential area. Before, these witches could only sleep on straw mats on the farm because the farm simply didn't have enough space for them, and moreover, to maintain secrecy, they couldn't show themselves. So let alone individual rooms, even a bedboard was a luxury for them. Therefore, upon hearing that the houses before them were for them to live in, they were first incredulous. After receiving confirmation, they eagerly thanked Owen and then excitedly ran into the rooms. Upon entering the house, the witches' eyes immediately lit up. Every furnishing inside made them fond of it, even hesitant to touch it. Compared to these brand new furnishings, they felt their touch was more like a defilement. Thus, despite their happiness, they seemed somewhat constrained. How does the master intend to settle them? Emil asked, sensing the genuine joy of these witches as well as the hidden unease, because they had never owned such things before, and now that they did, they were even more afraid of losing them. The life of every adult witch is unfortunate. They have suffered torment and lost everything. After all, witches like Emil, who are powerful and taught by their mothers, are a minority. Most wild witches don't even know they are witches. Therefore, when their magic awakens and abnormalities occur within themselves and their surroundings, they inevitably fall into panic, and this emotion makes the situation even worse. Especially when all of this is discovered by others, that is when the real disaster begins. Even lords would not allow such unstable elements to appear in their territory, let alone ignorant commoners. They would attribute all misfortunes to witches and therefore resort to various violent methods, the most common being burning at the stake and water torture. Having grown up in an environment where they were abandoned and persecuted by everyone, every witch becomes more sensitive to the outside world. If they gain something only to lose it, they either go mad or commit suicide, leading to countless tragedies. That is why Emil asked the question. The newly built witch school needs some manpower, and the territory also needs some witches. They are all rare talents, Owen said, guessing some of Emil's thoughts. In any case, he won't let her be idle. Not being idle means being useful, and being useful means not being abandoned. The truth is indeed so. Although these witches have completely wasted their talents because they have not received good guidance, they still possess magic after all. With a little guidance, they can do things that ordinary people cannot. It is much better than a squib. Of course, it cannot be wasted. What's more, Owen also regards them as experimental subjects and plans to use them to try new enhancements. Emil knew that Owen had other ideas, but she was unable to stop him. Instead, she had to cooperate as much as possible, because in her heart, although these adult witches were pitiful, the real hope was those underage little witches, so she could only pretend not to know. Emil, feeling helpless and unable to do anything, went back. She needed to arrange for someone to take over the cheese production and cooperate with Maya to reorganize the intelligence network. At the same time, she had to discuss how to transfer the little witches from the farm and their families without alarming the outside world, because compared to the ugly witches who never went out, they, as milkmaids, were known and seen by outsiders. Even if they didn't care much, if they all disappeared at once, it would arouse suspicion, so she really didn't have much energy to put here. After Emil left, Owen looked at the witches hiding in the house and couldn't help but rub his forehead, deciding to leave first. Whether it was his identity or appearance, it was not suitable for him to stay here any longer. Let these witches slowly adapt to this town. After they adapt, he would arrange work for them. After Emil and Owen left one after another, the witches suddenly felt a little at a loss, because no one told them what to do. Labor, eating, and sleeping were all of their previous life. Suddenly, everything changed and they were at a loss. So even though they were uneasy, they still mustered up the courage to come out, because they still remembered what the leader said. If they wanted to stay, they had to show their own value. This is very much in line with the values of the people in this world. People without value don't even have the right to live. Some places still retain the habit of abandoning the old, weak, sick, and disabled, so they had no objection and just wanted to find a job so they could stay. After all, compared to the narrow and dark environment of the cheese workshop, Green Shade Town was simply heaven to them. Here they have their own rooms, beautiful furniture, and a spacious and bright environment. These things rarely appear even in dreams, so how can they be willing to give up and return to the cheese workshop on the farm, yearning to see the ray of sunlight outside the tall window every day? Therefore, they decided to take the initiative to find work. Because there were no humans in the entire town, the witches relaxed a lot, and even no longer concealed their ugly appearance, but they were still carefully observing the surrounding situation. If anything was wrong, they would hide. Fortunately, the goblins they encountered on the road didn't care about their appearance, and didn't even care about their identity. Instead, they greeted them curiously. When they wanted to find the lord of this place, they enthusiastically took them to the goblin general. Work, the lord has not given any relevant orders, but you still have to abide by the rules of the territory. The goblin general frowned as he looked at the group of dirty witches in front of him. He called a few female goblins and brought toiletries, clothes, and money bags according to the number of people. The town has a bathhouse free to use. In summer, take a bath and change clothes every 3 days, and in winter, once a week. If you get dirty, you can go to wash at any time. You must keep clean and tidy on weekdays. After distributing the things, the goblin general said impatiently, because it made it look like a nanny. The female goblins knew that the goblin general didn't like to take care of these things, so they took the bewildered witches to the bathhouse on their own initiative. Although they were goblins, but as women, the witches were less nervous and began to inquire about the situation of the town in a low voice. Although you live in the town, you are not really part of it yet, so some things cannot be told to you, but the Lord is kind. As long as you are loyal enough, you will soon receive his grace. After all, that Lord has the kindness to take in even goblins. A female goblin said to them with a smile, and then introduced the surrounding shops. You don't have farmland, so you need to buy everything you use in the shops on weekdays. Fortunately, things are not expensive, and the money in the money bag is enough for you to live for a month. When the time comes, the Lord will arrange your work. The female goblin's words made the witches feel a little relieved, and they focused their attention on the surrounding shops. The shops in Green Shade Town look smaller than the shops in other towns, but they are more exquisite and well organized. Fresh fruits and vegetables are placed on the shelves in front of the fruit and vegetable shop. The bakery exudes an attractive wheat aroma. The butcher shop is full of sausages and hams. The various ready-made clothes in front of the tailor shop are dazzling, and the tools in the blacksmith shop and the furniture in the carpenter shop are sturdy and durable. It can be said that everything a town needs is here, which also makes the witches, who have not been to the streets for many years, become a little eager to try. Even if they are witches, even if they are ugly, they always have a heart that loves beauty. No one likes to be disheveled and avoid the crowd to live alone in the wilderness. What surprised the witches even more was that the goblins living here were clean and tidy, civilized and polite, which made them wonder whether the goblins they had seen before were really goblins, or whether the goblins in the town were really goblins. The bathhouse is here, the female goblin said happily. After all, in the cold season, no one can resist a hot bath. When the witches looked up, they saw a building shrouded in water vapor, and they were surprised that this tall building was just a bathhouse. In order to prevent moisture from damaging the building, the bathhouse was built with stone strips, tall and wide, enough to accommodate hundreds of people bathing at the same time. It is the largest building in the entire town, which shows how much Owen attaches importance to personal hygiene. Because torch tree stumps are used to provide heat, hot water is not valuable. The diverted clean water is directly poured into the bath pool after being heated, so that the water inside always remains clear, and the discharged water will not be wasted. On both sides of the bathhouse door, there are pools and ditches. The hot water flowing out of it will be poured into here, which is convenient for the surrounding goblins to come and wash clothes. At that time, they only need to rinse it with clean water to clean it, especially in winter, so that washing clothes is no longer a torture. Along the way, the female goblin taught the witches a lot of living skills in the town, including food, clothing, housing, and transportation, which made the witches even more eager to stay here. Therefore, apart from here, they really couldn't find another place that would allow them to live in the sun. Owen was unaware of the witch's transformation. After returning to the castle via the Flu network, he was temporarily at a loss for what to do. Since Maya was away, tasked with reorganizing the Northern Witch Alliance's intelligence network to make it more efficient, Owen didn't even know how to handle the territory's affairs without her, as no one brought him documents to sign or reports requiring decisions. Even if he wanted to do something, he could only plan it first and then go to the site to give orders, which was incredibly inefficient. So he simply gave up and chose to mindlessly spend his progress points. Recalling his initial plan, Owen brought Shire and 2 Teutonic knights to the barracks. Currently, the territory had built barracks, a firing range and stables, used for training infantry, archers, and cavalry, respectively. Although limited by the territory's lack of commoners, which prevented the direct training of better soldiers, the loyalty and morale of the soldiers were top-notch in the north, so much so that even Howard and his son couldn't find fault with them. Recently, Howard and his son had been conducting intensive training for the soldiers daily, and the results were quite good. The soldiers' combat skills and coordination became more proficient, and they also learned how to patrol more efficiently and respond to various emergencies. In short, they became more flexible. These changes were not merely due to loyalty and morale, they stemmed from Howard's rich life experience. If he hadn't spent 1 or 2 decades working at the grassroots level, he wouldn't be so seasoned. Owen was very satisfied with this. With Howard, even if outsiders came next spring, they wouldn't cause too much trouble. However, to achieve better results in a short time, he still needed to rely on cheating. Currently, the territory did not lack soldiers, but in addition to quantity, quality was also very important. Furthermore, given the territory's population base, the proportion of soldiers could no longer be expanded, so efforts could only be made to improve quality. This time, Owen mainly came to improve the quality of the cavalry, because light cavalry could no longer meet the territory's current needs. He needed to spend progress points to strengthen them, with the reinforcement directions being horse archer and lancer. Cuirassier offered the best value for money, but their speed was average. They were effective in head-on confrontations, but in the vast north, speed was king. If you couldn't catch up, everything was useless. Bandits would not choose to confront regular troops head-on. Harassment and sneak attacks were their specialty. The territory had city walls and a large number of infantry, so it wasn't afraid of cavalry attacking the city or head-on confrontations. It was only afraid of harassment and surprise attacks, thus requiring a large number of high-speed cavalry to respond. According to Owen's vision, scout cavalry excelled at reconnaissance, horse archer at pursuit, lancer at surprise attacks, and cuirassier at breaking through defenses. With these 4 working together, even if they encountered enemies 2 or 3 times their number, they wouldn't be afraid. Feeling it was feasible, Owen prepared to upgrade the cavalry. The current number of cavalry in the territory was not small, and strengthening all of them was unrealistic, especially the cuirassier, as the upgrade cost was too high and not entirely necessary. Therefore, Owen only slightly strengthened the light cavalry. Fortunately, since they were already cavalry, strengthening them based on the existing foundation would not cost many progress points. The number of progress points recovered in a day was enough to upgrade several cavalry, so the speed was not slow. By the time Maya returned, Owen had completed the integration of the territory's cavalry. Now, the territory had 150 cavalry, consisting of 30 scout cavalry, 50 horse archer, 50 lancer, 20 cuirassier, and 2 knights. Although the troop types were not uniform and seemed a bit disorganized, this combination allowed the territory's cavalry to handle various situations. Considerable number of scout cavalry could keep their side informed of the situation within a radius of 20 to 30 lei, ensuring no opportunities were missed. High-mobility horse archer and light knights were not only the best pursuers but also the best interceptors. Even if a surprise attack occurred, they could react in time, waiting for the cuirassier's charge to scatter the enemy, and then it would be time to pursue the victory. Surprise attacks, strong assaults, pursuits, rearguard actions, as long as the enemy's numbers were not several times greater than theirs, they could handle it. This was Owen's trump card prepared for the bandits occupying Mara town. If the other party didn't know what was good for them, then he would make them disappear. Owen was cautious, but his caution was directed towards the Imperial Border Army and major powers. For bandits or certain individuals sent to the north, he truly didn't need to be too concerned, because it would be more trouble than it was worth. Given the current scale of the territory, to eliminate his overt forces, it would take at least 3,000 to 5,000 people. After all, a military expedition wouldn't work with only combat soldiers. Depending on the distance of the campaign, there needed to be at least 3 to 5 times the number of supply soldiers, who, despite having little combat power, were indispensable. However, sending a force of 3,000 to 5,000 people to the north would cost several, or even more than 10 times the price. Firstly, the journey was long. Secondly, it involved crossing the border. And thirdly, it was illegal. Unless the emperor personally ordered it, this cost was unavoidable. As for whether the emperor would target the territory, Owen was not worried about this. He was a legitimate northern noble, and unless the emperor intended to shake the foundations of the entire north or he raised a rebellion, it was impossible for him to be targeted, because once the emperor acted, it would mean denying the legitimacy of the entire northern nobles. At that point, everyone would feel insecure, and even if the north didn't collapse, it would be impossible for it to continue developing, because no one would know when they would become the next target. Even those noble factions in the empire who had designs on the north would not allow anyone to do such a thing. After learning this from Maya, Owen's actions became increasingly bolder. Not only did he attempt to establish a foothold on the imperial border, but he also planned to clear out unstable elements around the territory. Of course, he couldn't yet control these matters, so they remained just ideas, awaiting the arrival of implementers. Upon Maya's return, Owen finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately handed all the territory's work over to her. Although there wasn't much to do in the territory during winter, he always felt uneasy when Maya wasn't around. However, as soon as Maya returned, she cornered Owen in the study, not letting him leave. In resignation, he could only passively listen to her work report. In Maya's eyes, the Northern Witch Alliance was completely neglected and had not played much of a role at all. It was simply a waste. And to be effective, the entire alliance had to be reorganized, which was why Maya had been delayed there for so long. Although the Northern Witch Alliance has decent potential, there are still many challenges to overcome to realize its true value, Maya said, handing a thick stack of parchment to Owen, who was recovering his health. First, there were the Northern Witch Alliance's industries. Besides the town's farm and 2 shops, the Witch Alliance also had many industries in Fey Lyre City and the surrounding towns. However, due to the lack of overt protection, most of these industries were inconspicuous, either small shops or minor shareholdings, yielding little profit. But for Maya, these industries were ready-made intelligence collection points. Therefore, she spent a lot of time visiting and gathering much intelligence and news, but what to do next still required Owen to make the decision. It seems besides funding, you also need some thugs to do dirty work to speed up development. Owen understood Maya's meaning, as she even proposed a backup plan to buy off local gangs. However, buying them off carried risks, because those who would die for you could also die for others. It all depended on who offered more benefits. No, I suggest sending Sir Howard to Green Shade Town to purchase the farm from Emil, completely erasing any traces of the Northern Witch Alliance. Then, under Sir Howard's name, acquire and reorganize those fragmented businesses. As for gangs, they are merely the outermost layer of the organization, used to resolve minor troubles and can be discarded at any time. Maya's words made Owen realize the gap in their vision, but he had long been accustomed to it. Otherwise, why would he entrust her with matters concerning the territory and the Witch Alliance? Without further ado, Owen called Howard and had Maya explain the situation. After listening, Howard agreed without much thought, as it was not a difficult task for him. Many of his colleagues had acquired properties in border towns. In fact, if he hadn't met Corrins, Howard would have also chosen to find a place there to acquire property, to leave for his son in the future, so it really wasn't difficult. However, as Maya continued her explanation, Howard's expression grew serious, and he began to consider which areas needed attention and which areas required leveraging his past connections. Howard saw nothing wrong with Owen's plan to establish an intelligence network at the imperial border. Even if he were asked to lead troops to attack Fey Lyre Town, he would agree without hesitation, because a vassal of the emperor's vassal is not a vassal of the emperor. Ever since arriving in the territory, Howard's loyalty was to Owen, not the Emperor, nor the Empire. Therefore, not only did he not hesitate about this matter, but he also felt valued and became even more dedicated. Entrusting the territory patrol to Hogg, Howard donned a respectable suit of armor, mounted a fine horse, and accompanied by 3 to 5 servants and 10 swordsmen, arrived at Emil's farm via the Flu network. The subsequent matters no longer required Owen's involvement. Although Maya handled things, Owen was not idle. While Maya's abilities were strong, she wasn't a cheat. So when faced with difficult problems, she either avoided the tricky parts or came up with alternative solutions, because head-on confrontation wouldn't solve them. But Owen was different. He had a cheat. Problems that Maya couldn't solve weren't so for him. This was also why, despite delegating power, he wasn't worried about being sidelined. In the early days, he was anxious and constantly wary of Maya, which was due to a lack of confidence. It's normal for a man earning $2,000 a month as a gatekeeper in a residential area to be subservient and suspicious if his wife is a high-ranking executive in a foreign company, because his money doesn't match his position, nor does his power, and he certainly can't boast about his vigor. Now, as the territory developed better and better, and Maya wielded more and more power, Owen, on the contrary, worried less. This was precisely because he had finally found his own positioning. He was irreplaceable, not even Dayer's ancestral pestle could compare. With sufficient confidence, he naturally stopped overthinking. Contentedly leaving everything to Maya, Owen went to the underground chamber in the castle to begin researching how to utilize the adult witches. Although the system was good, the progress value was always stuck, making it difficult for Owen to fully enjoy it. To maximize the value of the progress value, he had been making various attempts, and Shar was the most successful example. From a maid who knew some combat skills to a fierce woman whom even the Teutonic Knights regarded as a formidable foe, the progress value spent was negligible, and her potential was far from exhausted. Unfortunately, there was only one Shar. It was difficult to replicate, otherwise Owen would truly dare to venture into the Empire. Although it was difficult, Owen still chose to continue his research, and those witches were the best targets. The opportunity to change your destiny is before you. Whether you are willing or not depends on your decision. Owen came to Green Shade Town and gathered those revitalized yet still ugly witches, saying, "If it had been before, these witches would have remained silent, but after this period of life in Green Shade Town, they were now completely unable to abandon everything they had and return to the farm." Thus, after looking at each other, they jointly made the witch's oath, which was the only chip they could offer at the moment. The witch's oath was a kind of alternative curse, where they cursed themselves with their own magic. Therefore, it not only had extreme binding power, but also could not be voluntarily lifted. So unless absolutely necessary, no witch would make the witch's oath. However, for these witches, this was the only chip they had to offer, and they even feared Owen wouldn't value it, because they had neither beauty nor strength, and they themselves didn't know what else they had that could be appreciated by him. "You will find that you have made a very correct choice," Owen said with a hint of deeper meaning, for he already had many ideas regarding these witches. He selected the oldest witch and, via the Flu network, arrived at the underground chamber in the castle. "Go in," Owen said to the witch, pointing to the synthesis furnace. Because the underground chamber didn't appear eerie or smell of blood, but rather felt somewhat cozy, the witch wasn't overly nervous and obediently walked into the strange small room. Owen was now using the synthesis furnace as a kind of MRI machine. Combined with the knowledge about witches he had gained from Emil, he had a preliminary understanding of some of the witches' problems. Whether it was a sorcerer with an overt bloodline or a witch with a latent bloodline, magic would spontaneously generate once they reached a certain age, much like endocrine changes during puberty, a necessary stage of physical growth. However, the sorcerer's magic was more active. Even without any training, it could be released when they were emotionally agitated, so there wasn't much pressure, much like regular masturbation contributes to healthy growth. But witches were different. Their magic was more introverted. Even after training, they still needed a medium to cast spells more effectively. Simply put, relying on their hands was useless. Witches with resources were fine, as they had teachers. But wild witches without guidance could only resign themselves to fate, allowing the magic generated within their bodies to accumulate continuously, which would then exert pressure on their bodies and minds, leading to worse emotions and making them more prone to extremism. This emotional state would also affect their magic, indirectly causing a distortion in themselves. This was also why most wild witches were ugly and had physical defects. Moreover, this distortion was irreversible. After all, if the distortion occurred during their growth period, once their bodies matured and set, it certainly couldn't be reversed. Witches were also at a loss about this, as this situation was not only encountered by wild witches without guidance. Often, a violent emotional fluctuation during a witch's puberty would cause their body to be affected, which further increased tension and resentment, leading to many witches having physical defects. Like Emil, she didn't have physical disfigurements or body distortions, but her physique couldn't be said to be without problems. Therefore, witches invented many magic potions and spells. Unfortunately, most restorative effects were temporary, and the few permanent methods came with a price that ordinary witches could not afford. They might not have a way, but Owen did. The synthesis furnace, to a certain extent, could be used as a body sculpting furnace. Forget ugly sorceresses, he could even mold a slime into a human-like form. So if he wanted something big, it could be big. If he wanted it perky, it could be perky. If he wanted it tight, it could be tight. Forget 2 buns on top, he could even sculpt 3, and if there was a special need, he could add a 4th. Don't underestimate a pervert who's been lurking online for 20 years. If his browsing history were exposed, he'd ascend to a higher dimension from sheer embarrassment. However, mere body sculpting and cosmetic surgery weren't enough. He wasn't trying to build a harem of 3,000 beauties, nor was he trying to satisfy some unspeakable little fetish. Currently, just 2 women made him feel like a used-up tube of toothpaste that still had to be squeezed hard every day. In such a situation, even being surrounded by beautiful women would be meaningless to him, so his goal was not that simple. Previously, Owen had made a survey of the sorceresses and planned targeted enhancements based on their wishes. Only by undergoing enhancement would they have value to be utilized. There were 20 sorceresses in total, and the 5 oldest among them chose to become assistant teachers at the Sorceress Academy. They had followed Emil the earliest. Although their physical defects were irreparable, they understood some sorceress knowledge and usually taught the young sorceresses. After all, Emil often went out, sometimes for months, so how could she teach them all? Therefore, when these 5 saw the position of assistant teacher, they decisively chose this profession. For assistant teachers, there's no need to overthink combat power, Owen said to himself, rubbing his chin and feeling the soft stubble. Theoretically, only Dare's newly refined lesser bloodline evolution potion, combined with the synthesis furnace, would be enough to completely remold these sorceresses, but it wasn't safe enough. Therefore, Owen exchanged for the Hogwarts student template as a means to restrict those sorceresses. Drink the potion inside and then wait, Owen said, opening the door of the synthesis furnace and handing a bottle of light green magic potion to the other party. This magic potion was a lesser bloodline potion, refined by Dare with Emil's advice and help. Its effect was not as good as the original, but it was more suitable. The original potion used a large amount of emerald essence, and its effect was naturally self-evident, but it was too wasteful. The same amount of materials could produce 7 or 8 bottles of lesser bloodline potion. Although the effect was slightly worse, it was sufficient for ordinary sorceresses with weak magic bloodlines, so Owen naturally chose this one. Under the stimulation of the bloodline potion, the reactivated magic bloodline, along with the physical body, was remolded by the synthesis furnace. The entire process was somewhat like breaking a person apart and then reconstructing them like 3D printing. It must be said that the synthesis furnace was a bit lacking in terms of mystery, but in terms of ordinary matter and biology, it was simply black technology. This made Owen dare not underestimate anything in the system. The synthesis furnace was powerful, and before long, a rather beautiful, mature woman walked out of it. It was precisely the ugly sorceress with buck teeth, chicken feet, and a hunchback from before. "Is this me?" The sorceress who walked out of the synthesis furnace looked at her slender hands in disbelief, then excitedly caressed her face and body. The smooth and tender feeling made her so excited that she couldn't stand still, and for a moment, she collapsed to the ground as if she had been broken. Yes, this is the reward for your loyalty. Owen, at some point, had changed into his golden armor blessed with holy light, appearing before the other party like a haloed deity. As expected, he received fervent and loyal gazes. It was worth him feeling inwardly awkward to death to act out this scene. When this sorceress came before her former companions, there was a moment of stunned silence. No one could believe what they saw. This was simply a miracle. At this moment, no sorceress regretted the oath she had made. They knelt before Owen in unison. For rebirth, they were willing to offer all their loyalty, and even death could not stop their pursuit of beauty. Compared to living ugly, they would rather die in their most beautiful form. Even as ghosts, wouldn't they still look good? The sorceress assistant teachers were just a simple experiment for Owen. His true goal was to create a combat team composed of sorceresses, similar to spellblades, who mastered both close combat and spellcasting techniques, equivalent to a weakened version of Gandalf. Therefore, the lesser bloodline potion plus the Hogwarts student template was not enough. Originally, Owen wanted to select troop templates from Age of Empires, but the Age of Empires troops were more suitable for battlefield combat and not for the special warfare he envisioned. Therefore, he searched through the system and finally set his sights on The Witcher. Although the game was called The Witcher, the protagonist was the white-haired, sorceress-taming, pile-driving, Gwent-playing Witcher. Witchers were originally humans who, through special trials and magic potions, underwent genetic mutations to become Witchers specialized in hunting monsters. Witchers possessed superhuman physique and endurance, coupled with skilled combat techniques, each one a formidable individual capable of fighting 10. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to hunt monsters, nor would they be able to satisfy a sorceress. Owen had previously coveted them, envying their core strength that could subdue a sorceress, but later he discovered that these powers were obtained by inducing mutations, which, simply put, meant they were no longer human. After becoming a Witcher, they even lost their fertility, which showed that this enhancement was imperfect. However, it cannot be denied that the Witcher's enhancement also had its merits, especially for those with special bloodlines. Pure human genes are not that easy to mutate, and even if they do, it's usually in a malignant direction. But mixed bloods are different. It's easier to activate bloodline characteristics and gain genetic advantages. Therefore, Owen speculated that the Witchers in The Witcher also possessed non-human bloodlines, otherwise they would not be able to withstand the magic potion-induced mutation and the cruel trials. Thus, he did not intend to directly exchange for the Witcher template, but rather for the trial of the Grass's potion formula and the Witcher trials. A complete Witcher template includes bloodline, attributes, characteristics, skills, and experience, so it requires a higher progress value, as it is equivalent to transforming a person from the inside out. However, if it's just the Witcher trials, then the required progress value will be greatly reduced. Because to pass the Witcher trials, the prerequisite is to possess Witcher-level potential and attributes. Only then can one pass the trials and acquire Witcher skills and relevant experience. If there is no matching potential and attributes, the only outcome is death. So whether it would succeed depended both on whether his idea was correct and whether the sorceress's potential was as great as he imagined. Owen was somewhat confident about this, because the uglier a wild sorceress was, the stronger she was. As for why, it was because the stronger the magic bloodline, the more severe the distortion of oneself, meaning the uglier they became. Therefore, he had confidence in this group of ugly sorceresses. As Owen expected, the first witch to choose a combat profession successfully completed the Witcher trial, becoming a witcher, or witch hunter for short. Owen had high hopes for the witch hunters he personally created, and he personally prepared their equipment. First were the black, tight-fitting leather clothes that were sweat-absorbent, breathable, and wouldn't bulge when they farted, perfectly showcasing the witch's remade figures. Then came the silver and steel swords, matching potions, and some miscellaneous items to be used as needed. As for high heels, after a moment of hesitation, they were ultimately not listed as standard equipment, but rather as formal attire. After all, this was reality, and he couldn't expect witch hunters to fight hand-to-hand with enemies, rolling around, while wearing high heels and bikinis. Wearing black, cinched waist, non-bulging, tight-fitting leather clothes, and carrying dual silver and steel swords, the witch hunter began to vigorously display her strength before Owen, with her opponent being one of Owen's elite troops, the Teutonic Knights. The witch hunter's strength and physique were inferior to the Teutonic Knights, but her agility and flexibility were far superior. After all, one was a heavily armored, 2-meter-tall brawny man, and the other was a fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged witch hunter. Therefore, she primarily engaged in skirmishes, mainly looking for opportunities to exploit weaknesses. However, the Teutonic Knights were not that simple. Their peak human physique, superb combat skills, and heavy armor meant they didn't need to defend. Even if a longsword pierced a gap in the armor, the Teutonic Knight only needed to twist his body and swing his longsword, and the so-called gap or weakness would no longer exist. Furthermore, even if he was struck, what then? With the Teutonic Knight's physique, even if his heart was pierced by a longsword, he would have enough time to twist off the enemy's head. Moreover, the Teutonic Knight's powerful muscles and bones were no less formidable than his armor. Therefore, facing the agile witch hunter, the Teutonic Knight only needed to swing his heavy sword to easily force her to constantly dodge, expending a lot of stamina. However, as a variant profession of witches, how could the witch hunter's methods be limited to just this? Seeing that her melee attacks were ineffective, she immediately retreated and pulled out a potion. Under the joint efforts of Emil and Dayer, the development of potions in the territory was very fast. In addition to the various unscientific healing potions from Hogwarts, there were also some auxiliary potions, such as those that increased stats or inflicted curses and damage on enemies. To be honest, if cost wasn't an issue, a handful of potions thrown at a Teutonic Knight would cause even him, strong as he was, significant trouble. But obviously, potions weren't meant to be used that way, and enemies weren't fools. Even if one wanted to overwhelm an enemy with money, the enemy would have to stand still for it to work. After drinking the potion, the witch hunter's movements became faster and her strength stronger. She could even clash with the Teutonic Knight for a few rounds, but she quickly retreated, clearly still no match for him. However, the potions the witch hunter casually threw caused no small amount of trouble for the Teutonic Knight, especially the potion that released paralyzing smoke, which caused the Teutonic Knight's movements to become somewhat sluggish. This was still without the witch hunter using the pyroblast potion, flame blast potion, brewed from black jelly bugs. Otherwise, even if the Teutonic Knight didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Of course, the Teutonic Knight also didn't use his battle chi. Otherwise, the witch hunter might have been gone in one encounter. In short, neither side was truly serious, but the witch hunter's performance was indeed good, making Owen very satisfied. "All right, stop," Owen called out, as there was no need to continue. He had watched the entire battle, although he occasionally got distracted because the tight leather clothes were too figure-hugging, but he had already formed an opinion of the witch hunter in his mind. It was just that she wasn't skilled enough yet. Otherwise, with potions combined with hand seals, even a tank-like Teutonic Knight would find it difficult to completely defeat her, and might even capsize if he wasn't careful. More importantly, the witch hunter's strength was not bad, and the cost was low. An adult witch, a dose of grass potion brewed by Dayer, and the Witcher trial which only required a small amount of progress points to exchange, these combined could create an elite combat force in a very short time. If it weren't for the small number of adult witches, and the great potential of young witches that shouldn't be wasted, Owen would even want to form a witch hunter army. As for the shortcomings, they were not ruthless enough and lacked adaptability, so Owen brought in ninjas to teach these blades of darkness how to truly kill. While Owen was busy building his special witch unit, he was unaware that his territory had already been targeted. Mara Town, this small town occupied by bandits, did not fall into disrepair due to the loss of its lord. Instead, many nomadic tribes gathered there to spend the winter, and livestock chewing on dry, tasteless fodder could be seen huddled together for warmth everywhere. The nomadic tribe of the Northern Land were also a product of the Northern Land Reclamation Group. At that time, some people chose not to reclaim land and farm, but to live by following water and grass, which was easier and allowed them to avoid danger more conveniently. However, because they had no fixed land, they were not qualified to be called nobles. At first, everyone was poor, which was fine, but as the territories continued to develop, the gap between the two sides gradually widened, and jealousy became the original sin. Otherwise, why would there be so many bandits in the Northern Land? "Boss, I'm afraid our food won't last until spring," said young Harvey, his face weathered by the Northern Land snowstorms, as he wearily pushed open the door, bringing bad news as soon as he entered. Barty, who was wiping his saber by the fireplace, did not respond to the bad news, but motioned for Harvey to close the door, because he knew this day would come sooner or later when they occupied Mara Town. It wasn't that Marquis Mala had taken the town's food, nor was the food stolen. It was because they had too many people. 200 to 300 bandits, including both people and horses, eating and chewing, could consume the rations of 1,000 people in a day. A simple small town couldn't possibly support that. That they had even lasted this long was already beyond Barty's expectations, and it also gave him an accurate understanding of his deputy's abilities. "How much longer can we last if we kill some livestock that won't make it to spring?" Barty said calmly. "Half a month at most. We already slaughtered the old and weak livestock when winter began. The livestock still alive now are the seeds for next year's growth. Even if we wanted to kill them, the herders wouldn't agree," Harvey said helplessly. What he didn't say was that forcing the herders to slaughter their livestock would also violate their initial promise. The three of them came from three different noble families of the empire, and because of similar experiences, they came together. However, if there were only three of them, even if they mastered battle chi, it would be far from enough to make a name for themselves. Therefore, they set their sights on the ubiquitous bandits and horse bandits in the northern land, as these were ready-made soldiers. Compared to bandits, the three preferred horse bandits, or rather, herders. In reality, there was no difference between the two. When they held scimitars, they were bandits. When they held whips, they were herders. Their identity changed depending on who they faced. If it was 2 or 3 traveling merchants, they were the infamous northern land bandits. If it was a merchant caravan with ample guards, then they were warm and hospitable herders. The three promised a place to trade and spend the winter, gathered 200 to 300 people, and easily took Mara town, without losing a single person during the process, which greatly increased their prestige. The problem was that prestige couldn't be eaten. As long as the three of them couldn't produce food, these bandits, who followed them as their leaders, would immediately turn hostile, even drawing their swords. That's why Harvey was so anxious. "It seems you've made up your mind to attack the Hydra family's territory." Harvey wasn't a fool. He guessed Barty's thoughts from his reaction. In reality, this was their only option besides shamefully retreating. Many noble scions like them came to the north, and it wasn't that those people couldn't gather so many men. The main reason was that gathering was easy, but feeding them was difficult, and a slight misstep could lead to a backlash. This was mainly because they had limited manpower brought from the Empire, and most of the time, they needed to recruit people directly in the north. The problem was they couldn't recruit decent people, only bandits and robbers. These people were not easy to deal with. A moment of inattention could result in losing both people and wealth. The three of them were different. They were more ambitious. Thus, they spared no expense, using all the wealth brought from their families and their family connections to purchase a batch of equipment, arming hundreds of bandits. Only then did they successfully capture Mara town. But afterwards they weren't very happy, because Marquis Mala's decisiveness made them miss the Noble's seal. Without the Noble's seal, which represented legitimacy, even if they occupied Mara town, their status would still be bandits, not nobles. This immediately disrupted their plans, making it impossible to use this as leverage to gain further support from their families. What was worse, a demonic centaur was wandering nearby. They had encountered it when they were pursuing Marquis Mala earlier. At that time, Barty made a decisive move and launched an attack. After a fierce battle, not only did many people die, but Marquis Mala also escaped in the chaos. If it weren't for their occupation of Mara town, which fulfilled their promise to the nomadic tribes, just the deaths of so many people would have been difficult to explain. No one was a fool. Those nomadic tribes were willing to serve as bandits under them purely for profit. If they couldn't bring profit, those people wouldn't mind killing them and finding a new leader, as the benefits were already in hand. Therefore, Barty needed to find another target for these people, establishing his prestige through successive victories. Only then could he completely control these bandits, and the only suitable target nearby was the Hydra family's territory. Others were either too small and unprofitable or too far away. "You guessed correctly, but although the risk is great, we have no choice," Barty said calmly, returning his wiped sword to its sheath, placing it flat on his lap and leaning back. Their origins had already determined the upper limit they could reach in the future. To break this invisible restriction, they had to step out of this circle, so they gambled everything to come to the north. But if they couldn't achieve results, their families wouldn't continue to provide them with resources. So, even with huge risks, they couldn't retreat, unless they were willing to be true bandits or live as farmers, which they clearly were not. Harvey added a few logs to the fireplace, held out his hands to warm them, and moved his boots, which were almost soaked through with snow, closer to the flames. After a moment of thought, he spoke. "The Hydra family is developing too quickly. Someone is clearly supporting them. Have you considered this?" "Have you forgotten? We have no choice," Barty said. tapping his sword with his finger and emphasizing his words, while staring intently at Harvey. Compared to their other taciturn collaborator, Harvey was the smartest, but being smart also meant having many thoughts. If he wasn't kept in check, who knew what he might do? Harvey remained silent, but he knew in his heart that the one with no choice was actually Barty alone, not him. Barty's family background was the best, and his own strength was the strongest, so he held the leadership position among the three. Furthermore, if they seized Marquis Mala's noble seal, he would be the sole holder. Therefore, when Marquis Mala escaped in the chaos, Harvey even felt a sense of relief. No one doesn't want to rise to power. Even if they are subordinates, they want to pledge allegiance to the strong, such as the Hydra family. Compared to the three of them, a small boat that could capsize at any time, the Hydra family undoubtedly had more strength and potential, making them a good target for allegiance. The only problem was that Barty was unwilling. He had a gambling agreement with his family. The greater his achievements in the North, the greater the support he would receive. If he could become the Earl of the North, his family would even be willing to acknowledge his collateral status. At that time, he would gain a large amount of connections and political capital, with a chance to bypass the restrictions of the northern nobles and join the empire's circle of power. Therefore, Barty would not allow anyone to give up or fail, so Harvey did not refute his words because he did not want to die an unexplained death. Having come to the north, he had seen too many people die from being stabbed in the back. He didn't want to be the next unlucky one, so he changed the subject. Before winter, I visited the Hydra family's territory once. The population is over 1,000, and the number of soldiers is close to 300, including dozens of cavalrymen, all well-trained professional soldiers. It won't be easy to take them down. Harvey couldn't help but show an envious expression. In fact, not only him, but Barty too. A population of 1,000 certainly couldn't support 300 soldiers, so they definitely wouldn't believe it if someone said the Hydra family had no one supporting them. However, this was also normal. Many powerful figures in the empire saw the potential of the North. It was just that those at the highest levels looked down on it, and those at the lowest levels couldn't afford it. Only those in the middle had the ability to intervene. The question was, looking at the scale of the Hydra family's development, the resources invested by the other party must be considerable. Should they really fight? At this point, even Barty began to hesitate. After all, if they truly fought, they would offend the other party to the death. But not fighting meant the end of his ambition and his future. Even if it's not easy, we must fight. What's more, those herdsmen are very greedy. A mere Mara town won't satisfy their appetites, Barty said to Harvey with a mocking smile. Harvey nodded. He interacted with those nomadic tribes the most in his daily life and could best feel their greedy nature. When do we set off? Harvey knew it definitely wouldn't be after spring, because Mara town's food wouldn't last until then, so he asked. 3 days from now, Barty said, after calculating the days. The North's winter was very cold, but the coldest period had already passed. If they prepared well, they might still have a chance. All right, I'll go slaughter livestock and prepare. Harvey nodded, warmed his hands again, and decisively pushed the door open and left. Livestock was life for the herdsman. To slaughter the livestock that could survive the winter, it wouldn't work without a sufficient price, so Barty came forward to gather the herdsmen. The Hydra family's territory has endless food, warm and comfortable houses, and every family has an iron pot. As long as we take it down, everything there will be ours. Barty's words were simple and direct, and more easily stirred the greed in these herdsmen's hearts. If they were a lone nomadic tribe, they wouldn't have this courage. In a tribe of about 100 people, only 1/3 could fight, and due to the lack of iron tools, they could only use wooden clubs as weapons, unable to utilize the cavalry's advantages at all. Facing a lord who had built a wooden fortress, they could only sigh in despair. But now Mara town had gathered 7 or 8 nomadic tribes, enough to assemble 200 to 300 riders. Coupled with the iron weapons provided by the three, their ambition began to swell. The emaciated livestock were mercilessly slaughtered as the long winter was about to end. Their valuable hides were stretched out, quickly frosting over, while the scarce meat was cut while still warm, roasted, and made into jerky for the upcoming journey. The internal organs were not wasted. They were all thrown into a pot and boiled. Although the taste was terrible, in the cold season, a bowl of hot offal soup could still bring a deep sense of satisfaction. The bandits preparing to depart carefully stored the jerky close to their bodies, then scooped out animal fat from a bowl and thickly smeared it on their hands and faces. Mixed with the accumulated dust and grime, it looked like a layer of grease. Do not underestimate this layer of grease. Without this protection, the cold wind blowing while riding would cut the skin like a knife, causing unbearable pain. Having made their preparations and mounted their well-fed warhorses, 300 bandits, comprising all the adult men from 7 or 8 nomadic tribes, led by Barty and his 2 companions, rode towards Hydra territory. Compared to these bandits, the conditions for the territory's cavalry were much better, especially the scout cavalry who patrolled daily. They did not need to wear armor because they were scouts. Merely returning alive was a victory. Therefore, they wore soft, warm, double-layered leather clothing. In addition, they had 3 meals a day of guaranteed quality and quantity, and carried high-calorie food with them. These provisions allowed them to perform their patrol duties in the best possible condition. Thus, the 300 bandits did not manage to evade these excellent scouts roaming outside the territory. Stop, feed the horses first, then rest. Tonight at midnight will be the day we seize wealth and enjoy life. Barty, whose face was also covered in grease, turned and shouted to the visibly exhausted bandits. Traveling for 2 consecutive days in freezing weather was sheer torture. Even though these bandits were from nomadic tribes, they still felt they couldn't endure it. Fortunately, hope was in sight. These bandits perked up, first untied their fodder bags, fed their warhorses fodder mixed with beans and coarse salt, then hastily gnawed on a piece of jerky, wrapped themselves in sheepskin, and immediately fell asleep. Soon, snores filled the air. Barty also wanted to rest, but seeing the bandits collapsed in sleep everywhere, he had no choice but to take turns on watch with Scarface and Harvey. Being a leader truly felt miserable. At this moment, Owen was in the underground city's secret chamber, crafting new puppets. After receiving the news from Maya via the 2-sided mirror, he was momentarily stunned, then pinched some flue powder and walked towards the fireplace, instantly arriving at the town center. Maya and Howard were both there, awaiting his arrival. The bandits occupying Mara town are attacking. They are currently camped about 10 li from the territory. If I'm not mistaken, they will launch a night raid before dawn. Howard, familiar with the territory's military strength, showed no signs of tension. Whether in a frontal battle or a surprise attack, with the number and elite quality of the territory's soldiers, victory was only a matter of time. He was now thinking more about how to use this opportunity to showcase his abilities. Interesting, they're coming before spring, planning a surprise attack. Owen stroked his chin, not expecting the opponents to have some intelligence. However, it was fortunate that they were cautious enough to rest a dozen li away and planned a night raid, which gave him ample time to prepare. Otherwise, even if the scout cavalry returned in time, they wouldn't have bought much time for the territory. Now, he could calmly make arrangements. But after some thought, Owen decided to let Howard take full command of this battle. In reality, Owen was afraid of losing face, because this time he was not facing dozens of bandits, but 300 bandits, which could not be resolved with a simple, overwhelming push. Knowing the 36 stratagems does not mean one can lead an army in battle, because the specifics of implementation are completely unknown. These skills can only be honed by serving in the military for several years. But it was not a big problem. A coal boss doesn't need to go down the mine to dig coal, and arms dealers don't all need to be Rambos. It doesn't matter if he can't do it, as long as his subordinates can. Howard nodded solemnly. Facing these enemies, he was 10 times confident of victory, but how to maximize the display of his abilities in this battle was something that required careful consideration. Try to capture them alive. As Howard was about to turn and leave, Owen thought for a moment and said to Howard, "Yes, my lord." Howard clenched his fist and struck his breastplate, then led his son to mobilize the territory's forces. Panic was non-existent among the territory's soldiers. Even when suddenly awakened from sleep, they silently donned their armor, picked up their weapons, and lined up, ready to depart. "I really don't know who trained these soldiers," Howard said with emotion. He was also skilled in training troops, but he admitted he couldn't train soldiers like these, because it completely defied individual will, shaping them into members who completely obeyed orders and integrated into the whole. Such soldiers were nothing special individually, but when their numbers increased, they could often create miracles. While Howard was expressing his admiration, the soldiers had already assembled. Therefore, he ordered his son to command the infantry to guard the city, while he led all the cavalry to battle. Howard only took 10 scout cavalry, dispersing the rest to prevent their base from being raided. Although the probability was small, it was a necessary precaution. However, what Howard didn't know was that as soon as he left, Owen followed with Shire, as he was very curious about how this battle would unfold. Of course, although he followed behind, Owen had no intention of getting close, because he only came out to experience the atmosphere of the scene, much like attending a concert live. But neither he nor Howard, who was ready for a big fight, expected to see such a thrilling scene right away. The spectacular sight of 300 bandits battling a five-legged demonic centaur. The demonic centaur was over 3 meters tall, with a horse body like an elephant, and 4 hooves as thick as barrels, their thudding sounding like muffled thunder. Its upper body was equally muscular and ferocious, with 2 arms thicker than a normal person's waist, especially its 2 pectoral muscles, which bulged exaggeratedly like volcanoes, showcasing its incredibly powerful strength. At this moment, the demonic centaur galloped wildly on its 4 hooves, like a tank with the accelerator floored. The 2 crude spiked clubs in its hands were like war drums, truly killing anyone they hit and injuring anyone they grazed. Those hit squarely were left unrecognizable, a bloody mess. Even though the bandits had a numerical advantage, she chased them like ducks. Barty's face was ashen. He, Scarface, and Harvey had just teamed up but couldn't defeat the opponent, almost losing their lives. This damned monster, the saber in Barty's hand, was bent out of shape, and his sword-holding hand trembled incessantly, clearly indicating he had suffered a great loss. Scarface was even worse off. He fought without regard for his life, easily overwhelming those weaker than him. But when facing someone stronger, fighting without regard for his life became a death wish. At this moment, his ribs were caved in, and he lay on the ground spitting blood. "This monster has become even stronger than before," Harvey said with a slight tremor. This was the advantage of smart people. They didn't rush into danger, so apart from being frightened, he hadn't lost a single hair. Prepare to retreat. Barty couldn't bother to find fault with Harvey because his heart was bleeding. Not only had the objective of this expedition not been achieved, but they had also suffered heavy losses. After returning, he feared he would have to leave, otherwise, those bandits might do something unpredictable. The problem was that even if they wanted to leave, they first had to ask Howard, who was eager to earn merit. He didn't care where that strange 5-legged centaur came from. He only wanted to earn merit now. Owen's mouth was a little agape. The cold wind blowing in didn't wake him because it was simply too shocking, and he couldn't recover for a while, his mind full of 5 legs dangling. That was truly an eye-opener. Holding the double-sided mirror with both hands, zooming in and replaying, Owen was full of exclamations, feeling like he was watching a My Little Pony fanfic, but he had to admit it was quite stimulating. This was a 5-legged centaur with a female upper body, and he absolutely had to record it. However, Emil casually throwing a devil's egg actually created such a monster, so it seemed he needed to reevaluate the extraordinary powers of this world. In reality, Owen was overthinking it. While a devil's egg wasn't common, not everyone could have one, and even if they did, not everyone who ate it could gain this level of power. Most people would instantly turn into monsters with only instincts, and they wouldn't be strong enough, at most night level, unable to chase and fight 300 people. So Bella was just an exception, because her beloved possession was a rare steed, and this steed could also overcome its instinctual fear and willingly merge with her, which created such a monster. Ordinary people didn't have these conditions. Then Owen shifted his attention to Howard, who was directing the cuirassiers to form a formation. He needed to study carefully. Many people thought that cuirassiers were just a simple charge, but that wasn't actually true. Cuirassiers were the branch of military that required the longest training time. Even archers couldn't compare, because in addition to combat skills, they also had to learn coordination. When cuirassiers began to charge, they couldn't just stop on command. If even one person fell from their horse, a large number of people behind them could be killed or injured. Therefore, cuirassier formations were very particular. They had to be loose but not scattered, maintaining a certain distance from each other while keeping the formation intact. A common formation was the wave formation, where cuirassiers charged in successive rows, maintaining distance between front and back. This way, even if the cuirassiers in front fell, there would be time to react and dodge. However, the formation couldn't be too loose. If the cuirassiers didn't have enough density, their impact wouldn't coalesce, making it easy to get stuck in the enemy lines and unable to withdraw. Therefore, cuirassiers placed great emphasis on formation and coordination. The cuirassiers in the territory were even more complex because of their variety, but Howard commanded them with ease. He placed the cuirassiers at the very front, with 2 knights acting as the arrowhead. Their sole purpose was to charge and disrupt the enemy's formation. Next were the two wings, composed of horse archers and lancer cuirassiers. They were responsible for maneuvering on both sides, with the horse archers inflicting damage and the lancer cuirassiers intercepting enemies. Interestingly, Howard did not lead the charge himself. Instead, he chose to stay at the rear with 10 lancer cuirassiers, so that if anything went wrong, he could make timely adjustments, showing his experience. Howard arranged the more than 100 cuirassiers perfectly, and Owen watched in awe. If asked, he could describe it, but he wouldn't know when the cuirassiers should charge, where they should charge to, what to do next, when the wings should converge, or how far apart they should be, and these were the key to war. Cuirassiers had strong charging ability but had to maintain a straight line, and their physical exertion was high, so they couldn't charge repeatedly. Even if they did charge repeatedly, turning around and accelerating required time, and how much time was needed, and how to fill this gap, all required the commander's judgment. Not to mention, the light cuirassiers on the converging wings were like gathering sand with both hands, requiring more meticulous command to be effective. A slight mistake could lead to casualties or even expose weaknesses, causing the encirclement to fail. Howard possessed rich basic command experience. He might not be able to handle an army of thousands, only operating in a conventional manner, but small team combat with 300 to 500 people was his forte, where he could be innovative. Sure enough, Howard seized the timing perfectly. A group of bandits had just gathered, attempting to counterattack the Devil Centaur, but they were thrown into disarray by the cuirassiers charging in from an angle. This wasn't over yet. Before they could react, arrows rained down from both sides, and a dozen or so bandits were hit and fell from their horses, instantly falling into chaos. With nowhere to run, they could only huddle together in confusion. When the cuirassiers turned around and accelerated their charge again, the fate of this group of bandits was sealed. Even more cleverly, Howard did not target all the bandits, only singling out the largest group, allowing the remaining bandits to continue tying down the Devil Centaur. Once this group of bandits was dealt with, the rest wouldn't last long, making it convenient to take over fighting the Devil Centaur. It could be said that Howard's command of the current battlefield surpassed even Owen, who had a god's eye view. An owl circled above the battlefield, a double-sided mirror on its chest giving Owen a god's eye view of the entire situation. However, he still marveled at Howard's command ability. He was definitely a talent. There was no other way. Howard had worked at the grassroots level for so many years. It could be said that he was intimately familiar with every step and every link. Coupled with having no connections or backing, all the dirty, arduous, and life-threatening tasks fell to him. If he didn't have some skill, he would have died somewhere long ago. However, a part of Owen's attention was always on the Devil Centaur. After all, compared to a talented person, a five-legged Devil Centaur was truly a rare species. Soon the bandits were either killed or captured, leaving only Barty's 3 men, the Devil Centaur and Howard's cuirassier team. Barty secretly cursed his misfortune. He never expected that a single misstep would lead him to this predicament. Therefore, he didn't notice that Harvey's expression was a bit off until his kidney was pierced. "Sorry, I don't want to die with you." Harvey quickly pulled out the dagger that had pierced his boss's side, retreating instantly as blood gushed out, not getting a single drop on himself, and also avoiding being taken down by the other party's dying counterattack. Although he used an apologetic tone, there was no sincerity at all, because as Harvey retreated to Scarface's side, he didn't forget to throw another dagger, shooting and killing Scarface, who was about to struggle to his feet. His expression remained unchanged throughout the entire process, and his hand didn't tremble in the slightest, perfectly demonstrating what it meant to be ruthless. "You hit it quite well. After all this time, I didn't even know you were an assassin," Barty said, enduring the intense pain. At this moment he knew he had lost, but to fall in such an ugly and cowardly manner did not fit his status. Therefore he forced himself to stand upright, took the poison he had hidden on his person, and immediately stiffened, becoming lifelike. This poison could maximize the preservation of the corpse's integrity and slow down the rate of decomposition, earning it the title of the last dignity of a noble. "I surrender." Harvey dropped his dagger and raised his hands, walking towards Howard. Howard, who had just witnessed a betrayal, acted as if he hadn't seen anything, ordering someone to tie him up and escort him back to the territory. A traitor had no value as a captive, but a traitor capable of gathering 300 bandits might be of interest to the Lord. At worst, he could personally hang him afterward. Bella, almost completely covered in blood, hadn't entirely lost her mind. Even though she was panting like an ox and her two volcanoes seemed on the verge of erupting, she remained clear-headed. This was because she had never fully indulged in slaughter, meaning she had never succumbed to the constantly rising primal instincts of a demon. Although it was difficult to keep it bottled up, she knew that once she gave in, the outcome would be to become a mindless monster. Before she could bury her father, Bella wouldn't allow herself to lose her mind and become a complete monster, which is why she had the urge to retreat after seeing Howard's cavalry. Facing the bandits, Bella was at ease and still had the capacity to control her desire for slaughter, but against these elite cavalrymen, if she dared not go all out, she would simply be seeking death. Yet, once she used her full strength, she didn't know how long she could maintain her lucidity, so she decided to leave. "Please wait," a clear voice called from not far away. Two figures approached from the direction where the sun was about to rise, immediately drawing everyone's attention. From the voice alone, Howard recognized it was his lord, so he quietly waved his hand. The most elite cuirassiers slowed their return, appearing non-hostile, but in reality, they were creating space for an accelerated charge. As for the horse archers, they covertly knocked arrows onto their bowstrings, using the lancers as cover. With a single command, hundreds of horse archers could immediately launch a deadly attack. Bella, about to turn her horse, stopped her hooves because she detected no hostility in the voice. Ever since she transformed, even her original tribe had betrayed her. Although they hadn't acted against her out of past loyalty, it was a fact that she had become a lone horse. Bella had wandered the northern wilderness for too long. She had almost forgotten when she last spoke. So she didn't mind stopping to exchange a few words, as even if she couldn't win a fight, no one could catch her. Thus, she ignored the subtle movements of the cavalry. Viscount Hydra, the lord of this land, Owen smiled slightly, nodded to Bella, and then invited her to be his guest. Facing the utterly aristocratic Owen, Bella, who had just been wielding two spiked maces and smashing bandits like gophers, suddenly felt a bit at a loss, as she had never encountered such a situation before. Bella was a merchant's daughter. If not for unforeseen circumstances, she would have married a knight or a farmer, like other merchants' daughters, and lived a life focused on household chores. But before she grew up, her father abandoned her in the northern wilderness to struggle for survival, and from then on, her life was filled only with hardship and hatred. Yet the more this was the case, the more Bella reminisced about her past life, dreaming of what if she hadn't been exiled to the northern wilderness, what if she had met a noble son. Which maiden doesn't harbor romantic dreams? Bella was also a woman, and if she hadn't seen absolutely no hope, she wouldn't have reached this point. Thus, even though she knew it might be a trap, even though she knew it was impossible, she still followed Owen as if under a spell. Being a simp isn't exclusive to men. In fact, women can be equally mind-shattering when they simp. Bella was like a commoner girl who met a rich, handsome, and tall man. Even if she knew deep down it was impossible, she still harbored fantasies and hoped for the day her dream would come true. Fortunately, Owen wasn't a scoundrel, and he was powerless when it came to the tall and imposing Bella, so he always acted very gentlemanly, not letting his eyes wander. The size difference was too great. Looking too much could easily lead to self-consciousness. "Is this Demon Horn Forest?" Bella asked with slight surprise as they passed the wooden fortress and stepped onto the stone path in the forest. "Few people know that the Hydra family has a territory here. I believe you will like it," Owen said, still much shorter than her even while riding an armored demon sheep, thus having to maintain some distance. "What good is it if I like it?" Bella scoffed. When she was still human, she wandered with her tribe, met only with wary and greedy gazes. How much more so now, looking like a monster, how many humans would dare approach her? Because there are no humans here, Owen smiled confidently. From their recent conversation, he noticed that Bella's self-awareness was well preserved. Aside from her strong obsession with burying her father, she was mostly easy to talk to, which sparked an idea in him. No humans. Bella's expression was very strange, showing both regret for no longer being human and a hint of anticipation. "Yes, this was originally goblin territory, and I've tamed some of them, built a small town, and also taken in some witches." "They are not humans, at least not purely human," Owen said, and seeing Bella's interest, he let out a soft cry and sped up. Bella hesitated slightly, then followed closely. The development speed of Greenwood Town had never disappointed Owen. It was truly changing day by day, let alone Bella. She had never imagined there would be a town composed of non-humans here. Does this mean she could also stay here? Previously, due to the intrusion of those bandits, Bella missed her chance, allowing Marquis Mala to escape, which was why she was chasing those bandits. Because of her demonization, Bella couldn't possibly pursue and kill people at the Imperial border, so she could only continue to wait for an opportunity. However, compared to wandering alone in the northern wilderness, a town that could accept a monster like her was undoubtedly highly appealing. Lord Demon King, the Goblin General, came to greet him with its elite goblins, fully highlighting Owen's prestige and even making Bella look sideways. After all, this goblin respectfully addressed him as Demon King. But since she was a half-demon, would she be a good match for a Demon King? Bella, now somewhat afflicted with a love-struck mind, had peculiar thoughts. But who could blame her? She hadn't even had a relationship in her life, and now, suddenly encountering such an excellent, rich, handsome, and tall man like Owen, how could her heart not be stirred? She had previously held back due to her half-demonization, but now, hearing the Goblin General's words, she actually started to hope Owen truly was the Demon King. This is Miss Bella. She will be residing here. Have the goblins prepare a special house for her, Owen instructed the Goblin General. Bella, standing nearby, opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing, for this was precisely what she yearned for in her heart. Bella certainly couldn't live in an ordinary house, and Owen couldn't figure out if she now slept standing, lying down, or in some highly difficult five-limb-to-the-sky position, so he called for the Goblin Craftsman. After a while, hearing Bella gesturing with the Goblin Craftsman, Owen realized neither was the case. Have you seen a wooden horse, the kind with 4 legs on the ground and one end with an inclined backrest-like board, similar to a stretched-out recliner? When sleeping, Bella would straddle it, relax her horse body to rest her legs, and then rest her upper body on the inclined board. But why was there a hole? As soon as he thought this, Owen snapped back to reality. It was pretty much the same function as that bed in the castle's bathroom. He understood. It's just that the circumference Bella was gesturing was a bit hurtful, especially lethal to men. The town was full of goblins, especially swarms of little goblins running wild, which made Bella involuntarily recall her old tribe. For a moment, she lightened her horse's hooves significantly, afraid of accidentally stepping on and killing one or two, which would make for an unpleasant scene. Then Owen took her to the witch school, where he happened to meet Emile, who was busy settling in the new young witches. Is it you, esteemed lady? Thank you for allowing me to gain the power to change my fate. Her conspicuous build made Bella immediately recognize her identity, so she lightly raised her horse's hoof, stepped forward, and respectfully bowed, saying, "Didn't you also pay a sufficient price?" Emile didn't think there was anything to be grateful for. If they had a choice, no one would take this path. Did they really think the power of the devil's egg was so easy to obtain? This was just the beginning, and in the future. No. Emile subtly lowered her head and glanced at her son-in-law. With a woman's intuition, she knew Owen had taken an interest in Bella, although their models didn't match Although she guessed it, Emile had no intention of interfering. Instead, she offered her support. As for the price Bella would have to pay in the future, with this mysterious son-in-law's help, she didn't need to worry about it. It would be better to go back and teach her foolish daughter a few more tricks, lest she lose out in a struggle for affection against half a horse. It was then that Owen remembered Emile had a house in Green Shade Town. Due to her unique physique, a mere 2-story house looked like a small castle, which Bella could borrow for a while. Emile did not refuse. She took Bella to the bathhouse, though she wondered if the bathhouse could accommodate the two of them. After settling Bella in Greenwood Town and entrusting her to Emile, Owen returned to the castle. Maya was waiting for him, and he then remembered he still had a prisoner to interrogate. Is the person locked in the dungeon? After hearing Maya's words, Owen's expression was a bit strange, because he seemed to have added many things to the dungeon, many out of mischievousness, also to enhance the dungeon's terrifying atmosphere. But if you added ninjas and witch hunters, it wouldn't be about enhancing the atmosphere, but rather a practical drill. While Owen was courting, Howard brought the securely bound Harvey. Maya, who took over, felt a slightly familiar aura from him, so she didn't approach. Instead, she looked up with a cold face, raised a hand, and lightly pointed a finger at Harvey. The next moment, 4 ninjas emerged from the shadows, their 8 hands extending like lightning, instantly controlling all of Harvey's joints. Harvey was completely numb. He prided himself on having undergone rigorous training. Normally, even if caught, he would use brilliant acting to mislead his captors, then use his agile skills to seize an opportunity to escape and counterkill. But now, he was silent. Damn it! How could there be professional assassins in this godforsaken place in the north? And from their aura, they were also death warriors. Harvey truly dared not move. He knew the terror of these true death warriors. Not just anyone unafraid of death can be called a death warrior. True death warriors are all extremely skilled assassins, coupled with a belief in sacrificing their lives, each capable of completing impossible assassination missions. Facing an opponent of this caliber, he wouldn't even dare say he could win against one, let alone 4. Even more terrifying, he seemed to be locked onto by several killing intents emanating from the shadows, indicating that even more death warriors were hidden, a warning to him. Having no choice, Harvey was escorted by the ninjas to the basement. It was then that he realized how naive he had been, because the true horror was here. Sometimes, when Owen got bored in the underground city's secret room or lacked inspiration, he would wander around the dungeon to clear his head. Occasionally, when a crazy idea struck him, he would arrange things here and leave behind some works. The expanded dungeon was divided into several levels. There were common iron-barred communal cells, murky water dungeons for punishment, luxurious steel single cells, and special-type prisons. The iron-barred communal cells held ordinary prisoners, the water dungeon was used to punish disobedient prisoners, the luxurious cells were for masters with battle chi, and the special-type prisons were different, very targeted. For example, sealed crystal boxes for slime-type creatures, magic sealing suits for magic users, and metal skeletons for escape experts. Harvey was honored to receive the same special treatment Emil had once endured. A creation like a metal centipede attached itself to his spine, spreading layer by layer along his neck and limbs, locking all his joints, rendering him unable to move even a single finger. This locking structure was not rigid but elastic, so common escape techniques like dislocating joints, bone shrinking, or muscle wriggling were completely useless. If it were just these, Harvey wouldn't be so panicked. The main issue was whether the number and variety of torture instruments before him were a bit too much, and were that triangular horse and wooden donkey a bit improper. Why were they even oiled? Harvey wasn't a rookie. Although unwilling to admit it, he truly guessed the purpose of these things. Thinking that these devices would be used on him, he shivered uncontrollably, feeling an urge to break down. If he broke down, he could tell everything without reservation. But thinking about the organization's methods for traitors, Harvey fell into a dilemma because he wasn't sure which was more severe, the organization's methods or the torture he was currently facing. Just then, Harvey heard the door open and footsteps, instantly perking up. He eagerly adjusted his expression, putting on a panicked, I want to confess look. Although he had fallen into a helpless situation, it didn't stop Harvey from struggling a bit. What if he managed to turn the tables? Wouldn't that be a gain? More than a dozen witch hunters carried bottles and jars, like models showcasing antiques at an auction. But when Harvey saw what was inside those bottles and jars, his face instantly turned ashen, his legs felt a bit weak, and his crotch felt a bit damp. Quickly check the materials. Don't want to find out we forgot something later, the lead witch hunter said to the others. Ghoulbrain matter, water ghost tongues, banshee ashes, atide spider venom sacs, toadback sores, rat saliva, bat guano. The main ingredients are all here. There are still many auxiliary materials. Every word from the witch hunter checking the inventory was like a heavy hammer striking Harvey's forehead. What made him even more desperate was that they weren't deliberately trying to scare him. These seductive female warriors in tight leather outfits were all witches. More despairing than falling into the hands of a witch was falling into the hands of a group of witches. Because while witches might not be strong in direct combat, their various bizarre methods were chilling. Not to mention various magical potions. Just the curses and transformations alone could make a tough guy, who wouldn't flinch even with a blade to his body, cry uncontrollably. This was Harvey scaring himself. He had truly witnessed the perverted methods of a witch driven by love turned hate, which gave him nightmares for over half a month. Who would have thought that the most popular courtesan in a popular tavern in a certain town was actually a man cursed and transformed by a witch, and her pet mouse was her beloved woman? This was a story of love turning to hate and changing affections, but the eerie methods of the witch still left a deep impression on Harvey. He would never forget the man's expression after the curse was lifted and the look of disgust on all the men in the tavern. From then on, Harvey swore never to provoke any witch. But tragically, he seemed to have fallen into the hands of a group of witches and become a test subject. This is the intelligence the other party provided. We've confirmed it repeatedly. The witch hunter handed Maya a thick stack of parchment, a look of lingering satisfaction on his face. Don't break him, the master might still have a use for him, Maya said with a hint of helplessness. Although these witch hunters had their forms reshaped and gained more beautiful appearances, the twistedness in their hearts had not improved much. Besides their fanatical loyalty to the master, they acted without scruples. After learning from those ninjas, their methods became even more unacceptable. If she didn't add a word, who knew what the captive would end up looking like? All right, he'll be sent back in one piece, the witch hunter said with a smile. Did that mean he wasn't in one piece now? Maya didn't dwell on it, shook her head, and began to read the interrogation records. And they were surprisingly detailed. From the year Harvey began keeping records, many things he probably had forgotten were recalled under external pressure, which was why so much was written. Skipping over some personal secrets, Maya focused more on which faction Harvey belonged to. So he's one of Black Hand's people, Maya realized. She had dealt with them before, back in the day. Black Hand was a well-known, established organization in the Empire, with ties to most nobles. It was said that they were initially the Emperor's white gloves. Later, an emperor mysteriously died, and the various princes turned the imperial capital into a battlefield, fighting for years. Even the great nobles in different regions acted independently. It was during that time that Black Hand seized the opportunity to break free from royal control. After breaking free from the imperial family's control, Black Hand's influence diminished significantly, but its foundation remained. Coupled with no shortage of clients, it gradually developed into a large-scale organization with its reach extending across most of the empire. Black Hand was divided into Left Hand and Right Hand, with two leaders, named Left Hand and Right Hand respectively. Each had 5 fingers as commanders, covering a wide range of activities. Overall, however, the Left Hand leaned more towards intelligence, concurrently handling smuggling, theft, and auctions. The Right Hand leaned towards combat, providing professionals for assassins, mercenaries, and guards. Therefore, while its influence and manpower were not as great as the Left Hand's, its strength consistently surpassed it. However, specializing in combat led to deficiencies in certain areas. Many operations, logistics, and intelligence were provided by the Left Hand, so externally, the Left Hand was primary. Harvey was an elite subordinate of the Left Hand's Zio Magi, dispatched to the northern wilderness as a nail to establish an outpost for the Left Hand's intelligence organization to infiltrate. Unfortunately, he died before achieving success, leaving heroes with tear-stained robes. Cooperate with them, Owen was utterly confused. After all, actively inviting an intelligence organization into one's territory was not a wise choice. Black Hand has quite deep cooperative relationships with most of the Empire's nobles, so they have a rule. They do not betray the intelligence of their local collaborators, though this rule is not absolute. Maya explained Black Hand's modus operandi to Owen. In simple terms, they bullied the weak and feared the strong. Black Hand's essence was to do dirty work for local nobles, so unless an exorbitant price was offered, they would not betray the intelligence of local collaborators. Doing so was not conducive to developing and expanding the organization's business scope. Since Black Hand sent personnel to the northern wilderness, it means they have already set their sights on this place. Killing them is useless and only makes us a target, Maya continued, which ultimately made Owen nod in agreement. Regardless of his willingness, Black Hand's penetration into the northern wilderness was a foregone conclusion. Rather than constantly defending against them, it was better to proactively seek cooperation. Moreover, once they cooperated, they would be the Party A, taking the initiative. Will they agree? The territory's location isn't great, and our apparent strength isn't the strongest. Surely Black Hand wouldn't cooperate with the weak, would they? Owen scratched his head. His scalp felt itchy from thinking too much, but he still spotted some issues. Master, you underestimate the capabilities and value of those ninjas, Maya couldn't help but remind him. Keeping assassins and killers was a noble tradition, but their professionalism and strength varied wildly. Ninjas weren't exceptionally strong in direct combat, but assassination was their specialty. Especially after learning the breathing technique, it not only increased their direct combat ability, but also made assassinations even more lethal. Moreover, with the enhancement of various magic potions and tools, even Owen couldn't figure out what they were capable of. After all, the territory was peaceful, he didn't provoke outsiders, and most people in the territory had no opportunity to use their skills. However, Owen trusted Maya's judgment. After all, she was the only one in the entire territory who had seen the big world. Since Maya valued the ninjas so highly, Owen decided to strengthen the ninja team. That way, when cooperating with Black Hand, they wouldn't be looked down upon or give them bad ideas. Strength was always the most important foundation for peace. The weak had no right to seek peace. When Harvey emerged from the dungeon, he was in a daze. The moment he saw Owen, he cried. If he hadn't been so closely watched, he would have loved to slide to his knees and hug Owen's thigh to pledge loyalty. Don't blame him for kneeling so quickly. Harvey swore that even his superior, Zio Magi, would kneel if he fell into the hands of those perverted witches. Being turned into various small animals was one thing. Being cut into parts and reattached he could endure, as he ultimately wasn't broken. But being force-fed that kind of medicine and having them research, cross-species bloodline propagation and improvement, was not something a human could do. Especially when they were discussing some monster girl cultivation manual. Harvey, even if he surrendered and died kneeling on the spot, would never endure it and let those perverted witches succeed. With this realization, he readily believed whatever Maya said and decisively betrayed Zio Magi and parts of the organization's plans completely. At the same time, he secretly resented that his position wasn't high enough, so he couldn't betray them more thoroughly. It couldn't be said that Harvey was a coward. Black Hand's elite personnel had undergone rigorous training. Capture, torture, and interrogation were all key points of their training. If he had fallen into the hands of other nobles, you would have seen a spectacular performance from him. But he couldn't stand against a group of professional death warriors and a group of witches with no bottom line, who subjected him to repeated torment from body to soul, and then to will. What was even more terrifying was that various potent healing magic potions were used as if they were free. Of course, those witches were also very frugal. They would turn him into various small animals, similarly cutting him up in various ways. Due to the smaller body size, less magic potion was consumed, but the pain was not diminished in the slightest. Harvey was released. He would serve as a bridge between the territory and Black Hand. However, before leaving, he also had to lead Howard to Mara Town to extract the last bit of value. If Mara Town is taken, it cannot be left to waste, but who to garrison it is a problem. Owen wasn't worried about Howard failing to take Mara Town. Although many nomadic tribes had gathered there, most adult men had been captured by the territory, and those not captured had died. In this situation, surrender would be their only choice. A tribe could exist without a leader, but it absolutely could not exist without men. Otherwise, it would quickly be assimilated or perish. So their only choice was to surrender. Otherwise, what could they do? With all the tribes left with only elders, children, and women, how could they survive in the northern wilderness without men? Capturing Mara Town would bring at least 1,000 people to the territory, but while the population could be slowly converted, Mara Town itself could not be abandoned. As a transit point between north and south, Mara Town's geographical location was extremely important. Whether holding the Northern Witch Alliance or developing towards the imperial border, Mara Town was indispensable as it could be both attacked and defended. Therefore, capable personnel were needed to garrison it. On this point, Owen and Maya reached a consensus. The problem was that only Corrins and Howard in the entire territory were competent, and one leaned towards trade, while the other leaned towards combat. The best solution would be for both of them to go, as they could complement each other, but the territory also lacked talent, and there were many things to do in the spring. Maya couldn't handle everything alone. After a moment of hesitation, considering that development was the main priority at the moment, Owen decided to assign Corrins to garrison Mara Town. Without further delay, Owen ordered Howard to lead his troops to occupy Mara Town first, with Corrins forming an immigration team to follow closely behind. Knowing the importance of Mara Town, Howard didn't waste any time. He immediately mobilized all his cavalry, packed enough dry rations, and set off. Corrins wasn't idle either. After learning of his new appointment from Owen, he grinned. He had been waiting his entire life for an opportunity, and now it had clearly arrived. Holding the appointment signed by the Lord, Corrins rang the copper bell at the town center. Farmers, who had been wintering at home, disregarded the cold wind outside, picked up their weapons, and streamed out of their homes, gathering like a tide in the square in front of the town center. Although they were farmers, it didn't mean they couldn't fight. Owen had arranged for the territory's farmers to rotate through military training, though they hadn't been officially assigned a class. However, this didn't prevent them from taking up arms and fighting. Corin stood on the high platform, full of vigor, announcing the Lord's command. Moments later, all the farmers began to move. The 300 farmers closest to Corin's went home to gather dry rations and clothing. The other farmers hitched up their wagons and began loading them with grain, tools, and materials. When preparations were almost complete, the 300 farmers, carrying their bundles, arrived by the wagons, awaiting Corin's. Corin's was stunned. He knew the territory's farmers were not only highly capable workers, but also highly obedient, but he had never known them to be this strong. However, there was no time for him to be dazed. Corin's quickly assembled 100 infantry as escorts and set off for Mara town. Corin's hadn't even gone halfway when Howard had already captured Mara town. To say captured wasn't entirely accurate. Harvey had paraded the heads of his two older brothers through the town, and when word spread from him that most of the bandits had been captured, everyone fell silent. After Howard entered the small town with his elite cavalry, everyone became law-abiding citizens. For the tribe to continue, they had to get their men back, and to achieve this, surrender was their only option. Of course, this was also because they knew they had value and wouldn't be killed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have surrendered so easily. Both the nomadic tribes gathered around the small town and the town's original residents were within the scope of relocation. They would be moved to the territory for domestication. This was the Lord's command, and although Howard didn't fully understand, he resolutely carried it out. Under the patrol of the elite cavalry, no one dared to disagree, not even the town residents who were reluctant to part with their property, because those who had the courage to resist had already died when the bandits occupied the town. Upon Corin's arrival, Howard borrowed 50 of his infantry to escort everyone back to the territory. These were all precious people. "Everyone get moving. We need to rebuild the entire town before the merchants arrive." Standing in the deserted small town, Corin shouted slogans with great enthusiasm, and the farmers, living up to expectations, efficiently dismantled the original buildings and began reconstruction. Corin lit the fireplace, activated the flue network, and then took out a two-sided mirror to rub it. This was a prearranged signal. Sure enough, a female warrior wearing tight leather armor and carrying two swords emerged from the fireplace shortly after. Although he was now a town mayor, Corin still dared not offend the other party. Even if the other party was just a warrior, her attire and demeanor clearly indicated a deep relationship with the Lord, and he couldn't afford to offend her, so he was very polite. The newcomer was a witch hunter without a name because after rebirth, they decided to abandon everything from their past, including their names. Now they were sharp blades in their master's hands, so they were designated by numbers, and she was number 6. Taking out a pouch enchanted with the spells of spatial expansion, number 6, expressionless, transferred its contents and then spoke to Corin's. "I will come once a week. Prepare a list of what you need in advance and give it to me. I will bring it next time." Corin's quickly nodded, and after politely seeing her off, breathed a sigh of relief. He instinctively felt that something was off about her, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. He just felt it was better not to offend her, which was why he lowered his posture despite his status. After sending the person off, looking at the large pile of materials in front of him, Corin's gained more confidence in the upcoming reconstruction project. He immediately forgot about rest and started working tirelessly. Howard escorted over 1,000 people back to the territory, and the journey was equally arduous. Fortunately, no accidents occurred. Those people didn't try to escape or resist. Coupled with the ample food obtained from Corin's, they returned to the territory safely. After Howard's return, Owen had to remain at the town center, starting conversions as soon as the progress value recovered. After all, the newly arrived 1,000 people were all unstable factors, especially the nearly 200 bandit captives, who were excellent potential soldiers and could not be wasted. This time, the harvest was considerable, as Owen hadn't expected so many people from the nomadic tribes and Mara town residents to be convertible into commoners. This was good news for a territory desperately short of commoners. Moreover, herders could not only be converted into cavalry faster and better, but also trained into a special type of cavalry, nomadic cavalry. Nomadic cavalry were versatile. capable of using scimitars, throwing axes, lassos, and short bows, and were skilled in long-distance raids. Aside from being unsuitable for frontal charges, they were excellent light cavalry. Of course, their versatility also gave nomadic cavalry several shortcomings. For example, their charges were not as good as spear cavalry, their mounted archery not as good as horse archers, and their defense not as good as cuirassiers. However, when several types of cavalry were combined, they would undoubtedly become an extremely powerful cavalry force. Owen had initially focused on his own small domain and hadn't paid much attention to cavalry. Now that the territory's strength had greatly increased, it was time to expand its influence, and as the fist to display power, cavalry would undoubtedly be the focus of future development, so the emergence of nomadic cavalry was indeed the icing on the cake. With the meat delivered to his mouth, Owen knew that just by consuming it, his strength would greatly increase. No matter how lazy he was, he had to force himself to work diligently and digest these gains as quickly as possible to better cope with the increasingly unpredictable situation in the Northern Witch Alliance. After all, this year's winter in the territory had been so lively, places near the imperial border would only be more so. Owen wasn't speaking idly. The Northern Witch Alliance, reorganized by Maya, had rebuilt its intelligence network, and many reports arrived daily, allowing him to keep abreast of changes at the imperial border. Therefore, he was well aware that the situation would become increasingly severe in the future. If he couldn't quickly grow stronger, his dream of living the leisurely life of a noble lord would be impossible. The weather gradually warmed, and before he knew it, Owen had grown another year older, but he wasn't in the mood for a birthday. Although he was only 20 in his previous life, he was already nearing 40, so birthdays didn't matter anymore. Besides, he had no family now. Why celebrate a birthday as a lone wolf? Instead, being busy every day at the town center made him rediscover the drive he had when he used to work. Lately, after consuming progress points for transformations, Owen hadn't been in a hurry to leave. Instead, he would diligently review the documents Maya sent him in his study, understanding the current state of his territory, and then contemplating its future development. However, it wasn't that easy, because the territory had, without him realizing it, developed into a major power with 3 towns, a population of 2,000, plus nearly 1,000 goblins. Although this population was still less than that of an elementary school, it involved all aspects of life and future development, which still gave him a massive headache. To get a more intuitive feel, Owen decided to build a sandbox. He had a wooden platform the size of a pool table brought in, covered with soil, wooden strips, and branches. Then Owen clapped his hands, and hundreds of various figurines appeared from nowhere, jumping onto the platform and diligently beginning to dig holes and pile up earth. These were all things Owen had made when he was bored, full of memories from his previous life. The Golden Zodiac, the 7 Calabash Brothers, Transformers, and even My Little Pony and Sailor Moon. As for characters like Night Shift and Against Demon, they were there too. Anyway, he was in another world where no one knew, and as a lord, as a noble, as a man, what was wrong with him being a little perverted? No matter what the characters were, they were all laborers now, working together to create the world. It took them a whole afternoon to create a decent-looking sandbox. Actually, if Owen's transfiguration spells were a bit better, he could have completed it with a flick of his wand. Unfortunately, his transfiguration spells were only passable. Changing something into a circle, square, or triangle was fine, but anything more complex was out of the question. Owen, who didn't intend to create a block world, could only choose to let the figurines do it themselves. Anyway, he only needed to watch, and these special puppets, connected to his will, would automatically complete the task. After having the mud-covered figurines clean themselves up, Owen walked to the sandbox with his hands behind his back and sighed. "This is the empire I built." Unbeknownst to him, the territory's scale grew larger and larger, developing better and better, and Owen was proud of it. Unfortunately, with a larger territory and more people came more problems. Now, every action in the territory required a lot of thought. Owen opened his attribute panel, which he hadn't looked at in a long time. Name, Owen. Age, 20. Profession, puppet master / wizard / onmyoji, magic power, 280/280. Leadership 28, might 16, intelligence 28, politics 30, charisma 30. Specialty, mysticism. Skills, mental meditation method, demon lord aura, monster summoning art, Hogwarts 4th year spells, onmyodo, shikigami transformation, shikigami summoning. Equipment, holy Ares power armor, thunderclap power hammer. Mount Armored Damon Sheep. Pet Neasel/Cub. Shikigami, Slime Queen, Minotaur Guard, High Priestess Amir, Demon Centaur Bella. My attributes haven't improved much, and I'm already 20 this year. Time really flies. Owen sighed, but his eyes glanced down. The names Emil and Bella in the attribute panel were a bit, well, it was his own doing, so he had to see it through, even with tears. Actually, this was Emil's idea. For some reason, she never resisted her own Shikigami transformation, and thus clearly felt her life form gradually undergoing a certain change, an indescribable change that was developing in a good direction. Therefore, she suggested Owen perform Shikigami transformation on Bella to change her fate. The effect was unexpectedly good. The Shikigami transformation changed Bella's life form and gave her a switch, and this switch was controlled by Owen. This eliminated the possibility of Bella losing control, and at the same time the territory gained another great general, because Owen had already thought of her use, but now the progress points were needed to transform the population, so it could only be postponed for now. After admiring the empire he had built, Owen picked up the documents Maya had sent him and looked at them again, deciding to make a trip to Greenwood Town. Taking advantage of the sparse human presence during winter, Emil had transferred all the little witches from the farm to Greenwood Town. Currently, the farm's milking and cheese-making duties were handled by the territory's farmwives. When spring came, he would have Howard send all the farmers from the farm to the territory for transformation, and then replace them with the territory's farmers. This back and forth not only increased the territory's population, but also brought the farm completely under his control. Maya had already arranged these matters. She had long guessed that the territory possessed some means of brainwashing, but she didn't say anything, instead helping to conceal it, which saved Owen a lot of worry. Since things were arranged, Owen decided to go to Greenwood Town to see how the witch school was progressing. Stepping out of the fireplace, Owen surveyed the Big Tree Cave Tavern before him, nodding in satisfaction. This was prepared by Owen for adventurers. He didn't think Greenwood Town could be kept secret for long, nor did he believe the ruins could be hidden from those foreign adventurers. Therefore, he decided to do the opposite, turn Greenwood Town into an adventurer's paradise, letting those adventurers explore the ruins and work for him. As for whether those adventurers would obtain treasures, power, or even divine artifacts in the ruins, Owen didn't care. With the system in hand, he sought nothing else. He only needed to wait patiently, and in the future, he would have everything. This was the confidence of a system owner. Therefore, instead of trying to prevent foreign adventurers from entering Greenwood Town and discovering the ruins, it was better to simply open it up. Owen forgot where he had read a book. He remembered it mentioned a gold mine being discovered somewhere, attracting many prospectors. The lucky ones among them found gold, made a fortune, and lived a life of debauchery. But after the gold mine was exhausted, those lucky ones became impoverished again. Only the merchants who provided alcohol, food, and women gained immense wealth. Although it felt a bit like toxic chicken soup, it suited Owen perfectly, because he didn't need serendipitous encounters, he didn't need adventures, he didn't need anything. As long as he had enough time, he would possess everything. So Owen had no need to stand in opposition to all foreign adventurers. In a sense, they were merely Owen's laborers, considered migrant workers. Next, he only needed to do a good job with logistics, and Owen would be able to continuously harvest wealth from those adventurers. Therefore, he made some modifications to Greenwood Town, such as this Big Tree Cave Tavern. The Big Tree Cave, located in the center of the town, was originally just Owen's temporary residence. Later, after having new ideas, Owen decided to make it the town's landmark building. Therefore, he not only used Super Farm super fertilizer, but also watered it with a large amount of sun water, a fusion of sunlight and water produced by sunflowers in Plants vs. Zombies, making this ancient tree grow vigorously as if it had eaten golden kella. During this period, Emil and Dayer, along with many witches, collectively cast transfiguration spells to shape it into a tree tower. The Big Tree Cave Tavern is divided into two parts, upper and lower. The lower part is the largest and is a semi-underground structure to expand its area, fully utilizing the space supported by the massive underground root system. Therefore, upon entering, one can see thick roots crisscrossing like pillars, and the surrounding walls are covered with dense, grid-like fine roots. Because of the reasonable layout, it doesn't feel oppressive, and even the dim environment is solved by lantern grass. Currently, there are dozens of small round tables, private booths, and a bar directly opposite the main entrance, making it look very distinctive. The upper part is not a hollowed-out internal space. as the strength of the giant tree itself must be considered to prevent it from breaking. Instead, it consists of small rooms connected by vinewood corridors encircling the tree's exterior. Some resemble squirrel dens, some bird nests, and most are treehouses, just like the style of the entire town, blending into nature. Designed this way, the entire Big Tree Cave Tavern can accommodate 200 to 300 people for drinking, entertainment, and living. Calling it a tree building is no exaggeration. It can satisfy most people's needs, both inside and out. Unfortunately now, apart from a few off-duty goblins leisurely ordering a mug of ale, there are no other customers. The goblin bartender is bored, wiping glasses. A slime maid is mopping the floor and blowing bubbles, and even the magic horn goblin security guard is nodding off. If this were a regular business, it would surely go bankrupt. Leaving the Big Tree Cave Tavern, Owen declined the goblin general's offer to accompany him and went alone to the witch school. The witch school employs a muggle-repelling charm. Of course, this alone is probably not secure enough for adventurers with their myriad tricks. So, in addition to the muggle-repelling charm, there are other measures, such as the plants and zombies from Plants vs. Zombies, the ingenious traps set by goblins, and various curses cast by witches. Finally, there are the witch hunters stationed there. If one were to truly break in, 9 lives wouldn't be enough. As Owen entered the school area, the first thing he felt was tranquility, because these persecuted witches most craved a peaceful life. Therefore, they take life seriously. Not only are all areas spotlessly clean, but plants are also grown everywhere. However, as they are witches, many of these plants are quite dangerous, at the very least being mushrooms that make you see little people if eaten. Besides this, there are many magical creatures here, such as bowtruckles, puffskeins, and auguries. These were all bred in Dare's greenhouse and sent to the witch school for the young witches to care for, giving them a spiritual anchor and simultaneously expanding the populations of these magical creatures. It was currently class time. As the principal of the witch school, Owen walked with his hands behind his back, preparing for an inspection. On the way, he met the 5 teaching assistants. These teaching assistants were older. Although their physical bodies had been reforged, their mindsets couldn't adjust, so they were usually responsible for maintaining the witch school's operations and not for combat. However, things truly wouldn't work without them, as they served as gatekeepers, cooks, librarians, cleaners, and dorm managers. If even one were missing, everything would fall into chaos. Therefore, Owen nodded and encouraged them whenever he met them, asking them to fulfill their duties diligently. He skillfully walked to the window behind the classroom and took in the entire classroom through the glass. There were a total of 65 young witches and 18 young sorceresses. They would be the core that would support the entire territory's magic system in the future, so Owen truly did not treat them poorly. Besides their basic needs, their studies were never neglected. They not only had Hogwarts textbooks, but also parts of the Puppet Master and Onmyoji systems. It could be said that Owen had brought out most of the extraordinary knowledge he possessed, painstakingly piecing together the foundation of an extraordinary magic school. The only problem was that currently, only Emil and Dare taught in rotation. Therefore, apart from basic spells and transfiguration, the overall teaching leaned more towards herbology and potions. This was unavoidable. Owen was busy converting the surging population and had no spare capacity to accumulate progress points to exchange for Hogwarts professors. Fortunately, these 4 subjects alone were enough to study, not to mention Owen also added a swordsmanship class, having witch hunters teach the young witches and sorceresses close combat. After all, a wand in one hand and a longsword in the other is also a unique romance for mages. Who says you can't kill someone without a wand? Very good, they are studying very diligently, Owen said, satisfied after observing Emil's teaching. As he left, he instructed the cook to prepare an extra meal today. Everything was developing in a positive direction, which made Owen very happy and gave him a great sense of accomplishment. However, his good mood was soon interrupted. Traces of northern barbarians have been found in Wild Buffalo territory. What is the current situation? Owen frowned from behind his desk. Although he was mentally prepared, it was not good news, and he was displeased. Scouts stationed in Wild Buffalo territory just sent word. Currently, 2 northern lands barbarian tribes have been discovered stationed north of the northern boundary river, numbering around 700 to 800 people. The number of adult warriors is 200 to 300, and they are currently attempting to cross the river, Maya calmly reported the newly received information. The northern barbarians were very likely led here by Baron Bison's daughter. Owen suddenly remembered this, but it wasn't a big problem. Even without this guide, the northern barbarians wouldn't remain peaceful for too long. After all, life further north wasn't easy, and raiding was the best way to get rich, at least for the northern barbarians. Does Master need to dispatch troops immediately? Maya also knew about this matter, but to try and take revenge with the help of the northern barbarians was simply overthinking it, so she asked. No rush for now. Crossing the river won't be that fast. The weather is starting to warm up, which is when the water level rises fastest. Without understanding the water conditions, the barbarians won't dare to cross the river in large numbers. Two northern lands barbarian tribes, even combined, still numbered less than 1,000 people, which was not a major enemy for the territory. The territory's soldier-to-civilian ratio was severely imbalanced and could not be viewed with common sense, so Owen calmly considered the pros and cons of this matter. Have the miners in Wild Buffalo territory stop work for now, so they aren't discovered. At the same time, send more scouts to constantly monitor the situation of the northern lands barbarian tribes, Owen said, stroking his chin. Does Master want the northern lands barbarian tribes to cross the river? Maya guessed Owen's thoughts, but didn't understand why he would do so. Clearly, preventing them from crossing or attacking them mid-crossing would be the least effort. Yes, I want them to cross the river. The northern barbarians have excellent physical conditions and are prime candidates for heavy infantry. The territory needs such laborers, Owen said with a smile. Maya nodded in understanding. After subjugating the nomadic tribe, the territory gained a nomadic cavalry. Clearly, her master was now eyeing the northern lands barbarian tribes, intending to add a heavy infantry unit to the territory. To achieve this goal, the two northern lands barbarian tribes must first be lured across the river, cutting off their retreat. As for whether it would backfire, Maya was very calm about it. They were not qualified for that. However, we cannot be too careless. Have Bella lead the nomadic cavalry to patrol between Wild Buffalo territory and the territory. If the enemy plans a sneak attack, have her strike first, Owen said to Maya, tapping on the table. Understood, Master. Maya noted this down, then left the study to inform Bella. Bella is now the territory's cavalry commander, specifically responsible for leading the nomadic cavalry. As such, she can no longer gallop wildly on all fours as she once did. Not only does she have custom-tailored clothes underneath, but also a fine-scale mail vest, complete with a butt flap. With a flick of her tail, it's quite convenient. Her weapons have also changed from 2 crude wolf-tooth clubs to a pair of iron halberds, each weighing 40 caddies. Her horse also carries 36 short spears, making her truly capable of both long and short-range combat, offense and defense, with all lengths and thicknesses under her control. Just as clothes adorn a person and a saddle adorns a horse, Bella, standing there majestically, indeed possessed the demeanor of a fierce general. Upon receiving the order, she let out a whistle, and 150 nomadic cavalry immediately turned their horses and followed her towards Wild Buffalo territory. After watching them leave, Maya returned to the town center to handle various upcoming affairs and prepare for the arrival of outsiders. Corrins sent word that a caravan had already arrived in Mara town and would reach the territory within a few days. Airwe Trading Company, what a bother. When Maya learned the caravan belonged to the Airwe Trading Company, she knew there would be trouble. However, this was something she couldn't handle, so she could only leave it to her master. In fact, after learning about this, Owen's heart was conflicted for a long time. After all, his current body's mother was the eldest daughter of the Airwe Trading Company, and she had even given birth to his younger sister. He was a transmigrator. Theoretically, he had no blood relation to this body. Since he had never met them, where would the affection come from? But he was lonely. It sounds funny, he had thousands of liegemen and 2 women who knew him inside and out, yet he always had a persistent sense of loneliness. This was not Earth, not his home country. There were no familiar friends or relatives, no family or parents. He was like a kite with a broken string, seemingly high above, but only he knew the loneliness in his heart. No normal person likes to stay in a basement, no matter how comfortable it's arranged, but Owen was different. Only there, in a place almost isolated from the outside world, could he find a moment of peace. Yet, the sense of loneliness in his heart only grew. This internal void had always left Owen lacking sufficient motivation and a sense of belonging, which is why he had acted impulsively and somewhat indulgently over the years. To put it plainly, he craved friendship, kinship, and love. One could say he was being sentimental, but Owen, both before and after transmigration, had the mindset of an ordinary person. He wasn't decisive in killing, wasn't brilliant and mighty, nor was he heartless and unrighteous. He refused to change, yet he yearned for change. Owen, even with the system, had no solution for his fluctuating emotions. His heart wasn't strong enough, wasn't hard enough. Perhaps it needed more time and experience to temper. In any case, Owen ultimately did not refuse the Airway Trading Company's caravan, but he also offered no special treatment. As long as they followed the territory's regulations, they could do as they pleased. Standing at the forefront of the caravan, Code wondered if he was dreaming. Was this the territory of the Hydra family? Because of that incident, both Code and President Bori had encountered a lot of trouble. After all, a trading company is not a president's personal domain. To put it bluntly, the president is a tool for those shareholders to make money. Once they discover that their investments cannot yield more profit, or might even incur losses, they will not hesitate to withdraw funds, which would undoubtedly be fatal for the trading company. No trading company stockpiles large amounts of capital, because only by keeping money flowing will wealth grow. Therefore, once a large amount of capital is withdrawn, the trading company's capital chain will break, leading to a large number of quality assets being sold off at low prices. The trading company's bankruptcy and closure are inevitable, and the president will undoubtedly become the scapegoat and target of anger. So not only was Code almost transferred to sweep the stables, but President Bori also expended a great deal of effort and promised many benefits to stabilize the undercurrents within the trading company and retain his position as president. However, it was inevitable that the power and influence of the president's faction suffered considerable losses. To recover, it would take at least 10 years, not to mention that some people didn't want him to recover. Therefore, President Bori wanted to seize the opportunity presented by the Second Northern Land Reclamation Group's surge and sent Code to the territory of the Hydra family, which the trading company was most familiar with, to attempt an alliance and gain more benefits. The problem was that the development speed of the Hydra family's territory exceeded everyone's imagination, let alone President Bori, who was far away at the imperial border. Even Code, standing right there, couldn't believe what he was seeing, feeling as if it were a dream. Then Code's expression changed, because he realized that the bargaining chips he brought were simply not enough. In his impression, the Hydra family was still that lucky local tyrant with dozens of soldiers, not the town before him, which was no less impressive than Fey Liar Town. Yes, it was a town. Thanks to the addition of witches, the use of flying brooms and spatial expansion bags finally allowed the territory to overcome the problem of insufficient transport capacity. They didn't even need to continue building roads. A stone wall, equally tall, had already been built alongside the wooden wall. With the stone wall plus the town's new and orderly buildings, no one would believe it was just a small town. Moreover, after the addition of the nomadic tribe's population, even after dispatching 500 people to Mara town, the territory's population still exceeded 2,000, already surpassing the scope of an average small town. It must be said that there was a reason why Code was highly regarded by President Bori. Moments later, he had made his decision. Actually, Bori had never blamed Code for the previous incident, because even if he had been in that position, he couldn't have done better. One could only say that the Hydra family had hidden too deeply, and they had been too impatient. But they hid too deeply. Code sighed helplessly, unsure if his decision was right or wrong, because even a slight error would not only ruin him but also the president. Yet wasn't this also a huge opportunity? If successful, the Airway Trading Company could advance further on its existing foundation and even break free from the constraints of those people. Thinking of this, Code suppressed his inner fear and hesitation, took a deep breath, and decided to pay a personal visit. Although this might lead to him being hanged, as the last meeting was not very pleasant, imagining the benefits he could gain if successful, he suppressed all distracting thoughts, tidied himself up carefully, and brought carefully selected gifts to seek an audience. However, Code quickly discovered that he was not qualified to see the Lord. Fortunately, the manager of this town was willing to meet him, and although time was limited, Code still decided to seize this opportunity. "Hello, esteemed Ms. Maya." Facing the serving maid he had personally sent away a few years ago, Code's expression showed no abnormality as he respectfully greeted her. Of course, Maya, who remembered who the other party was, did not take the opportunity to put on airs. She was not that bored, and she had long grown accustomed to the so-called changes in status. Maya went from being a trusted manager of a noble countess to a low-ranking serving maid sent to the remote northern land, and then from a plaything-like serving maid to the manager of a town. Through these ups and downs, her heart was no longer easily swayed. Therefore, in her working state, she calmly pondered what the Airway Trading Company could bring to the territory, what impact it would have, and even considered her master's mood. Walking out of the town center, Code, who had broken into a cold sweat, slowly exhaled. He never expected the maid he had sent away all those years ago to be so formidable, no, terrifying. It wasn't a pretense, but an aura born from the power she wielded and her own capabilities, a unique charisma possessed only by truly influential elites. This led to Code being completely suppressed during their recent conversation. If she hadn't held back, he feared he would have lost disastrously. At this moment, Code couldn't help but regret his misjudgment back then. If he had kept her in the trading company, perhaps the chairman wouldn't be so passive. After all, talent is rare, and true elites are 1 in 10,000. Of course, Code only thought about it because he was very clear that even if he had known her talent back then, the outcome wouldn't have changed. Code chose a shop facing the street. The location was good, and the area wasn't small. Therefore, the money he brought was not enough, and he could only use goods as collateral, surrendering whatever was sold. Thus, this trip was for naught. However, Code was very satisfied because the Airwe Trading Company was the only foreign trading company in the entire territory. He had seized the initiative, and that was enough. Code left a few assistants to sell goods here, then returned impatiently, because his bold move would once again put the chairman in a passive position. However, he didn't believe the chairman would fail to see the opportunities contained within. Owen was fully aware of the Airwe Trading Company's arrival and departure, but he did nothing, not even converting the personnel they brought. The system's conversion was not omnipotent, at least not for the town center. First, the other party must agree to join the territory and acknowledge his rule. This was the foundation. Even if they shouted, "Long live my emperor," but resisted in their hearts, the conversion could not be completed. Moreover, the smarter one was, the more difficult the conversion, because smart people had many thoughts and found it hard to let go completely. During the initial conversions, because the subjects were all serfs, no one resisted becoming farmers with land and houses, so Owen didn't notice this point. It was later, when converting the nomadic tribe and Mara town residents, especially when there were merchants among them, that Owen discovered this problem. Fortunately, the living conditions in the territory were too good. Only a very small number of people felt resistance, and these individuals became sacrifices for building the stone wall, toiling to death, with no use for regret. It was for this reason that Owen felt troubled by the arrival of outsiders. Otherwise, if he could convert everyone who came, what would he have to fear? Unfortunately, what he feared came to pass. As the weather gradually warmed, more and more outsiders entered the territory. They were very surprised that such a large town existed in such a remote place, but they didn't care about these things, nor did they seek reasons. Instead, they were very happy, because this meant they would have a stable foothold and could explore further afield. The composition of these outsiders was complex. Scouts, bandits, wanted criminals, adventurers, pioneers, vagrants. One could say that instability flowed, even in their veins. However, the territory was well prepared for this, and Howard, appointed as the city defense officer, would shoulder a heavy responsibility. Since arriving in the territory, Howard had been revitalized. After bringing his entire family over, he devoted himself to his work, as the territory's welfare benefits meant he didn't have to worry about life, and even armor, weapons, warhorses, and servants were readily available. With ample motivation, Howard personally planned patrol routes, and the sufficient troops and strictly obedient soldiers allowed him to operate freely, ensuring no blind spots were left. At the same time, Howard also appointed his son, Hogg, as the town's security officer, personally leading a team of elite soldiers responsible for arresting troublemakers and providing deterrence. 18-year-old Hogg, under ample nutrition and rigorous training, had grown very robust and was not far from awakening his battle chi. Wielding a flail in one hand and a large shield in the other, ordinary people were truly no match for him, not to mention being accompanied by 10 swordsmen, 10 crossbowmen, and 10 nomadic cavalry. In a real fight, even a well-coordinated adventurer team would only be able to flee. And they might not even escape, because nomadic cavalry were not ordinary cavalry. Their scimitars, throwing axes, shortbows, and lassos were all effective weapons against these people. Leading such a team of elites, even the most unruly people would rationally choose to remain silent upon seeing them, including several notorious wanted criminals. These people had committed crimes in the empire, remained restless even after fleeing to the imperial border, and finally ran to this place after being wanted. They had originally intended to relax a bit before orchestrating another big case, but after seeing the numerous elite soldiers and cavalry here, they decided to be law-abiding citizens for now. Because once they committed a crime, they couldn't win and couldn't escape, they would be doomed. Only adventurers were an exception. They were completely divorced from the concept of being law-abiding and feared no danger. On the contrary, the more dangerous it was, the more excited they became. Otherwise, they wouldn't be regarded as unstable elements by lords everywhere. Even Owen felt a headache over adventurers, and his apprehension was even greater than for dark forces. Because apart from a few lunatics who wanted to destroy the world, most dark forces sought either wealth or power, and in any case, negotiations were possible, and even cooperation. But adventurers were different. They also liked money and power, and dreamed of a leisurely life after retirement, but causing trouble was almost their instinct. Their curiosity and adventurous spirit simply couldn't be controlled, and this wasn't something that could be solved with money. Owen had heard Maya say that in the long course of history, the empire had experienced multiple city-destroying, nation-overthrowing crises, and nearly 80% of them were caused by adventurers. Even if not directly, they were related, which shows the destructive power of adventurers. Owen's current capital was truly not enough for them to wreak havoc. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically built Greenwood Town as an adventurer's paradise, using the ruins as bait, precisely to constrain the destructive power of adventurers within a certain range. The facts were just as Owen had guessed. The adventurers' attention was not focused on Akita Town. Akita Town was the name Owen gave to the territory's town, because outside the city were vast farmlands, and in autumn, a glance revealed golden waves of wheat, making one wonder if this was truly the barren northern lands, hence the name Akita. However, the prosperous Akita Town was not the target of adventurers. It was too peaceful, and there were too many soldiers. There was no place for adventurers to play a role, and no quests, so their attention quickly shifted to the Demon Horn Forest, because the area around the entire territory was vast and empty, and the only place that could hide opportunities was there. Of course, while Owen regarded Greenwood Town as bait to lure adventurers, he would not make it too obvious. Otherwise, it would be hard to guarantee that adventurers wouldn't cause trouble again. To put it bluntly, adventurers were a bunch of stubborn people. They would be suspicious of meat served to them on a platter, and only after crashing headfirst, getting bruised and battered, would they grinningly gnaw on the bloody meat, because that's when it tasted best. The town was very quiet at night, as most residents maintained a life habit of working from sunrise to sunset. At this time, only the patrol team was still inspecting the streets with neat steps, bringing a full sense of security. Because the transformed individuals had a sense of detection among themselves, no matter how outsiders disguised themselves, the patrol team could spot problems at a glance. They had already caught several people, as there was a curfew in the territory, and no one was allowed on the streets after dark. Moreover, there was only one inn in the entire town, leaving outsiders with no choice but to stay there, which further strengthened management. Of course, some tried to rent private houses, but unfortunately, even with gold coins, the transformed residents would not agree. So some people planned to use force, but the soldiers' strong crossbows and hog's flail quickly taught them how to behave. Those who dared to resist were all beaten to death on the spot, those who surrendered were locked up, and those with serious offenses were hanged. Under such thunderous measures, the remaining people learned to behave. To avoid being locked in cages or directly hanged, they could only obediently follow the town's laws, including adventurers. This was because there were too many soldiers in the territory, and patrol routes crisscrossed, leaving no blind spots for them to hide for long. They could only come out during the day to wander and hurried back as soon as it got dark, fearing being caught. During the day, I toured the town. The people here are very prosperous. Every farmer owns his own house and land and can eat fresh bread and vegetables, which is rare in the empire, said a robust middle-aged man named Roger, the captain of the White Fang Adventure Squad. He wore a leather armor inlaid with iron, full of scratches, and a spiked club and round shield lay at his feet. One could tell at a glance that he was an experienced veteran warrior, and his tone was somewhat emotional as he spoke. Roger came from a poor family, Because he was strong from a young age, he was noticed by the village knight and served as a knight's squire for several years. Later, the knight died in battle, and as his squire, Roger gained a dishonorable reputation. In desperation, he could only leave his hometown and become an adventurer, working hard for over a decade to form a stable squad. He came to the Northland for the future of his squad, but he never expected such a prosperous town in the remote and poor Northland. I went to the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith's craftsmanship is not bad for humans. They use excellent refined iron, and they even use such good iron to forge farm tools. There must be a high-grade iron mine here. Also, the wine at the tavern is very good. It's brewed from high-quality wheat and not adulterated. A dwarf's voice from under his Tong Kui helmet sounded deep and powerful. He stroked his lush beard with one hand and held a mug of ale with the other, taking a big gulp with a very satisfied expression. His name is Tong Kui. He is a centenarian dwarf who became an adventurer for certain reasons. He loves forging bronze and drinking. He only cares about these two things, so he went out for a stroll and came back to drink and hasn't stopped since. However, his teammates had long been accustomed to his personality. Oak and I went out of the city into the forest, where we found a sturdy wooden fortress with many lumberjacks and elite soldiers on patrol. To quietly enter the forest, we can only choose to detour or sneak in at night, said a petite assassin girl, wearing the standard black scarf covering her face and a brown-gray short cloak, revealing only a pair of slender but strong calves. The girl's name is Gray Cat. She joined Roger's squad most recently, but was unexpectedly reliable. Roger's squad found opportunities to turn the tide several times with her help when they encountered danger. I found a flagstone path in the forest, but I don't know where it leads. The last to speak was a tall, burly, and angular half-elf. He was Oak. If not for his ears, which were a bit pointed as if a piece had been clipped off, no one would believe he had elven blood. He was the kind of man whose fist could support a person and whose arm could carry a horse. A human warrior, a dwarf in heavy armor, a petite assassin, a burly archer, this was Roger's squad. There was no priest, no mage, not even a warlock, and this was the norm for adventurers. Healers were precious everywhere and held a very high status, so they would not venture out unless someone hired them at a high price. Even then, they had to be protected carefully, lest they be slightly injured and subsequently blacklisted by all healers. Once injured, one could truly only rely on himself to endure. As for mages, they were homebodies engrossed in research. Even if they ventured out, they had their own teams of followers and never asked for help. Instead, they were high-quality clients for many adventurers. As for warlocks, their status was not as high as the former two, but unless they were skilled in close combat, venturing out was not a good idea due to the high mortality rate. Therefore, most adventurers were either warriors or archers because they were cheap and numerous. As long as one had a good physique, carrying a few pounds of meat, and training with the village veterans for a month or so was enough. Next were rogues and assassins. Despite their bad reputation, their numbers were not as many as imagined, and they were elites, as both required several years of rigorous training. After all, neither lockpicking nor stealth could be converted into strength merely by talent. Thus, the so-called Iron Triangle of Warrior Priest Mage mostly existed only in bard stories. While it did exist in reality, it was rare. There's a flagstone path in the forest. Roger even doubted if he had heard correctly. After all, except for cities, most towns didn't have many flagstone paths. Oak didn't explain, but pointed to his eyes. Although he didn't look like an elf, you couldn't doubt his eyesight. After all, he was a man who had once shot an eagle. All right, I believe you didn't see wrong. The question is, who would spend a huge amount of money to build a flagstone path in the forest? There must be a reason, right? Roger spread his hands, his expression somewhat helpless, but his eyes lit up. Even building a flagstone path in a city would cost a huge amount, let alone in a forest. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle, but the more so, the more it proved that a huge secret was hidden within. Coincidentally, adventurers were interested in secrets. No matter the reason, we will always find out, Tong Kui, having finished his ale, said with a 3-point tipsiness, blinking his small eyes. Yes, we will always find out, Roger said with a smile. Secrets often equated to wealth and power, and this was what adventurers sought. I'll go to the blacksmith shop to see if that high-quality iron mine is located in the forest. Tong Kui spoke first, as this wouldn't waste too much of his time. He could go there and come back to enjoy the excellent ale here. Oak and I will explore the outskirts of the forest to see if there are any small paths leading into the interior of the forest, Gray Cat said calmly, and Oak, beside her, did not object. Then I'll just wander around the town, Roger said, stroking his chin, while also regretting that there was no adventurers' guild here, nor any familiar channels to purchase information, because this place was almost completely isolated from the outside world, making it difficult to leverage an adventurer's advantages. In the early morning, as the sunlight outside the window just touched his face, Roger climbed out of bed. Although Roger was not young, he maintained his physical fitness very well. After stretching his limbs, he felt that most of the stamina consumed by the long journey had recovered, and he nodded in satisfaction. An adventurer's life was never comfortable. Even tasks around a town rarely allowed for a same-day return. Roughing it was the daily norm for an adventurer, so Roger had long grown accustomed to this life. Casually pulling on his leather boots, which emitted an indescribable odor, Roger bent down to retrieve the wooden basin, available in every room from under the bed, then opened his door. As the only inn in the territory, its size was certainly not small. The main building was 3 stories high, with the first floor housing the restaurant and bar, and the second and third floors divided into superior rooms and deluxe rooms according to their grade. Considering that not everyone was wealthy, there were also 3 two-story buildings behind the main structure, forming a square shape. These were all standard rooms, and the open space in the middle could even accommodate carriages. Although Roger was an adventurer with a decent income, he dared not be extravagant, because once equipment or his body had problems, it often meant they would have to bleed money. Therefore, not having enough savings was unacceptable. He had to learn to save, so he always stayed in standard rooms. In reality, the standard rooms were not bad. Whether single or double, the interior space was sufficient for a bed, a wardrobe, and a small table, and they were very clean. Compared to rooms they had stayed in elsewhere, they could easily be called superior rooms. At least Roger and his companions could find no fault with them. However, only high-end rooms received water and food delivery, or you could pay extra, but Roger, accustomed to saving, would not be so wasteful. Furthermore, the service here was not bad. Free hot water was provided downstairs, though not unlimited. It was enough for washing his face and soaking his feet. If he was willing to spend a little more, he could go to the town's bathhouse. Roger had glimpsed it from afar yesterday, and thinking about it now, he suddenly felt itchy all over. After all, he hadn't bathed in a month or so. He simply went back, opened his backpack intending to find a change of clothes, but regretfully found none clean. They were all stiff and matted. After some thought, he piled all the dirty clothes into the wooden basin, and Roger carried the basin to the bathhouse, planning to wash all his clothes there. This was normal. Heating a barrel of hot water was not easy, so it should certainly be fully utilized. The town's bathhouse, like Greenwood Town's, had cisterns and channels on both sides of the main entrance, convenient for residents to wash clothes there. Roger thought this was good, so he found a burly farmwoman nearby and paid her to help wash his clothes. After glancing at the pile of clothes, which looked as if they had been plastered with stinky mud and emitted an eye-watering smell, the farmwoman demanded 50% more money before taking the job. She then wielded a wooden club and began to pound the clothes soaking in the water. Immediately, like hitting a squid's head, dark, turbid liquid spread out in an instant, causing the women washing clothes downstream to curse loudly. The farmwoman, not to be outdone, cursed back while washing, which made Roger feel that the money was well spent, otherwise he would be the one getting cursed now. Roger, fearing being drawn into the cursing match, took 2 quick steps into the bathhouse lobby, first surprised that the entire bathhouse was built with flagstones, then surprised by the cheap price, because it was even cheaper than having someone heat water for a bath in a tub at the inn. After cheerfully paying, Roger took the complimentary bath beans and walked inside. The bathhouse was divided into the outer lobby, the changing room in the middle, and the innermost bathing pool. The changing room was guarded by fully armed soldiers, and the reason was simple. A single locker and a small lock would be ineffective, so they simply posted soldiers to stand guard. Anyone daring to steal would have their hands chopped off. Although simple and crude, the reviews were good. No one wanted to come in dirty and leave clean without even a change of clothes. Finding the corresponding locker according to his number tag, Roger hesitated slightly, then stripped completely naked, stuffing his weapons and money pouch deep inside and covering them with his dirty clothes. As for whether it would be effective, he figured it wouldn't be, but for now, he could only trust that a bathhouse this large would have some credibility. Roger, completely naked, walked into the bathhouse holding his wooden basin. The steam that rushed at him made him close his eyes and take a deep, comfortable breath, feeling as if his whole body was being nourished. Opening his eyes, he saw that the misty bathing pool in the middle didn't have many people, because few would come for a soak so early in the morning, which meant the water would be very clean. Roger was somewhat eager to jump in and have a good soak, but he couldn't. According to the rules here, he had to thoroughly clean his entire body first, otherwise he would be thrown out naked. Although confident in his capital and unafraid of exposure, the thought of being exposed in front of a group of clothes-washing farmwomen made Roger decide that following the rules was quite good. He sauntered over to the channel that encircled the entire bathroom, sat on a wooden stool, directly facing the channel that was about as high as a horse trough. The continuously flowing hot water inside made Roger secretly click his tongue. It was simply too luxurious. Even if there was a hot spring here, it was too wasteful. However, thinking about enjoying such treatment for so little money, it was definitely a super value. Roger immediately forgot his emotion, picked up the dipper from the channel, and wet his entire body with hot water. Once thoroughly soaked and his body's grime had softened, he dissolved the bath beans and began washing from his head. The bath beans contained insecticidal ingredients, and Roger could clearly see lice mixed in the dirty water, which even he found utterly disgusting. But there was no choice. After a month of travel and the sudden chill of early spring, who would dare to bathe in the northern wilderness? He could only endure it. After a quick wash, Roger eagerly stepped into the bathing pool. The slightly scalding water made him frown slightly, then he endured the heat and sat in. Once the initial sting passed, the comfortable feeling of his stiff joints softening made him involuntarily grin and hum a few times. This feels so good. It's not bad. Right. The voices from his left and right made Roger pause. Only then did he realize that on one side was a tall, burly man, and on the other was a sturdy, thick-set dwarf. The steam was too thick to clearly see their faces, but he was familiar with their bodies. Oak Tong Kui. It's me. I thought you guys went to gather intelligence. Roger raised an eyebrow, his expression a little displeased, as they had agreed yesterday. We thought so too, Tong Kui said calmly while splashing water on his beard, while Oak watched him expressionlessly. Then we'll go after we finished bathing. Roger then remembered they were in the bathhouse, exposed, and he seemed to have no right to say that, so he said with a slight embarrassment. Meanwhile, in the adjacent women's bathhouse, a female assassin was enjoying the recommended oil massage service, and had also opted for hair care and manicure services, completely forgetting what she was supposed to do today. Clearly, as teammates, they had quite a bit of unspoken understanding in certain aspects. Did you see that service item? Roger suddenly asked after soaking for a while. Are you referring to the slime-made oil massage service? Oak, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, accurately pinpointing Roger's thoughts. He was clearly an experienced pervert as well. Let's go, it's not that much money. Roger naturally wrapped a large towel around his waist, then, holding an inverted wooden basin in both hands, walked towards a small room nearby. Behind him, Oak did the same. Only Tong Kui was uninterested, as he had no interest in slender human females. Too little hair, too soft, not thick enough, no feeling. He found cleaning armor with a pig's hair brush more stimulating. However, when the two big men, full of anticipation and ready for some action, saw the slime maid, their expressions were truly priceless. They had thought slime maid was a descriptive term for a certain characteristic, like being particularly well endowed in some area. They never expected it to be a literal description. Have you ever seen this kind of slime? Roger rubbed his chin, somewhat indecisively, but his eyes never left those 3 points. At the same time, he thought to himself, I never expected the translucent feeling to be quite stimulating. Never seen them. Perhaps they're a variant cultivated by some mage or wizard. Oak also said with some hesitation. Such incidents were not uncommon. They had received many missions to clear out-of-control experimental subjects, which truly opened their eyes. He really didn't know how those mages' brains were wired. Couldn't they be more normal? Despite their complaints, both of them tacitly did not suggest asking for a refund. They were men, after all. As long as the appearance was passable, let alone a slime, even a goblin wasn't out of the question. In the evening, all members of the White Fang Adventure team gathered, their faces flushed and smelling of essential oils. The 3 men had long since been honest with each other, so there was no need to elaborate. As for Grey Cat, the lingering steam on her body and her purple toenails immediately made everything clear. The team meeting that night quickly ended in a strange atmosphere, and the team's operations officially began on the 3rd day. In fact, the situation was not as difficult as they had imagined. The wooden fortress was the territory's logging camp. Everyone knew this. As for the stone slab road, Oak, disguised as a hunter, approached it and encountered no resistance. This, however, made him somewhat indecisive, so the team members gathered again. Since no one is stopping us, then tomorrow we will all set out together to see where that road leads. Roger rubbed the grip of his weapon. As for the potential dangers, which adventure operation didn't have dangers? No one objected. Those who feared danger and accidents could not be adventurers. As Roger's teammates, they certainly wouldn't stop because of some uncertainties. After making thorough preparations, Roger and his 3 companions set off before dawn. By the time they reached the wooden fortress, the loggers had already started working, with the sound of falling trees occasionally echoing. What was strange, however, was that these loggers were all working with their heads down, no one speaking, an excessive and even eerie silence. Equally silent were the soldiers, a familiar combination of swordsmen and crossbowmen. Even Roger wouldn't dare to provoke them easily. In a direct confrontation, a 10-person squad could make them pay a heavy price. Adventurers were not omnipotent. Otherwise, how would a lord maintain his rule? Did they really think adventurers wouldn't dare to kill officials and rebel? In reality, adventurers were similar to ancient martial artists. Some escorted goods and performed for a living, while others were lawless and dared to do anything. If the ruler wasn't strong enough, he really couldn't keep them in check. Walking cautiously, Roger and his companions were all ready to act. Of course, they tried not to show hostility. But until they stepped onto the stone slab road and began to delve deeper into the forest, they still encountered no resistance. Everyone stay alert. Gray Cat scout ahead. Oak provide support. Tong Kui cover the rear. I'll be in the middle. Roger quickly made arrangements. In reality, he didn't even need to say it. The 4 had already clearly divided their tasks and taken their positions. Every adventure was like walking on a tightrope, with a bottomless abyss below. A slight misstep meant there would be no tomorrow. Roger had been an adventurer for so many years, and he couldn't even count the life-or-death crises he had experienced. The fact that he was still alive was due to luck and his sufficient caution. With such a captain, the team members' style would naturally lean towards caution. Therefore, although they were filled with curiosity about the end of the road, no one quickened their pace. Instead, they remained vigilant and advanced unhurriedly. The journey was not entirely peaceful, as Owen's order for Greenwood Town to stop clearing mutated creatures near the stone slab road led to Roger and his team encountering unexpected situations from time to time. Fortunately, they were experienced, and these minor incidents weren't even considered a warm-up. However, this also made them more curious, because such a well-maintained road must have a significant purpose, so why weren't troops dispatched to maintain it? As for insufficient military strength, Roger and his team wouldn't believe it. The ratio of soldiers to civilians in this territory was simply outrageous. Just the visible soldiers alone numbered 300 to 400, including over 100 elite cavalry. In fact, the territory's military strength was even greater than that. Mara town had garrison soldiers, and Bella had also taken away 150 nomadic cavalry, totaling 500 to 600 people, occupying 1/6 of the total population. This ratio was simply insane. Even the most fanatic lord wouldn't dare to maintain such a soldiers-to-civilian ratio. So even if the Hydra family claimed they had no external support, probably no one would believe them, because people only believe what they see. Greenwood Town, there's a town in the forest. Roger looked at the road sign by the roadside, somewhat incredulous. But after following Gray Cat, who was scouting ahead a bit further, he had to believe his eyes. There really was a small town here. Everyone stay vigilant. This place is too strange. In reality, not just Roger, everyone found it hard to believe. Building a stone slab road just to construct a small town in the forest. Even half-elves wouldn't dare to do that, for goodness sake. On this matter, Oak had the most to say. Although half-elves were close to nature, they would at most build villages and towns near the forest. In the forest itself, there would only be some elf tribes. As for the reason, it was mainly because the cost required was too high. After all, every aspect of life, from clothing to food, housing, and transportation, cost money. Unless everyone became a savage, maintaining the daily life of hundreds of people in the forest would simply be a disaster. The guards are actually goblins. Roger hadn't been this surprised all year, but he still trusted Oak's judgment. The only question was whether they should approach. As beginner monsters, every adventurer inevitably dealt with goblins. Experienced veterans, especially, could smell a goblin in their sleep, and knew with their eyes closed where to stab a goblin for a fatal blow. Wiping out a goblin tribe was a mark of an adventurer graduating from novice status, but a goblin town was something they had never seen before. These goblins are very strange. Not only do they have standardized, well-made equipment, but they also have strict discipline. I didn't see a single goblin guard moving out of place. Oak, usually expressionless, now looked as if he had seen a ghost. No, even if he had encountered a ghost, he probably wouldn't have this expression, because this was simply too incredible. The equipment is one thing, but disciplined goblins are beyond my imagination, Tong Kui mumbled, taking a swig of ale. In fact, not just him, everyone present couldn't imagine it. Shouldn't goblins be those dirty, stinking, chattering, annoying creatures? Do you remember that the soldiers in the wooden fortress showed no signs of defense in this direction? Gray Cat suddenly spoke, and surprisingly, this offered another line of thought. Are you saying these goblins aren't hostile and can be communicated with? Although Roger's tone was a question, his eyes grew brighter and brighter, because this was the only explanation. The wooden fortress was a human stronghold, that much was confirmed, but it showed no precautions against a goblin town, which was very telling. Only if both sides had prior contact, and there was no hostility, could this be explained. How about we go closer and take a look? Roger proposed a daring suggestion, and surprisingly, this life-risking suggestion was met with everyone's agreement. It showed that adventurers were indeed adventurers. Adventure had become an instinct, and life was merely a chip in the process of adventure, the kind you lose and are out of the game. After making the decision, the four took a deep breath. Although they held their weapons, they made no attacking moves, then slowly walked towards the town. As they approached, Roger and his companions noticed that the goblins with unicorns on their heads merely glanced at them, gave no warning, and didn't summon companions for a group assault. They seemed accustomed to their presence, which made Roger and his companions even bolder, actually passing through the gate and entering the town. Am I drunk? Tong Kui put down his flask, rubbed his eyes, and gaped, unable to believe that in this life he would see a town full of goblins. These goblins are too strange, they're almost like humans, Roger said, equally disbelieving, but the more so, the more he wanted to figure out the reason. Too surprised to say anything, Roger and the four instinctively followed the main road to the square and saw the Big Tree Cave Tavern. I think we can get information there, Tong Kui swallowed, pointing his short, thick finger at the tavern. Roger and his companions didn't think this was an excuse, because most adventurers either bought information from the Adventurers Guild or inquired at taverns. The latter only required the cost of a few drinks, and what information they got depended entirely on luck. It was low cost, high reward, most favored by adventurers, and also a habit for adventurers in unfamiliar places, so they all agreed and entered the tavern together. In fact, they were all full of curiosity, eager to see what a goblin tavern was like. Outsiders don't fight or cause trouble here, or I'll throw you out and hand you over to the security team, the unicorn goblin overseeing the place said with a fierce expression. They transformed from the mutated magic horn goblins. To distinguish them, magic horn was changed to unicorn. Also a mutation, the goblins in the town became smarter, while the magic horn goblins became fiercer. Even after transformation, they acted faster than they thought, so they could only serve as soldiers and enforcers for the territory, which filled a void in the town. We are foreign travelers, we won't cause trouble, Roger said with a guileless expression. The problem was the four of them didn't look like law-abiding citizens from any angle. Even the not-so-bright unicorn goblin wouldn't be fooled, so after giving them a disdainful look, he let them in. Roger, of course, knew how unreliable his statement was. In reality, he was merely using it to test the other party's bottom line. It was quite shocking. He actually saw rules and restraint in goblins. The words that troublemakers would be handed over to the security team came from a goblin's mouth. Can you believe it? But from this, it could be confirmed that these goblins were safe, at least for now. Exchanging glances, Roger led the way into the semi-underground tavern. Even wood elf tribes don't have tree caves like this, and these plants are very strange. As a half-elf, Oak had been to wood elf tribes, but he had never seen such a tree cave. Currently, the Empire's remaining wood elves lived deep in the forest, in tribal forms and isolated from the world. Only some half-elves could find them, and Oak had been fortunate enough to visit a wood elf tribe, but even among the wood elves, known as children of the forest, he had never seen such ancient trees and tree caves. It could truly be called a miracle. I'm more concerned about the drinks here. I hope they also sell top-quality ale. Tong Kui's flask was completely empty the next breath after seeing the tavern. He sniffed, looking like an old drunkard. Roger noticed many differences between this place and ordinary taverns. At least, he hadn't seen a goblin bartender in other taverns, and there were even goblin maids here. Unsure what they were thinking, Roger and Oak's faces flushed slightly when they saw the slime maid, but they didn't notice that Gray Cat's face also flushed for a moment. By the way, young lady, what did you do to the slime maid in the bathhouse? New guests, huh? Would you like to try the Big Tree Cave Tavern's aged liquor? The goblin bartender took out several bottles of craft brew. Tong Kui's eyes widened, but his remaining rationality still made him ask the price, and in the end, he only afforded one bottle. A month of long-distance travel, although guarding the caravan saved a lot of expenses, the team's savings were still not very optimistic. Even Tong Kui, who loved alcohol like his life, dared not spend money recklessly. Roger used his practiced rhetoric, trying to get some free information from the goblin bartender, but unexpected surprises kept coming. This is Greenwood Town. Humans and non-humans are welcome to reside here. Conflicts are not allowed. If you have any issues, find the goblin general or the mayor to decide, the goblin bartender said while pouring drinks for the four. Goblin general and mayor, Roger remembered these two key roles. Also, over there is the witch school. Many witches live there. If you don't want to be turned into mice to be experimental subjects for potions, it's best not to approach easily, the goblin bartender said to them cautiously. Hearing this, Roger and the four's expressions changed simultaneously. They had once taken on a mission to deal with a mad witch, and that was a very bad experience. Oak accidentally fell under a witch's curse, and it cost the team all their savings to save his life. Not only did they work for nothing, but they also used up all their savings. Since then, the four had kept their distance from witches. So hearing that many witches lived here, they couldn't help but turn their heads and want to leave. Upon hearing of witches, Roger shivered. Witches were completely unreasonable. Sometimes a glance, a gesture, or even one's appearance could provoke them into action, and there were far too many unlucky souls inexplicably cursed with potions by witches. Roger had intended to leave, but then he heard a remark from the goblin bartender and immediately stopped in his tracks. Interested in becoming an adventurer in Greenwood Town, you can enter the ruins tilde. Although adventurers' guilds were ubiquitous throughout the empire, their power was not as exaggerated as imagined. Otherwise, the first to turn hostile would certainly be the empire and the various nobles. In fact, the Adventurers Guild was more like a national chain store. Its original founder was revered, and then came the division of spoils. Initially, local adventure branches were established from scratch by personnel sent from the headquarters, but later it was deemed too slow, so local powerful figures were persuaded to contribute money and effort. Eventually, with the popularization of the Adventurers Guild, it became an investment, so Roger did not doubt the presence of an Adventurers Guild in Greenwood Town. Being an adventurer did not preclude joining a local guild. On the contrary, it offered certain privileges. Thus, Roger was tempted. He was simply too curious about this strange town and also about the ruins. No adventurer could resist the lure of ruins, even if they knew it was a 9 deaths 1 life or even a 10 deaths no life situation. Every adventurer who stepped into ruins had the self-confidence of being the protagonist until the moment of death. Should we join? Roger did not make the decision alone, but planned to discuss it with his 3 companions. Are you really willing to leave? Tong Kui took a small sip of craft brew, rolled his eyes, and said. Although Oak and Gray Cat didn't speak, their expressions were identical, showing disdain for Roger's insincere words. We are willing to join the Adventurers Guild of Greenwood Town, the thick-skinned Roger said to the goblin bartender without a blush. All right, I'll register you now. The goblin bartender pulled out a brand new registration book and wrote down Roger's name on the first line, along with their basic information, primarily their profession, age, years of adventuring, and what types of tasks they excelled at. All of this was required for Adventurers Guild registration and also made it convenient for quest givers to choose. These are your identification cards. With these, you can get an 80% discount at the town's weapon shop, equipment shop, and potion shop, and you can also enter the ruins. The goblin bartender handed the identification cards to Roger and his 3 companions while speaking. Thank you. Although it felt a bit awkward to thank a goblin, Roger sincerely expressed his gratitude. Perhaps the goblins here were different. You're welcome. Also, I suggest you buy some intelligence and targeted items before going to the ruins. The ruins aren't as safe as you imagine. The goblin bartender cheerfully pulled out a price-marked intelligence list, causing Roger's forehead to furrow with black lines, while he secretly thought, as expected, all adventurers' guilds in the world are equally shady. Helplessly, Roger knew the importance of intelligence. Unless he was willing to risk his life to explore, this intelligence had to be bought. After reviewing the purchased intelligence, Roger was glad of his choice. Who would have thought the ruins here were so vast, with numerous monsters, especially the black jelly bugs? Upon seeing their characteristics, everyone broke out in a cold sweat, especially Tong Kui, who was responsible for taking damage, and quickly gulped down some wine to calm his nerves. Let's go check out a few shops. Roger, who had put away the intelligence, no longer dared to be careless and quickly led his 3 teammates to look around. The 3 shops were actually one, like a large communal sleeping area, with the 3 storefronts connected, and shelves and counters arranged in a row. Customers entering could see from one end to the other, which was very convenient. Most of the weapons here were forged from excellent steel, varying in length, thickness, rigidity, and flexibility, all complete. The craftsmanship wasn't that of a master artisan, but it was sturdy and durable enough for adventurers. Protective gear was also complete. Cloth armor, light armor, leather armor, chainmail plate armor, from half body to full body, everything imaginable, and custom-made options were also available. As for backpacks, ropes, oil lamps, flints, and water skins, they were also sold here. However, what Roger and his 3 companions were most interested in were potions, because true alchemists were not many, and those skilled in potions were either wizards or witches. Neither was easy to deal with, especially witches. Not many dared to actually drink the potions they concocted. Mages also concocted potions, but their prices were exorbitantly expensive, and general adventurers truly couldn't afford them. Looking at the dazzling array of potions before him, and then remembering the goblin bartender's earlier mention of a group of witches living here, Roger was conflicted. In fact, not just him, Oak, Tong Kui, and Grey Cat were equally conflicted. The role potions could play in an adventure was self-evident. Used well, they could save a life. Coupled with the scarcity of high-quality potions, missing the current opportunity would truly be too regrettable. I'll try it, Tong Kui stepped forward. As a dwarf, Tong Kui possessed powerful physique and resistance. A generally lethal dose for others would only cause a dwarf a few days of diarrhea, so he naturally stepped up. After purchasing a bottle of healing potion called White Fresh, Tong Kui pulled out a dagger and cut his wrist, then used his stubby fingers to apply some to the wound. The wound disappeared at a visible rate. Roger and the others immediately gasped. They had seen potions with similar effects before, but which of those wasn't a top-grade item that would exhaust their entire fortune and was even priceless? Yet here, though not abundant, the quantity was definitely not small. Limited purchase. Roger wanted to buy more, but they wouldn't sell. Each person was limited to 1 bottle per month. Furthermore, these items had an expiration date, so buying too many and not using them would be a waste. It's already very good. Tong Kui happily put away the potion and said to Roger, who had a look of regret. Yes, I was a bit greedy, Roger admitted with a nod. After all, their team was used to being poor, so encountering good, cheap items naturally made them want to buy more, forgetting that there weren't that many cheap deals in this world. After replenishing some other items, Roger went to inquire about the situation. The ruins were located behind the town and required passing through a checkpoint to reach. The adventurer identification card from Greenwood Town served as the pass. After confirming this, Roger returned to the Big Tree Cave Tavern. Let's rest for tonight and recover our strength properly. We'll head to the ruins first thing tomorrow morning, Roger said to his 3 teammates while eating a delicious steak. Haha, we've been traveling so much lately. It's hard to come across ruins, so we must make the most of it. Tong Kui gulped down his ale, saying somewhat impatiently. As a dwarf, the most painful thing was traveling. There was no other way, although dwarfs were not short, mostly around 1.5 meters tall. Their bodies were too stout. Their thick skeletons were covered in large, solid muscles like big loaves of bread, leading to an overly wide and thick torso. In comparison, their sturdy limbs appeared somewhat shorter. This physique gave dwarfs far greater physical strength and endurance than humans. If an ordinary person were hit by a galloping horse, they could prepare for their funeral, but for a dwarf, it was no big deal. Even if caught off guard, they would at most roll over, let alone internal injuries or broken bones. Their skin might not even break. However, running and traveling were torture for dwarfs, especially when traveling with races whose legs were longer than a dwarf's. Everyone chatted and laughed, then returned to their respective rooms to rest, preparing themselves for entering the ruins the next day. As the Lord of Greenwood Town, Owen was fully aware of Roger and his three companions' every move. In fact, the four of them were carefully selected seeds, or rather, role models. Roger and his three companions were not the only adventurers to arrive in the territory, but the others were eliminated internally. Adventurers who were overly curious, who acted without principles, who had poor character, or whose personalities were unsuitable, were either entangled in other matters or died mysteriously. Owen did this because he intended to turn Greenwood Town into an adventurer's paradise. To achieve this goal, having adventurers alone was not enough. He had to start well and create a role model. Only then could he use this to restrain and sanction those who did not follow the rules, and Roger and his three companions were the models he had chosen. Under these circumstances, how could Owen allow others to disturb their adventure? The forest stone path, which the four could originally enter easily, was now filled with soldiers, and even witch hunters were dispatched, ensuring that only Roger and his three adventurers were in the entire Greenwood Town, specifically creating a comfort zone for them to operate in. Unaware of any of this, Roger and his three companions woke up early, skillfully packed their gear, and then arrived at the checkpoint behind the town with eager anticipation. As the last line of defense against the ruins going out of control, this checkpoint was truly well-funded. Two small fortresses built of flagstone stood on either side of the gate, manned by fully armed unicorn goblins and numerous city defense mechanisms, enough to withstand attacks from 10 times the number of enemies, showing how tight the defense was. Standing before the heavy copper-plated, iron-inlaid gate, Roger, a little nervous, took out his proof and handed it to the exceptionally tall and sturdy goblin in front of him, fearing that the other party might wave a hand and turn them into pincushions or mincemeat. At this moment, they had no power to resist. After all, adventurers were not omnipotent. No need to be nervous. I am the Goblin General of Greenwood Town, responsible for city defense, and sometimes I will also issue quests to you. So as long as you don't break the law, you don't need to fear me. Now begin your adventure. The Goblin General finished his lines, waved his hand, and his soldiers turned the winches, raising the gate, revealing a long, astonishing stretch of farmland outside the pass and flat stone paths on both sides. Remember to keep to the right. You can walk, or you can hire a demon sheep cart to take you to the ruins. I personally suggest you hire a demon sheep cart to conserve your stamina, the Goblin General said. Owen, possessing the monster summoning art skill, could randomly summon one of 4 basic dungeon monsters daily. Poisonous snakes and slimes were small and mostly kept in the castle, while goblins and demon sheep were sent to Greenwood Town. Initially, the Goblin General combined the two to train goblin demon sheep cavalry, but there was no need to maintain too many cavalry in the forest. Therefore, the Goblin General, for once, was clever and invented the demon sheep cart. The demon sheep's strength and endurance were not bad. Although not as good as donkeys or horses, they were perfectly suitable as draft animals for the smaller goblins. Currently, they had become the main transport force in Greenwood Town, especially during harvest time, when rows of demon sheep carts moved back and forth like small trains, looking somewhat spectacular. The demon sheep cart was several sizes smaller than a horse-drawn carriage. It could squeeze in 4 or 5 people, but to ensure enough reaction and activity space, Roger rented 2. He and Oak sat in the first, while Grey Cat and Tong Kui sat in the second, with their backpacks placed in the middle. The goblin driver said, "Hold on," then cracked his demon sheep whip, a crisp sound appearing out of nowhere, and the demon sheep instinctively pulled the cart forward. Because it was a stone path, there was very little friction, and with 2 demon sheep pulling the cart, the demon sheep cart moved very swiftly without any bumps, which allowed Roger and his companions to enjoy the surrounding scenery. These farmlands are draining the surrounding vitality. On the road, as if confirming something, Oak lowered his head and whispered into Roger's ear. "Is it evil magic?" Roger whispered back, feigning nonchalance. "No, it's not evil, it's nature magic. Moreover, the existence of the farmland suppresses the activity of the surrounding demon horn trees." Oak looked up at the menacing demon horn trees and couldn't help but frown. These trees are alive. Roger had seen man-eating trees and knew how dangerous they were. Now, imagining an entire forest of man-eaters, he shivered. Yes, absolutely do not enter the forests on either side. The demon horn trees along the road lack activity and won't harm people, but it's hard to say what would happen if you went deeper, Oak said cautiously. If he were a wood elf, he might have a way to delve into this living forest, but as a half-elf, he did not yet possess such an ability. "Tell Gray Cat and Tong Kui later," Roger whispered, then looked at the long, straight stretch of farmland, marveling at the grand scale of the undertaking here. Clearly, Greenwood Town used some magic to extract the demon horn tree's vitality, accelerating the growth of the farmland, but it was not evil. The land here was still vibrant and supported the entire town. Time passed quickly in their musings, and the demon sheep cart soon arrived at the end of the road, a huge construction site. Due to Owen's orders, the excavation of the ruins was very cautious, never venturing deep rashly, always staying on the second level of the ruins, mainly focusing on expanding from points and dismantling stone materials. The gains during this process were merely incidental, which left Roger and his companions dumbfounded. "You explore the ruins like this," Roger looked down and said incredulously to the goblin driver. "Yes, is there a problem?" The goblin driver was about to take the demon sheep cart to the sheepfold next to the construction site, where there was ready-made feed, and then return after the demon sheep had eaten their fill. Hearing Roger's question, he answered without hesitation. "No problem," Roger opened his mouth, then finally said this one sentence. "Now I know how Greenwood Town and Akita Town were built," Roger murmured. "If there are enough hands, this is indeed a good method, because no trap can serve its original purpose," Tong Kui said, shrugging his shoulders. Thinking of common traps in the ruins such as arrow showers, pit traps, and rolling stones, Roger had to admit this was a good method, and one that adventurers could never use. But why are there so many large golems here? As a dwarf, Tong Kui was very clear about the value and content of these golems appearing at the construction site, which was definitely not something a small town or goblins could achieve. "Why do I feel like there are secrets everywhere here? I don't even know if choosing to come here was right or wrong." Roger, being an experienced adventurer, vaguely sensed something amiss, but all the choices were their own decisions. To say there was a conspiracy felt a bit far-fetched, and most importantly, it wasn't worth it. The White Fang Adventure Squad was just an inconspicuous one among countless adventurers in the Empire. Hiring them wouldn't cost a few gold coins, and eliminating them wouldn't cost much either. As for other values, they came from ordinary backgrounds, had average abilities, and even their looks, except for Gray Cat, none of them were particularly striking. Under these circumstances, what could anyone scheme against them for? After realizing he wasn't worth that much, Roger immediately relaxed a lot. "As long as I have no value to be exploited, I don't need to worry about being exploited." Roger decisively withdrew his thoughts and began looking for Top Hat. Following the road signs to the bottom of the construction site, after successfully finding a goblin wearing a white safety helmet, Roger showed them their identification. "Adventurers, that's quite rare, come with me." The goblin with the white safety helmet, who had just been stomping and cursing, calmly put away the blueprints and told Roger and his team to follow. The construction site has now excavated to the second level of the ruins. Although we haven't gone deeper, it's currently confirmed that the ruins have at least 3 levels. As for whether there are 4 or more levels, it's still uncertain. The goblin with the white safety helmet came to a house next to the construction site, casually took out a folded pamphlet-style map from a drawer, and handed it to Roger. "This is the explored area of the ruins, and also the safe points. If you encounter danger in the ruins, you can go to a safe point. There you can replenish supplies and rest, but it costs money. Supplies are 50% more expensive than in the town, and on the second level, prices are doubled." The goblin with the white safety helmet handed Roger a price list, to which the White Fang Adventure team had no objections. It was already good enough to have safe points. As for the price of supplies, it was a joke. It was as if they had a choice. After trying to gather as much information as possible, Roger led his team members formally into the ruins. According to the information gathered, within the explored area, there would be a numbered lantern grass as a marker every certain distance. The smaller the number, the closer it was to the entrance, which could effectively prevent getting lost. Roger and his team could apply to place lantern grass in unexplored areas. For each one placed, they would receive a reward. Although not much, it was still some income. If they worked diligently, they might even achieve income balance. If every explored ruin had these conditions, perhaps not so many adventurers would have died, Gray Cat suddenly said with some emotion. The clear voice resonated with Roger and the 2 others. They had seen too many adventurers die tragically, so the atmosphere was a bit silent for a moment, but they quickly adjusted their mindsets and began their long-awaited ruin exploration. The initial part of the journey was extremely boring, as there wasn't even gravel on the ground, let alone any danger. And although the lantern grass, spaced far apart, couldn't illuminate most places, light itself was hope. At the same time, compared to torches and lanterns, with limited duration and brightness, this was simply too wonderful. However, Roger remained very cautious. He did not rashly lead his teammates to the dangerous second level or the uncertain third level, but instead planned to spend some time exploring the first level. Don't think this is a useless effort. The entire ruin is far larger than imagined. According to the information Roger obtained, the first level of the ruin, which served as a life area, has not yet been fully explored, and it's not even known what proportion the explored area occupies of the total. Conservatively estimated, its total area is no less than a city of 10,000 people, let alone the second, third, and possibly non-existent fourth levels. For ruins of this scale, unless there are a large number of adventurers, exploring them with just their small team would take years. Adventurers are reckless, but that doesn't mean they'll mindlessly throw their lives away. Moreover, ruin exploration is not a game of passing levels. Adventurers who specialize in exploring ruins require a high level of knowledge, even surpassing many scholars. Roger and his team do not possess this level of knowledge, so patience is essential if they want to complete the exploration alive. Therefore, only after completely mastering the first level of the ruin will Roger lead his teammates to the second level. This way, even if they encounter danger, they can escape by returning to the first level. This is based on experience. However, once Roger and his team entered the ruins, Owen no longer paid too much attention. He was only preparing to create a role model, not intending to be a babysitter, so he didn't need to care about everything. Furthermore, he had made breakthroughs in the puppet master aspect and was currently busy in seclusion, sorting out his gains. To ensure that he could smoothly strengthen stronger bloodlines and abilities when his progress value was high in the future, Owen had never strengthened his body with things like bloodlines or the T-virus, and had not even cultivated any techniques. The latter was mainly because he was unwilling to endure hardship. After all, who would want to cultivate diligently for 10 years if they could just exchange for it? Isn't it better to eat well, drink well, and sleep with women? If he had to strive for everything himself, what was the use of this system? Of course, that being said, due to a lack of security and to pass the time, Owen also chose some suitable strengthening methods, such as Puppet Master, spells, and Onmyoto. To put it bluntly, it was all about the magic system, but compared to wizards and sorcerers who inherently possessed magic power, Owen's path was more like that of a mage. He started with the mental power of a puppet master, which automatically converted into magic power after he acquired mysticism, giving him the capital to learn spells and Onmyoto. However, essentially, he remained human, maintaining the purest bloodline. In essence, Owen's foundation was mental power, and the higher his intelligence, the more refined his control over mental power became. After his intelligence attribute reached 30, his puppet master level reached intermediate, granting him more meticulous control. Puppet masters are not known for their vast mental power. They enhance their control over mental power. The more subtle, the better. Puppet grandmasters can even achieve molecular-level construction through mental power. Although the affected range is limited, it is still incredibly powerful. Owen is not that exaggerated now, but his control over puppets has indeed taken a step up. Previously, his control over puppets was still at the stage of precisely pinching an egg with a robotic arm, so most of his puppets, except for Green Vine, were of the metal skeleton type like Terminators. But now with more refined mental power, not only has he entered another realm in processing and manufacturing, but he also possesses stronger puppet control abilities, which means his puppets can now be updated and replaced. However, with the Shikigami, Owen's demand for puppets was not high, so he was not in a hurry to create new puppets, but instead perfected the semi-finished puppet he had. This is a puppet with a distinct puppet style, wearing a top hat, a black tailcoat, a monocle on its triangular eye, and a mouth full of sharp teeth that cannot be concealed by its exaggerated upturned corners. Its limbs are slightly slender, and it holds a black umbrella, looking like a classic villain from a fairy tale. In reality, this puppet is not for combat, but to serve as the mayor of Greenwood Town. It is an alternate identity Owen prepared for himself. Owen, fearing danger, disliked appearing in person, but he was also unwilling to always hide behind the scenes, just as every villain likes to ramble and expose themselves when they feel the overall situation is settled. Owen also wanted to show off a bit, hence the puppet before him. The technical content of this puppet is not too high. The key lies in conscious control. The principle is similar to an immersive game mode. Owen fused a mental power headring with a two-way mirror to obtain a pair of eyes. As long as he wears them, he can project his mental power and consciousness from a distance. Owen only needs to set up a receiver-like device on the puppet to remotely control it, and coincidentally, there is a similar technology in Puppet Master. The highest realm of a puppet master is the integration of man and machine, and Owen's glasses have a similar effect. While Owen was in seclusion modifying the puppets, two northern lands barbarian tribes were busy crossing the river. The northern barbarians are not good with water. In fact, the number of times they bathe in their entire lives is countable on one's fingers. Therefore, they needed to choose shallow parts of the river to wade across, while also moving their livestock and tents across. This was not an easy task, especially in the water, where even with their brute strength, the northern barbarians couldn't exert themselves effectively. As a result, crossing the river took most of the day. The problem was that the entire wild buffalo territory had long been stripped bare. The northern barbarians, who had arrived with anticipation, found nothing they wanted, not even an iron pot. They were instantly enraged, as they hadn't traveled all this way to admire the scenery. Thus, they immediately surrounded a woman. She was Baron Bison's daughter. To persuade two northern lands barbarian tribes to move south, she must have promised many benefits. But now, with no benefits in sight, and feeling wet and cold all over, and unsure how they would survive the year, it would be strange if they gave her a pleasant look. I can take you to Howard's territory, which is the most fertile place in the entire northern lands, with plenty of grain and ironware. Maya, who was sallow, emaciated, and appeared filthy like a wild person, shouted almost hysterically, her voice cracking. This showed she was on the verge of collapse. In reality, she brought this upon herself. Baron Bison was able to establish a relationship with the northern barbarians because he sold them metal, which was strictly forbidden by the Empire. Even so, they couldn't be considered allies, or even friends, because the northern barbarians had to exchange large quantities of high-quality furs for these metals, and the exchange rate was quite exorbitant, truly deserving of the label black-hearted. After acquiring cheap furs, Baron Bison would then sell them to the Aroe Trading Company, easily making a large profit. The problem was that the northern barbarians were not good-natured people. They were full of savagery and violence. They would rather rob than trade, so they would certainly be dissatisfied, because if you have something but don't give it to the northern barbarians, you are an enemy. However, the existence of the northern boundary river was like a unique wall, making it difficult for the northern barbarians to use force. Moreover, Baron Bison also hired some wandering northern barbarians as enforcers. To the northern barbarians, only their tribe members were their own people. Everything else could be killed, with no concept of showing mercy. Therefore, the northern barbarians hired by Baron Bison showed no mercy when facing their compatriots who crossed the river to plunder. So despite their dissatisfaction, the northern lands barbarian tribes had no choice but to grudgingly accept it, and even had to feign friendliness. This gave Maya the illusion that the wild buffalo family and the northern barbarians had an unspoken understanding and were reliable allies. So, upon learning of her father's death in battle, she unhesitatingly paddled the territory's dugout canoe across the river to seek out the northern lands barbarian tribes, attempting to use their strength to avenge her father. Clearly, this idea was too naive. It wasn't until she stepped into the northern lands barbarian tribes that Maya regretted her naivety, but it was already too late. What was meant to happen that day happened. Having endured so much, and now with two children, Maya no longer thought of revenge. She only wanted to escape all of this. Therefore, she unhesitatingly led the northern barbarians to the Hydra family, hoping they would both suffer heavy losses. Only then could she both get revenge and find an opportunity to escape. Maya's motive was not hard to guess. Anyone with a bit of sense would likely not easily believe her words. But for the northern barbarians, strength was everything, and they had basically no concept of schemes or tricks because they didn't need them. It wasn't that the barbarians were so strong they could ignore schemes, but rather because they usually encountered their own kind. Between barbarians, there was basically no other way to communicate except by swinging their fists. Using schemes or playing tricks, even if they won, would be ridiculed by everyone, which for barbarians was harder to accept than death. Even after being ambushed several times by the Imperial Border Army, the barbarians didn't think there was any problem. No matter when the enemy appeared, whether from the front or back, whether with spears or maces, if they lost, they lost. there was no need to make excuses. Therefore, upon learning that the Hydra family was the wealthiest lord nearby, the two northern lands' barbarian tribes did not hesitate. They immediately gathered all their adult men, and like the bandits before them, headed towards the Hydra's territory. Although the northern barbarians were all infantry, and even lacked decent weapons and armor, their overall strength was undeniably superior to an equal number of bandits. Every adult barbarian male was around 2 meters tall, with large frames and developed muscles. While not as exaggerated as dwarves, among humans, each was a strongman, only their weapons were too poor. Their armor consisted of animal hides wrapped around their bodies, and their weapons were hard wooden clubs and stone hammers. Most metal weapons were bronze, with a small number being iron, and only the bravest barbarian warriors were able to use them. Their equipment was poor, but several hundred barbarian warriors would require at least 3 to 5 times their number of Imperial Border Army soldiers to eliminate. Even then, there was no guarantee of how heavy the casualties would be. Otherwise, the Empire wouldn't be foolish enough to maintain such an elite army on the border. Bella, who was wandering nearby, immediately discovered the northern barbarians' large movement, and the northern barbarians also discovered them. The northern barbarians are a semi-hunting, semi-nomadic people, and their vigilance and observation skills are not weak. How could they not notice over 100 nomadic cavalry? The vibrations from the horse hooves alone would be enough to alert them. Knowing Owen's plan, Bella, after being discovered, had no intention of starting a war prematurely. Instead, she led the nomadic cavalry away, causing the previously alert northern barbarians to quickly relax. This was because these northern barbarians mistakenly believed Bella's group was a nomadic tribe grazing nearby. After all, the distance between them was too great. They could only see cavalry, but not their equipment. Otherwise, even if the northern barbarians were stupid, they would have noticed something was amiss. Soon, the territory received news of the northern barbarians' attack, but Maya and Howard had a headache because Owen was in seclusion. Howard, who had recently been in high spirits and experiencing a second spring, remained silent. Without the Lord's command, he could do nothing. Even if he mobilized troops and won, his outcome wouldn't be good. Maya, however, could mobilize troops. Owen had given her permission. As long as she didn't exceed the limit, she could move troops freely. The problem was that this battle would not be easy, because Owen wanted to subdue these two northern lands' barbarian tribes, not eliminate them. This alone ruled out conventional combat methods. There was no other way. Northern barbarians easily get carried away in battle and often fight to the death. Otherwise, even if they were ambushed by the Imperial Border Army, the casualties wouldn't have been so severe. Therefore, it was too difficult to make them surrender. Finally, to ensure the survival of the northern barbarians as much as possible, while also reducing the territory's losses, Maya decided to use a stratagem. Actually, the plan was very simple. With so many sorceresses in the territory, Maya couldn't possibly ignore their existence, and what sorceresses are best at is brewing potions. A single sorceress's potion could make hundreds of people fall into a deep sleep, and the territory had dozens, even hundreds of sorceresses. Even if some weren't professional or were too young, the sheer number was there. Thinking of this, Maya told Howard to go back and prepare for battle, then came to the witch school through the fireplace. Emile spent most of her time here because Owen had accomplished in a very short time what she hadn't been able to do in 20 years, so she wanted to protect this achievement, and she also found a sense of belonging here. She would teach the young sorceresses or bond with her daughter, and when the mood struck her, she would ride her flying broom or a horse. Speaking of which, Bella was truly invigorating. Life was comfortable and Emile's complexion had improved significantly. Her face was often rosy, her eyes sparkling, and she would lazily recline, brew a pot of black tea for herself, and pass the time reading, making the constantly busy Maya feel a touch of envy. Sleep potion is easy, but such a large dose will require 2 days to prepare the ingredients, Emile said, readily agreeing after learning of Maya's intentions. If it were before, Emile might have been worried, because potions weren't that easy to brew. Besides the formula and technique, ingredients were the biggest problem. A clever cook cannot make a meal without rice. This also applied very well to sorceresses. Many times, to brew a pot of potion, a sorceress would need to travel to many places to collect ingredients, or even cultivate them herself, which often required a lot of time and effort and could be dangerous. But it was different here. The castle's greenhouse could mimic various environments suitable for herb growth, and with sun, water, and super fertilizer, herbs, like crops, could be harvested regularly. Greenwood Town was not bad either. Super farmland could also grow some undemanding herbs, and even around the witch school, many herbs were planted as decoration. So gathering a large quantity of sleep potion was not difficult. It just took some time to collect and process them. All right, girls, your homework is here. Now, all of you go gather herbs. Emile stood up, holding a super flying broom by her side, and said to the laughing and playing girls. After coming to Greenwood Town, the girls, who had originally lived cautiously, for the first time found a place where they didn't need to hide their unusual aspects. There were also warm beds, clean clothes, and delicious food here. The only thing they had to do was study. Having received so much and given so little, the girls always felt a sense of unease. Hearing Emile's words, they immediately became energized and began to act according to their respective strengths. Those skilled in herbalism went to collect herbs, those skilled in brewing potions went to prepare tools, and even the young sorceresses who weren't skilled in these areas helped with odd jobs. In just one day, a group of girls managed to brew a large pot of sleep potion. If it were spilled, everyone in the entire territory would have a good dream. Now let us handle the work of deploying the potion. Emile also wanted to demonstrate her value and said to Maya. Be careful, Maya did not refuse. Compared to the soft-hearted Owen, her methods of doing things were more in line with the nobles here. Value allowed existence, and without value, even existence was a mistake. So age and gender were not an issue. They were all objects that could be utilized, the only difference being long-term or short-term utilization. Emile had people bring out the practice flying brooms. These brooms couldn't fly high and were slow. They were used for flight lessons for the young sorceresses, but they could still fly. Carefully selecting a few young sorceresses who performed best in flight class, Emile personally led the team and flew towards the direction of the northern barbarians. The rest was simple. The young sorceresses, riding their flying brooms, excitedly followed Emile into the sky. Guided by Bella, they found the northern barbarians, who were less than a day's journey from the territory. To speed up their advance, the northern barbarians did not carry tents. Besides some dried meat, they only had a single animal skin. At night, they would spread the animal skin on the ground, lie down, and sleep. With the northern barbarians' physique, they wouldn't get sick from this in the short term. Of course, it was still a bit cold now, especially at night. To avoid losing too much heat, the northern barbarians would choose to rest in sheltered, low-lying areas, which made it even more convenient for the young sorceresses to administer the potion. The young sorceresses responsible for administering the potion excitedly pulled sleep potion from their pockets. Opening the bottles, they poured them down from midair, and they vaporized before hitting the ground. As the young sorceresses, following instructions, circled above the northern barbarians administering the potion, the sleeping gas quickly enveloped a large area. Because there was no wind and no tents, the northern barbarians sleeping on the ground all fell victim, each sleeping like a dead pig. If Owen saw this scene, he probably wouldn't know what to say, because he had completely underestimated the power he possessed. In fact, even the power Owen currently possessed far exceeded his own imagination. He just didn't know how to use it, or rather, his remaining bottom line and values didn't allow him to do so. For example, with potions, a greenhouse, super farmland, and hundreds of sorceresses, theoretically, given enough time, the territory could stockpile enough potion to plunge the entire empire into a dream, at which point he could do whatever he wanted. Even if he were more ruthless, switching to a deadly potion, or even directly to the T-virus, he could completely achieve a world-destroying accomplishment. However, this was only theoretical. In reality, it was impossible. Firstly, a long-established empire couldn't possibly be without a few trump cards. Secondly, Owen learned from Emile that there were multiple legends among the witches alone, not to mention professions like mages. And above legends, there were demigods and even true gods. One can imagine what level of trump cards an empire that has existed for so many years possesses. So, if Owen really dared to do that, he would absolutely be ganged up on like a demon lord, or even directly die from divine punishment. Owen wasn't stupid. If this world truly only had mortals, even with just Age of Empires in hand, he would dare to mass-produce soldiers and become an emperor. But who made this world not only have legend powerhouses, who could be an army of one, but also demigods who could destroy cities and lands, and even high and mighty gods. Without powerful individuals who could resist, how could Owen dare to develop recklessly? In fact, if he wasn't cautious enough, he might have to sing a sad song for himself. Owen's mind was fine. Although not smart enough, he had self-awareness and knew that the golden finger was omnipotent, but he was not. His existence was the biggest weakness, so before he fully matured, he absolutely couldn't be reckless, and even less could he expose too many anomalies. Even if he cheated, it had to be reasonable enough to be accepted by most people. Therefore, even though there were so many games to choose from in the system, he still focused on Age of Empires. Even the Puppet Master and Hogwarts spells could find corresponding existences in the Empire. Moreover, the ruins currently being excavated were undoubtedly a good excuse. Anything could be attributed to the ruins, which was enough to solve most problems, at least for a long time, without being suspected. In fact, Owen did well. It should be said that his lack of ambition and his tendency to drag his feet made him seem more like a lucky person or a puppet. Such puppets are a common tactic used by great nobles and the royal family, because given their power, it's impossible for them to openly break ties. The cost of a real war would be too great and could easily get out of control, with consequences no one, not even the empire, could bear. Thus, puppets became their primary means of contention. Because even if they lost, it would only mean the loss of a pawn and the money and resources invested, which wouldn't be a crippling blow. Therefore, this gradually became the mainstream rule of the game. And at this time, placing pieces in the northern lands was quite normal, because everyone could see the development potential of the northern lands. Although it was a bit early now, getting a head start a few years earlier was fine. So, the rapid development of the Hydra family didn't attract too much attention, because too many people had the ability to do it. Furthermore, interrupting someone else's move is unethical. If you want to interrupt, you can, but you must also make your own move, using a pawn against a pawn. Simply put, it's acceptable to play chess to determine the winner, but directly interfering is disrespectful. Owen's actions were unintentional, yet they coincidentally aligned with certain unwritten rules, creating an inexplicable umbrella for him. Therefore, until his true background was thoroughly investigated, no major figure would directly intervene. These are things to face in the future, and who knows how powerful Owen will be by then, so for now, let's put that aside. However, Maya's strategy resolved the threat of the northern barbarians, but how to deal with them next was a troublesome matter. Hundreds of strong barbarian warriors from the northern lands, wherever they were placed, would be an unstable factor, capable of stirring up rebellion at any time. We must find something for them to do. Go and call all the Teutonic Knights for me, Maya said to Ram, who was beside her. Ram, who had always served as Maya's assistant, nodded and immediately went out to call all the Teutonic Knights guarding outside. The territory has captured hundreds of barbarian warriors from the northern lands. Now it's time to make them understand whose fist is the biggest and hardest. So go, show your strength to the fullest, and make those northern barbarians behave, Maya said, looking at the 10 steel cans in front of her, nodding with satisfaction. The Teutonic Knights, having received the order, arrived at the barracks without hesitation. Hundreds of northern barbarians were imprisoned there. At this time, the wooden walls were manned by fully armed soldiers, and outside the barracks were elite cavalry standing by. If these northern barbarians dared to riot, they would face a bloodbath. The Teutonic Knights, who only knew how to follow orders, arrived at the barracks, laid down their weapons, and removed their armor, revealing their strong bodies, which were several sizes larger than those of the northern barbarians. This instantly astonished the northern barbarians, who had originally been glaring at them with angry eyes. The northern barbarians are savage and unreasonable, but they believe in strength. In other words, whoever has the bigger fist is right. The Teutonic Knights randomly released 10 northern barbarians, and then proceeded to give them a good beating. One person fought 10, and in one day, 100 were beaten. They didn't waste words, they just beat them and left. Afterward, the northern barbarians, apart from not being allowed to leave, received 3 meals a day. 100 of them were beaten daily, and within 3 to 5 days, all of them had received a beating. Now, the second round was underway, and they were starting to get depressed. A fight between evenly matched opponents is exhilarating. Simply being beaten offers no joy in combat. What made them most speechless was that they still couldn't win. Now it was 100 of them against 10, but they still couldn't escape a brutal beating. This was not surprising. Each Teutonic Knight was a warrior at the peak of human capability. Their bodies had been tempered to the extreme. Fighting northern barbarians was like a college student bullying a primary schooler. Although they couldn't guarantee not getting injured, it was impossible for them to lose, especially when both sides were barehanded. Whoever had greater strength and could endure more would be the last one standing. Now the Teutonic Knights were having a great time. Although they suffered many minor injuries, they felt very happy. Teutonic Knights are born weapons, and the battlefield is their paradise. However, after being summoned, they were assigned the job of security. While they weren't unwilling, as guarding their master was a supreme honor, they felt their bones were rusting. So regarding Maya's command, they were not only willing but also very happy. Unfortunately, the northern barbarians weren't foolish either. They couldn't win, and they couldn't just keep getting beat, so they racked their brains and came up with a solution. They wanted to talk. Indeed, all that talk about not negotiating, preferring death to surrender, and fighting to the end was all false. That's because they hadn't been beaten enough. Beat them enough, and even an iron rod would soften. However, Maya didn't have a good solution for what to do next, so she reluctantly pressed a button. Owen, who was testing the top hat puppet and simultaneously drawing designs for a new puppet, suddenly paused. He had previously stated that he should not be disturbed unless it was extremely important, and for Maya to violate that, it was clear something significant had happened in the territory. He immediately thought of the northern barbarians, so he quickly tidied up his things and went to the town center via the fireplace. "It is indeed a troublesome matter," Owen muttered, his legs propped on the desk, his eyes narrowed as he rubbed the bridge of his nose, still not fully back in his usual state. Even with the 1,000-plus population from the nomadic tribe in Mara town, working day and night, he had only managed to convert the captured bandits and a small portion of Mara town's residents. Most of the unconverted nomads were still grazing around the territory, as he wasn't worried about them running away. This way, they could gradually get used to the life here, reducing the difficulty of conversion. After all, only if they willingly accepted the rule could the town center convert them. The problem is that this method is not suitable for the northern lands' barbarian tribes. The northern barbarians and the imperial humans are old enemies, with a blood feud that couldn't be fully recounted even in 10 days and nights. In this situation, wanting them to willingly accept the territory's rule is undoubtedly a pipe dream. However, nothing is absolute, and Maya's method is quite good. Aren't the northern barbarians savage? Don't they like to use their fists? Then let them fight. Whoever falls down is the loser. The fact that the northern barbarians are willing to talk now is a very good start, but it's not enough yet. Keep beating them for 10 more days, then we'll talk. As for the two northern lands' barbarian tribes, send Bella to capture them alive if possible, Owen sighed, clearly under immense pressure from the nearly 2,000 people awaiting conversion. But Owen also didn't know how to break through the progress bar's upper limit, so he could only wait. When the elderly and children of the two northern lands' barbarian tribes were escorted back to the territory, the barbarian warriors who were still holding out immediately lost their spirit. They were not afraid of defeat. Even when the Imperial Border Army drove them to the far north, the northern barbarians remained unconvinced. But losing when 100 fought 10 truly filled their hearts with a sense of frustration. There were no tricks, no conspiracies, and no reliance on equipment. Barehanded, with punches landing squarely, they were left speechless by their defeat. Therefore, when the Teutonic Knights came forward to recruit them to form a heavy infantry brigade, those barbarian warriors hesitated for a moment, but then agreed, because it was not shameful. "It's really hard to get COVID. I've had a persistent fever, body aches and weakness, and my throat feels like I've swallowed hot coals. Even drinking water makes me cry out in pain. Everyone, please take good precautions and don't be careless." The northern barbarians were valuable, but Baron Bison's daughter was not, and although Owen was kind-hearted, he wouldn't joke around with his own life and territory, so he could only let her die. "Take her out and hang her." Owen closed his eyes, unable to bear watching. After all, they had never met, yet he had to decide her life or death, but he had no choice but to do so. Maya, however, was accustomed to it. She waved her hand, and someone immediately took her to the gallows for execution. With Mia's hanging in the territory, the alliance of the four nobles finally came to an end, also signifying that the territory had entered a new stage. Viscount Flying Dragon, the leader, was finished. Owen even played the part of Cow Cow every now and then, so the grass on his grave was probably quite lush. Corin surrendered. Although he knelt, he now stood on his own, gaining significant trust and not suffering a loss. In contrast, Baron White Wolf and Baron Bison were brothers in misfortune. one died obscurely, and the other not only died, but also had his lineage cut off. Owen couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic, because if he died, he would probably be no different from Baron White Wolf, not even leaving behind an heir. Thinking of this, Owen couldn't help but pull Maya closer, silently putting in effort. After about half an hour, Owen began to work seriously. He had to be serious, as there was nothing else to do. The sudden increase of over 2,000 people in the territory put no small amount of pressure on Owen. He was even a little anxious. But for Maya, it was nothing. She arranged everything in an orderly manner. Most of the adult males from the nomadic tribe became nomadic cavalry for the territory. Maya knew that these people would not only not be a threat, but would also become the foundation of the territory, because she clearly felt their change, which was obviously the master's method. The fact was just as she had guessed. These nomadic cavalry not only became well-trained in a blink of an eye, but also obeyed orders 100%, clearly indicating that the master's brainwashing methods had taken effect. To avoid arousing suspicion from Howard and others, Maya entrusted all the nomadic cavalry to Bella's command. As the master's summon, she was also trustworthy. However, Maya also discovered the limitations of the master's brainwashing methods. First, they must recognize the territory's rule, and the number that could be converted each day was limited. This was not difficult to guess, at least for Maya. But it didn't matter. After gaining control of most of the adult males, those nomadic tribe would no longer be a threat. Therefore, Maya disbanded all the tribes, forming one large tribe, settling them around the territory for grazing, with Bella in charge. As for the Northern Lands barbarian tribes, Maya planned to use the same method. First, brainwash the adult Northern barbarian warriors. Don't they worship the strong? Let the Teutonic Knights train them. As long as these Northern barbarian warriors are converted, the Northern Lands barbarian tribes will not escape her grasp. Of course, the territory doesn't support idlers. The nomadic tribe will graze, and the Northern Lands barbarian tribes will go lumbering, exchanging timber for food. Over time, they will develop a sense of belonging to the territory. The nomadic tribe's life of following water and grass seemed romantic, but in reality, it was not much better than exile. The Northern Lands barbarian tribes were even more miserable. Their food consumption was large, and whether grazing or hunting, it was difficult to maintain their daily needs. Hunger practically accompanied their entire life. Moreover, any small incident in the wilderness could be fatal. Illness, natural disasters, plague, wild beasts. It could be said that simply surviving was already an immense effort. But in the territory, as long as they worked hard, they could obtain a stable food source and even exchange it for clothes, tools, and iron pots. In winter, they would have houses to weather the cold. This was the life they dreamed of, so how could they not develop a sense of belonging? However, the unconverted population remained a hidden danger. Owen dared not seclude himself again. He used the accumulated progress points from this period to first convert some northern barbarian warriors, obtaining barbarian heavy infantry. The barbarian heavy infantry were equipped with battle axes and round shields, wore heavy armor, and could throw axes. It could be said that besides being slow, they had no other shortcomings, once again filling a gap in the territory. Although the number of northern barbarians was not as high as the nomadic tribe, there were still 800 or 900 of them. Adding the nomadic tribe, the residents of Mara Town, the territory's original population, and the goblins of Greenwood Town, the total came to nearly 5,000 people, approaching the population limit. Furthermore, Owen had long discovered that the system's conversion did not hinder reproduction. As more and more women in the territory became pregnant, the first baby boom was imminent. Therefore, he decided to upgrade the town center, as the conditions were pretty much met. Upgrading the town center to level 3 required a considerable amount of gold, but Owen didn't feel bad about it. Firstly, the goblins had collected a lot of gold, silver, and jewels from the ruins. Secondly, gold, silver, and jewels were not as useful in the north as one might imagine. Given the productivity of the north, what good was a full warehouse of gold and silver? What could you buy? Coarse grains or livestock, furs or serfs. Of course, one could also buy goods from the empire through merchant caravans, but the tenfold starting price would make you instantly want to kill the seller. What's more, those who came to the north to make money were small merchant guilds. They simply couldn't get their hands on truly good things, so gold and the like were better used as consumables. As a large amount of gold disappeared, the town center was upgraded to level 3. Farmers from nearby spontaneously rushed over, pulled out their tools, carried materials, and immediately began to work. Maya, startled, was very familiar with this scene. She took a glance and then returned. Howard was not responsible for internal affairs, so he didn't pay much attention. Just being vigilant against those northern barbarian warriors consumed a lot of his energy, not to mention the newly joined nomadic tribe and northern lands barbarian tribes. If Bella hadn't helped him share half the burden, he would have gone bald. Sitting in his study, Owen ignored the clanging sounds outside. The appearance of the town center was not important, so the external expansion would not affect its functions. Owen slowly reviewed the updated functions of the town center. Owen discovered that only after the town center reached level 3 did it truly begin to exert its powerful effects. Every single function amazed him. First was assimilation. Besides active conversion, within the influence range of the town center, farmers would gradually be assimilated, becoming system farmers without needing conversion, greatly saving progress point consumption. In other words, as long as the newly arrived northern lands barbarian tribes and nomadic tribe didn't stay too far from the territory, they would automatically become system population after a period of time. Those above the farmer level would gain increased favorability, reducing the conversion requirement. This was also good. Even if outsiders with ulterior motives remained in the territory, they would gradually become more inclined towards the territory. Another function was higher-level conversion. After farmers and commoners, a citizen option appeared. In terms of setting, citizens were the middle class, thus having received simple education and a certain degree of military training, capable of both civil and martial arts. In civil aspects, they skillfully mastered arithmetic and common writing. In martial aspects, they skillfully mastered the use of standard weapons and basic military skills. This made citizens highly adaptable, capable of serving as scribes, tax collectors, sergeants, doctors, teachers, merchants, artisans, and so on. Unfortunately, the higher the level of conversion, the more selective it was. Only a few dozen people in the entire territory were qualified to be converted into citizens, which was equivalent to 1 in 100. Besides this, the barracks could train units with 5 progress points. This was not very helpful because the number of citizens was too small. Moreover, there were also the nomadic cavalry and barbarian heavy infantry, 2 newly added racial units, whose strength was equivalent to 5 progress point units, so they wouldn't be needed in the short term. Owen didn't continue to look at the other functions. He first converted some citizens, and then prepared to use them to build the territory's grassroots leadership. As the population grew, Maya alone was far from enough to manage the territory. Even if the territory's population was obedient to commands, the inefficient operation completely limited the territory's potential. Therefore, Owen decided to establish an internal affairs office. The internal affairs office was located in the expanded town center, with Maya serving as the governor and Howard as the city defense officer, respectively overseeing the civil and military affairs of the territory. Next were the grassroots administrators, who were promoted from citizens. They were responsible for the territory's documentation, statistics, taxation, finance, propaganda, and organization. At the same time, Owen also appointed several citizens to be promoted to grassroots military officers, responsible for the daily training and logistical support of the territory's soldiers, greatly reducing Howard's burden. After all, although he was familiar with all aspects of affairs, a person's energy is always limited. In addition, Owen squeezed out a few spots for doctors, merchants, and jewelry craftsmen, all of whom were talents the territory needed. However, due to the Western setting, the doctors who were promoted were the type who would chop off a foot for foot pain and smash a skull for a headache. Just looking at their anesthesia method of relying on a tai chui to smash a patient wearing an iron helmet, one could tell that these doctors' techniques had reached a level of effortless skill. Otherwise, a slight mistake would result in death before surgery. Their only advantage was that the doctors had mastered extensive surgical techniques, dared to operate, dared to cut anything, and could even suture it back up, making the patient look like a living person, which was very rare. What Owen valued was the doctor's suturing skills. White fresh was effective, but it was only suitable for small wounds. If the wound was too large, it needed to be sutured before it could heal. As for other shortcomings, they could be completely replaced by spells, such as anesthetic spells. So Owen directly confiscated the doctor's dented small iron pot helmets and blood-stained tai chui. He felt that doctors did not need these things. The doctors were assigned to Daer for management, making it convenient to learn the use of spells. At the same time, Emil was asked to teach some midwifery skills, as the territory was about to usher in its first baby boom. In case a C-section was needed, these doctors would be required. The promoted merchants could get the territory's industries running, as the territory was not lacking in grain, fur, timber, tools, and weapons, all of which could be sold to surrounding lords. At the same time, transactions with external merchants also needed them to take over, which these farmers and commoners could not do. Finally, the jewelry craftsmen were needed, because a lot of jewelry was obtained from the ruins. With simple processing, it could be sold for a good price at the imperial border, and the money exchanged could be used to purchase population or serve as the territory's gold reserves, as the amount of gold required for each town center upgrade would greatly increase. The appearance of grassroots administrators made Maya breathe a sigh of relief. She immediately made arrangements, dividing the entire territory into several areas, with one grassroots administrator assigned to each area. This way, any of her commands could be well implemented. The role of grassroots administrators was not limited to this. They were responsible for the statistics and management of several hundred people in their respective jurisdictions, similar to a neighborhood committee. They were also responsible for the establishment and training of militias, and when necessary, they could lead a militia team in their managed jurisdiction at any time, which was very important. However, although the appearance of grassroots administrators temporarily solved the grassroots management problem, such a territory was still incomplete. Therefore, Maya took out the documents she had previously conceived and went to Owen. Monetary system. Owen was stunned. He recognized all the words on it, but when combined, they exceeded the scope of his brain's comprehension. In fact, the territory's current commerce and currency are completely blank. Maya pointed out the territory's biggest problem, a problem that Owen had always overlooked. Unless the territory was entirely serfs, commerce and currency were essential. But Owen's situation was an exception, because all the population was converted by the system. Although they owned their own houses and farmland, they were actually just decorations. All labor was completed collectively, and individual remuneration was never requested, so they did not have personal property. This was the territory's biggest flaw, and Owen immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, it was not too late. Owen immediately approved Maya's application and prepared to launch the territory's financial plan. First was the currency. Although the territory's gold reserves were not much left due to the town center upgrade, the circulation of gold coins was not much to begin with, so the impact was not significant. Placed before Owen were the empire's currencies, gold, silver, and copper. The patterns on them were a crown, a scepter, and a sword and shield, representing the royal family, nobles, and knights, respectively. These were currencies minted by the royal family, with low circulation, mainly used for rewards and as templates. Local noble lords would mint their own currencies according to the style and purity of the royal currency. Although the patterns were different, the value did not differ much. Occasionally, some clever ones would choose to mix in other metals, but they would quickly lose their circulation due to a lack of credibility. After all, the surrounding areas were all lordships, and these inferior currencies could not circulate beyond their own territories except to cause trouble for themselves. Owen thought for a moment and set the patterns as Hydra gold coins, Knight silver coins, and Sickle copper coins, representing the Hydra family, administrators, and residents, respectively. After finalization, minting was very simple. The synthesis furnace could synthesize several tons of metal currency at once, including aging treatment. These currencies were secretly distributed to the residents immediately after minting, and the territory's tax rate was also stipulated. Farmers were required to pay 50% of their farm's harvest as tax, which was quite merciful, as the tax rate in many noble territories was as high as 60–70%, or even 80–90%, sometimes not even enough to recover the seeds. But it was not enough because with improved irrigation facilities, excellent farm tools, and sufficient livestock, although the land in the north was a bit barren, the number of farmlands was there. Therefore, Akita town's grain output was not low, and even with only half the grain, the farmers could not finish it all. This was mainly because most of the current farmers were two-person households, and all were strong laborers. There were no elderly people above them, and very few children, so they had no burdens, and their surplus was naturally large. Therefore, Owen stipulated that farmers should sell their surplus grain to the territory for money, and then use the money to buy daily necessities and bread. This, in turn, stimulated the territory's commerce. It sounded simple, but perfecting these would take at least 2 to 3 months, as Maya also decided to build a market to facilitate trade between the territory and outsiders. Owen did not plan to deal with these matters, as they were too time-consuming and energy-draining. And with Maya, who had become a strong woman, no longer nagging him, he, feeling his strength had increased, decided to go find Dayer. The mental power boost from the puppet master profession had greatly improved Owen's progress in spells. Owen, with his greatly increased abilities, achieved victory in a certain aspect for the first time. However, thinking of Emil and Bella, Owen felt that he still had a long way to go in this regard, and could not be proud, could not be proud, could not be proud. Important things must be said 3 times, and he still had to study diligently. While Owen was pondering these crooked ways, Maya fully utilized her talents on the territory as her stage. She not only perfected grassroots management and currency operations, but also initially established a market and obtained her first tax revenue. Although it wasn't much, it was a very good start, signifying that the territory, in addition to its own output, had gained an additional source of income. At the same time, the fertile and promising Akita town became increasingly well-known, attracting more and more outsiders. Everything was developing in a positive direction. However, good fortune and bad luck are intertwined. The mutation fluctuation at that time was perceived by many. These people initially held no hope, as the Northland was simply too vast, but after Akita town became famous, many decided to make a trip. As the old saying goes, a poor man in a bustling city is ignored, while a rich man in the deep mountains has distant relatives. A certain comedian also said that even if a rich man hides in the deep mountains practicing 18 kinds of martial arts, he cannot stop the swarming crowds. Owen was clearly rich and noble, and therefore trouble also came. Brian sat distractedly in the carriage, occasionally wanting to pick up the thick notebook in front of him. The strange patterns on it made him both fascinated and wary, so each time he would pull his hand back as if to avoid an electric shock just as he was about to touch it. Alas, perhaps I was really wrong. For a full 10 years, Brian served in the Imperial Border Army in exchange for its support, but after 10 years, he was still only one step away from success, and this step remained insurmountable. His final desperate attempt even led to his physical disfigurement and caused serious damage, leading to the military's dissatisfaction and unwillingness to invest further resources. Heartbroken, he left the Border Army. For a time, Brian's heart was filled with confusion, unsure of where to go. Suddenly remembering the peculiar fluctuation that had come from the Northland earlier, he decided to go there to see if he could find inspiration. Unfortunately, along the way, emptiness, desolation, and barrenness were all Brian saw in the Northland, making him wonder whether to continue. The carriage suddenly stopped with a jolt, causing Brian's body to tilt slightly. Parts of his hands and feet, originally covered by his mage robe, were exposed, revealing a metallic structure. Pulling his robe back to cover the exposed parts, Brian's expression was somewhat displeased as he spoke to his student outside. "Domi, go see what's happening up ahead." "Yes, master, I'm going now." Domi was Brian's mage apprentice, though he also served as a servant, assistant, punching bag, and experimental subject. Mage apprentice is a notoriously high-risk profession, not to mention that his master Brian's temper had been very bad lately. Therefore, Domi dared not delay in the slightest, pulling up his robe and running forward, while secretly complaining about the Aroe Trading Company, which claimed to be the most famous caravan in the Northland. Was this all it was? In another carriage, a beautiful and charming lady was holding a 3- or 4-year-old lowly. Judging by their identical silver hair, they were a high-appearance mother and daughter. At this moment, the silver-haired lady, as the mother, looked out of the carriage, then lowered her head without interest, patted the lowly, and continued to coax her to sleep. Code had just returned with 2 guards when he encountered Domi, who had come to demand an explanation. "Mr. Code, why did the caravan suddenly stop? Master Brian is very displeased about this." Domi, who was usually subservient in front of Brian, appeared quite impatient when facing Code, but Code dared not show any disrespect. A mage apprentice was nothing, but behind him stood a formal mage. If he wanted to do anything to the Aroe Trading Company, they would be powerless to resist. Therefore, he quickly said, "The village ahead was massacred, so the caravan is preparing to turn around and avoid that area." Code's expression was not good. Although the Northland had become very chaotic recently, massacres like this were still rare. After all, in the Northland, population represented a continuous source of wealth. No one would casually slaughter civilians. But once it happened, it meant there was a group of vicious bandits or monsters nearby, which was definitely not good news for the caravan. Domi frowned. Although he was displeased, he also understood what this meant, so he didn't say much, only urging the caravan to depart as soon as possible. Then he went back to report to his master. Massacre, Brian, for some reason, pulled the carriage curtains shut thoughtfully and fell into contemplation. For some reason, a chill ran through Domi's heart at this moment, because he knew very well what his master's experiments were, and he also guessed what kind of inspiration the massacre ahead would give his master. This was definitely not a good omen. Domi remembered several other mage apprentices of his master who had suddenly disappeared one day. He knew very well what had happened, and now he was the only one left. Perhaps he should start thinking about an escape route. After the caravan detoured and left, a monster emerged from the village littered with wreckage. After casting a wary glance at the direction the caravan had left, the monster turned and departed. It needed more flesh and blood, more slaughter. Only in this way could it please that great existence and gain stronger power. Then it would no longer need to hide like a rat. For the rest of the journey, Code remained cautious, because this caravan represented the largest resources the president could mobilize. If it failed, let alone the president's position, even his entire family would be gone. Burdened with such a heavy responsibility, he had to be careful. However, he was also unsure if the president's method would be effective. After all, that person was no longer a 16-year-old boy, but a mature lord. Sending the eldest daughter might even backfire. That's right, the silver-haired mother and daughter were Owen's mother and sister. When Owen's maternal grandfather, who was also the president of the Airway Trading Company, learned of the changes in the Hydra family's territory from Code, he unhesitatingly gambled everything. He not only gathered a large amount of supplies, but also fully utilized his daughter. As expected of a merchant, for profit, everything was a usable bargaining chip. Owen, oblivious to all this, was testing his new puppet. After sending the top hat puppet to Greenwood Town, he put on his remote consciousness projection glasses and somewhat unskillfully controlled the puppet to stand up. This was very difficult. If it weren't for the puppet master's advancement, Owen would only be able to consider making tracks to replace the two legs. As his mental power was projected, invisible threads spread around the puppet, gradually controlling all its parts, and its movements became more flexible. Picking up and putting down, the teacup remained intact. Owen was very satisfied. Next, he could create more delicate puppets, even considering the sense of touch. Then he would be able to install various accessories below. As for what they would be used for, it was, of course, for having fun. With the puppet as a substitute, Owen, no longer worried about his life safety, could wander around freely, while his main body only needed to stay in the safe castle, which was simply perfect. The Roger squad, looking somewhat disheveled, hurried through the narrow passage, their weapons and armor carefully avoiding any friction or collision with the walls. They were clearly seasoned adventurers, paying attention to such details even instinctively. During this period, many adventurers had already entered Greenwood Town and even the ruins, but the Roger squad had consistently maintained their initial advantage. After familiarizing themselves with the area, they had already reached the second level of the ruins, gaining considerable renown among the adventurer community. They even received significant discounts when purchasing equipment, potions, and supplies. However, all of this came at a price. Compared to the first level of the ruins, which served as a civilian residential area, the second level was more like a production zone, similar to the previously discovered monster breeding center and other facilities like the puppet factory. The problem was that while the residential area was relatively safe, a factory area could not possibly lack security and defensive measures. Furthermore, it was unclear how the entire ruins operated. Many things had long since decayed, yet some facilities still maintained a minimal level of operation, especially the defensive mechanisms. Unfortunately, Roger and his team's exploration activated the defensive mechanisms in some areas. Had most of the functions not been damaged, they would not have had any chance of returning alive. However, they also brought back bad news. Some of the magic horn goblins, black jelly bugs, black-backed ratmen, and thorn spiders that had previously fled into the second level of the ruins were captured by the monster breeding center as escaped monsters, causing the monster breeding center to reactivate. What was worse, despite severe damage to the defensive mechanisms, they somehow forcibly activated the monster breeding center and the puppet factory, creating a batch of monster puppets to serve as part of the defensive mechanisms. After receiving the intelligence submitted by Roger and his team from the Big Tree Cave Tavern, Owen controlled a top hat puppet to constantly review it, his mood worsening with each read. He had no idea about the origin of these ruins. Despite so much time having passed, it could still operate. What was even more terrifying was that the technology, or rather magic, displayed made him unable to determine what kind of world this truly was. If you say this world is advanced, most places still live a medieval-like life, with ignorant farmers, clueless commoners, and nobles controlling everything. But if you say it's backward, good heavens, wizards, mages, alchemists, devils, and various systematic transcendent professions and powers exist. Not only can a single person destroy a city, but many aspects here can completely overpower the technology of his previous life. Especially these ruins, which seem to have been abandoned for hundreds or thousands of years, yet could still function. If it were human civilization from his previous life, it would take another 1,000 years, or even just a few decades, to transform into a global green and environmentally friendly state where you couldn't even find a usable lighter. Not to mention blacktech level techniques like monster cultivation and puppet modification, which truly opened Owen's eyes, making him doubt what kind of damned world this was. Fortunately, there are adventurers to help scout, but I can't be careless. The matter of the subbases also cannot stop, and it cannot be limited to the Northland. The Empire oversees underground, all-need Hydra's subbases. Taking off his glasses, Owen rubbed his throbbing temples, which ached from mental exhaustion, feeling pessimistic about the future of the Northland. If the progress value cap hadn't remained stagnant, Owen would probably immediately choose to abandon the Northland, distance himself from these ruins of unknown origin, and choose other places to build more secret deep-sea or even aerial bases. While Owen was envisioning the future of establishing sub-bases, the troubles facing the Northland were more numerous than he imagined, as he soon received bad news from Corans. Originally, the Northland was only facing small and medium-sized forces from the Empire crossing over, ready to snatch resources. There was a threat, but it wasn't as great as imagined, and its impact on the Northland wouldn't continue to spread. After all, the goal of those people was to seize the initiative and gain more benefits in the future. Therefore, they killed people and took territory, but they wouldn't completely destroy the local order. Because these people were very clear that once order was completely destroyed, it would probably not stabilize for 10 years, and by the time it did, there would be no one left. In that case, their plans would fall through, and their investment would be wasted. The problem was that the internal situation of the Empire was far more complex than Owen had anticipated. The power of the royal family and the nobles was only on the surface. The Adventurers Guild, the Wizard Holy Land, the Mage Alliance, etc., were also only a part of the entire empire. Besides these, various dark forces emerged endlessly. In the Empire, due to various checks and balances, these forces, though occasionally jumping out to show their presence, caused limited destruction, as a special balance had long been formed by multiple parties. But the Northland was different. It was an almost blank area. The local nobles were simply an insult to the word noble. It was no exaggeration to say they were landlords with noble titles. In such a situation, it was clearly a good place to do as one pleased. Otherwise, the Black Hand would not have extended its reach here. Although the Black Hand did dirty work, it must be said that they also belonged to the lawful alignment. After all, once the world was in chaos, these thieves and assassins would lose their usefulness, because at that time everyone would be killing and robbing, so why would they need to hire people? Wouldn't that be redundant? But besides the Black Hand, the Empire had many other chaotic forces. After all, the profits and power that could be divided had long been carved up by the big shots, and the scraps were distributed to their subordinates to satisfy their cravings. Lattercomers were like festering sores, wanting to rise but having no way, so they could only suppress themselves. What was even more tragic was that they couldn't stir up any trouble in the Empire, but in the almost blank Northland, massacres happened casually. The warlock Emil encountered earlier was a member of a certain evil organization, famous for specializing in creating and spreading devil's eggs. It sounded quite terrifying. If a group like Bella's formed a legion, they could easily defeat even 10 times their number of enemies. Unfortunately, this was only theoretical. The reality was that even if ordinary people swallowed a devil's egg and paid the price, the strength they could achieve was only at the level of a beginner or a warrior, and the kind without much combat skill. If such things dared to cause trouble within the empire, who knew which corner a knight, mage, or adventurer would jump out from and casually eliminate them, giving them no chance to grow? Even without them, the armies of the various lords were not to be trifled with. Even an enchanted elite like Bella could not withstand the siege of swarms of elite soldiers. But in the Northland, except for the areas near the imperial border which were more densely populated and stronger, most of the territories of the northern nobles were usually 1 or 2 days' journey apart. They rarely saw each other all year round. Even if a massacre occurred, it might not be discovered for 10 days, half a month, or even a year or a half. Moreover, besides devil's eggs, there were also various cultists who liked to exchange power through blood sacrifices and offerings. In the Empire, they had to take various risks, but in the Northland, it was hard even to seek death. So the Northland was in big trouble. It might become a barren land before it even had a chance to develop. Slaughter, plague, disappearances. What the hell is all this? Owen slammed the intelligence report onto the table and paced his study with his hands behind his back. Although it was just lines of text, Owen knew that these were tragedies happening not far from his territory, so how could he be in a good mood? Of course, he wasn't overflowing with sympathy, planning to play Northern Lands police. Rather, he was well aware that if things continued this way, his territory would also not be spared. It was only a matter of time. Thinking of this, Owen went to the sand table and, following the general directions provided in the intelligence, placed skull flags at those locations. For the entire Northern Lands, these skull flags were insignificant, but how many noble territories and how many people did the Northern Lands have? If this continued, there would be no one left in a few years. What was more alarming was that this trend was spreading towards his territory, and it was clear that Akita Town's reputation was attracting these troubles. Owen began to assess his territory's military strength, since he no longer needed to waste progress points on ordinary farmers, and with the Northern Lands' barbarian tribes and nomadic tribe gradually being assimilated and their sense of belonging increasing, the territory's stability had been rising, allowing him to focus his efforts externally. The territory's population wasn't too large, only a few thousand, but the proportion of able-bodied youths was very high. Excluding the elderly, children, and women, the proportion of adult males exceeded 1/3. This was even after a large number of infants were born. Therefore, the territory did not lack military strength and could mobilize over 1,000 troops at any time. Moreover, there were only 3 places in the territory that required stationed troops: the territory itself, the wooden fortress, and Mara Town. Owen considered it for a moment, first recalling the farmers responsible for local construction, then gathering the original residents of Mara Town. As for the garrison, considering Mara Town's special location, he decided to dispatch 50 light cavalry and 50 nomadic cavalry. This arrangement was mainly because Owen had never considered using Mara Town for a direct confrontation. Therefore, light cavalry and nomadic cavalry, who could scout and flee, were very suitable, as they could immediately escort Mara Town's residents to retreat if something went wrong. Furthermore, most of Mara Town's residents were skilled in herding and riding, and could even impersonate cavalry when necessary. As for the wooden fortress, Owen was a bit conflicted because its location was somewhat of a white elephant. Initially, it was meant to serve as support and a surprise force if the territory was surrounded. Later, with the construction of Greenwood Town, the wooden fortress became a goalkeeper, and a dispensable one at that. Finally, Owen decided to withdraw the soldiers there and expand it to serve as a dwelling place for the Northern Lands' barbarian tribes. As for soldiers, every adult Northern barbarian was a qualified warrior, so no garrison was needed. The territory was the priority. Owen divided the soldiers into 4 main categories: a main corps, a security force, a reserve, and a secret unit, comprehensively enhancing the territory's war potential. Main corps: Scouts 20, Swordsmen 100, Foot Archers 100, Crossbowmen 100, Spearmen 100, Barbarian Heavy Infantry 100. Cavalry Scouts 30, Nomadic Cavalry 100, Horse Archer 50, Lancer 50, Cuirassier 50, Knights 2. Security Patrol, Swordsmen 50, Javelin Throwers 50. Secret Units, Ninja Squad, Witch Hunter Squad, Teutonic Knights. The main corps was the largest in scale and had the most complex composition of troop types. It was led by the experienced City Defense Officer Howard, with Bella assisting as the commander of the cavalry. It had the strongest combat power because, when necessary, the main corps would also undertake expeditionary missions. The patrol team was primarily responsible for the territory's security. They consisted of agile swordsmen and javelin throwers with deadly throwing capabilities, making them more deterrent. The reserve consisted of all adult males in the territory. They were given equipment and trained regularly. Their combat effectiveness was not high, but when necessary, they would become a force that could not be ignored. The secret units were all composed of elites, responsible for the hidden security of the castle, the territory, and Greenwood Town. However, the number of people was a bit small, and their strength, in Owen's opinion, was also somewhat insufficient, so he was planning to strengthen them. Seeing the current strength of his territory, Owen felt somewhat relieved. Every night the entire territory would fall into slumber, with only the inn, which hosted outsiders, remaining brightly lit. However, these outsiders were very aware of the territory's curfew and would only stay in the inn to drink and revel, not daring to go out. Otherwise, the patrolling security force would be happy to arrest and hang them. But rules are made to be broken, and there are always restless people who will emerge, such as Boli and Keeley. The two disguised themselves as adventurers, but in reality, they were members of the Head of Demons. The Head of Demons is an evil organization composed of demon warlocks and demon wizards, skilled in summoning and enslaving demons, proficient in the manufacturing of the devil's egg, and fond of spreading the devil's egg, then harvesting them after maturity to cultivate high-quality demon thugs or materials. The warlock Emil encountered earlier, as well as some recent village massacres in the northern lands, were all their doing. However, while the Head of Demons sounds impressive, capable of not only enslaving demons, but also using them as materials, in reality, it is only considered a second-rate evil organization. In this world, due to the existence of extraordinary powers, individual abilities are infinitely elevated. Therefore, the upper limit of an organization is not determined by how many people it has or how much wealth it possesses, but by the strength of its strongest member and the number of its experts. It's similar to the Akatsuki organization in Naruto. They don't have many members, but who would dare to underestimate them, not fearing these professional demolition maniacs showing up at their doorstep? Because the main members of the Head of Demons are demon warlocks and demon wizards, and the upper limit of their strength is limited by their own magical bloodline, this results in decent strength among the middle and lower ranks, but the high-ranking members are too weak, so the Head of Demons does not have a high reputation. Of course, because they like to spread chaos and commit massacres, the Head of Demons suffered no less severe blows. It was difficult for them to survive in the Empire, so they fled to the northern lands, where they truly thrived. This time, members of the Head of Demons in the northern lands heard about Akita Town's reputation, came to see it, and indeed found it suitable for them, so they decided to act tonight. Boli was a mid-level member of the Head of Demons, with decent strength, while Keeley was a wild warlock who had recently joined, so all the dirty and tiring work fell to him. Currently, Boli was leisurely drawing a summoning circle with the blood of a black lamb, while Keeley grunted and groaned as he placed the secretly kidnapped Akita Town residents onto the sacrificial altar, sweating profusely from the effort, but feeling very happy inside. This place is really great. No annoying adventurers, no disgusting clerics, and the residents are all healthy and have no bad habits. They're perfect as sacrifices. Keeley, busy carrying people, said excitedly. As a newcomer to the Head of Demons, although it wasn't his first time performing a sacrificial summoning, such high-quality offerings were a first. Before, he either dragged out drunks covered in vomit from behind taverns or kidnapped a few emaciated serfs. To find a decent offering, he not only had to guard against town guards, but also risked being killed by omnipresent adventurers. It could be said that every sacrifice was stained with his blood and tears. What made him even more disheartened was that such trashy offerings couldn't summon powerful demons. It was even difficult to defeat a farmer. This time, Boli, his boss, was finally willing to take him along, so he had to perform well. Perhaps he would be rewarded with a more powerful demon. A succubus would be fantastic. Compared to the excited Keeley, Boli was much calmer, because what he valued was not this sacrifice, but the entire Akita Town. Given enough time, he could sacrifice the entire Akita Town to a certain demon lord in exchange for powerful strength. At that time, he might even be able to take the position of Head of Demons. Hog, fully armed, rushed to the town center with the patrol team. Moments later, Maya, who had received the notification, emerged from the fireplace. 13 residents are missing. The culprits are veterans and left no clues. We suspect it's related to supernatural powers. I've already sent people to check the inn, and news should arrive soon. Hogg, well taught by Howard, quickly explained the situation in a concise manner. Well handled. Now, immediately dispatch men to the watchtowers to monitor for any anomalies near the territory and prevent anyone from escaping. Assemble the patrol team and keep them ready for deployment. Maya did not panic and immediately commanded. Understood. Hogg didn't say another word and immediately led his men to execute the order. It must be said that although he still lacked the ability to manage things independently, his execution was already quite good. Even Maya couldn't find fault with it. Maya did not leave. She also had her own responsibilities. The territory's military operations were divided into three categories: war, public order, and darkness. War was overseen by Howard, public order by Hogg, and darkness by Maya. Among them, Maya held the most power, able to influence Howard to a limited extent, command Hogg, and also control the territory's secret forces. Therefore, after Hogg left with his orders, she also summoned her subordinates to action. Owen had long anticipated that he would encounter many problems that ordinary soldiers could not solve in the future, so he had put a lot of effort into it, such as ninjas. The earliest ninjas were only passable, skilled in stealth and assassination, but because they were not a profession of this world, their upper limit was not high. Even for assassination, they could at most deal with small and medium-sized nobles. Because true great nobles were very thoroughly protected, the defensive magical equipment alone was something ninjas couldn't break through, let alone the rare magical equipment for early warning, detoxification, and teleportation. There was basically no possibility of success. But under Owen's enhancement, ninjas not only learned the breathing technique, which had more explosive power than battle chi, but also obtained magical equipment and potions, greatly improving their strength. Today would be the day they demonstrated their value. Completely integrated into the night, the ninjas moved like agile civet cats, running through the streets, alleys, eaves, and walls of the territory. Their flexible movements, combined with ninja footwear that provided excellent cushioning, allowed them to move silently, undetected by anyone and leaving no blind spots. The ninjas were very familiar with every nook and cranny of the territory. After confirming the scene of the disappearance, they quickly discovered traces left by the other party. After all, those two were not professional thieves. Even if they knew some tricks, subtle details would always leave some flaws. Thus, they were locked onto by the ninjas and tracked all the way to that remote barn, earning them first credit. After confirming the opponent's whereabouts, Maya did not take it lightly, as she didn't know who the opponent was. So, in addition to notifying Hogg, she also mobilized the Teutonic Knights and Witch Hunters, making full preparations. Maya did not report this matter to Owen. It wasn't that she had ulterior motives, but because as subordinates, if they couldn't relieve their master's worries, they would be worthless. Therefore, before the situation worsened, Maya would not report to Owen, but just because she didn't say anything didn't mean Owen didn't know. After receiving the ninja's message, Owen, who had been working hard for a long time, forced himself to cheer up, pulled his hand out, let Dare continue to sleep, and he washed up at the sink, then put on a bathrobe and went to the study. Next to the desk was a puppet. This puppet was not a decorative piece like the top hat puppet, but a special combat puppet meticulously crafted by Owen. With a light alloy skeleton, special fibers for muscles, and composite outer armor, the entire puppet appeared slender and powerful, similar in appearance to Genji. Therefore, Owen also specially crafted a long blade and added a ninja template to its intelligent core, naming it Ninja Slayer. Lying on the recliner, wearing consciousness projection glasses, Owen's consciousness flowed into the nearby Ninja Slayer with the infusion of mental energy. As mental energy was infused, Ninja Slayer's energy core was activated, and power was injected into its body. After activating Ninja Slayer, Owen moved around. Its movements were incredibly agile, climbing high and dropping low with ease. Drawing and sheathing the blade was crisp and clean, a flash of cold light, and the quill pen on the desk was split in two, without even scratching the desktop. It was nothing like his clumsy physical body. Such performance was possible because only Owen's mind was operating this body, completely unconstrained by his original flesh. One could say that whatever he thought, as long as this body could withstand it, it could be done. Even with the assistance of the intelligent core, it could perform impossible actions. This was the true way to unlock a puppet master. However, Owen had taken a shortcut. A true puppet master wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. Their unique mental power could resonate with the puppet, unleashing miraculous power. Unfortunately, the more intricate the puppet, the greater the mental energy consumption. With Owen's current level of mental energy, let alone resonance, even with this shortcut, a puppet of this quality couldn't sustain full exertion for long. This was because he needed to infuse mental energy into every joint and every artificial muscle fiber of the entire puppet. Only then could the entire puppet be fully integrated and all its functions utilized. The problem was that this kind of operation put a mental strain and consumption on him that was more outrageous than flowing water. It was like directly drawing power at high wattage. This was also why Owen installed an intelligent core in Ninja Slayer. With the intelligent core, most actions could be performed freely by the puppet, and his role was like operating a game character with a controller. This way, it could be sustained for a much longer time. Prepared, Owen controlled Ninja Slayer's direction. Ninja Slayer leaped out of the castle with agility no less than a ninja's, landing perfectly without a sound, leaving only a shallow pit on the ground. In fact, Ninja Slayer's joints and footpads had a strong cushioning effect. If not for its overall weight, it wouldn't even leave much of a trace. Of course, compared to other puppets, Ninja Slayer was already considered lightweight. Therefore, driven by its energy core, it entered the town like the wind. It felt like playing a real-life game, not requiring too much operation. The character automatically ran and jumped, which was very enjoyable. As Boli and Keeley drew the defensive forces of Akita town and were about to be surrounded, at an inn in the town, a maid brought by a merchant went out for water and did not return for a long time, causing the merchant to curse loudly, angrily stating that he would whip her to teach her a lesson, unaware of who would be whipping whom in the end. The disappeared maid was none other than the devil's egg sorceress Emile had met in the town, and the devil's egg given to Bella was also hers. However, although Nova was a devil's egg sorceress, she was not a member of the Head of Demons. On the contrary, she had many grievances with the Head of Demons, and the injury she sustained earlier was inflicted by one of their members. So upon realizing that Boli and Keeley were members of the Head of Demons, she became attentive and planned to secretly sabotage them. Thus, after noticing the commotion, she quietly slipped out. At this moment, Maya had already begun to direct the operation, as she sensed the stench of blood and an evil aura emanating from inside. It was clear that rescuing hostages was no longer an option. They could only capture the perpetrators to see if there were any gains to be made. In reality, if not for the need to capture them alive, simply throwing incendiary bombs made from black jelly bug bodily fluids would have been sufficient. These incendiary bombs, with simple adjustments, could erupt in temperatures of several hundred degrees. Even Teutonic knights couldn't withstand them. After all, the human body's limits, heavy plate armor, and powerful battle aura could not make one immune to fire and water. If engulfed in flames, one would be severely injured, if not killed. Unfortunately, such a simple method could not be used because Maya needed live captives. Only by capturing them alive could she follow the clues and uncover the hidden threats. Otherwise, endless troubles would follow. Maya, overseeing the entire situation, would certainly not lose sight of the bigger picture for a minor gain. Hogg, as the sheriff, seeing that Maya had no intention of speaking, knew that she was entrusting him with on-site command. His spirits immediately lifted. No matter how mature he appeared, Hogg was still a vigorous young man who naturally wanted to prove himself. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately commanded the swordsmen to surround the granary and ordered the spearmen to prepare. The role of spearmen was actually quite awkward. Their range was inferior to bows and crossbows, their firing rate had no advantage, and they lacked endurance. One could say they had no advantages, which is why spearmen were rarely seen on many battlefields. However, spearmen had one advantage that few other unit types could match: their lethality. 4 feet long with a 1-foot spearhead and a counterweight, this weapon, when thrown by burly spearmen, could pierce through not only heavy infantry, but even a knight in full plate armor. A single volley could leave only heavy infantry with tower shields standing. Other unit types would be lying on the ground. Moreover, compared to the close combat shortcomings of archers, spearmen did not fear close combat, making them more suitable for the confined spaces of urban warfare. Hearing the commotion outside, Boli's face was grim, but he continued to draw the sacrificial summoning array, as this was their only chance of survival. "Hurry up, this is our only chance to live," Boli whispered, his face growing even uglier as he saw the uncooperative Keeley. Yet he couldn't do anything about it, and could only try to suppress his anger while instructing him on what to do. After being reprimanded, Keeley trembled and fumbled to make the final preparations. "Done," Boli exclaimed, dropping the already stiff black lamb carcass in his hand. Keeley, who had been bent over moving bodies, suddenly straightened up at the good news, but before he could even show an expression of surprise, a bone scimitar made from a bull's horn severed his head. Standing behind him was the expressionless Boli. "Now it's really done," Boli said in a low voice, kicking Keeley's head and body into the sacrificial summoning array. Originally, Boli had only intended to perform a regular summoning to cause chaos and facilitate his escape, but he was discovered so quickly and heavily surrounded. Escaping now would not be easy, and Boli had no confidence, so he decided to increase the value of the sacrifice to summon a powerful demon. He didn't care whether he could control the powerful demon that was summoned, because Boli only wanted to escape now. What if the demon lost control? It wouldn't be the first or second time. As Boli plunged the bullhorn scimitar in his hand into the summoning array, the sacrificial summoning array, operating at its limit, immediately extracted the flesh and souls of all the sacrifices, transforming them into sweet bait, attracting the gathering of abyssal power, and then forming an abyssal passage. Due to the existence of spatial barriers, spatial passages are difficult to sustain, especially illegal passages connecting to the abyss, which last for an even shorter time. This is also why demon warlocks combine sacrifice and summoning. It is very difficult for a demon warlock's power alone to tear open the barrier and summon a greater demon. They can only use their own magic power as an anchor, and with the power of the abyss and demons, open the passage. Therefore, there must be enough attraction, such as flesh and souls. The sacrificial material this time was ordinary, but with Keeley added, it was different. He was a demon warlock after all, and the taste of his soul and flesh was the most welcomed ingredient by demons. He alone was worth 100 people. Therefore, the passage opened this time was exceptionally large, clearly indicating that the demon on the other side of the abyss had put in a great effort. However, compared to the demon about to emerge, the passage appeared incredibly narrow. Even with flesh and souls as lubricant, the Minotaur still struggled considerably to squeeze out. As a type of demon, the Minotaur's rank is not high, but it is the main combat unit of the endless demon legions. Each one possesses the ability to contend with high-level knights. Don't think this is nothing remarkable. High-level knights are not common. Only those who master high-level battle aura can earn this evaluation. Moreover, if it's a perfect grade high-level knight, their strength is far above that of Teutonic knights, because Teutonic knights only possess intermediate battle aura. This illustrates the Minotaur's power. Boli's success in summoning a Minotaur was not only due to the quality of the sacrifice, but primarily because of the bone scimitar in his hand. This weapon was crafted from the horn of a powerful Minotaur, which increased the chances of summoning a Minotaur and ensured he wouldn't be the primary target. Of course, don't put all your hope in that. If there aren't enough people nearby to kill, or if you don't run fast enough, it's just a matter of dying sooner or later. The Minotaur, constantly in a state of rage, opened its fist-sized, blood-red bull eyes. After a glance at the nervous Boli, it turned its attention to the outside. With a roar, the 3-meter-tall Minotaur smashed through the granary wall. Amidst the flying splinters, it swung its double-bladed axe, unleashing a massacre. Even the swordsmen, who could be considered elites in the Imperial Border Army, were utterly helpless against the Minotaur. Their sharp longswords and sturdy armor were twisted and shattered under its brute force. Their bodies were instantly torn into unrecognizable fragments by the swinging great axe, blood and organs splattering like crushed ketchup packets, painting everything around them, accompanied by a thick, bloody stench. Throw spears. Hogg had never seen a monster like the Minotaur, but he had seen Bella before, so although he was shocked, he didn't freeze and reacted immediately. System troops are not without fear, but their obedience to orders overrides that fear. Thus, under Hogg's command, their bodies instinctively moved. Most of the dozens of short spears, thrown with powerful arm strength, hit the Minotaur. This was mainly because the Minotaur had no concept of dodging, and another reason was that it simply didn't need to dodge. The Minotaur's muscles were incredibly strong, almost as hard as stone, and its bones were comparable to steel. Therefore, even the incredibly penetrating spears only pierced an inch or two into its muscles. For the enormous Minotaur, these were merely superficial wounds, which only made it even angrier. As his rage soared, the Minotaur's muscles became even more grotesque. The javelins embedded in his flesh were forcibly squeezed out, scattering on the ground like straw. However, this brutal method did not cause blood to gush. In fact, very little blood flowed out, almost negligible. This was normal. Demons were known for their formidable physiques, and it was rare for them to die from excessive blood loss. After all, not to mention their powerful blood-generating capabilities, the core demon blood itself was not easily lost. This allowed demons to ignore most injuries and continue fighting, becoming a nightmare for any enemy. Seeing how fierce the Minotaur was, Hogg, who had intended to charge, turned pale. He wasn't afraid of death, but he knew it would be useless to go up. Even if the Minotaur allowed him to strike, he wouldn't be able to kill him even if his flail shattered. The difference in strength was too great. Fortunately, Maya, out of caution, had also brought 4 Teutonic knights. At this moment, the 4 ironclad figures raised their greatswords, as large as doors, and charged forward. Each Teutonic knight was a super strong man, or rather, a muscle-bound monster, standing 2 meters 23 tall with a broad back and powerful waist. He could support a person on his fist, and a horse could run on his arm, with strength measured in tons. Yet, facing the Minotaur, he was like an elementary school student facing a high schooler, in a weaker position. After all, one was at the peak of human limits, and the other was fundamentally not human. It was clear who was stronger at a glance. Fortunately, Teutonic knights didn't rely solely on their physique for a living. Besides their strong bodies, each of them possessed battle techniques honed through countless trials. Therefore, they immediately realized that the Minotaur was not someone any of them could confront alone, so they attacked in pairs from both sides. Seeing the Teutonic knights charging, the Minotaur paid them no mind. They were merely stronger little insects that he could crush with a swing of his giant axe. Facing a giant axe capable of splitting city gates, the Teutonic knights remained remarkably calm. Their synchronized cooperation allowed them to act simultaneously. Before the giant axe could fully descend, and before its power was fully unleashed, 2 greatswords crossed to block its descent. The Minotaur's strength was still too terrifying. Even though the Teutonic knights exerted all their might, their bulging muscles even straining their plate armor, the crossed greatswords holding the giant axe still slowly descended, like a hydraulic press, slow but unstoppable. The immense power of both sides concentrated on the sword and axe blades, producing a grating friction sound. Even iron filings, thin as cicada wings, were scraped off, showing just how great their combined strength was. However, the Teutonic knights' objective was achieved. The other 2 Teutonic knights did not miss the opportunity created by their comrades. 2 greatswords heavily struck the Minotaur's ribs. This area had no bone protection and housed vital organs. A single blow here could lead to a dramatic disembowelment. The problem was that the Teutonic knights still underestimated the Minotaur's muscle strength and thickness. Both swords penetrated 3 to 5 inches, but they failed to cut through the muscle layer. Instead, because the swords were clamped by the taut muscles, their movements were delayed by half a beat, and they were struck by the Minotaur's swinging fist. The 3-meter-tall Minotaur, with an arm span of nearly 2 meters, thick bones and bulging muscles, had fists 3 times larger than a battering ram. The heavy plate armor of the Teutonic knight standing in front was almost instantly deformed. Amidst terrifying sounds of metal twisting and colliding, he, along with the Teutonic knight behind him, rolled over 10 meters along the ground, leaving deep marks and demonstrating the Minotaur's inhuman strength. If the Teutonic knights hadn't been strong enough, an ordinary knight would have been shattered by that blow, his chest plate meeting his back plate. Even so, the Teutonic knight was badly wounded, with at least 3 broken ribs. But the Teutonic knight, besides his powerful physical qualities and superb martial arts, also possessed an indomitable will. Swallowing a mouthful of blood, with the help of the less injured Teutonic knight behind him, the Teutonic knight, who had taken a direct punch from the Minotaur, stood up without hesitation, gripping his weapon to rejoin the fray and create opportunities for his comrades, even if it meant sacrificing his life. The Minotaur fought with wide, sweeping movements, offering no defense, but one should not underestimate him because of this, or rather, should not underestimate any demon. In the abyss, every demon, from the day he was born, sounded the battle horn. To say a demon was battle-hardened was an understatement, because demons, who did not age, were constantly in peak condition. Their desire for power and slaughter kept every demon fighting incessantly. It could be said that battle had long become a demon's daily routine and instinct. What if he hadn't practiced martial arts? Their incredibly rich practical combat experience made every demon a master of combat. Their seemingly crude fighting style was actually the most suitable for demons. Therefore, although the Minotaur was constantly getting injured, he was actually overpowering the 4 Teutonic knights. Even with the assistance of swordsmen and javelin throwers nearby, they could only maintain the status quo. The problem was that with a demon's stamina, they would likely be worn down to death. Maya's expression wasn't good. The Minotaur had thick skin and flesh and high resistance. ordinary spells and potions had little effect, and even if incendiary bombs were deployed regardless of cost, given the demon's resistance to fire, they likely wouldn't be very effective. In desperation, Maya, who usually disliked getting her hands dirty, decided to personally intervene this time. Before Maya could act, a massive figure descended from the sky. With a flying kick, she sent the rampaging minotaur flying 30 to 50 meters away, and he didn't get up for a while. Emile, such a distinct physique allowed Maya to recognize her at a glance, which made her wonder why she, who had always stayed in Greenwood Town, was here. Recently, I've become obsessed with moon-gazing from the sky. Emile, her face flushed, was a bit unsteady on her feet from her recent actions, and her hand gripping the super-flying broom was also slipping a bit. After all, an aerial split was a bit too exciting for someone her age. Moon-gazing, you're both ancient foxes. What kind of tall tales are you telling me? Maya rolled her eyes at her. Maya knew Emile, her master's nominal mother-in-law, quite well. She had no great ambitions, just a few small hobbies, but it was understandable. They were roughly the same age, and Maya knew what it felt like to be celibate for 20 years. Furthermore, given her physique, even if she wanted to sneak a snack, there was no way. So her behavior of riding a flying broom and frolicking in the sky was understandable. Do you have a handle on it? Maya saw the Minotaur shake his head and stand up, asking Emile. Self-preservation is no problem, Emile said, placing her beloved super-flying broom aside. She pulled out her unique great magic wand and began to cast spells. Protective charm, pointing the great magic wand at herself, a transparent armor appeared briefly before vanishing, but Emile knew this invisible armor would remain until it was broken. Engorgio, this time she cast the spell on the great magic wand. The wand, originally the size of a club, transformed into a 2-meter-long ogre's iron club. Emile weighed it in her hand and nodded with satisfaction. Laxus expelliarmus accio reducio. Although the great magic wand became larger, the effect of the spells did not increase much. The Minotaur, hit by a Laxus spell, merely swayed, then roared in anger. Because with that momentary loosening, his weapon was disarmed by expelliarmus, then acquired by Emile, and after being shrunk, it was roughly the size of a normal two-handed battle axe, appearing like a one-handed axe in Emile's hand. Demon warlocks fight against the heavens, the earth, and the air, who would willingly settle down to production. Therefore, the output of weapons is not high, and most demon warlocks are bare-handed, relying on their innate talents, such as claws, teeth, and tails. The Minotaur had to kill many of his kind to obtain this huge double-bladed battle axe, and now it had been snatched by a human female. What an utter disgrace. His thick nostrils flared in anger, and hot, sparks-laden breath spewed out, showing just how furious the Minotaur was at this moment. With bloodshot eyes, the Minotaur lowered his head, aiming his two thick, long, massive horns at Emile. Then his barrel-like hooves stomped with sudden force, each impact creating a crater the size of a bathtub. Under the terrifying brute strength, the Minotaur's speed increased, becoming utterly unstoppable. Maya couldn't help but gasp in amazement. She had heard of demon warlocks but had never seen one before, so she had no intuitive impression of their combat power. Only now did she understand why demon warlocks, despite being huge hidden dangers, were still secretly courted by many nobles. However, the demon warlocks' drawbacks were equally obvious. They were too easily enraged. Once they lost their reason, their actions were entirely driven by instinct, just like the Minotaur currently. Otherwise, given the combat ability the Minotaur had previously displayed, even without the great axe, he wouldn't be easily defeated by just anyone with his bare fists. Even if 4 Teutonic knights attacked him together, the outcome would still be uncertain. But the Minotaur chose the most foolish method, like an enraged bull, lowering his head and charging forward, determined to gore that woman. Seeing this, Emile was first stunned, then smirked, gripping the oversized magic wand tightly. Her unique magic-strengthening technique continuously enhanced both her body and the wand. Besides potions, Emile's greatest skill was a technique called magic reinforcement. This was not her own creation. The original founder was unknown, but it was known that those who mastered magic reinforcement, even delicate sorceresses, would possess strength comparable to a knight's. This technique not only had a low barrier to entry, but also cleverly avoided the drawback of sorceresses' magic being difficult to release externally. It could be used to strengthen oneself, and also to reinforce weapons. Unfortunately, while magic reinforcement was good, it wasn't very useful for ordinary sorceresses. After all, sorceresses' physical fitness was far inferior to a warlock's, so even with reinforcement, it was limited. Moreover, how many sorceresses wore full plate armor and wielded heavy swords? So it was more worthwhile to brew a few more potions than to waste time and effort on this. Emil was different. During her magic burst, the excessive magic caused her body to develop further, and her bones, muscles, and skin were all permeated and strengthened by magic. So even without using the magic reinforcement technique, she still possessed a physique and strength far exceeding that of an ordinary knight. Calling her a humanoid ogre would not be an exaggeration. If she were to use magic reinforcement again, Emil would directly transform into a human weapon, capable of smashing down city gates. So, when she swung the oversized magic wand in a full circle and smashed it onto the Minotaur's head, the outcome was actually already clear. With this blow, the Minotaur's head sank more than a foot as if teleporting. One could even clearly see the Minotaur's neck had lengthened by a section, and then there was nothing more. Demon warlocks are powerful, but not invincible. Although it's rare for them to be knocked unconscious, with this blow, his brains were probably scrambled. In the immense shock, it was impossible for him not to lose consciousness. Emil chuckled, resting the oversized magic wand on her shoulder. Then she lifted her long leg and stepped on the head of the unconscious Minotaur, examining his two thick horns. The horns were the Minotaur's most prized possession, just as beards were important to dwarves. Therefore, these two horns were well maintained, shiny and smooth, especially the dense, protruding circular patterns, which Emil found irresistible. She held the shrunken double-bladed axe and gestured, figuring out where to cut to remove them as intact as possible, without nicks or cracks. Seeing this, Maya quickly stepped forward to stop the impure-minded Emil, saying, "Let the master handle it when he wakes up tomorrow." Emil pouted regretfully, wishing she had just chopped one off with an axe earlier. However, she still listened to Maya, pouring a lot of potions into the Minotaur to reduce his strength and recovery speed. Then, she used polymorph to bind the comatose Minotaur tightly with iron chains and had the soldiers carry him away. As for the escaped bully, of course, he didn't get away. The moment he was targeted by the witch hunter, his fate was sealed. After a good beating, he was tied up securely, currently awaiting judgment. While the battlefield was being cleaned up here, what was Owen doing, who hadn't arrived at the scene even after the battle was over? He was not empty-handed, for he had picked up a woman on the way, a demon sorceress. Sorceresses are very open-minded because active magic influences their personalities, so most sorceresses are flamboyant and willful. Coupled with the fact that their bloodlines mostly come from demon warlocks or dragons, sorceresses have very strong needs in certain aspects. Therefore, halfway there, this demon sorceress, suddenly feeling aroused, set her sights on a certain duty-bound soldier. Anyway, summoning a demon warlock wouldn't be that quick, and she wasn't planning to cause destruction, so going a little later wouldn't matter, so she sidled up to him. It must be said that due to their bloodline, sorceresses generally have good looks, especially this demon sorceress who also possessed succubus blood. With a small round face and large eyes, she looked pure and innocent, with very prominent assets, the kind that required 2 hands to fully grasp. However, her rear was wide and rounded. If she went too fast, she would be difficult to control. If one didn't have a long enough joystick, she could easily derail. So those who weren't well equipped should best not get on, as it could lead to trouble. The purer the beauty, the more irresistible she becomes when she takes the initiative. Even Owen felt a little moved through his puppet. The problem was, how could a system soldier violate orders because of a woman? If she had used force, he wouldn't have been able to resist, but this woman not only violated the curfew but also posed seductively and tried to get close. The soldier, unable to tolerate it any longer, knocked her unconscious with a punch, then pulled out a rope and tied her up securely, intending to hang her up and give her a beating as a lesson. Owen, seeing this, didn't know who she was, but it was cold and easy to catch a cold. So he stepped forward, first praising the soldier's professionalism, then carried the woman back to the castle and put her in the dungeon. As for why it was the dungeon and not a bed, Owen wasn't stupid. He already knew the territory had been attacked. At this critical juncture, a beautiful woman wandering the streets couldn't be a good person. Of course, she had to be sent to the dungeon for interrogation. Otherwise, all the torture instruments he had in the dungeon would become mere decorations. After a quick stroll and picking up a woman, Owen didn't go to the granary anymore. He directly took off his glasses and went back to cuddle with the soft dare for a second round, then continued sleeping. The next day, when he saw the casualty report, he almost fell out of his chair. Owen was mentally prepared for the death and injury of a dozen or so territory residents. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded, but he clearly understood that as more outsiders arrived, such incidents were bound to happen sooner or later, but 30 to 40 soldiers died, and a dozen were injured or disabled. The entire security patrol team was only 100 strong. Half of them were gone in one go. How could Owen not be shocked? If all future incidents were of this caliber, what was the point of developing anything? It would be good to last a year. It wasn't strange for Owen to have this thought. These soldiers were elites. Even in the Imperial Border Army, they would be main forces. If sent out, they would be enough to wipe out the territories of most northern nobles, yet they were gone just like that. Even with his cheats, Owen couldn't bear such losses, so he was in a bad mood, and at the same time, he developed a deeper apprehension for the practitioners of this world. Owen had no impression or concept of demons before the Minotaur, but now he knew that demons were truly powerful, and the harm caused by demon warlocks was truly great. No wonder the Empire was so unfriendly towards warlocks and witches. There was a reason for it. Moreover, just one Minotaur had beaten 4 of his proud Teutonic knights into a sorry state. If Emil hadn't descended from the sky, they would have probably had to perish together with the Minotaur, and the most tragic part was that it might not even have succeeded. Of course, in reality, Emil's combat power was not as strong as imagined. With her physical fitness, she could barely exchange blows with a Teutonic knight. Because the combat techniques differed too much, unless she used magic to enhance herself, it was hard to say who would win. The problem was that Emil, taking advantage of her aerial descent, kicked the Minotaur dozens of meters away, and using spells, seized its weapon while it was unprepared, thoroughly enraging it. This led to her being impulsively knocked out by a single blow. Otherwise, Emil might not have been able to defeat it, as demons have high resistances, and as a sorceress, she would certainly be at a disadvantage. Regardless, winning is winning. Owen decided to reward her with some benefits. Of course, the horns were out of the question, as he needed the Minotaur intact for his purposes, but there were plenty of other substitutes available. Dayer had an abundance of various toys, which could simply be scaled up. Next was the aftermath. The dead soldiers were buried, the injured were treated, and even those with missing limbs received prosthetics personally crafted by Owen. Then, it was time to replenish the security patrol team's forces. The security patrol team's strength was not bad. Even adventurers would obediently listen to them. But they were unlucky to encounter a demon warlock who didn't play by the rules, whose strength depended entirely on sacrifices, a non-combat fault. After finishing these tasks, Owen decided to quickly deal with the Minotaur, who had not yet woken up, and whose chances of waking up in the future were unknown. Owen never thought of subduing the Minotaur. Even demon warlocks, as experts, wouldn't dare to claim 100% success in subduing a demon, let alone him, an amateur, so he only planned to use the Minotaur as a consumable. Previously, Owen had created a Minotaur-style Shikigami, an advanced form of dungeon monster. Although it was tough and thick-skinned, he always felt something was missing. Now that he thought about it, what was missing was nothing else but that it wasn't strong enough. If it were strong enough, even some flaws would be covered up. Didn't the Minotaur have a bunch of problems, yet it didn't prevent it from fighting 4 Teutonic knights. If it hadn't been for its stubbornness, leading to Emil knocking it out with a club, who knows how much more effort it would have taken to resolve. Now that he had such excellent material in the Minotaur, it was the perfect opportunity to strengthen it. After making up his mind, Owen summoned the Minotaur. Only by comparing them did he realize how vast the difference between the two was. Compared to the 3-meter-tall Minotaur, the 2.45-meter-tall Minotaur looked like it was underdeveloped, which further solidified Owen's idea of strengthening the Minotaur. Drag the Minotaur into the synthesis furnace. Whether it succeeds or not depends on your luck. Owen knew that the synthesis furnace had an upper limit, and the Minotaur's strength was clearly approaching that limit, so even he wasn't very confident. But the Minotaur didn't care about any of that. Upon hearing its master's command, it unhesitatingly pulled one of the Minotaur's hooves, dragging the still unconscious Minotaur into the synthesis furnace. To ensure success, Owen specifically spent some progress points to enhance the strengthening effect. It must be said that the progress points were well spent. The synthesis furnace, which had been chugging and puffing like a full washing machine, finally started smoothly. When the Minotaur Minus, a monster over 3 meters tall, built like stacked muscle, walked out of the synthesis furnace, Owen knew it was a success. Minotaur Minus is a monster even more powerful than a Minotaur. It can be said that as long as its body can withstand it, its strength has almost no upper limit. In fact, if its physical body wasn't strong enough, the Minotaur Minus's strength could almost tear itself apart. Regardless, Minotaur Minus was now Owen's strongest combatant, and he was very satisfied with this. From now on, I'll call you Ada. Owen, for convenience, gave it a simple name. Fortunately, Ada looked somewhat unintelligent, so he probably wouldn't care about such a small matter. With an extra trump card, Owen was in a great mood, but he didn't let Boley off lightly because of it. After all, if it weren't for him, the territory wouldn't have suffered such heavy casualties. Just killing him with a single stroke would be too easy for him. Coincidentally, Owen got a bit of inspiration from Harvey's story, so Greenwood Town gained a Dream Demon Hall, and the hall gained a top performer named Apo. As for Apo's true identity, it wasn't important. After all, once all the information was extracted, he lost his value, so it was just recycling waste. Owen had long had the idea of establishing a Dream Demon Hall. It wasn't that he wanted to experience it himself, but rather, considering the increasing number of outsiders, he had to provide them with a place to vent, and clearly, relying solely on alcohol wasn't enough. Merchant caravans were somewhat better. They would always be more tolerant for the sake of making money. Adventurers, however, were a bit lawless. Therefore, once the conditions were met, Owen immediately established a Dream Demon Hall in Greenwood Town, and the hall master was Nova, the demon sorceress found that night. Nova was not a powerful demon warlock, but she could summon parts of a succubus's consciousness and power through a special magic array, allowing guests to achieve satisfaction in specially crafted dreams, while the succubus also gained some benefits, a win-win situation. As for why Nova was willing to work for Owen, it was mainly because she had no ambition. A safe environment, plus the ability to satisfy her small personal hobbies, was enough. Moreover, Greenwood Town was truly very suitable for her kind of life, so as soon as Owen spoke, she knelt. However, for some reason, Owen didn't dare let her kneel too close. Nova hadn't even had time to open her mouth before she was sent to Greenwood Town to oversee the operation of the Dream Demon Hall. Not long after, a special building appeared in Greenwood Town, similar to a clubhouse, with independent rooms for bathing. Guests would take a number card, enter the corresponding room, then state their requests to the magic array, and then lie down. Afterward, they would shower, change their pants, and leave feeling refreshed, clearly all future repeat customers. Thus, the appearance of the Dream Demon Hall immediately received unanimous praise from adventurers, regardless of gender, as anything was possible in dreams. Owen hadn't experienced it himself, after all. If one could have the real thing, who would rely on dreams? But he found it quite interesting, and perhaps he could create an otherworldly customs guide in the future. Unfortunately, Owen's good mood didn't last long, because from the news that came from Mara Town, he learned that not only the Airwee Trading Company had arrived, but his mother had also come, bringing with her a sister. He wasn't sure if she was a full or half-sister, which made him feel as if he had swallowed a fly. Although he was lonely inside and yearned for friendship, love, and family affection, Owen knew that this was just a bit of sentimentality. When truly faced with the issue, he became flustered and even felt resistant. Owen had never considered accepting his mother and sister or retaliating against them, because he had transmigrated when he was abandoned, so the former owner's love, hate, and grievances had nothing to do with him. After all, even the deepest memories would be like a movie that made one cry a few years ago. No matter how emotional it was at the time, recalling it now brought no ripple in his heart. In other words, deep down, he felt that they were strangers, even if they were blood relatives. The problem was he couldn't just turn them away. Aside from his dwindling bottom line and moral compass, his reputation alone wouldn't allow him to do so. If Owen were unknown, no one would care what he did, but now that Akita Town's name was spread throughout the northern border region, he, as its lord, naturally became famous with it. If a scandal broke out now about him, turning away his mother and sister, his reputation would likely be ruined. Theoretically, a good or bad reputation didn't affect Owen much, but blood ties were ultimately there. He couldn't deny them. Moreover, he would eventually have to interact with the Empire, so he couldn't completely disregard his reputation. For this reason, coupled with a touch of kindness in his heart, Owen ultimately decided to settle the mother and daughter in Greenwood Town. He wasn't short on food, clothing, or daily necessities for two people anyway. He would just treat it as supporting two idlers in exchange for a good reputation, and also ensure that the two wouldn't be exploited or cause any dramatic incidents. As for whether they were willing, that wasn't important. "Madam, please follow me," Lord Hydra III has already prepared accommodation for you and the young lady. Maya, accompanied by 20 cuirassiers and 2 knights, rode out 20 miles to greet them, receiving them in a manner befitting their status, leaving Code speechless. At present, Maya represented Hydra III. If Code dared to interrupt, he would not be wronged in the slightest if he were cut down by a sword. After all, his status was merely that of a trading company steward. What right did he have to interrupt a noble's conversation? Thus, he could only watch helplessly as Maya took away their biggest trump card, powerless to do anything about it. Maya was well aware of the Awoke trading company's intentions and certainly wouldn't let their plan proceed. Therefore, she intercepted the people halfway, so that the Awoke trading company would remain just a trading company, to be manipulated however she pleased. However, Maya's thoughts quickly turned to the carriage beside her. That was the main focus, and there could be no mistakes. Inside the carriage, Hela showed little reaction to the fully armed knights outside. She was holding a book and telling a story to her young daughter, while Katie sat obediently beside her, listening to a story she must have heard countless times. The mother and daughter appeared very harmonious. Maya, walking alongside the carriage, saw this warm scene, but her vigilance heightened. Maya had never met her master's mother. She only knew that the woman had abandoned her master years ago and absconded with all the territory's wealth. However, upon seeing her in person now, she regarded this statement with skepticism. Although personality and temperament could be faked, even the most skilled imposter would eventually reveal a subtle inconsistency. Maya was very sensitive in this regard, as one couldn't survive long dealing with nobles who wore masks until their dying day without being sensitive. First, Maya believed that Hela was not a simple person, at least not merely the daughter of a trading company. Merchants raised their daughters to be married off, gentle, considerate, and capable of managing a household. As for talents, managing the house, balancing accounts, and basic literacy to teach the next generation were sufficient. The problem was her master's mother, Hela, in no way looked like a virtuous woman willing to be a good wife and mother. Her care for the child seemed too deliberate, and she was also too beautiful. Maya was quite confident in her own beauty, especially after resolving her physical ailments and regaining her youth. Even in her 40s, she possessed a beauty that surpassed her peak. Yet when facing Hela, Maya couldn't gain any advantage in beauty. Both her unusual silver hair and silver eyes added a mysterious charm to her inherent beauty. In some respects, beauty is both a treasure and a sin. The Awoke Trading Company, given its size, could absolutely not protect a Hela with such beauty, nor would it choose to marry her to a remote northern noble, because this would not align with maximizing profits. Because with Hela's beauty, offering her to any noble in the empire would bring no small reward, which held immense appeal for the Awoke Trading Company. Using this as a stepping stone, they couldn't claim immense wealth, but at least being wealthy in one region would be no problem. The Awoke Trading Company wouldn't need to struggle in the northern border region. So the Awoke Trading Company had a problem, and she also had a problem. However, the biggest problem now was that Maya didn't know what Hela's problem was, nor could she use certain methods, which put her in a dilemma. After all, this person wasn't a criminal, but the nominal mistress of the house. As Maya pondered, Hela glanced at her thoughtfully, then her attention shifted to the flagstone path in the woods. Hela originally didn't care where she went. She knew very well that he was a timid and fragile child. Although she didn't know who was manipulating him from behind, his nature wouldn't change. At most, he would place her in a remote location because he didn't want to see her. Initially, Hela thought so, but as she stepped onto the flagstone path in the woods, she felt some surprise. After seeing Greenwood Town, she realized she had underestimated the child, or rather, the power behind him. Greenwood Town was very peculiar. You could see adventurers haggling with new goblin monsters, and witches holding crystal balls playing tricks at street corners. The security team was even composed of mutated goblins with horns, which even Hela found absurd, not to mention the very young Katie, whose eyes for the first time revealed curiosity and longing. After entering the town, Maya did not stop, but went straight to an exquisite villa located in a corner of the town. The environment here was elegant, surrounded by green trees, ensuring sufficient privacy. At the same time, the unique villa design with a pool and the magical items inside filled life with fun and convenience. It could be said that every aspect, from construction to design, showed meticulous care. Originally, this was where Owen would stay for a short period. Now, it became the residence for Hela and her daughter. Just as Maya was about to introduce the situation here, Emil, who was responsible for debugging and installing the magical items, walked out of the villa. But when she saw Hela, she was instantly too shocked to speak. The leader, Emil, almost thought she was mistaken, and only when Hydra responded did she realize the situation was complicated. She knew who this villa was prepared for, otherwise, she wouldn't have come over on a pretext to see her in-laws, only to be greatly shocked. This truly is an unexpected surprise. Maya squinted, pondering something, but she didn't order the knights behind her or the ninjas hidden around to attack. It would be useless, after all, if her identity was real, then this person was the rebellious witch Emilia, a legend witch. After her identity was exposed, Hydra had no intention of continuing to hide and responded to some of Maya's questions quite nonchalantly. According to Hydra, this was merely a dispute between a rebellious daughter and a stubborn mother. Although it had lasted a bit long, it was nothing major. The cause of the matter was simple: no conspiracy, no love adventure between a distressed witch and a noble on a white horse, only a coincidence. As the rebellious witch, Hydra's relationship with her mother was, of course, not good. Especially during her teenage years, her rapidly increasing magic made her emotions very unstable, leading to conflicts. It had nothing to do with profession or power. One felt her daughter didn't understand her painstaking efforts, and the other disliked her mother's interference in her life. So Hydra ran away from home and decided to have a daughter, using her own experience as a mother to refute her mother. No one with a normal mind would have such an idea, let alone act on it, but was Hydra normal? To avoid being found by her mother and having her plans interfered with, Hydra traveled all the way to the remote northern lands, used magic to weave the identity of the Awoke Trading Company's eldest miss, and then chose the Hydra family, located in the far north. The reasons for choosing the Hydra family were simple. First, the Hydra family was far away, and second, Owen's father was a pretty boy, meaning he was simply good-looking. Although she just wanted to marry anyone, being good-looking was also very important, and thus Owen was born. As for why she abandoned Owen, the reason was equally simple. Witches favor females over males. Only females can inherit their magical bloodline, while males are worthless. So after confirming she was pregnant with a daughter, Hydra decided to leave the harsh Hydra family and settle in the Imperial border, which was more suitable for raising a child. Of course, Hydra wasn't entirely without feelings for Owen. However, the original owner's personality displeased her and also made her feel helpless. Not only did he not inherit her magical bloodline, but his own abilities were poor, and his willpower was also weak. He was truly a lost cause, so she had no choice but to take all the eye-catching valuables from the territory, leaving only an empty one, and then arranged for the Awoke Trading Company to take over the territory, allowing the original owner to live a life of idleness. This way, though becoming prominent and wealthy was out of the question, at least he would be free from worries about food and clothing for life, which could be considered fair to the original owner. Who would have thought that after Owen transmigrated, he would rise to prominence, building such a vast empire in just a few years, which even piqued Hydra's curiosity. At the same time, she also worried about the original owner's situation, which is why she came. Otherwise, if Hydra was unwilling, the Awoke Trading Company's many ideas would be useless. After all, it had been 20 years, and the Awoke Trading Company still didn't know their eldest miss was fake, which shows how terrifying a legend witch can be. After listening to Hydra's self-narration, even Maya was speechless at her actions. Setting aside her appearance and strength, she was completely a grown-up problem child. Because of a dispute with her mother, she forged an identity, married, and had a child, and kept it up for 20 years. Even if a witch's lifespan is longer than ordinary people's, this is not how one wastes it, especially for such a bizarre reason. Although she instinctively felt that what Hydra said was true, Maya's rationality prevented her from fully believing it. Moreover, whether she believed it or not was not important. What mattered was Owen. After settling Hydra and her daughter, Maya subtly hinted at Emil before leaving and immediately returned to the castle to report the matter to Owen. After listening to Maya's account, Owen suddenly felt a pang of sadness. After all, his birth was entirely due to a spat between a mother and daughter, and he was merely a dispensable extra. His heart was momentarily filled with despondency. However, Owen quickly realized that Hydra's explanation and reasons were not actually important. What was important was her identity and strength. As a transmigrator, Owen didn't care about his screwed-up background, whether he was a farmer's son or an emperor's son, whether he started by picking cow dung or living in luxury. It only affected his starting point, not the outcome. Therefore, having a legend witch as a mother and a grandmother who surpassed legend was not entirely a good thing for Owen, especially when he couldn't confirm the truth of what the other party said. Just like Maya, he instinctively felt that what the other party said might be true, but his rationality dared not believe it because the cost of trust was unbearable. This made Owen feel a great headache. If the mother-son relationship was good, that would be one thing, but who made him just a freebie? How could Owen dare to gamble on his place in the other party's heart? After all, no one has ever heard of someone buying a mobile phone and comparing the free phone case to the phone itself. Moreover, whether Hydra was truly his mother was still a question. If she could use magic to influence the Arrowy Trading Company for 20 years and weave the identity of an eldest miss, what difficulty would there be in weaving the identity of his mother? Now Owen was even starting to doubt his past memories, which put him in a very bad mood. Owen quickly thought of a solution. As long as he was strong enough, or his subordinates were strong enough, he wouldn't need to worry about whether the other party was real or fake. Owen had realized the importance of the strong a long time ago. After all, anything is possible in a transcendent world. 1 against 1,000 is not just a figure of speech, especially for a legend. Only by breaking through the limits of mortals can one be qualified to be called a legend. Moreover, compared to combat-oriented legends, who draw blood with every strike, magic-oriented legends are beings who can create miracles. No one can predict the extent of what they can achieve. With the current progress value limit, Owen couldn't exchange for a legend, but that didn't mean he couldn't create legend-level combat power. Like Minotaur Ada, its strength reached or even surpassed legend level, but it had too many weaknesses and fatal flaws, leading to it being far from enough when facing a true legend. Therefore, Minotaur Ada was not listed as Owen's primary reinforcement target, because besides strength, Ada lacked too many things, so Owen set his sights on Shire. As the territory developed and the soldiers increased, Shire's presence became increasingly low. Many times, even Owen would overlook her existence, but whenever loyalty was involved, Owen's first thought was still her. Shire was the only native of the current world who could rival the system soldiers in terms of loyalty, and she was also the last line of defense responsible for Owen's safety. In other words, if Owen was Cao, then Shire was his Diane Wei, so what reason did he have not to strengthen Shire? Charles' physical condition was close to the limit of human beings, and her combat skills were gradually perfected through sparring with the Teutonic Knights, and she often entered the underground ruins to accumulate combat experience. According to Emile, Owen's existence limited Charles' potential. If not for him, Charles would only need to travel for a few years, experience a few life-and-death battles, and it was highly likely that she would break through to legend before the age of 30. Even if the age at which warrior-type professions break through to legend has always been relatively low, this was still an extremely exaggerated evaluation. Despite this, Owen would not let Charles leave, nor would he waste her potential. Owen had a cheat. Compared to letting Charles spend many years traveling, experiencing battles where she barely survived, and still not knowing if she could successfully break through, he had a better method. For his own enhancement, Owen was extremely cautious and worried about gains and losses, but for Charles, he didn't need to have so many qualms. As long as her foundation wasn't damaged, he could enhance her without restraint. The enhancement still began with the T-virus. This special virus could break through human limits. Even in a modern world without supernatural powers, it could still develop unscientific things like telekinesis. Coupled with the enhancement of vitality, if it weren't prone to losing control, it would be simply perfect, even superior to the super soldier serum. This was also why Owen liked to use it. However, before using the T-virus, Owen also exchanged the golden bell cover for Charles. Martial arts techniques from wuxia games could be exchanged. Although the price was a bit high, the secret manuals were cheap. Even the Peerless level Golden Bell cover wasn't that expensive, as both Shaolin Long Fist and Golden Bell cover, as secret manuals, were merely carriers of knowledge. It was a pity that with such good conditions, Owen was unwilling to endure hardship and did not cultivate martial arts. The main reason was that he was afraid of going astray and suffering chi deviation if he practiced blindly, and directly exchanging it for a skill was too low in cost-effectiveness. so he did not exchange it. Moreover, martial arts also depended on each person's talent and foundation. Could the same 18 dragons subduing palms be used in the same way by the Wu family brothers and Xiao Feng? Owen did not think he was a martial arts prodigy. Compared to fisticuffs, he preferred to elegantly wield a magic staff. At least keeping a distance was safe, and if he encountered danger, he could directly use apparition. But Charles was different. Although she was from another world, she had extraordinary talent and an even more resolute will. She had previously integrated the iron cloth rewarded by the system, giving her a good foundation in horizontal hard qigong. Exchanging the golden bell cover for her was not a loss. As the T-virus integrated, Charles' tendons, bones, and muscles, which had been trained to their limit, began to squirm wildly. Her entire body's muscles seemed to come alive. Despite being in immense pain, Charles showed an expression of enjoyment, making Owen wonder if she had some hidden special fetish. In reality, Owen did not understand the heart of a martial artist. Years of arduous cultivation with no progress was the cruelest thing for a martial artist, even bordering on despair. Therefore, many people were willing to exchange temporary pain for a breakthrough in their bottleneck, especially for Charles. She needed stronger power to protect her master, and for this, she was willing to endure any pain. Under the stimulation of the T-virus, her tendons, bones, and muscles continuously became active, transforming her life form at the genetic level. Charles did not miss this opportunity due to the pain, almost instinctively operating the golden bell cover technique. The golden bell cover can be divided into 4 major stages: early, middle, late, and complete mastery. Among them, the early stage was not much different from the iron cloth, constantly tempering the body and forcing oneself to adapt. But as a peerless technique, the golden bell cover was not that simple. The biggest difference began from the middle and late stages. Compared to merely strengthening tendons, bones, and skin, at most cultivating a tough aura, the later stage of the golden bell cover was very complex, involving the protective true qi generated from the outside in, and this was only the early stage. The protective true qi would continuously strengthen the skin, fill the gaps in the internal organs, and finally fuse the inside and outside into one, forming an indestructible body. This was almost a transformation from human to god. Therefore, historically, only Bodhidharma truly cultivated the golden bell cover to complete mastery and achieved an indestructible body. Charles used external forces to break through the limits of her tendons, bones, and skin. At the same time, the newly born telekinesis also produced a certain chemical reaction, with the protective true qi converted from vitality, almost instinctively filling the gaps between the skin and internal organs. Now, she only needed to continuously accumulate, and the great accomplishment of the golden bell cover was only a matter of time. However, it was still not enough. Although Owen had never seen a legend, according to Maya and Emil's descriptions, a legend had already exceeded the limits of mortals and truly stepped into the realm of the extraordinary, with even their life essence beginning to evolve. The incomplete golden bell cover alone was not enough. Fortunately, Owen did not lack means of enhancement, considering that techniques like Qigong, lightness skill, and externalized true qi were not suitable for this world and were far inferior to horizontal hard qigong that primarily strengthened the physical body. He focused on other aspects, such as breathing technique. Compared to martial arts that cultivate both body and mind, the breathing technique from the Eastern Demon Slayer Corps was simpler and more brutal, completely forcing people to unleash their potential and burn their life force. But it must be said that its power was indeed great. Slaying non-humans with a mortal body, even at a huge cost, could not deny the value of the breathing technique. Charles did not lack strength, and her stamina was off the charts. What she lacked was the explosive power sufficient to deliver a decisive blow, which was the fundamental basis for a legendary warrior to stand firm. Otherwise, how could a legendary warrior who could only kill one person at a time be compared to a magical legend whose single legendary spell could destroy a town? It was precisely because, given the opportunity, a legendary warrior could trade one for one with a legendary mage at their limit. While Charles adapted to her surging power, Owen accumulated progress points and considered his own enhancement. He hadn't enhanced himself before because he was afraid of contaminating his pure bloodline, which might affect better enhancements in the future. Now, however, he had no such concerns because he himself was not a pure human, and all his worries were merely his own wishful thinking. Owen couldn't be sure if Hela was his biological mother. If she was, he possessed a non-human bloodline, and further enhancement would not be a matter of contamination. If not, it didn't matter either, because the Hydra family also possessed a non-human bloodline. Maya learned this from Hela, because her initial choice to marry into the Hydra family was also due to the Hydra family's bloodline. Owen originally didn't believe it, but after Maya's explanation, he did. Because almost all the great nobles of the empire possessed non-human bloodlines. Otherwise, how could they have risen to prominence in the chaotic times of the past? It was precisely because of that non-human part. Coincidentally, Hydra I came from a collateral branch of a certain great noble. Although the bloodline had long been unable to manifest, it didn't mean it didn't exist. Therefore, all of Owen's concerns were so ridiculous. Having come to terms with it, Owen had already begun to prepare for his own enhancement, because he still needed to accumulate progress points to complete the last puzzle piece for Charles. He used the versatile T-virus. It was only after fusing with the T-virus that Owen began to regret his initial choice. He had been overly cautious, worried about this and that purely for nothing in his pursuit of perfection. If he had known that enhancement was so exhilarating, Owen would have used it on himself much earlier. His activated cells made Owen feel as if he had injected an entire barrel of Red Bull. He was incredibly hyped. His previously slightly aching kidneys now felt like they had received an oil filter change, brimming with vitality once more, capable of urinating 3 zhang against the wind. He had never felt so good, especially in terms of spiritual power. A puppet master inherently relies on spiritual power, and besides enhancing vitality, the greatest effect of the T-virus is to activate telekinesis. After combining the two, Owen felt as if his head not only had a skylight but also a high-powered radar installed. He was incredibly invigorated and couldn't help but open his long-unseen attribute panel. Name: Owen. Age: 20. Profession: Intermediate Puppet Master / Junior Wizard / Junior Onmyoji Mana, 400/400. Leadership: 28, Might 20, Intelligence 40, Politics 30, Charisma 35. Specialty: Mysticism. After use, it's like opening a new perspective, with the mysterious side of the world continuously revealing itself, increasing mana and gaining special resistances. Skills: Telekinesis, Spiritual Scan, Spiritual Meditation, Demon Lord Aura, Monster Summoning Art, Hogwarts 4th Year Spells, Onmyodo Offense, Defense, Agility, Healing, Sealing, Protection, Shikigami Transformation, Shikigami Summoning. Equipment: Holy Aries Power Armor, Thunderclap Power Hammer, Remote Consciousness Projection Glasses. Mount: Armored Daemon Sheep. Pet: Neasel / Growing. Shikigami: Slime Queen, Minotaur Minus, High Priestess Amir, Demon Centaur Bella. Puppets. Top hat: a puppet wearing a top hat and a tailcoat, with triangular eyes and a mouth full of sharp teeth, capable of manipulating puppets with puppet strings, with average combat ability. Ninja Slayer: a flexible puppet with a lightweight metal frame, special fiber muscles, composite outer armor, a special long sword, and an intelligent core installed with a ninja template, capable of high-speed movement. The attribute values hadn't changed much, but Owen knew that his overall strength had improved by more than just a little. It couldn't be summarized by 3 junior or intermediate professions and values that didn't even meet the passing mark, especially with the appearance of telekinesis and spiritual scan, which gave him a qualitative leap. Spiritual scan allowed Owen to passively perceive his surroundings and any hostility. Actively, he could even encompass the entire castle. Although the smaller the range, the more sensitive and detailed the perception, this still made him the hardest person to ambush. The current power of telekinesis wasn't very great, at most converting into an impact force to send someone flying, incidentally breaking a few ribs. However, this was only against ordinary people. It held little meaning for armored Teutonic knights. But the emergence of these two abilities made it difficult for Owen to be ambushed, while also giving him the ability to counterattack in critical moments, greatly enhancing his survival capability. This was the most important point, as Owen never defined himself as a warrior whose every blade drew blood, nor a mobile turret mage, but rather a survivor. As long as he wasn't killed instantly, Owen, with his 4 Shikigami and 2 puppets, could always find opportunities to counterattack and escape, and as long as he could survive, he possessed infinite possibilities. At the same time, these 2 skills also gave Owen the ability to create and control more precise puppets, as well as to learn more advanced magic. It could be said that just one T-virus enhancement gave Owen the combat power and potential of a legend and below. Enhancement is indeed captivating. Although he said this, Owen did not indulge in further self-enhancement because he knew very well that with the current progress value limit, there were only so many things he could exchange for. While he could piece together a legend-level strength, it wasn't necessary. Although Owen had overcome the hurdle of enhancing himself, he didn't intend to turn himself into an abomination, especially one cobbled together with low-level materials. Therefore, unless there was an enhancement that caught his eye, he didn't plan to undergo a second enhancement in the short term. This was enough. Once Charles completed the final piece of the puzzle, he would have a legendary warrior in his hands, and with his newfound self-preservation abilities, he would be able to handle many troubles, at least not having to worry about his mother, whose true intentions were unknown, suddenly turning hostile. While accumulating progress values, Owen did not seek out women, but instead focused on modifying puppets and equipment. Among the 3 pieces of equipment, the Holy Ares Power Armor was Owen's trump card. Once equipped, even a legend couldn't easily kill him. Coupled with the Thunderclap Power Hammer, the remote consciousness projection glasses to control puppets, and the 4 Shikigami, he wasn't as weak as imagined. Even a legend would suffer a great loss if caught off guard. However, Owen never took risks, so most of these were gathering dust, never having been used. Not using them didn't mean they didn't need maintenance or enhancement. Owen, who valued his life greatly, never gave up on upgrading his equipment, even if these pieces had never experienced a single battle. As the highest masterpiece in the armor system, the Holy Ares Power Armor had always been a headache for Owen, especially after fusing with a sacred object. This thing had exceeded his comprehension. Magic equipment combined with puppet construction and divine energy was simply 3 parts science, 3 parts mysticism, 3 parts theology, plus 1 part incomprehensible. If you tried to understand it with a scientific mind, it would talk to you about magic. If you used magic, it would then play theology with you, making Owen completely at a loss. However, after putting it on again, Owen had a deeper realization. The entire armor seemed to become a part of his body. Although it was impossible to feel, he could sense even a petal falling on the armor. This thing was indeed not just a simple armor. After making some modifications to the Thunderclap Power Hammer and the remote consciousness projection glasses, and almost completely redesigning the 2 puppets, Top Hat and Ninja Slayer, the progress value accumulation was finally complete. Only when Owen spent 30 progress points to integrate the template into Charles's body did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Name: Charles, age 23, profession legendary warrior, strength 95, constitution 92, agility 80, combat skills 85, charisma 70. Specialties: absolute loyalty, heroic and valiant, ancient evil's arrival. Skills: golden bell cover, Oni's breathing technique, fatal throw, dual-wielding berserker. Equipment: Oni blade twin halberds, minotaur heavy armor. Mount: armored minotaur. This was the legendary warrior Owen had spent so much time and effort creating. The final fusion was the template of Diane Wei, the ancient evil's arrival, a fierce general renowned for his loyalty throughout history. Therefore, Charles's original heart of service became absolute loyalty, a phrase that immediately inspires confidence. As for the changes in attributes, it was clearly due to Charles's specialization in combat, hence the alterations. Additionally, Owen speculated that 90 was the threshold for entering legend, so Charles clearly still had some deficiencies, with only strength and constitution reaching legend. However, the problem wasn't significant. The golden bell cover gave Charles more room for error. Her unique Oni's breathing technique filled her attacks with explosive power. Fatal Throw was a trump card at critical moments, and dual-wielding Berserker gave her the capital to fight above her rank. Overall, Charles's enhancement was perfect, a deadly weapon meticulously crafted by Owen. Wearing heavy, jet-black Minotaur armor and wielding a pair of halberds like Crescent Moon great axes, he simply stood there, radiating a fierce, godlike aura that made onlookers tremble with fear. Even Owen shivered the first time he saw him. Because of the activation of her muscles and bones, combined with her cultivation of the golden bell cover, Zaire's previously overly inflated muscles and bones subsided. Her height returned to 1.9 meters, and she transformed back into a beautiful, long-haired woman. This was evident from her charm attribute. Not only did she recover her original appearance, but she also saw a significant improvement. This gave Owen some ideas, as his physique had improved considerably, and theoretically, the speed of blood flow could be converted into an equivalent hardness. However, that's gone now. From a Terminator, he became a malevolent ghost, even more terrifying, wasn't he? To soothe his startled heart, Owen quickly gave some instructions and then went to find Dayer. Compared to Maya, who sometimes treated him as a distraction during work, Dayer, this soft, plump lady skilled in shapeshifting and capable of fulfilling all his inner fantasies, was better able to comfort Owen's wounded heart. After about half a pot of tea, Owen, holding a still-hot tonic soup, was now questioning his life. His body had become stronger, and his kidneys were full of vigor, but he never expected that the T-virus would actually modify his nervous system, making his mind more agile, his reactions faster and also more sensitive. Oh, for heaven's sake, Tilda, Owen sipped the still-hot tonic soup, thinking to himself when he would finally be able to turn the tables and conquer the epic peaks of Emil and Bella. Although he could have anything in his dreams, Owen didn't seek balance there. Instead, he went to the town center, as he couldn't just do nothing all day. During this time, Owen was engrossed in forging his own legendary warrior, but the development of the territory had not stopped, thanks to Maya. As its reputation spread, the territory welcomed more outsiders. Adventurers were directed to Greenwood Town, effectively corralling these greatest destabilizing elements. Merchants, prospectors, and pioneers, however, chose to stay in Akita Town because they saw opportunities there. More and more shops appeared on the streets, representing investments by merchants who saw business opportunities, as Airway Trading Company wasn't the only smart one. Restless prospectors went out in groups of 3 to 5, searching for wealth left in the northern wilderness, such as gold, gems, or whatever else. They always found something, but this windfall was quickly lost in the taverns. Inns remained the only place for outsiders to stay, but merchants were allowed to open taverns. These places offered more than just drinks. Gambling and women were the most effective ways to drain the wealth from those lucky individuals. The territory did not interfere with these activities. As long as taxes were paid on time and the territory's laws were not violated, outsiders could also enjoy many of the territory's benefits, such as a safe environment and comfortable bathhouses. Ambitious pioneers saw this as a place where their dreams could set sail, because in the territory, they could buy relatively cheap grain, tools, and even weapons. Besides population, it had everything pioneers needed. Most importantly, it was close enough that there was no need to purchase from the distant imperial border. So before long, many pioneer farms appeared near Akita Town. However, some chose to be within the Hydra territory, while others chose to be further away. The former had to pay taxes to the territory and perform labor, but in return, they received the territory's protection. Powerful patrol cavalry were not something every territory had, and the sense of security they provided meant taxpayers didn't complain much. Moreover, being so close to Akita Town made daily life, purchasing supplies, and selling crops incredibly convenient. The ambitious, however, would not do this. They would choose a location 1 or 2 days' journey from Akita Town as their pioneering base. Although purchasing supplies would be troublesome, it offered a sense of secure independence. Of course, they were also very aware that this feeling was completely false. It would only take 1 cavalry squad for their territory and their ambitions to turn to ashes. Fortunately, neither Owen nor Maya were interested in these people, allowing them to develop as they pleased. After all, the grass in their own front yard could be eaten whenever they wanted. Due to the town center's assimilation capabilities, outsiders who settled here quickly lowered their guard. Then, after gaining a greater sense of belonging, they gradually began to transform into true residents of the territory. Owen discovered that the territory now had an additional 1 to 200 people, and the number was steadily increasing, with a significant proportion of commoners and citizens, which pleased him greatly. This was not surprising. Besides the serfs who were sold, most merchants and pioneers who came to the northern wilderness possessed certain abilities and talents. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived the journey. Therefore, being classified as commoners and citizens was quite normal. Seeing this, after granting serfs the status of farmer, Owen had Maya promoted again. The territory could grant commoner and citizen status. Especially the latter, which held the greatest appeal, because although citizenship was not a noble title, it conferred the qualification to serve as an official, such as a tax collector or a clerk. Even if it was just the most basic level of administrator, it was still a leap in status, and few could resist such a temptation. Even many pioneers who chose to work outside the territory decided to move their entire families over. Another benefit was a significant increase in outsiders' identification with the territory, which made the territory's subtle assimilation process smoother and led to another increase in the territory's population. Owen, very satisfied with this, once again appointed a batch of basic administrators and grassroots military officers to assist Maya and Howard, strengthening the fundamental governance of the territory. The sandbox Owen casually created was taken by Maya and Howard for refinement. When he saw it again, he had a complete and clear understanding of the territory's situation. Centered around Akita Town, the scattered pioneer farms did not appear chaotic. On the contrary, the layout was very well thought out. Even Owen could see that as the population grew, these would eventually become individual villages. The accompanying plan also outlined the construction of more roads to vitalize the entire territory, with even a main road connecting to Mara Town. Although the roads to be built were not expensive flagstone roads according to standards, the resources and manpower required were still considerable, but the benefits were equally obvious. Once the roads were completed, not only would the territory be connected, but the imperial border's tentacles extending into the northern wilderness would also be unable to escape the territory's constraints, unless they were willing to spend more effort and time on the journey. Given the territory's development speed, these plans naturally fell into place. With Maya overseeing everything, Owen shifted his attention to other areas, such as the Black Hand, who agreed to cooperate, and the Adventurers Guild, who proactively came forward. Owen didn't kill Harvey back then because he knew it would be useless. As long as Black Hand didn't give up, killing Harvey would only lead to Haas, Happy, and Haha. With Black Hand's influence spanning half the empire, mere killing couldn't solve the problem, only cooperation could last. Both sides had a tacit understanding of this. Owen feared trouble, and Black Hand didn't want to miss an excellent partner, so both sides were very sincere. Zio Mujai, one of the 5 fingers of the left hand, even personally traveled to Akita Town. Logically, given Black Hand's scale, even Zio Mujai, the lowest-ranking member of the left hand responsible for intelligence, still held a respectable status. Unfortunately, Black Hand is Black Hand. It ultimately operates in the shadows. In the eyes of any noble, Black Hand is nothing more than a group of dirty rats, disposable tools. They have no real status. It was precisely because of their severe lack of status in the eyes of the nobility, coupled with Akita Town's current reputation in the north, that Zio Mujai decided to come personally to prevent any unforeseen changes to this cooperation. After all, in his plan, the intelligence network in the north was of paramount importance, and as Zio Mujai, he couldn't miss this opportunity. Lord Zio Mujai, this is Akita Town, Harvey, who was leading the way, said respectfully. Harvey's appearance hadn't changed much, but his expression subtly carried a hint of nervousness and urgency, as well as unconcealed fatigue, clearly indicating he had endured a lot of pressure on the journey. This was not surprising, as his previous failure and the exposure of his identity had made his life difficult. If he weren't still needed as the intermediary for this cooperation, he would have likely been killed long ago. Even so, Harvey was still under immense psychological pressure, especially from Lord Zio Mujai, who had traveled with him. As Zio Mujai of the Black Left Hand, his appearance was not remarkable. He was just an ordinary-looking, short young man, surprisingly plain. If he were thrown into a granary to do farm work, no one would be surprised. In fact, they would feel he belonged there. There was no other way. The left hand was responsible for intelligence, and as Zio Mujai, he had to be unremarkable and not attract any attention. However, this did not affect his authority, as evidenced by Harvey's submissive demeanor. Zio Mujai didn't pay much attention to Harvey, instead focusing his energy on Akita Town before him. It was only then that he realized he had made a very correct decision. The fertile territory, diligent residents, prosperous commerce, and elite soldiers immediately showed Zio Mujai that Akita Town's potential was far greater than he had imagined. Due to its geographical location, its importance in the future would even surpass Fei Lyre Town. Perhaps you've done a good deed, Zio Mujai said thoughtfully to Harvey. If not for Harvey's failure and the exposure of his identity, he probably wouldn't have focused his attention on such a northern location for a long time, which would have caused him to miss the best opportunity. Sensing something in Lord Zio Mujai's tone, Harvey secretly breathed a sigh of relief. then personally led the way and settled into the territories only inn. Without rushing to make any moves, Zairo Mujai quietly stayed in the inn, spending 2 days repeatedly reviewing intelligence about Akita town. Only then did he take Harvey to the castle for an audience. The castle without walls surprised Zairo Mujai, but when he saw the groups of soldiers and the majestic Teutonic knights, he understood that walls were superfluous. However, what shocked him most was Shire, guarding Owen. Although the left hand primarily handled intelligence and smuggling, this didn't mean they weren't skilled in the art of assassination. Especially as one of the 5 fingers, Zairo Mujai was not only a brilliant thief, but also a rather excellent assassin. Therefore, he could clearly feel his body trembling involuntarily, and he immediately understood what kind of existence he was facing. Black Hand was not without legend powerhouses. It was precisely because of the terrifying legendary assassin, capable of trading 1-for-1 with any legend limit, that Black Hand's influence spread across half the empire. Unfortunately, although Zairo Mujai held a high position, he was not known for his strength. So, while he judged the opponent to be a legend, he was helpless because only a legend could deal with a legend, and he was not one. Feeling the legend's lock-on and the hidden dead soldiers around him, Zairo Mujai, though not worried about his own safety, knew that before discussions on cooperation even began, he had already lost the initiative. The benefit of displaying strength was that Zairo Mujai immediately corrected his attitude, not daring to adopt the demeanor he would use with a remote rural noble, but rather as if facing the heir of an old-established noble family. Yes, the heir of an old-established noble family. This was precisely Zairo Mujai's judgment of Owen. Before, he had thought the other party was merely a puppet chosen by some great noble. Now, he no longer thought so. The legendary warrior's loyalty to Owen was almost palpable through soul perception. A puppet would not receive such treatment. Even if he truly were a puppet, once he gained the loyalty of a legendary warrior, he would receive even greater attention until he lost this trump card. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Zairo Mujai of the Black Left Hand, responsible for intelligence in the north. After acquiring the identity of Zairo Mujai, his original name and past were erased, hence this introduction. Hydra III Viscount Owen, please be seated, Lord Zairo Mujai. Owen nodded slightly, then gestured for him to sit. The house elves swiftly presented meticulously prepared delicacies, and Zairo Mujai praised them endlessly, whether for the food itself or the rare magical creatures. The delicacies were merely an embellishment. When Maya arrived, the real talks had just begun, and Owen seemed more like a witness. Black Hand wanted to establish an intelligence center in the territory, and Maya did not refuse. While this would expose the territory's intelligence, the territory would also gain a stable source of intelligence. As for the risk of their own intelligence being sold, neither Owen nor Maya cared much. Firstly, the weak were not qualified to obtain the territory's intelligence. Although Black Hand was not 100% loyal to its collaborators and would even betray them, the problem was that they had to be paid more, as this would damage Black Hand's reputation, so a fee for reputational damage was required. And any entity capable of forcing Black Hand to compromise and offer sufficient compensation would obtain the territory's intelligence through other means. Even without Black Hand, it was only a matter of time. Therefore, the so-called risk only depended on whether the benefits Black Hand offered in exchange were sufficient. If they were, even if betrayed, Owen and Maya would choose to turn a blind eye. Their conversation was not as intense as Owen had imagined. Firstly, Maya was not dealing with Black Hand for the first time. Secondly, Zairo Mujai also had intelligence on this serving maid, knowing her background and origins, so he didn't engage in unnecessary probing or set linguistic traps, as it would be meaningless. They were all old foxes. Playing games would simply be a waste of both parties' time, especially when neither side held a significant advantage in strength. Frankness was more suitable for their current situation. Soon, a simple yet fair contract was finalized after negotiations between both parties and signed under Owen's witness. The contract was signed by Maya, and Zairo Mujai also pressed his handprint, thus the agreement was reached. If either party violates it, they will pay a huge price. Zairo Mujai did not ask Owen to sign this contract because it was not realistic. Unless desperate or too weak, no noble would be foolish enough to sign such a contract. The scale of Akita town was not much in the empire, but the problem was that the other party had a legendary warrior loyal to him, and his background was even more unfathomable. Zayo Mujai was very self-aware of this, so he had no objection to Maya signing on his behalf. Then Zayo Mujai asked for the only inn in the territory, and Owen gave it. The only inn that allowed outsiders to stay was both important and not important. It was important because it could help the territory manage outsiders and prevent them from causing trouble. The reason it was not important was that many methods could not be prevented by soldiers and inn staff alone. Ninjas could certainly do this job, but it was unnecessary because Black Hand was the most professional in this regard. Of course, the inn was not given for free. After all, even without counting the land, the building alone was worth a lot of money, not to mention the many furnishings and drinks inside. So Zairo Mujai offered Black Hand's usual payment, intelligence. Compared to the still imperfect intelligence network of the Northern Witches, Black Hand was much more professional, with a very high degree of infiltration into the imperial border. Therefore, although the intelligence provided was only ordinary, it gave Owen a considerable understanding of the overall situation of the imperial border. Black Hand truly lives up to its reputation. This intelligence is very professional. Owen stroked his chin, watching the thick stack of intelligence being flipped through by Maya, and did not feel that this transaction was a loss. Master, do we need to prevent Black Hand's forces from entering Greenwood Town? After comparing it with the intelligence she had, and finding no problems, Maya put down the intelligence in her hand and said to Owen. Maya had no control over Greenwood Town, which was mainly managed by the Goblin General and Emil, but she knew the special nature of Greenwood Town, hence her question. There's no need to specifically stop them. As long as they don't cause trouble, let them be. Considering Black Hand's professionalism in infiltration and intelligence, prevention was meaningless and could easily attract excessive attention from the other party, so Owen said indifferently. Understood, Master, Maya nodded, but this did not mean that she would allow anyone to enter Greenwood Town. Except for adventurers and non-humans, Black Hand would have to pay a sufficient price if he wanted to extend his influence there. Owen didn't know Maya's thoughts, but he genuinely didn't care much, because whether it was Akita Town or Greenwood Town, once exposed, their value would only be to attract the attention of others. That's how extravagant he was. As long as the progress value continuously recovered, any construction was just a repetitive, monotonous activity for Owen, with little significance. Owen's goal was not to be a powerful lord, nor to rule a country, but to wait for the progress value to break through the upper limit, and to wait for the day he became incomparably powerful. For this, he didn't care about the loss of 1 or 2 territories. Even if everything he currently possessed was destroyed, for Owen, it would just be starting over. Building a territory, besides maintaining a high standard of life, passing the time, and making himself less lonely, really had little meaning. In fact, if Owen hadn't discovered that the progress value's upper limit breakthrough was somewhat related to the territory's development, he could have completely lived in seclusion. Anyway, he didn't need to worry about food, drink, and expenses, so he didn't value the territory as much as Maya thought. Next, Owen would restart the dungeon project, build a new base, and even set his sights on more distant places. The Empire was not the first choice. Just from some intelligence provided by Maya, Emil, and Black Hand, the waters of the Empire were too deep for him to control, even if he created a legendary warrior like Cyril. Forces with a legend only had the qualification to enter a certain circle. In this circle, they were still considered novices, because any force with a few trump cards had the ability to kill a legend. This was the fundamental reason why they could stand for a long time. A mere legendary warrior could only make Owen receive a little attention. Anything else was out of the question, unless he could mass-produce them, which he unfortunately couldn't do yet. While Owen was preparing for the next phase of his plan, Zairo Mujai had already taken over the inn. As one of the 5 fingers, Zairo Mujai certainly wouldn't come with just Harvey. In fact, personnel had been continuously entering Akita Town a month ago, and this time he brought a lot more people, so he quickly gained control of the inn. Zairo Mujai did not replace the inn staff. Firstly, he could see that these inn staff were ordinary people who had not received any training. Secondly, it would be too wasteful to have all the people he brought do odd jobs, and it would easily arouse suspicion from others. Therefore, except for embedding a few people, most of it remained as it was. The inn had been considered for use as an intelligence point even before its construction, so in addition to the cellar, there were more underground spaces, all of which were openly available to Zairo Mujai without any concealment. Zio Mujai did not avoid using these places. On the contrary, he readily set up the intelligence center in the inn's underground space. Lord Zio Mujai, should we establish another stronghold? Because of his meritorious service and familiarity with the northern lands, Harvey had transformed from a probationary status to an elite member under Zio Mujai. At this moment, he suggested with a loyal demeanor, as this was not a stronghold established by Black Hand himself, but given by others, so the sense of security was insufficient. There is no need. Zio Mujai was personally categorizing the intelligence collected by his subordinates and rejected Harvey's suggestion without even thinking. The reason was simple. He knew the other party looked down on it. Although he had only met once, and the main subject of discussion was not the other party, Zio Mujai still keenly sensed how arrogant Hydra III's inner self was. In the other party's eyes, let alone a Black Hand's stronghold, even the entire Akita town was not truly taken to heart by him. This was simply incomprehensible, and he didn't know where the other party got such confidence, but Zio Mujai didn't think his feeling was wrong. That was a monster who seemed gentle, but was incomparably arrogant inside. Placing the categorized intelligence on a shelf nearby, Zio Mujai took out an insignia from his arms. This was a mark of a clenched fist with only the little finger extended. Harvey was startled at first, then clenched his left hand into a fist, extended his little finger with his palm facing his heart, and then stood at attention with a serious expression. Zio Mujai did not hesitate. After standing up, he pressed the insignia onto a nearby wall. In an instant, complex magical patterns spread out from the insignia as the core, covering the entire wall and permeating into the wall itself. When the magical patterns were completely integrated into it, only an inconspicuous handprint remained on the wall. This was a special insignia that only the 5 fingers possessed, and it also represented Zio Mujai, establishing this place as his intelligence center. Although the intelligence center could be changed, the meaning was still different, which shows how much Zio Mujai valued this place. Almost at the same time, Owen's long-dormant system suddenly became invigorated as if it had taken a blue pill, instantly breaking through its original upper limit. The progress value could now reach a maximum of 40, and the game, which was previously unable to fully open, also largely unfolded. Owen, who was diving, was almost thrown off balance by the system's breakthrough. He could have held on, but he pressed the accelerator too hard, causing the lubricant to spray out, leading to a skid into the drainage ditch and ending the race. With a strange expression, Owen put on his bathrobe and hurried to the dungeon's secret room with his goji berry water. He planned to sleep alone tonight, but before that, he wanted to study the system that had inexplicably broken through. What on earth happened in the middle of the night to cause the system to suddenly upgrade? Owen, utterly confused, couldn't figure it out. He even called the ninjas to inquire, but the territory was peaceful and quiet, with no unusual activity. After asking around and finding no clues, Owen was quite helpless. He had never understood the reason for the system upgrades, which was also why he hadn't abandoned his territory to live in seclusion. Owen always felt that the system's upgrades were related to the territory's development, but he could never pinpoint which aspect caused the system to break through. However, this didn't stop him from checking the rewards and changes from this system upgrade. Starting from 10 progress points, each system breakthrough grants a reward. Upon breaking through to 20 points, the rewards were 10 ninjas, the Templar Knight profession, the Iron Cloth skill, and the blacksmith shop building. Upon breaking through to 30 points, the rewards were 10 Teutonic Knights, the Lord Template, Mysticism, and the Town Center. And this time breaking through to 40 points, the rewards were 10 monks, the Alchemist profession, Air Magic, and a Sprite workshop. Monks, upon seeing the first reward, Owen was first stunned, then became excited. While the monks in Age of Empires possessed some mysterious powers, capable of brainwashing and converting enemies and healing injuries, these abilities were limited. More often, a monk was more like a scholar. Previously, because the territory was small, scholars weren't very useful, so Owen had never exchanged for monks. But the monks rewarded by the system were different. The monks from Heroes of Might and Magic possess unwavering faith and robust physiques. With a holy book in one hand and a warhammer in the other, they are true ascetics. Even in the Heroes of Might and Magic world, where legends are common and demigods walk everywhere, they are a Tier 5 unit capable of serving as a core force. Monks can attack from a distance, engage in close combat, tank damage, and heal. Aside from their slightly slower speed, they are the ideal hexagonal warriors. Thus, Owen eagerly summoned 10 monks, and they did not disappoint him. Each monk was a burly man, 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered and thick-armed, holding a copper-skinned, iron-edged holy book that could be used as a shield in one hand and a bowl-sized warhammer in the other. With this stance, when they calmly tried to reason with you, it's likely few would dare to be unreasonable. Otherwise, knowledge changes destiny is no joke. Such a large holy book slammed down would be a purely physical salvation, directly sending one into the next reincarnation. Furthermore, to Owen's surprise, these monks actually worshipped him. Owen could clearly feel a fervent loyalty, similar to Shire's from the 10 monks. No, it should be called faith, an extremely pure faith. If not for certain missing conditions, Owen even felt he could make some kind of impact or response to it. What was interesting was that despite worshipping him, these monks strangely wielded the power of holy light. This left Owen utterly bewildered, as he didn't feel he had any connection to holy light. He could understand if they emitted a yellow, lazy light wave, but what was this pure holy light all about? However, this did not prevent monks from becoming Owen's strongest unit. Their overall stats even surpassed those of the Teutonic Knights, as monks could not only fight and tank, but also heal and spread faith. These last 2 points alone were enough to earn Owen's serious attention. As the territory developed, besides various miscellaneous things infiltrating it, faith also became an issue to consider. The empire has no state religion, a lesson learned after paying a heavy price. Therefore, it is very open-minded about faith, as long as it doesn't lean towards evil, or even if the local lord hasn't explicitly forbidden it, proselytizing is very free. This is very clever, as with too many sects, they'll end up fighting among themselves, leaving no time to influence the ruler's reign. If Owen didn't want to introduce foreign religions, he had to have his own religion. Owen learned some about this from Maya, as this also belonged to the essential knowledge for a lord. Religions in this world are divided into 3 categories: ideology-based, sacred object-based, and deity-based. The ideology-based are the simplest, believing in a certain ideology, such as the serving church. They believe in the way of service and do not have a specific deity, as a deity dedicated solely to service could not possibly exist. The sacred object-based are also very simple, believing in a certain item. What the item is doesn't matter. It could be a divine artifact, an ancient relic, or even a horseshoe that tripped a drunkard, who then carried the horseshoe to the tavern, had a few drinks, won a few card games, and a group of drunkards formed the Lucky Horseshoe Church. In reality, a true church needs to receive a deity's response and protection. Only then can it be called a true church, such as the noble goddess worshipped by the nobility. Owen had no intention of attracting the attention of deities to his territory, so he had to fill this void with a new religion, leaving no room for others. Due to the system, Owen wasn't worried about the faith of his territory's residents. The key was that a mass base alone wasn't enough. Without a backbone, no matter how many people there were, they would just be a disorganized mess, and it would be easy for foreign missionaries to notice something was amiss. Now with monks, the necessary backbone was in place. Owen was now completely sleepless. He explained the situation of his territory and his goals to these monks. As expected of professionals, from grassroots evangelism to mid-level organization, these monks were incredibly skilled. They even planned to write a new holy book with Owen as the subject. Even though Owen's thick skin had increased considerably, he still blushed slightly upon hearing this, quickly humbled himself, and then stated a few of his requirements. Suppressing the idea of writing a dark holy book, Owen's proposed values were still very positive, earning him a chorus of devout praise from the monks. Well, he was just that righteous and great. It didn't matter if others believed it. Owen himself certainly did. Although the religion lacked a high-level component, it was sufficient for the current situation. The grassroots component could be supplemented by monks. Monks are special units, each worth 15 progress points, just like Teutonic Knights. However, compared to the combat-ready and resilient Teutonic Knights, monks, who possessed a small amount of mysticism and were more like scholars, did not meet Owen's needs. Simply put, they were not cost-effective. But now that the progress point cap had reached 40, the speed of progress point recovery had increased again. Monks, valued at 15 progress points, were no longer so unattainable. If needed, Owen wouldn't mind exchanging for some. After all, compared to monks, who currently couldn't be exchanged for, exchangeable monks were undoubtedly a good choice. With a mass base and grassroots backbone now in place, what was still missing was a magnificent church and a religious armed force with a sufficiently strong fist. The former is the center for gathering faith, and the latter is the fist to make rivals calm down. As dawn approached, Owen, after downing another cup of coffee, went directly to the town center. After some selection, he redeemed a blueprint for a church from the game, and then instructed Maya to arrange for workers to begin construction, ensuring the main part of the church would be completed within the year. This was not easy, but the problem became simpler once Owen allowed Maya to mobilize the witches. With the addition of magic, it was possible to create magical effects. Redeeming monks with extensive knowledge made it even easier. At least, Maya didn't think there would be any further issues. After arranging all these matters, Owen brewed another pot of coffee and, relying on his strengthened body, stayed awake, focusing his energy on the next 3 rewards. Among the remaining 3 rewards, the alchemist profession, air magic, and the sprite workshop, what attracted Owen the most was the new alchemist profession. Although Owen already had 3 professions, he still placed great importance on the alchemist profession, even planning to make it his primary profession going forward, because this profession, originating from the Heroes of Might and Magic Academy faction, had enormous potential. Thinking of the golems, djinn, and titans of the Academy faction, Owen trembled with excitement. Other troop types were hard to say, but titans were definitely legend, and possibly even beyond legend. The Titan's strength was only one aspect. What was important was that Titans were alchemical products, which meant that as long as materials were sufficient, they could be mass-produced. Not to mention the Sky City, unique to the Academy faction, which was a war fortress combining offense and defense. Once he commanded a Titan army and piloted the Sky City, Owen could walk unhindered unless a deity personally intervened, so how could he not value this profession? There was nothing to hesitate about. He used it directly. In an instant, the knowledge of alchemy that appeared in his mind was like the Arctic Ocean, drenching Owen's eager expectations with a chilling realization. "Cannot understand" were the only 3 words in Owen's mind. This wasn't him being modest, he truly couldn't understand. If alchemy were compared to science, then this discipline encompassed branches like materials, energy, machinery, biology, mathematics, architecture, space, intelligence, and many others that Owen couldn't explain in a short time. Owen's face immediately turned green like spinach. He couldn't help it, as he had a deep understanding of his own intelligence. This was after his intelligence attribute had increased significantly. If it were his original intelligence attribute, he would have already given up. Even so, Owen's face was filled with worry. Unless his intelligence attribute reached above 60, just getting started would take decades. Dreaming of specialization without 80 points of intelligence was futile. This was not a gap that could be bridged by effort. Owen was now like listening to a professor lecture on mathematics, only to find a few numbers on the blackboard and the rest filled with various symbols. Was this a problem that could be solved by pushing oneself? You could tie him to a rocket, and he still wouldn't understand. At this point, Owen had a bad premonition, so he turned his attention to the 3rd reward. Air magic also originated from Heroes of Might and Magic, one of the 4 major magic systems in that world. Compared to the playful magic of Hogwarts, the magic in Heroes of Might and Magic was entirely geared towards warfare, with immense destructive power and a terrifyingly high ceiling, fully comparable to the magic system of this world. However, upon closer inspection, he found that the learning difficulty was equally despair-inducing. Unless redeemed with progress points, one could only learn it slowly. Owen simply looked at the last reward, the Sprite Workshop, also from the Heroes of Might and Magic world, which could recruit the first-tier troops sprites. Although he didn't know why all of the system's rewards this time came from Heroes of Might and Magic, it had to be said that none of them were bad, even the sprites, despite being only first-tier troops. Sprites had a pair of bat-like ears and a small stature, appearing like close relatives of goblins, but in reality, the two had no relation. As first-tier troops, Sprite's combat power was not particularly strong. They could only bully commoners with their muskets, but like monks, their value was not in their combat ability. Sprites were not natural creations. They were originally fairies in the natural world, a type of magical creature, but they were noticed by mages and captured for various modifications. After a series of modifications, sprites became smarter and more docile, especially sensitive in mechanics and alchemy, making them excellent assistants. The only regret was that the modifications destroyed their magic, leaving them with only shallow magical power. Owen drank his coffee in one gulp, no time for sleep, back to work. Following the secret passage of the dungeon to the dungeon that had been sealed shortly after its beginning, Owen was filled with emotion. He had previously thought he was just haphazardly messing around, wasting resources and time, but now it turned out to be foresight. Everything was being put to use. In Owen's earlier design, the dungeon was divided into 3 levels. The first level was the labyrinth area, mainly composed of an intricate network of underground secret passages, which was very effective. Owen himself had gotten lost more than once. The second level was the production area, similar in function to the second level of the ruins, but it had been sealed off shortly after starting, though the space was not small, enough to accommodate the sprite workshop. The third level was the Demon Lord's Hall, which had not yet begun construction. To prevent getting lost, Owen used the secret passage to go directly to the second level, then materialized the sprite workshop in an open space. The sprite workshop was a circular stone building, not small in area, filled with somewhat primitive processing machinery and scattered parts. It didn't look remarkable, but the focus was not on the furnishings inside, but on the sprites that could be recruited. He checked and found that it didn't require progress points, which was good. As for 20 gold coins only recruiting one sprite, this was nothing to Owen, who had money but nowhere to spend it. Unfortunately, only 20 could be recruited per month, but that was enough. "Go get the treasure chest," Owen said to the slime maid beside him, who would carry a large bag of gold coins around. Even if one replaced their belt with iron, their waist couldn't handle it. Fortunately, to set the mood, Owen had placed a treasure chest in the labyrinth on the first level, filled with gold, silver, and jewels, which could be used. After a while, the slime maid, who had swallowed a treasure chest, wobbled back and then spat the treasure chest in front of Owen. This scene actually made him feel a bit excited, seemingly indicating he had taken another big step down the path of perversion. As a pile of gold coins disappeared, 20 sprites appeared before Owen. Although sprites were ugly, it had to be said that they truly lived up to the description of being skillful and ingenious. Every sprite was a master craftsman, capable of hand-making famous watches. If Owen didn't cheat with his mental power, he would have to admit defeat. If he were in his previous life, if Owen had such a group of employees, he could make a fortune just by selling watches. Most importantly, as long as there were enough gold coins, the number of sprites would continuously increase, which meant the territory would have more and more high-level craftsmen in the future. With a continuous supply of high-level craftsmen, the territory could completely enter a new era. Complete modernization was unthinkable, but the transition to the firearm and steam ages was certainly possible. "Study hard, the future of the territory depends on you," Owen said with a smile, looking at the sprites who were learning Hogwarts spells and puppetry. As magical creatures similar to house elves, sprites, despite losing their original fairy magic due to modification, still retained some magic. After all, as magical creatures, magic is one of their life sources and cannot be completely eliminated. The remaining magic was not abundant, making it difficult to cast the powerful magic of the Heroes of Might and Magic system. This was also a deliberate act by the mages when they modified them, but it was enough for them to learn some simple Hogwarts spells. Forget about the destructive power of these spells. Increasing the sprite's work efficiency was not difficult. A simple levitation charm alone could reduce a lot of trouble. However, in comparison, puppetry was more beneficial to the sprites. Puppetry does not require strong magic, and even the intensity of mental power can have a lower standard. As long as the manipulation is meticulous enough, you are a qualified puppet master. Therefore, Owen almost without hesitation brought out the complete set of puppetry for the sprites to learn. Without needing to consider loyalty, Owen was not afraid of his subordinates being powerful, only of them not being powerful enough. Additionally, Owen was not just giving. He also gained some common alchemy knowledge from the sprites. This was not surprising. Sprites were originally assistants to mages and alchemists, and also maintainers of the Sky City and golems. Although they did not master profound alchemy and magic knowledge, their foundational knowledge was very solid. making them perfectly suitable for alchemy beginners like Owen. As one of the major factions in Heroes of Might and Magic, the Academy faction, even basic knowledge, still amazed Owen. Just from fragments, he could see a system far superior to Hogwarts. Unfortunately, due to limited energy, Owen did not delve too deeply, focusing only on golems and alchemical machinery, which the sprites were most proficient at. Because of his fondness for making puppets, Owen first paid attention to golems. After comparison, Owen found that compared to intricately structured puppets, golems were a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, as gargoyles were just stones, and golems were essentially lumps of iron. But after careful study, Owen discovered a hint of their profound secrets. In fact, if he hadn't studied the Hogwarts spell system, he might not have been able to discern it, because it was too high-end. Virtual souls, material activation, and magic circulation, these were the true core of golems. Unfortunately, Owen couldn't understand it at all, and the sprites only knew how to repair them, also having only a partial understanding of these profound principles. In such a situation, rashly trying to learn would not just be inefficient. If he made a mistake, people could die. Fortunately, some parts of the Hogwarts system were a lower-tier version of this, such as the moving and talking portraits and wizarding chess. If he could thoroughly grasp this part of the knowledge, he would have entered the realm of golems. For the next period, Owen stayed with the sprites, gaining a deeper understanding of them. Sprites were very intelligent and had strong learning abilities, but they lacked creativity, or rather, their creativity was restricted. This was not surprising. Mages and alchemists needed assistance, not potential threats that could overthrow them. Restrictions were normal, just like the Hogwarts house elves, who were also tightly constrained. So having sprites manufacture or optimize according to blueprints was fine, but innovation was very difficult for them. Owen scratched his head, feeling a bit helpless. It seemed he, whose mind wasn't particularly brilliant, would have to be the scientific guide for the territory. The first product from the sprite workshop was the musket, because the sprites' weapons were similar in shape to handbells, so they only needed to be elongated. This was not difficult for the sprites. In fact, with simple modifications, they could even create machinery specifically for producing muskets. However, Owen was not very satisfied with the performance of the musket, even though it had ended the cold weapon era in his previous life. But only after actually testing it did he realize that the musket that ended the cold weapon era relied not on its lethality or range, but on its ease of popularization. Training an elite soldier proficient in cold weapons and armor required at least half a year, and forming a regiment took even longer. However, a musketman only needed 1 or 2 hours to learn how to load and shoot, and could go to the battlefield just by knowing how to march in formation. Of course, such trained musketmen were merely cannon fodder, but the problem was that the bullets fired by both cannon fodder and elite musket soldiers were equally lethal. As for the accuracy issue, line up and shoot tactics were precisely to compensate for this deficiency. Because musketmen were so easy to train, even when knight armor could later withstand bullets, it still couldn't change the fact that the cold weapon era ended. The cost-effectiveness difference was too great, especially after musket manufacturing technology improved and costs significantly decreased. But the world Owen was in was not that simple. Not only were there battle chi and magic, but also many different races. Muskets and cannons alone were far from enough. Take knights, for example. When equipped with fine armor and launching a battle chi charge, musket soldiers were powerless to stop them because they couldn't hit the target with every shot, and scattered lead bullets simply couldn't halt a knight's charge. Once knights broke through the formation, what followed was a massacre, as you couldn't expect a group of musket soldiers, who were farmers just moments before, to deal with heavily armored knights using bayonets stuck in their gun muzzles. The superhumanly strong Teutonic knights could even ignore musket fire and massacre opponents with overwhelming force. Of course, while neither knights nor Teutonic knights could withstand the lethality of cannons, the prerequisite was being able to hit them. The accuracy of cannons was purely by chance. Unless facing arrayed enemies or immobile structures, they were not very effective. Moreover, even Owen had more than one way to destroy a cannon position, such as witches riding flying brooms, let alone the mages of the Empire. Simply put, if Owen formed a purely fire-based army, it could only be used to bully the weak. Even against an equal number of northern barbarians, he couldn't guarantee victory. Given the physique of northern barbarians, even without armor, their tenacious vitality allowed them to withstand several lead bullets. In a frenzied state, as long as their head and heart weren't pierced, they could charge into the formation and take down several times their number of enemies before expiring. Not to mention the Imperial Border Army, which had accompanying mages and organized battle chi knights. It would be too easy to deal with a purely fire-based army. Furthermore, both muskets and cannons had very simple structures. Given the level of mages and alchemists in this world, they could probably replicate even better versions just by looking at them. In fact, if they were willing to spare no expense, they could develop firearms to the level of World War I or even World War II in a short time. After all, they could even create puppets and enchanted equipment, so saying they couldn't make muskets would be a joke. Moreover, if costs were disregarded, the Empire might not be unable to create giant puppets similar to Gundams and Sky City. It just depended on whether they were willing. After calm consideration, Owen realized that a purely fire-based army was not as powerful as he imagined. It was more suitable for siege and defense, while in field battles, it was less adaptable than elite cold weapon armies. Of course, all of this was theoretical. Without actually fighting a few battles, no one could say which was better. So Owen ultimately decided to stockpile a batch of muskets and cannons, and then have the sprites focus their energy on modifying the engineering puppets he had previously designed. Previously, Owen manufactured a batch of large mechanical puppets for road construction and demolishing ruins. At first, everything was fine, but later he discovered a multitude of problems. With continuous use and wear, these mechanical puppets constantly developed minor and major issues, clearly indicating many flaws in Owen's design. It was quite normal, actually. Many of these contraptions were cobbled together by Owen from other things. As long as they could move, it was fine. He never considered the issue of overall coordination, so defects were expected. What was more headache-inducing was that these defects couldn't be solved with a snap decision. They required considering the overall balance and making continuous, incremental modifications until a certain equilibrium was achieved. It was like building a car. Simply having a good engine wasn't enough. Otherwise, with one step on the accelerator, the engine might explode. For true industrial products, even how a screw is tightened is important. The things Owen made didn't even have a place to change the oil, so it would be a miracle if they didn't break down. Clearly, Owen didn't have the patience to slowly experiment. He lacked the ability and was even unwilling to be a repairman. He relied entirely on the goblins to tinker with them, which resulted in many explosions and not a few missing limbs. However, they did accumulate some experience, barely managing to keep those mechanical puppets running. Now that he had sprites, this aspect could be entirely entrusted to them. Innovation might not be their forte, but optimization and repair were the sprite's strengths, especially since Owen could provide a large number of blueprints. The sprites were very happy to take on this work. Professionals were indeed professionals. Even though they had never encountered these mechanical puppets before, the sprites, wielding wrenches, quickly disassembled them and drew up incredibly detailed blueprints. Subsequently, the overall structure of the puppets didn't change much, but more effort was put into the details. The overall appearance was much more coordinated. For example, the wiring and oil pipes were arranged properly, greatly enhancing the mechanical puppet's power output and reducing various wear and tear. After performing a complete set of maintenance on these mechanical puppets, the sprites even planned to build a puppet factory to produce optimized mechanical puppets. For this, Owen specifically exchanged a synthesis furnace for them, which further boosted the sprites' motivation. Then Owen had a flash of inspiration. The territory already had considerable strength, and some things could be brought out. Therefore, he had the sprites specifically produce a batch of steam machinery to enhance the territory's productivity. After dealing with these matters, Owen finally couldn't hold on any longer and slept for a day and a night before waking up. Although he was awake, his eyes didn't want to open. He lay lazily in bed, not wanting to move. Perhaps it was due to Dare's seal beside him, Owen thought. After all, the seal was so deep and heavy, like being pressed by two large mountains. Although soft, hadn't he heard of using softness to overcome hardness? So it was perfectly normal to find it difficult to break free. After an unknown amount of dawdling, Owen finally struggled to get out of bed. Dare had already gotten up, poured the water warmed by the fireplace into a basin, and gently helped Owen wash up before he put on his bathrobe. Owen, not planning to work today, habitually indulged his nature. Anyway, apart from the house elves and slime maids, only his women could enter and exit the entire castle. Was Zaire considered his woman? Owen was a bit conflicted, thinking of the Aura Zaire inadvertently released and the ancient template of evil that she had merged with. He felt that he wasn't perverted enough, as he couldn't ignore these things. It seemed his values and bottom line were still intact, which was truly gratifying. With a hint of satisfaction, Owen went to his study and started tinkering with his figurines. After obtaining the alchemist profession, although many profound pieces of knowledge made him dizzy, he gradually mastered some basics. After integrating puppetry, he had many inspirations. These inspirations were not mature enough, so Owen did not directly implement them, but instead experimented on small figurines, and the results were quite good. Just as Owen was enjoying himself, Maya arrived. "All right, it's time to work, isn't it?" Owen put down the figurine and said helplessly, like a man forced to work overtime. After about half an hour, Maya wiped the table and began to report on her work. "Master, the Holy Light Cathedral project is progressing smoothly and is expected to be completed before the autumn harvest. The preliminary version of the Bible has been placed on your desk. If there are no revisions needed, it can proceed to printing. Additionally, the new Templar Knight Order's garrison has been completed, and you can inspect it at any time." Maya reported on the recent events one by one, ensuring Owen was not unaware of the current situation of his territory. "You handle these. The next focus will be the issue of proselytizing for the Holy Light Cathedral. We must plan ahead to prevent various chaotic religions from spreading in from outside." Owen, slumped in his chair, exhorted weakly, rubbing his temples with a headache, clearly feeling the pressure from overthinking. The development of a territory was never that easy. Besides agriculture, commerce, and the army, there were many other areas that required attention. For example, Owen chose to open Greenwood Town to accommodate those restless adventurers, limiting their destructive power. Allowing the potentially problematic Black Hand to settle in was to block those chaotic dark forces. After all, rather than a complete mess, it was better to introduce a major player. Spending effort to establish the Holy Light Cathedral was to counter foreign religions and avoid attracting the attention of deities. What he would have to face in the future, Owen didn't know, but he knew there were still many, many difficulties ahead. With a helpless sigh, Owen slumped even further, too lazy to even cover his open bathrobe. Anyway, Maya's assessment of him was cute, and although it wasn't the more refined and petite type that made men excited, it still left him speechless, as he had once thought that with a bit of enhancement, he could turn things around. Now he had accepted his fate. Religious matters were handled by the monks and priests. Even if Owen wanted to intervene, he lacked the ability. After all, deceiving people also required talent. Just reading that Bible, which starred him, made him blush profusely. They really could exaggerate. Territory production was also going smoothly. Although mobilizing a large amount of manpower to build the cathedral near the autumn harvest was not a wise choice, when those strange-looking machines appeared in the farmland, everyone was surprised to discover that puppets could also be used in this way. Based on the harvester blueprints Owen exchanged, the sprites completed production after some magical modifications. The trial results were good, and soon more and more steam harvesters appeared in the golden wheat fields. These steam harvesters, after replacing parts, could also be used for plowing, making them multi-purpose agricultural mechanical puppets, far more efficient than human labor. Many merchants and pioneers were tempted after seeing this scene, but unfortunately, after closer observation, no one mentioned buying them. Being entirely made of metal would have offered some hope, but one look at the complexity of their structure revealed that these things were definitely not hammered out by blacksmiths. After all that, these things were not commoners' farm tools, but nobles' toys. Although these people gave up, one person, on the contrary, became even more tempted. Magician Brian had been in Akita town for some time, but he spent most of it deep in thought and indecision until a message from his apprentice finally drew him out of his room. Mechanical golems for farm work. Magician Brian initially thought Domi was exaggerating, as even crude golems made for practice could fetch a good price from rural nobles. So who would use golems for farm work? Yet when he went to see for himself, he found it was true. Moreover, the details of the golems indicated they were quite mature works. He understood very well what this implied, and Magician Brian's heart was stirred. "Immediately on my behalf, pay a visit to the Lord here," Magician Brian said with a hint of excitement in his voice. As his only apprentice, or rather, his only surviving apprentice, Domi dared not hesitate in the slightest with his master's command. He rushed to the town center to deliver the formal visiting card. Due to the special nature of the visitor, Maya quickly received the visiting card, but she had only one comment. Magician Brian, another trouble. If wizards and sorcerers were unstable elements, then magicians represented an endless source of trouble. As a profession for intelligent people, magicians were not mere magic cannons. In fact, sorcerers were more suited to that description. Magicians were more like a group of scientists exploring mysterious domains. Instead of constantly increasing the destructive power of magic, they preferred to immerse themselves in a particular field. The problem was that in any world, research cost money, and the more powerful the magician, the more money they spent. This meant that magicians couldn't simply close themselves off for research, nor could they bury themselves in farming for resources. Thus, how to trick a fat cat into giving them money became a required course for them. In his previous life, investing in research had contracts, and researchers dared not offend their sugar daddies to death. But in this world, many magicians' credibility was not very good. Swindling and coercion often led to investors losing everything, and you couldn't even defeat them. After all, you couldn't figure out what the other party did with your money. What if they created a super magic bomb? Not enough people would survive. When steam machinery was first put into use, a magician sent a visiting card. Maya could guess what the other party wanted to do with her hair. It seems the time has come for our allies to demonstrate their value, Maya muttered to herself, then had someone deliver the visiting card to Black Hand's people, namely Harvey. Harvey was very clear about his current situation. Although he was now an elite under Zio Magi, his previous failures and signs of betrayal meant there was an invisible barrier between him and the organization. However, he hesitated to completely betray the organization and join Owen's subordinates. Therefore, Harvey could only desperately display his abilities, at least to retain value for one side if he were abandoned by the other. Our allies need intelligence on Magician Brian. Interesting. After hearing Harvey's report, Zio Magi put down his work and revealed a meaningful smile. Then give it to them, hold nothing back. I want to see what choice this lord will make, Zio Magi said calmly to Harvey, who was still unaware of the implications. Not long after, intelligence about Magician Brian was personally delivered to Maya by Harvey. Magician Brian did not conceal his whereabouts or origins when he traveled to Akita town, which led Black Hand's people to notice his existence early on. Furthermore, due to his profession and identity, he received considerable attention, and some related intelligence had already been collected. Therefore, the provided intelligence was relatively detailed. He was once an Imperial Border Army accompanying magician and conducted a certain research for 10 years with the support of the Imperial Border Army. Now, the cooperation has ended, and he arrived in Akita town not long ago. It seems he really considers us a fat cat to seek investment from, Owen chuckled, then put down the intelligence and said to Maya. 10 years and even the Imperial Border Army is unwilling to continue investing. It seems Magician Brian's research project is good, but it's too expensive, Maya said calmly. A project that could attract investment from the Imperial Border Army was naturally appealing, but the problem was, who would dare to continue investing in a project that even the wealthy Imperial Border Army had abandoned? One must know that magicians would stop at nothing to continue their research, using all sorts of tricks and deception. As long as they could trick money out of someone, they didn't care if the investor could recover their investment. Cases of investors losing everything were countless. How else would you explain why magicians were all swindlers? Therefore, the Imperial Border Army resolutely stopped funding to cut losses. This was a bloody lesson learned from magicians over countless years. Never think of investing another sum and taking a gamble, because magicians would make you feel what despair is. However, Owen was confident that he could achieve results in the other party's project, as he had a cheat. The current problem lay in Magician Brian's background. Theoretically, the other party now had no relation to the Imperial Border Army, but the problem was, once the project yielded results, would the Imperial Border Army remain indifferent? Owen didn't think the Imperial Border Army would reason with him, so it was fine if there were no results, but once there were results, the trouble would be immense. Anything involving the Imperial Border Army was no small matter. Even if the other party merely had experience serving in the Border Army, Owen still dared not be careless. There was no other way. The Imperial Border Army was the largest military group in the Empire. Even the emperor dared not ignore it, so what right did he have to ignore them? Owen had never had a deep understanding of the imperial border army closest to him. His initial impression was not profound, as even the primitive northern barbarians were difficult to completely eliminate. But from the intelligence provided by Maya, Howard, and Black Hand, he began to understand what a terrifying monster the imperial border army was. Given the empire's land area and population, the size of its military was quite exaggerated. Overall, the empire's military forces could be divided into three parts: the royal legions, the imperial border army, and the garrison legions. Among them, only the royal legions and the imperial border army truly possessed combat power and expeditionary capabilities. However, the royal legions were responsible for guarding the imperial capital and suppressing the great nobles within the country, so they could not be easily moved, nor would anyone dare to move them. And while the garrison legions were the most numerous, numbering in the millions, they were responsible for the defensive work of various towns within the empire and could not be mobilized on a daily basis. Moreover, their origins were complex, and whether they listened to the empire or the local lords was also an issue. Therefore, the imperial border army, responsible for confronting external enemies, became a powerful military force that the empire could not afford to ignore. Aside from the exaggerated number of standing troops, the imperial border had organized knight orders and magician orders, all of which were strategic forces. If not for the empire's various concerns, which kept the imperial border army inactive for many years, the northern barbarians would not have been able to roam freely for so long, nor would it have been necessary to use the Northern Land Reclamation Group as an excuse to barely resolve the trouble of the northern barbarians. This did not mean the imperial border army was weak. It was merely constrained by too many restrictions. After all, neither the emperor of the empire nor the various nobles wanted to see an imperial border army that had lost control. Owen finally decided to meet the other party. As for the hidden dangers and risks, it depended on whether the benefits were large enough. Magician Brian's steps were slightly hurried. He had been hesitating whether to abandon his research, but once he saw a glimmer of hope, he immediately cast aside all his worries. After all, this was his life's work and obsession. As long as there was a shred of hope, he would not give up. Therefore, he rushed to the castle at the first opportunity, not even caring about his appearance. At the same time, Owen was also preparing for this meeting. Mages were undoubtedly intelligent, especially when they had no bottom line. No one could predict what they would do. If it weren't for the fact that a mage's research required a large amount of money and resources, thus necessitating compromise with the secular world, it would be hard to say what alignment the mage community truly belonged to. In other words, mages didn't mind using a few harmless tricks to acquire resources. This had already become a convention. Brian had used such methods more than once, but this time he was silent. A great witch and a legendary warrior were positioned to the left and right of the local lord. Especially the legendary warrior, whose aura was terrifyingly strong, looked at him as if he were already dead. Brian had no doubt that if he showed even the slightest abnormality, the other party would not hesitate to cut him into pieces. As for using some covert methods, leaving aside whether he could fool the great witch who was playing with a warhammer, just the legendary warrior's iron-like will and inhuman intuition quickly calmed Brian's originally restless heart. Taking a deep breath, Brian gently took out the crystal ball he had prepared. After glancing at Emil, who was still lightly stroking the warhammer-like staff, he lightly tapped the crystal ball, immediately projecting a large, complex image. Then, with a confident tone, he began to explain his research. As for the prepared rhetoric he had considered before coming, he didn't mention it, nor did he activate any of the crystal ball's additional functions. A lord who possessed a great witch and a legendary warrior could not possibly be a rural noble, easily fooled by a few words. As for the crystal ball's minor functions, Brian, not wanting to be torn to shreds the next second, even prayed that he wouldn't accidentally activate them. Although he hadn't given up on the idea of attracting investment, he no longer dared to play tricks. The projecting crystal ball made Owen look twice. Its function was very interesting. Projection was only one part. It also had the function of storing information, somewhat like a projector. Owen, uninterested in Brian's grand promises, extended a hand. Invisible psychic energy controlled the crystal ball in midair, and then his mental power began to penetrate it. As his mental power permeated, a large amount of hidden images and text deep within the crystal ball were read by Owen one by one. The mental reading speed was extremely fast, causing the crystal ball's projection to appear like a blurred mass on the retina, as if an accelerator had been turned on. However, Brian knew what this meant. It meant that all the research data from his half-life was being leaked. His face instantly turned deathly pale. If he didn't know that acting now would be a dead end, he would have wanted to kill the other party directly. Now he could only watch helplessly as his precious treasure was continuously probed by another man, thoroughly examined from the inside out. Initially, it was just out of curiosity about the crystal ball, but as he read the hidden information within it, Owen's expression began to change to surprise and even seriousness. Setting aside many cruel images, purely from a research perspective, it must be said that Brian was a genius. Of course, calling him a madman would also be accurate. Brian had 2 research projects supported by the Imperial Border Army, or rather, 2 branches under one major project. Prosthetic body modification and enchanted armor, these were Brian's research projects. War inevitably led to casualties. As the Empire's largest military organization, the Imperial Border Army naturally suffered from this problem, because you couldn't just kick out disabled soldiers. At the very least, you had to pay a sum sufficient to buy a barren piece of farmland or drink oneself to death in a tavern. Brian's research was not about enabling disabled soldiers to live. It was about transforming them into weapons on the battlefield, a form of recycling. It sounded good, but in reality, it was extremely cruel. For example, prosthetic body modification involved forcibly applying puppet technology to living people, using puppet limbs to replace damaged ones, and even artificially cutting off and replacing superfluous limbs to better serve their purpose as weapons. The problem was, do humans have superfluous limbs? Even more cruelly, replacing flesh and blood with steel wasn't just a matter of using straps or nailing things. Every bit of progress in areas like flesh suturing, nerve linking, and rejection reactions meant another human life was consumed as material. While mages were powerful, they were not omnipotent. Every problem required a significant amount of time and resources, especially the human lives used as consumables. Later, due to the lack of results, Brian started a new project, enchanted armor. Through certain techniques, the armor was fused with flesh and nerves, achieving the effect of an exoskeleton. Because it didn't require limb amputation and preserved the vitality of the modified individual, reducing rejection reactions, it once again attracted the Imperial Border Army to extend its investment period. Unfortunately, the more powerful the enchanted armor, the more resources it consumed. Compared to spending a large amount of resources to modify ordinary soldiers, it was more cost-effective to hire experts with the same amount of resources. After discovering this problem, Brian tried many methods to reduce costs, but it remained difficult to solve, and instead carried many risks of losing control. His mage apprentice and parts of his own body were lost during experiments. After seeing all this, aside from feeling a bit disgusted, Owen had to admit he was tempted, because he thought of the Space Marine in Warhammer. Although the strength and technological content of the 2 sides were incomparable, it allowed Owen to see the prospects of this technology. "This technology isn't your original creation, is it?" Owen put down the crystal ball, looked up, and said to Brian. Brian nodded. Although the information had been leaked, the good news was that the other party seemed very interested, so he didn't hide much. After all, the mage circle was only so big, and one could find out with a little investigation. The Empire had quite a few mages. Besides the royal mages, all major nobles had mages specifically supported to research various projects. Someone like Brian was not considered top tier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought investment from the Imperial Border Army. With a large number of mages, the directions of research were naturally diverse. Projects like those Brian was researching had already been studied centuries ago. Unfortunately, this research was relatively niche among mages, and combined with mages' emphasis on their own knowledge, very little valuable information was passed down. Brian himself had obtained some incomplete data from his master and began his research based on that. To Brian's knowledge, at least several factions' mages had conducted similar research, but he didn't know what results they achieved. For example, he still didn't know whether the Imperial Border Army stopped investing in his research because they saw no prospects, or because projects from other mages had achieved breakthroughs. He wasn't naive enough to think that he was the only mage conducting research for the Imperial Border Army. Owen fell into deep thought after reading those documents. Although the methods used in the experiments were extremely cruel, what did it matter to him? Owen wasn't a bleeding heart who felt compelled to seek justice for people from another world. Besides, those test subjects weren't captured by Brian himself, but provided by the Imperial Border Army, who claimed they were death row inmates. Whether that was true or false, who cared? Putting all that aside, Brian was indeed a genius. In reality, there were no magicians who weren't geniuses. Otherwise, they wouldn't become magicians. This was a profession with a very high barrier to entry, and an even higher one beyond that, with virtually no upper limit on the intelligence required. Owen believed Brian's genius lay in his thought process, which perfectly aligned with the fantasies of modern Chunibyo otaku. Thus, he couldn't help but start discussing with him. Brian had considerable achievements in human modification, puppet mechanics, and alchemy, and coincidentally, Owen had also dabbled in these areas. Owen had undergone human modification more than once, and although it wasn't the kind that combined puppets with the human body, he had considered similar ideas. After all, the Winter Soldier's bionic arm and the RoboCop were quite cool, and it was hard not to fantasize about them. However, such modifications were too cruel, so they remained only in Owen's thoughts and were never put into practice. As for puppets and alchemy, with the professional bonuses of puppet master and alchemist, Owen could be said to be standing directly on the shoulders of giants. Even a casual remark from him could make Brian ponder for a long time. After all, the puppet master had reached the pinnacle of mortal achievement in puppets, not to mention the alchemist from Heroes of Might, and magic was almost at the threshold of god-making. Even if Owen hadn't fully grasped it, he was still beyond Brian's comparison. Initially, he was just carefully humoring the curiosity of this lord, but as the conversation deepened, Brian immediately discarded all other thoughts and immersed himself in the discussion with Owen, because he discovered that the other party also had a deep understanding in his research field, with many unique ideas that he couldn't fully comprehend even in a short time. Getting excited during the discussion, Owen even brought his puppet Ninja Slayer over. After disassembling its outer shell, it revealed a structure similar to human muscles and bones. Brian's eyes lit up. He picked up a crystal ball and activated a certain function. Instantly, Ninja Slayer's internal structure, projected through the crystal ball, became larger and more detailed, and its angle could even be adjusted. I had a similar design. No, I should say this was my initial design concept, Brian said with a mix of excitement and regret. Magicians were a group of people who pursued perfection. Brian had initially tried to replace limbs with puppets, naturally mimicking the human structure, because such a structure offered the best adaptability and was the most convenient to use. Unfortunately, this kind of structure demanded too much from the creator and kept costs prohibitively high, forcing Brian to adopt a simpler and aesthetically unpleasing gear lever structure. He had always regretted this and never expected to see such a perfect human-mimicking structure here, which immediately ignited an even greater research passion. Sign this contract and you will receive all kinds of support from the Hydra family, both resources and technology. Owen tapped on the table. Emil, standing beside him, smiled and pulled out a scroll as thick as a calf's leg, handing it to the extremely excited Brian. Unrolling the scroll, the pristine paper was covered in dense text. After reading just a few lines, Brian gasped. If he hadn't felt no hellish aura on it, Brian might have even thought this contract came from the hands of a devil. In reality, this contract was drafted by Maya. She had read several years' worth of books on business management and was very interested in various business-related contracts and laws, believing them to be even more rigorous than the legendary devil's contracts. For this, she had even taken many law books from Owen. The result was that the contract she drafted, while not necessarily flawless, was, for mortals, impossible to exploit even if there were loopholes. It took him a full half-day to read it twice, and Brian still couldn't find a single loophole. He understood very well what this meant. Once signed, he would be bound tightly by the contract. He even suspected that even a devil, if they signed this contract, would have to meekly become a laborer. But Brian signed his name without hesitation, allowing the contract to draw his aura and transform it into an imprint. Brian wasn't foolish. He knew that after losing the support of the Imperial Border Army, no one would dare to continue supporting his experiments. After all, not many people could claim to be richer than the Imperial Border Army. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run off to the remote northern lands. Another reason was that during their recent conversation, he discovered that this lord was actually a colleague, and their relevant research fields highly overlapped. Although his foundation was a bit lacking, in terms of depth, he was even superior. Furthermore, the other party had reviewed a large amount of his research materials, meaning he wouldn't need to take many detours and could reach his current research progress in just 1 or 2 years. In other words, Brian had little leverage to bargain with the other party, and given the technology the other party promised, as long as the contract wasn't too harsh, he was willing to sign it. Magician Brian, please follow me. Seeing the contract successfully signed, Owen stood up, walked to the fireplace, and pinching a bit of flue powder, said to Brian, "Is this a portal?" Brian had seen portals before, but every one of them was grand and imposing. He had never seen such a down-to-earth portal before, so he didn't dare to be careless, strictly following Owen's instructions to pinch the flue powder. It was his first time using the flue network, and Brian's face looked a bit pale, but he was even more curious about its principles. However, when Owen offered to take him to the laboratory, he immediately abandoned his research thoughts. As a magician, Brian was very good at making choices, otherwise he wouldn't have achieved his current accomplishments. Compared to continuing his own research, while the flue network was magical, it couldn't attract much more of his attention. "This is Greenwood Town, a special town," Owen said to Brian, walking ahead. "It is indeed a special town," Brian said with a strange expression after seeing that the main residents here were goblins and the most frequent visitors were adventurers. After all, goblins were the creatures most often killed by adventurers, so much so that many adventurers had the habit of casually striking them down upon sight. "Heh, you'll get used to it," Owen said, knowing what Brian was thinking. Indeed, there had been incidents of adventurers accidentally injuring goblin residents before, but the matters were smoothly resolved under the town's powerful military force. The adventurers were somewhat dissatisfied, but the ruins were right in front of them, so it was impossible to make them leave. Besides, Greenwood Town was simply too suitable for adventurers. All kinds of supplies, potions, and equipment were no worse than in large cities, and life and entertainment were also very convenient. If it weren't for the fact that most of the residents here were goblins, it would simply be an adventurer's paradise. Fortunately, with time, adventurers gradually got used to the civilized and polite goblins here, and they began to differentiate the goblins here from the goblins they originally knew, no longer viewing them as the same. There's a magic school here, primarily for witches and warlocks, and in the future, it will also enroll regular students, teaching them literacy, mathematics, combat skills, spells, and potions. I plan to open up puppetry and alchemy courses next, so Magician Brian, are you interested in working part-time as a professor at the school? Owen indeed had this idea, though he originally intended to teach these two subjects himself. With Magician Brian joining, he naturally chose to continue being lazy. Although he didn't intend to waste time, upon hearing that being a professor would grant him additional potions and materials, Brian nodded in agreement without hesitation. At worst, he could have his mage apprentice, Domi, cover the basic parts, and he would only need to visit occasionally. Then he could happily collect a share of magic potions and materials, which was a good deal. Owen was completely unaware that Brian intended to be a salary thief, but even if he knew, he probably wouldn't say anything. Basics are important, yet not so important. A high-level mage apprentice is sufficient to teach them. After all, you can't really expect a professor to teach elementary school students their multiplication tables. The witch school was renamed Magic School, which shows Owen's expectations and ambition for it. At the same time, the support in various aspects was also considerable. The entire building had already been updated and renovated. Although it couldn't compare to Hogwarts, it was at a decent standard. At least Brian couldn't find any faults, as this was just a primary magic school in a small town. Owen led Brian to a stone tower, opened the door, and walked in. This stone tower has a total of 5 floors, 1 basement level and 4 above ground. The first floor is for receiving guests, the second is the laboratory, the third is the study, and the fourth is the life area. If you need anything, you can give the list to Professor Emile, and someone will deliver it. Owen gave Brian a tour of the place. The environment is good, but it still lacks a lot of equipment and materials. When can they be delivered? Brian didn't have high demands for life quality. He valued experimental conditions more, so he immediately raised his request. After hearing Magician Brian's needs, Owen calculated his family's assets and found that only a portion could be directly provided. The rest needed to be manufactured and exchanged, and some might even need to be acquired through Black Hand. However, it wasn't a big problem, so he gave a time frame. Then what about consumables? Brian hesitated slightly, then continued to ask. There's a special type of mutated goblin here. Their physique is not much different from humans, but their vitality is very tenacious, Owen said lightly. Owen found it a bit difficult to accept using humans as experimental consumables, unless they were utterly inhumane scumbags, whom even a swift death would be too good for. There were probably many such scumbags, but they were difficult to gather, so Owen set his sights on the numerous magic horn goblins in the magic horn tree forest. Although they weren't human, the experiment was still far from success, so Brian didn't dwell on this matter. Moreover, goblins indeed had tenacious vitality. If it weren't for their small size, they would actually be very suitable as test subjects. The magic horn goblin, with a physique comparable to humans, would not be a bad choice for experiments. After calling his mage apprentice Domi, Brian began to arrange the stone tower. Domi was very happy about this, as his teacher had been in a bad mood recently and had no time to teach him. Now that they had a place to settle, and the experiments and investments were also taken care of, he could finally relax a bit. Furthermore, his teacher now only had him as an apprentice, so even if he didn't teach him much, at least his life would be safe. How could this not make him happy? Leaving Brian and his apprentice aside, for Owen, Brian was not yet considered one of his own. His inclusion merely added a bit to the Hydra family's foundation and filled some gaps, but he could only be utilized, not heavily relied upon. This was only on the surface. In reality, what Owen gained far exceeded others' imaginations. Perhaps due to carelessness, the crystal ball Brian took out contained a large amount of learning materials. Owen seemingly only browsed the projected images and text, but secretly, he used his consciousness to remotely control his glasses and downloaded all the core data from the crystal ball into the intelligent core of his puppet. If Brian knew this, he wouldn't necessarily turn hostile, but he definitely wouldn't be pleased, and it might even leave some hidden dangers. However, in Owen's view, it was worth it, so after returning, he eagerly began to process the data in the intelligent core. It was also Owen's good luck. Brian's teacher had valued him and given him this crystal ball, which he treasured. All his learning materials during his apprenticeship were recorded in it, and even later when he conducted research independently, the data was stored there. Now, Owen had taken it all. Owen's first focus was naturally on the introduction to mages. Compared to wizards and warlocks who relied on magic bloodlines, mages were the true path for ordinary people to master extraordinary powers, so curiosity was inevitable. Spending 3 days, Owen read through everything from the origin of mages to their initiation. According to the records of mages, in earlier times, wizards and warlocks were not universally reviled. In fact, in those years, mixed bloods with special bloodlines were truly the upper class, because they were naturally stronger than ordinary people and thus more likely to succeed. This can be seen from the fact that many great nobles of the empire possessed non-human bloodlines. Unfortunately, times had changed, and interests had long been divided. The same bloodlines had instead become unstable factors, thus suffering various suppressions and even massacres. After all, compared to Aura knights who required a large amount of resources and time to grow, wizards and warlocks, who possessed the foundation of strength upon awakening, were difficult to control. It was also during that period that ordinary people attempted to master the extraordinary powers belonging to wizards and warlocks. However, bloodline fusion was a dead end at that time, so they could only find another shortcut, obtaining extraordinary power through other means. Eventually, meditation and runes appeared. Meditation was for transforming mental power into magic power, and runes were for transforming magic power into magical effects. Therefore, both are the core of the mage profession. Owen's current path is similar to that of a mage, except his meditation method is to increase mental power and control. The transformation into magic power is influenced by mysticism, but it can still be classified under the mage category, so the learning materials Brian recorded are also useful to him. Owen then focused his energy on studying meditation and runes, as these were the foundations of a mage. A mage's meditation method emphasizes resonance, using one's own mental power as a guide to attract external elements, creating a qualitative change. This method is not affected by magic bloodlines, but its drawback is that it requires a transformation process. Therefore, when a mage's magic power is exhausted, they cannot recover directly through rest like wizards and warlocks, but must rely on meditation. It seems more cumbersome and far less convenient than magic bloodlines, but a mage's meditation has an advantage. It is stable enough, precise enough, and not easily affected, especially with runes acting like circuit boards. The advantage is magnified to the extreme. Whether wizards or warlocks, their magic power is affected by various factors, such as their own bloodline, intense emotions, and so on. Wizards are somewhat better because their magic power is inert and can be used to refine magic potions and create magic items. Although the level is not high, at least they have it. Warlocks, however, are not. Their magic power fluctuates like a roller coaster, and refining magic potions or creating magic items is purely for demolition. Because mages have no magic bloodline interference, as long as their mental power is stable enough, they can theoretically even directly affect matter. Therefore, mages excel in large magic arrays, alchemy, and research. Owen gained a lot from the mage system and the wondrous runes, and although it wasn't a complete system due to Brian's strength and knowledge, it had a good foundation and decent accumulation in several branches, all of which were Brian's decades of accumulation. However, what Owen truly valued was a technique that Brian didn't emphasize: crystal ball spiritualization, or rather, spiritualization magic. Spiritualization magic is a very mature technique and a core technology for building mage towers. From every brick and tile to the magic well and tower spirits, all are products of spiritualization magic. Yet very few mages truly invest effort in this area of research because the scale of investment for this research is simply too large, something that one or two mages simply cannot afford. Currently, only the Mage Guild and the Royal Mages are known to conduct large-scale research in this area. Even if other organizations conduct related research, their scale cannot compare to these two, and most choose to focus on a single aspect. However, although spiritualization magic is important, it is very simple to get started. To put it simply, spiritualization magic is the spiritualization of matter, changing its essence, and then performing secondary settings during this process, usually by carving runes with mental power. So it's somewhat like enchanting, but also different. Crystal ball spiritualization is an important branch of spiritualization magic because crystal balls have the highest affinity for spiritualization magic and the greatest utility. This has led to the development of various functions, the most important of which are storage, communication, computation, and positioning. For example, Brian's crystal ball has functions such as projection, recording, storage, and communication. If further perfected, it would be a computer, server, or even a supercomputer. Although the crystal ball spiritualization magic Brian possessed wasn't the best, the principle was complete, and that was enough. In Owen's understanding, during the manufacturing process of crystal ball spiritualization magic, mental power is the tool and runes are the language. They can be thought of as a keyboard in computer language. As for whether you create a computer that can only do addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, or a supercomputer that is a national strategic asset, that depends on your ability. Owen pulled out a pile of crystal balls and began to experiment, and as expected, he failed. There was no problem with mental power carving. With his mental control as an intermediate puppet master, failure would be difficult. However, there was a problem with the rune combinations. Simple rune combinations were fine, but once they became complex, conflicts and collapses would occur. Clearly, runes are just the basics for mages. To truly unleash the power of runes, one needs to master various rune combinations. From simple fireball spells to complex spatial teleportation, all are different applications of rune combinations. Owen's problem was that he only knew the runes. Copying them was fine, but creating his own was not. However, simply imitating Brian's crystal ball was meaningless to Owen. After a long deliberation, Owen suddenly thought that runes are just symbols and a language, but who stipulated that there is only one language. Taking out an intelligent core from a puppet, Owen calmed himself and gradually permeated it with a more advanced mental power. He indeed confirmed that his conjecture was correct. In reality, the intelligent core of a puppet and crystal ball spiritualization operate on similar principles. It's just that the principles related to the intelligent core of a puppet are too complex, far less convenient than crystal ball spiritualization. The rest was simple. Owen's skill level wasn't high, but he had the system as a treasure trove. He only needed to know how to copy and paste, and there was nothing he couldn't accomplish. The simplest thing was to directly copy the intelligent core. It didn't require any progress value. With just a crystal ball and some mental power, Owen could obtain a crystal ball version of the intelligent core, freeing himself from reliance on progress value. Next, Owen also tried to copy computer systems and programs, attempting to create a fantasy crystal version of a computer. Owen had rarely exchanged for modern products because industrial items had too low a compatibility with this world and required more progress value. For example, the fine iron material from a martial arts world is similar in quality to industrial stainless steel, but the latter's price is several times that of the former. The higher the degree of industrialization, the higher the exchange price, but now there was a new development. After importing the computer system into the crystal ball, the functions were the same, but the medium changed from a computer to a crystal ball, and the control methods became voice and projected keyboard. There were no problems with its operation. It ran perfectly, and because the medium was superior, it ran even more smoothly. Interesting, maybe it can really be achieved. Owen played with the crystal ball in his hand, wondering what he had thought of, then eagerly went to the third level of the dungeon. This was to be the future Demon Lord's Hall, but unfortunately, it had never been built. Aside from storing some items, it hadn't served any purpose. Among the stored items, the most striking was a giant crystal ball the size of an 8 Immortals table. This giant crystal ball came from the second level of the ruins and was used as an artificial sun. Because it was very rare, Owen stored it here as a treasure. Although huge, this didn't change the fact that it was also a crystal ball, so Owen prepared to spiritualize it. During the spiritualization process, Owen was surprised to find that this giant crystal ball was not as simple as he had imagined. At least it wasn't just for lighting. That was merely his unilateral misunderstanding. In fact, this thing had a very high level of technology. Unfortunately, Owen's abilities were limited. Although he discovered the problem, he couldn't solve it at all. Owen simply gave up on researching it himself and, with the help of the system, began to import data into the giant crystal. Although the massive data flow didn't require Owen's direct control, as a medium, he still bore immense pressure and dared not show the slightest carelessness, trying his best to inject his mental power into it. Only in this way could he increase the affinity between them, facilitating future control. The entire process lasted 10 days. Because his mental power was continuously depleted and couldn't be interrupted, Owen, whose life was difficult to manage, had to strip naked and let his Shikigami, the Slime Queen, envelop him. Food and water would be pureed by the Slime Queen and directly delivered to his stomach. As for waste, it would be decomposed before reaching the rectum. Throughout the process, the Slime Queen constantly wriggled, massaging Owen's entire body from the inside out, preventing muscle atrophy or insufficient organ peristalsis. After finally enduring it, Owen, whose mental power was overexhausted, fell directly into a deep sleep inside the Slime Queen. When he woke up, he was still somewhat groggy and had to take some invigorating potions. Because he was in a state of weightlessness inside the Slime Queen, Owen couldn't stand steadily for a while, always feeling top-heavy. He had to let the Slime Queen hold him. Later, finding it inconvenient and undignified, he had the Slime Queen create a large pouch on her belly, and Owen squatted inside like a baby kangaroo, waiting for his body to recover. Although squatting naked in the translucent pouch on the Slime Queen's belly felt strange, it didn't stop Owen from staring with slight excitement at the giant crystal ball, which glowed and pulsed as if it had life. Flame Empress, initiate self-check. Owen took a deep breath and tentatively spoke to the giant crystal ball. Confirming highest authority, command executed, initiating self-check. As a beam of light swept over Owen, confirming his identity, the giant crystal ball's brightness increased significantly. Layers of ripples could be seen continuously spreading across its surface, like water waves. Self-check complete. Time elapsed, 5 hours, 23 minutes, 6 seconds. Core data intact, database expanded to 7%, main program activated to 3%, subprograms not connected. Unknown energy detected. Energy reserves low. Please replenish promptly. Unknown program scanned. Proceed with decryption. Please confirm. Oh yeah, Owen was so excited, he nearly leaped out of the Slime Queen's belly band. He couldn't help but be excited. This was the artificial intelligence Flame Empress, also known as the Red Queen Lowly. The T-Virus could have been exchanged long ago, and the Red Queen was no exception. However, as a purely technological creation, not to mention the main unit, just the servers and energy equipment alone would be enough to fill the entire castle. The required progress value was sky-high, so how could Owen afford to exchange for it? But in terms of data alone, even if Owen continuously input it for 10 days, the progress value consumed was still in the single digits, which shows how cheap knowledge is to the system. What made Owen happiest was that the Flame Empress was functioning normally and had indeed scanned an unknown program within the giant crystal ball. After the initial excitement passed, Owen began to consider other issues. The giant crystal ball, as the carrier for the Flame Empress, was undoubtedly excellent. Not only could it house the Flame Empress's unimaginably vast database, but its computational rate also saw a qualitative improvement. Although Owen had never seen a quantum computer, the Flame Empress, using the giant crystal ball as its carrier, clearly possessed this potential. After integrating the Flame Empress, the giant crystal ball's functions became unimaginably powerful. After all, the Flame Empress was a superintelligence prepared by the Umbrella Corporation for its global branch offices and bases, with functions far exceeding ordinary supercomputers, as it was responsible for the myriad intricate tasks of the behemoth that was Umbrella Corporation. The problem was that while the giant crystal ball easily accommodated all of the Flame Empress's programs, with a huge amount of space still remaining, it couldn't support the Flame Empress's full-power operation. This wasn't a hardware issue, but an energy one. In fact, over 90% of the Flame Empress's functions were currently shut down because the energy absorbed by the giant crystal ball from the outside simply couldn't support such a large consumption. Therefore, the first problem Owen had to solve was energy. The most suitable energy for the crystal ball's spiritualization was naturally magic, followed by light energy. The problem was that Owen couldn't gather all the witches in his territory to charge the giant crystal ball, nor could he place this brightly shining giant crystal ball on top of the castle to sunbathe, so he had to find another way. In fact, Owen knew where to find existing technology and equipment. After all, he hadn't forgotten where the giant crystal ball was salvaged from. He wouldn't believe that the underground ruins, which were still operating, didn't have an energy system, so rather than trying to research and build it himself, it was better to just go and dismantle it. Of course, this matter couldn't be rushed. With the adventurer's continuous exploration, Owen had a deeper understanding of the ruins' dangers. This wasn't something that could be solved by rushing. So after some thought, Owen brought over the base of the giant crystal ball from the ruins to see what purpose it served. After a simple study, Owen found that if the giant crystal ball was compared to a light bulb, then this set of equipment was the lamp holder. However, he hadn't fully understood its specific function, but he could try it out. This set of equipment was not damaged, so when Owen unfolded it, the giant crystal ball slowly floated over as if attracted, finally suspending itself above the base. Interestingly, perhaps like a light bulb being screwed in and triggering a switch, an invisible magical power infused the base, illuminating it section by section, and finally injecting into the giant crystal ball. After receiving an additional energy source, the unknown program inside the giant crystal ball was activated, and its brightness began to increase. The problem was that the exterior of the giant crystal ball was already occupied by the Flame Empress. Therefore, not only did the internal unknown program receive energy replenishment, but the Flame Empress received even more energy, and consequently began to decrypt the unknown program inside the crystal ball. Originally, the unknown program inside the crystal ball was in an unactivated state, making it even harder to deal with than if it were dormant. Now, it was perfect. Before it could fully activate, it was suppressed by the Flame Empress, which found an opening to intervene. Under the Flame Empress's powerful computation, its structure was continuously decrypted. The external projection changed at a very high frequency. Owen frowned and watched for a long time, completely unable to understand. The unknown program inside the crystal ball was not composed of computer language, nor was it a wizard's runic system, but a more ancient and peculiar system, where each symbol contained a large amount of information. If the unknown program inside the crystal ball were to operate, continuously merging and changing, the information contained in these symbols would definitely increase 100-fold. At that point, Owen suspected that even the Flame Empress operating at full power would struggle to decrypt it in a short amount of time. Fortunately, there was a problem with the ruins. Although it replenished energy to the base and the crystal ball through a function similar to wireless charging, there was no external program link. In this situation of being unsupported, it gave the Flame Empress enough time to decrypt it. The Flame Empress truly lived up to its reputation as the artificial intelligence meticulously created by the Umbrella Corporation to manage numerous branch companies and bases. As it adapted to the magical energy and the crystal ball carrier, its computational rate continuously increased, and at the same time, its internal database also continuously expanded. Umbrella Corporation's ultimate goal was to create a new world after destroying the old one. To this end, it specially built a database containing human civilization, and this database was managed by the Flame Empress. Therefore, although each symbol in the unknown program inside the crystal ball contained a large amount of information, under the massive information influx from the database, there gradually appeared signs of decryption. According to estimates, it would take about 7 months to a year to complete the decryption. This was mainly because, even with the free magical energy, it still couldn't support the Flame Empress operating at full power. Plus, it was decrypting completely unfamiliar symbols, and it also needed to consider symbol combinations and unknown program structures, so such a long time was understandable. Owen frowned and connected with the Flame Empress using his mental power, inputting his knowledge of puppetry, alchemy, Hogwarts spells, the mage system, runic knowledge, and so on into the database. Sure enough, with a similar knowledge system from the mysterious side as a reference, the time required for decryption was greatly reduced. Subsequently, continuously decrypted symbols were displayed before Owen. Owen, whose knowledge system was not bad, could barely understand them. He found that this unknown symbol system far surpassed computer language in structure and efficiency, and was more comprehensive than the mage's runic system, which immediately surprised him greatly. If this symbol system were used as the foundation to rebuild the Flame Empress's core program, would the Flame Empress be able to complete its transformation? Owen suddenly had a bold idea, but he wasn't in a hurry to implement it. Compared to his impulsive actions, it was better to let the Flame Empress analyze whether it was feasible herself. Every civilization has its own logical thinking, and as more symbols are deciphered, the faster the deciphering speed becomes. When the progress bar was almost full, the complete deciphering was finally finished, and the unknown program inside the crystal ball finally unveiled its mysterious veil. Bloodline Mutator number 133. What in the world is this? Owen was stunned when he saw the deciphered information displayed by the Flame Empress. Fortunately, the unknown program had already been deciphered and controlled by the Flame Empress, and the bloodline mutation function was not activated, so Owen didn't have to worry about mutating. In fact, without the jade as a medium, the bloodline mutator's function wasn't that powerful, or rather, it didn't have an immediate effect. Owen, full of curiosity, read through it from beginning to end and realized that he had truly underestimated that ruin. The program inside the crystal ball did not contain specific information about the ruin, but rather records and progress of bloodline mutation experiments. This allowed him to discover the identity of the ruin's owner, a wizard. Owen couldn't understand how wizards from thousands of years ago had the capability to build such a large ruin and conduct such advanced experiments. After all, any creature could be feminized by a wizard, and all of them would be aesthetically pleasing, which was quite magical. Speaking of which, did wizards play so extensively back then? Owen was originally anxious about his increasingly lowering bottom line because he not only couldn't forget about Shire, but also had various thoughts about Emil and Bella. Unfortunately, due to incompatible models, his bottom line remained on the alert line. However, after seeing what the wizard had done, Owen immediately felt relieved and at ease, no longer anxious about his bottom line. After all, compared to the wizard of yesteryear, he was practically a Liu Xiaohui. What beast-eared girls, what centaur girls, these were all things the wizard had played with and left behind. If the protagonists of those otherworldly custom stories he'd read in his previous life met the wizard, they would probably bow respectfully and call him teacher. Without 10 or 8 years of advanced study, they wouldn't dare to claim mastery. Owen's eyes were wide open, but although he really wanted to slowly appreciate it, now was not the time for such things. His mind was full of ideas and inspirations waiting to be verified one by one, and he couldn't let these few ounces of flesh delay him. After changing his clothes, Owen entered a state of research. With the Flame Empress, things became much simpler. The carefully selected crystal ball, after being injected with subprograms, was attempted by Owen to be installed in the mechanical puppet manufacturing plant and the synthesis furnace to serve as intelligent programs, and it actually worked. Coupled with the puppets controlled by the Flame Empress, perfect self-sufficiency was achieved. Theoretically, if the Flame Empress was given enough time, she could become like Skynet. Unfortunately, this was not realistic. The existence of gods was a dimension-reducing strike. Without the same realm, everything was futile. Therefore, it was not yet time for the Flame Empress to reveal herself. When Owen emerged from the underground city, a strange construct floated beside him, somewhat resembling a large eyeball with wings. In reality, this was a specially crafted avatar for Owen by the Flame Empress, a simplified version of the Flame Empress. Compared to the comprehensive main body, the avatar focused more on assistance and analysis, and could become Owen's good assistant, which he named Nguyen Bao Bao. As for why it had such a name, it was mainly because it emitted heat when operating, and its football size made it perfect for holding in one's arms, so Owen named it Nguyen Bao Bao. There were several similar avatars, which Owen distributed to Maya and the others as personal computers. This way, the entire territory was connected to a single network, allowing for electronic office work, and efficiency was improved by more than a little. Even Maya felt much more relaxed. After spending a few days dealing with the territory's affairs, as winter had set in and people were scarce, it didn't take much time. With the progress bar full, Owen returned to the castle again, preparing for another reinforcement. 40 progress points. Owen had never been so wealthy before. The problem was that deciding what to exchange for became his biggest headache. He wasn't lacking equipment, and there were endless skills to learn. After much thought, Owen finally decided that he still needed to continue strengthening himself. Strengthening with just one T-virus was far from enough. Looking at the carefully selected bloodline in the system, Owen didn't know if his choice was right or wrong, but in terms of potential, the ancient blood from the Wizard series was indeed the most potential bloodline currently available. The ancient blood originated from elves, thus granting elven beauty and longevity, as well as a powerful magical bloodline. However, these were merely incidental. The true power of the ancient blood lay in two characteristics: prophecy and time travel. The ability to prophesy gave the possessor of the ancient blood the potential to become a sage and a prophet, while the ability to travel through time was incredibly powerful, even to an unreasonable degree. After all, for the possessor of the ancient blood, traveling to another world was no longer anything special. Traveling to the past and future was what truly instilled fear. Such a powerful bloodline only required 40 progress points. Owen didn't know how the system evaluated it, as he felt that even ordinary gods probably didn't have the ability to travel through time. Regardless of how the system evaluated it, the potential and abilities of the ancient blood were an irresistible temptation for Owen. Coupled with not knowing when the system would be able to break through the progress point limit again, Owen decided not to wait any longer and directly exchanged for the ancient blood. The ancient blood was truly beautiful. Faint reddish particles, surrounded by light specks like grains of time, formed a special galaxy that merged into Owen's body. Surprisingly, the integration of the bloodline was not as painful as Owen had imagined, because the system's power had long surpassed both spirit and flesh. At the moment of choosing the exchange, everything about him changed so naturally, as if it had been so from birth. As the ancient blood continuously integrated, a powerful wave of magic gradually surged within Owen's body. This was the magical bloodline brought by the ancient blood, so powerful that Owen was astonished by it. After acquiring the magical bloodline, Owen could henceforth be categorized among the wizards. However, unlike the risk of losing control that wizards and witches faced during magical awakening, Owen possessed powerful spiritual strength and was skilled in control. The moment magic was born, pure spiritual power intertwined with it, merging and meticulously organizing it. Owen possessed professional inheritances such as puppet master, alchemist, wizard, and mage, as well as meditation methods and mysticism. Therefore, the nascent magic continuously surged, but always remained under his control. The problem was that Owen had forgotten that ancient blood also had two characteristics: prophecy, which was sometimes accurate and sometimes not, which could be ignored, but time travel was a ticking time bomb. Therefore, by the time he realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Before traveling, Owen, full of helplessness, left a message through the Flame Empress and then disappeared, leaving behind only an unscattered sigh.